Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και...
Alright, what's up everyone? My name is Giel Vleut. I'm competing in the Mykonos event here, and we just created an incredible Patagonia video together with Capital.com. So if you have a minute, definitely check out that video. The link will be in the description below.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
Πάμε να προλάβουμε τη Λεβασίλα.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε Κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει καλύτερα.
And good morning and welcome everybody to the capital.com GKA Big Air Kite World Cup here in the beautiful location of Greece, Mykonos. I'm Josie Ashler, and joining me here in the booth, Lewis Craffin. Lewis, good morning.
Well, good morning, Joe. I can't believe we're here. I mean, look at that shot on your screens of the wind already pumping here. It's over 35 knots, and I've never seen that view here, you know, before. Live on board with our drone. I cannot wait for this action. There's so much anticipation around this, Joe. 39 riders from 19 different countries. It's all happening here in Greece over the next days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have seen also the new generations are coming here. We've got the current generation, and then we've got generations from almost 20 years ago. It's so cool to see this group of athletes coming underneath one roof. And I mean, what a cathedral, what a house to call it, because here, Korfos Beach, this is one of the best locations in the whole of Greece. And we have, like you say, 35, aiming for 40 knots of wind. Lewis, you've been here, 7, 8 years ago. Tell me about this location.
This place is just so unique. There's nothing like it. We're in this very small bay here. Just the wind, it's so strong and lifty. It's that good sort of big air wind. There's different types of wind around the world with warm winds, cold winds. We want coldish wind and dry wind, more importantly. The density is important. It's such an addictive place to ride, and I'm glad you can see these shots here, because this isn't a choppy spot for me. This isn't one of those places where we class as you can't take off anywhere. You all know those choppy spots, but there are takeoff ramps and places to go, and there's a real skill and an art of finding where the gusts are and where to take off. So I'm looking forward to seeing how new riders adapt to these conditions and riders that have got real experience here perform.
And there you can see, obviously, the location that we have here right against the Duotone Pro Center. Big shout out and thank you to Alex and Anna, two of the main people to make this event happen, the local organizers, together with Batis, who is going to be coming out in the water very shortly, as we are going to be starting pretty much in a couple of minutes. But just to enjoy, like you say, Lewis, that view. Having a look at the competition area, we can see the inside markers here, because we don't want, obviously, as it is onshore wind funneling through this perfect location, we don't want our athletes coming too close to the beach. They're going to be jumping a little bit further about. Tell me about, what are we going to be seeing out there, Lewis?
We are going to be seeing riders making decisions on pretty much where they feel that either side of the bay is best to jump from. So right now you can see that lovely view from above. Sometimes from the side it's better to be kite surfing to the right hand side, or sometimes to the left hand side. We're going to see riders have to work that out. But that view there, Joe, just gets you so excited, because actually just in that one view, you can see like almost a glimpse of your life in the last 10 years. Every place on that view right now, kite surfers have been in this bay. And it's very unusual that you can just look out and see all, you can almost look back to all those amazing moments you've had. I remember that jump over there. I remember that loop over there. Like, it's all there. And just in the background, just round that little corner, we see the incredible village of Mykonos town and the ferries pulling in there. It's such a hot spot. But we're looking north here. We're looking pretty much northeast from there. There's the island of Tinos in the background to the left-hand side. But the northerly wind that blows here, you can see on your screens, that just powers down and Venturi's through here.
Yeah, I mean, Mykonos, like you say, it is so cultural. It is the picturesque, perfect definition of a Greek island. You have the white, all the little white houses with the blue shutters, the amazing food, and I'm going to say it again, amazing food. And definitely one of the things we've been seeing at this event, we mentioned over at the opening ceremony, is the good vibes and the energy that this island automatically has. Known as the Wind Island, and I can definitely see why, it does look like we are going to be going into sequence. First heat that is going to be coming out is going to be a qualifying heat, as there is one more spot open to go into that main event. So let's check out the local Greek athletes that are going to be coming out on the water.
When I came here for the first time, the first thing I saw is that this arena effect, and I visualized the people standing around the bay and watching like a stadium, the athletes training and also competing. This was the feeling I wanted to bring to the competition. It's been more than 15 years we had an event in Greece. It was freestyle back then, but this is the first official big competition in Greece, international, the World Cup.
It's just insane. I'm super happy for my friend Baptiste that managed to put everything together to bring the World Cup here, just to showcase Greece and showcase the spot. It's actually our bigger spot in Greece and one of the best, I think, in the world. I'm super happy also that we're gonna have this little hit between us, all the Greece, because we never had a competition like that in Greece, not even on a national level. So it's gonna be very insane to see how that's gonna work out. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
It's my first competition ever. I'm also the first Greek girl that compete ever in a world champion. I'm really happy about it.
It's really important for the island as well, you know. Mykonos is known for its parties and everything, but we have also amazing sports around, so it's great for the island, great for the locals, they love it.
In Greece we have a big kite community, but of course we don't have national championships, so it's a way for us to see who will do better. Yeah, we're very happy to have this amazing event happening here at home in Greece.
I think it will be epic because I know really well Mykonos. When they said it will be 35 knots, it's for sure 45, so it will be really epic. And I think you're going to enjoy the show.
Yeah, the riders are extremely excited to ride here, and it's because a lot of them have been coming here and training, and you can't help but riding this spot, as we look more south now, thinking, God, there's got to be an event here one day. This would be the absolute perfect place for a bigger event, and it's been made to happen, which is wonderful.
Yeah, and let's not forget also, prize money has doubled for this event. So we have 60,000 euros in total prize money for both the men and the women. That's 18 up for grabs for that first place. So that is definitely going to be a motivational point, to say the least.
Yeah, and I think it's it's a big moment in kiteboarding when that sort of thing happens. It sort of leveled it up. Now, there's obviously enough interest from sponsors and the rest of the world's media to do something like that. And what that does is it sets the benchmark where maybe it will be, that will be the norm now, Joe, to be getting paydays like that, because it's just definitely felt that riders are really putting themselves on the line here. As you've got this lovely view looking back at the beach here in Korfos. Where are we there, Joe? We're somewhere behind the black tent that you can see.
If we stuck our head out that door, we'd appear, mate.
Just about, yeah. So the riders are starting to get onto the water. It's a small beach, but it's a very safe beach. The setup here from Kite Mykonos and DPC down there is amazing. They're some of the best instructors that I've ever seen in the world operating down there. So it's very normal to see people having kite lessons on the beach there in 35, 40 knots on very short lines, very experienced coaches. But it looks to me like that might be Baptiste heading out, right foot forwards. Is that him?
I think that's going to be his brother, because that's the black lycra. So that's going to be Cyprian. So we have two brothers battling it out. Unfortunately, Filipos is sustained a little bit of a rib injury yesterday, so he's dropped out of the competition, and Baptiste's brother has substituted him. So great opportunity for the youngster. Is it going to be Big Brother or is it going to be Little Grasshopper?
I don't know. I wonder if he's ready. I mean, who would have thought that yesterday, someone dropping out, and here you are entering your first major event. Imagine, you have the heat of your life. It's a big moment for your career individually, and like we said, Joe, massive moment for kiteboarding. There's people coming here that don't kiteboard to watch this event. I met a bunch of guys from England yesterday.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much. I said, where do you kiteboard usually? Oh no, we don't kiteboard. We just heard about this event online and we've come out to watch it. And they don't even kiteboard. That was a huge moment for me, Joe. I was really excited about that. And this is what I want them to see. I want them to see this height and this, what a place to go to watch your first kiteboarding event. And also, I'm really excited to see this today. I have to drop their names. My daughters, Valencia and Sierra, are watching at home. My young kids are watching, and I think this could be the one where they go, wow, look at those people flying above, because we've got the backdrop here, that perspective.
Which is unusual in kiting.
Yeah, you usually got the open sea, and that's why this is so unique. She'll be like, right, I can pick that house out and be like, wow, the last rider went above that one, and then the next one, he's gone even higher, he's gone above the mountain. That's the sort of experience we're going to have today.
All right, so let's have a look at the faces of the athletes that are going to be coming out. Here are the boys getting ready to rumble. So one of our local organizers, and a big shout out to him, Baptiste Bordelus, he is going to be in the pink lycra. There we can see Georges Sintas, Maxime Julius, and Cyprien Bordelus. So both of the brothers, as we get ready to go. First athlete to jump is going to be Baptiste. They have 7 trick attempts. Top 3 moves are the ones that count. And they have an average of 40 seconds for each one of those maneuvers. So I tell you what, Lewis, it is D-Day. Let's get into action as we find that pink lycra.
Big moment for Greek kiteboarding, this, and it was totally the right thing to do to allow the 4 best riders to compete in this heat, this mega heat, to see who could get through into the main 30, the main 20, no, 30, yeah, it was that. Into the main 24 of the men. And on your screens now, with the black rash vest, is the brother. We don't often have brothers. Obviously, we have the Casatis. But we have Cyprien here, who's come in literally last minute. There was an injury yesterday to one of the Greek riders. And then that can happen. You've got to take your chance and be ready.
Yeah, I mean, you know, older brother. So there you can see. So that is going to be Baptiste out there on the Harlem. Is that the peak?
Yeah, that's the peak. He likes that one. That's the one that's working for him. But there's a good spread for all the brands here over the course of these next days. And on forecasts, by the way, it's important to tell you, we feel that today and tomorrow are going to be the real best opportunities to run this event. There will be something, I think, on the weekend, best trick-wise, and that's because we're spoilt here with this amazing strong wind. But I mean, just looking at this backdrop, you imagine being here and kiting. Now I'm going to throw into the mix that you're kiting. Under your feet, maybe a massive turtle appears, which happens. You ride over to the side. There's a little church over there. You think, oh, that side's working for a bit. I'll jump that way. Then you come back this way a little bit. You find your space. You see what's going on in the map. There's stories everywhere here, and that is what makes it so unique. I think there'd be plenty of people that haven't seen this before in live stream or, you know, ever in your lives with your own eyes.
Absolutely.
You've got to come here.
And also, you know, you could be on the water and, you know, signal to your family, your wife, your girlfriend there in the back to get that coffee right. Big kite loop there from Baptiste, starting off with a banger.
Yeah, I think he's just feeling it out there. I'm not sure this heat's started yet. I'm pretty sure he's on a 9 meter. So I would give you, I reckon that's about 35 knots here. And just a nice little replay of his mega loop there, just going over the top houses. Bit of jump height at the bottom for you.
Not working.
Oh, big crash there. As we remind you, this is just before the Greek heat, and on the water here we have George. He is on the Elevate black kite. He's wearing the white rash vest. So 4 of the best Greek riders, 2 brothers on the water. And I've been told earlier that there's never been a time where there's 2 sets of 2 brothers.
I think it's a first. I think it's a first. It's great. I mean, you know, you're a family man yourself, Lewis. It's great to see, you know, the different generations. And I mean, what better place to, you know, watch out, Mum. The boys are coming into the China shop. I mean, bragging rights are out there. They are out there.
Massively. I mean, naturally, let's think about this. We've been around a while, Joe. Brothers. Ruben Lenton and Sander Lenton.
Oh, yes.
We've had that. We obviously have the Casatis. Can we go any deeper? Have there been any sisters? Like, you know, it's amazing. Even to have your brothers into the sport as well. That's something I aspire to achieve, but let alone do it together. But this is the scene on your screens if you're just joining us, 08:43 in the morning here in Mykonos, the windiest of all of the Greek islands, as we are preparing for this Greek qualifier heat, which is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, and there you can see athletes getting ready. So obviously the race director, Juan Antonio Aragon, making sure that everybody is out and in position. As we are going to be starting, just information, little birdie saying in 2 minutes, we are going to be going into green flag. So why don't we bring the faces of the athletes onto our screen one more time? There they are as we get ready to go, Lewis.
Yeah, these are riders that you see on the beach all the time down here. You know, either that's being part of the school or kite surfing ridiculously to a high level. And here they are on your screens about to contend for a spot in the main fleet of the men. They're all ready to go. The scene is set. There's your nice white. We're expecting riders, when the wind picks up, to be jumping to the very right-hand side of your picture here and landing. You can see that yellow duotone buoy to the left-hand side. That's actually there to encourage the riders to not be landing past that buoy. I mean, there are jumps that happen here over 300 meters. That's right, I said 300 meters, not centimeters, of downwind distance as the wind picks up. We know the forecast is for about 35 knots and above today. Wouldn't surprise me if it hit 45 today.
I mean, yesterday forecast was about 20 to 25, and I think by the end of the evening there was definitely some, I'm not going to go out and say 30 knot gusts, but it was well up there. So looks like, one of the things Baptiste was saying, being one of the local boys, that it does normally be about 3 or 4 knots above what is being said on the forecast. So that is definitely going to be a good sign. But yeah, now let's go to the pink lycra as we are already getting ready to rumble. Ooh. As we start off with this first heat. Big crash.
Days, that is the last thing you need before the start of a qualifier heat. If you've not woken up, you're now very much woken up there. Who was that? Was that Maxime on the slingshot, possibly there?
I think it was, yes, correct.
That was an absolute caner there. So, and in the meantime, behind on the pink rash vest, Baptiste, he looks like he was about to send one. So, on your screens now, looking upwind, it might look choppy to you, but when we get the... so it's Baptiste. Is this an opener?
This is an opener. Yeah. First trick of the heat. That looked like a layback mega loop. Nice way to start off.
It's the way to go here. It's definitely the way to go here. Keep it safe. Get a first score on the board. Very experienced, that riding from Baptiste. And actually where he took off as well. He's taking off a bit further out than maybe we anticipated here. But it's been a good start for Baptiste. And let's remind you all at home, he's the main organiser here as well. What has been on his plate, I can't really translate, but this must be a nice moment for him, Joe. I always feel like the time you actually get to go kiting, if you're involved in events like this, is the time where you actually can relax. Next rider on your screens then, it's just a big air with a grab from, it's a bit of a crash. I'm not sure that's going to count.
No, and I've just been told they haven't started.
Okay,
so thank you guys for that info. Beautiful to have.
Yeah,
we're just getting a little bit too excited, Lewis.
It means we're ready.
Exactly.
There's nothing worse than missing that first heat. But do you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an exact same start to what you're seeing here now. They're starting to just warm up the feeling for their first moves.
So I, as head judge, oversee 5 judges giving scores to the riders. They get a score from 0 to 10 based on their performance on the water. And our job is really to ensure that it's clear for the riders what they need to do. So I, as head judge, oversee 5 judges giving scores to the riders. They get a score from 0 to 10 based on their performance on the water. And our job is really to ensure that it's clear for the riders what they need to do, but that we also reward exactly what the criteria states. So we want to see perfect execution of the tricks, whereas some other disciplines focus more on the difficulty of the trick you perform. We focus on the way you execute certain types of tricks. Of course, the more technical you do the trick, the better. But if your execution is
powerful, high, has a lot of amplitude, and you're combining that with technical difficulty. It's exactly what we're looking for. With the riders becoming more and more close to each other, the scores are getting extremely close. We want to be able to give them as much information on the water as possible. In a spot like this, it's pretty hard to get back to the shore, check with your caddy where you are. So each rider gets an Apple Watch that's going to display all of their scores and their sequence timer to them, but also all of the scores of their competitors in the heat. So they exactly know what to do at which moment, and it really helps them strategize better to get an optimal game plan for their heat so they can prepare in the best way possible. Yeah, so this year we've had a shift where we are seeing a little bit less focus on, for example, double loops and S loops. They only will come when the winds are extreme, and I think that's really nice. In my opinion, we should always try and get as much power out of the moves as possible. And if the wind is not facilitating the power to go on a 6 and do a double loop, we shouldn't see it. And then in Lord of Trem, we really saw, for me, trying to get to a perfection level of the single loop, trying to get as much power from a single loop, and while you're doing that loop, performing the most incredible acrobatics in the air. And this is for me really cool to see, because when the evolution of doubles and triples and S loops happened, I felt like we had nowhere near reached the ceiling of single loops. So for me, it's really cool and rewarding to see that the single loops are being pushed to this extreme level, where we're seeing insanely acrobatic technical moves, but they are performed at such a high-powered level that it's exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, we are starting very soon. You might have got a bit excited there seeing those riders, as we did, getting ready for their Greek qualifier. We're just waiting for the safety boat to come out. But just that lovely clip we just saw of Marijn there explaining how everything's working with the scoring. There are some very smart people behind the scenes connecting the data, the technology with the sport of kiteboarding right now. And it's really important that that's done in a very careful way, you know, Joe, so that we don't make it all about numbers. And it's people like Marijn that are at the forefront of doing that. And it's, I mean,
it's the balance.
We have to say these riders all have watches on out there. They know exactly what position they are in the heat. They know when it's their turn. They know when it's their scores. And they're all in on it. There's not one of them that's voting, I don't believe in this system, it's causing me problems. It's just the standard now. We see it in other sports as well in the world, and it's amazing that technology has come that far to be in this environment of kiteboarding. Stupid, crazy 40 knots wind, sand blowing everywhere. It's normal, and it doesn't interrupt our natural flow of the sport.
Yeah, it really is incredible to see how far it has gone forward, and I think, you know, like you're saying there, it's that balance. It's not going all data, all techie, you know, still maintaining that where the rider can have as much information as they want. We have the watches out there, which, you know, with the system, they know when it's their turn, they know how high they've jumped, they know how high, you know, the other athletes in their heat have jumped, like being able to have that info. Some athletes like it, some athletes want to go old school and just go, you know, go by what they see, I think, but it's great to have the options, and it really is incredible to see how far it is going, especially if you know, you guys and girls back home, throw in the comments if you know, have any questions, want to know about gear, want to know about the system, because in the end, all of that data is also to show you when you're on the sofa how high that last jump was, what they need to be able to take that first position. And I think, you know, coming from being in kiteboarding for quite a long time with both of us, Lewis, I mean, it's incredible to see how far it's come.
It's amazing, Joe, and to come back at you there, you know, like it's also exactly the same platforms that you can use at home as well, so you're familiar with it. But Joe, I want to ask you, you know, is that something, you know, you've competed a lot as well. When we were younger, we were competing. Would you have liked to know where you stood in a heat? Would that have stressed you out? I bet there were times you'd rather not know than know, but would you have been up for that back then?
I think it would depend on the time. I was definitely very good at landing on my head, so I didn't I didn't have that issue. But yeah, the heats that did go well, I think it would have been good to some points to be able to have the option to know. I think it does very much come down to the athletes, and talking to a lot of them, you know, when it's all going well and smooth, you don't mind how much info. Some people work very well under pressure. Yeah. Some people don't. I think it really is personal preference, and great that the option is there.
Yeah, and I love to talk to them to say, you know, what's it like when you know on your watch You're on your last move.
Yep.
You're going out of the competition in the semi-finals or something, and you know on your watch that you've got to improve your best move by 0.1 or something. Like, what does that feel like, you know? And they say it's amazing to actually have that information and to know, and for it to be trusted and the official number, you know, that's the important thing. There's the safety boat, Joe. There is the safety boat to the left-hand side. So that is the boat we're waiting for, the orange boat. So 3 minutes we're being told to go, and it was for the safety of the riders while we just had things on hold temporarily there.
Better late than never.
Yeah, that's not too bad, though. Like, safety boat's got to be out here. There's lots of new challenges, actually, with a spot like this with safety. And we were, you know, and that actually leads us to talk about the mandatory requirement for riders here, which I think this is the first. Joe, you've done a lot of commentating. Have you ever known an event to be mandatory helmets, mandatory impact vests, or disqualification? I'm being told.
Yeah, the word on the street and the official statement coming through is exactly that. It is mandatory to have both of them. If for some reason they go out without them, they will be taken back to the beach, be given a fine, and if they do it one more time...
Slap in the face as well?
Yeah, if they don't... Yeah, exactly. If they don't listen to that, then they will be disqualified. As we said, it's an onshore spot. It is a very safe spot, but being that onshore factor and the new heights that the athletes are taking this sport, we want to make sure that everything is as safe as possible. As we say, just making sure and waiting for the safety boat to be in position. They've checked out the race course. Everything is ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, we are ready. And just a quick note to say to the organisers and the island in general, to make this event happen, there's lots of permits required. We are very close to the airport here, we have to say. It's one of the reasons why we love coming here. It's literally... It feels like 5 minutes. It probably is 10, but let's just say 5. That's what we do these days. It is so close to the airport, which so often kite spots tend to be, with the clean wind. Tenerife, you think comes to mind straight away, but lots of spots are, so it's very quick and easy. But that presents some challenges for kite surfing. We have to think about our heights, especially with the likes of drones being involved. It's taken a lot of permits, and the harbour master has been very clear with us. Safety is a massive priority, so helmets and impact vests are mandatory. I don't think I've ever said that at a competition, and it's cool that the riders have all bought into that. There's been no one complaining about that, you know. We thought there might be a few, but no, everyone's on board.
Everybody's on board, and yeah, it's good to see the safety aspect, and especially with where the sport is going in big air. I think it's a very good thing, and yeah, you know, we were very fortunate as well yesterday that we had the opening ceremony, you know, Anna, Alex, and Gabby, the 3 main people to make this happen. We had the mayor of Mykonos, Mr. Veronis, who joined us as well, and obviously helping out with all the local authorities to make sure that we have those permits and can come to this amphitheater. It's so incredible to see ocean with, you know, all the different sides around it. It's almost like a big lagoon, but it isn't. It is the ocean, and that is the sign right there. Heat number 1. So your qualifying heat, getting ready. The Greek boys, only one will survive, as the Highlander said, and we will see who is going to be entering into the main competition. And first is going to be Baptiste, pink lycra. Here we go.
Yeah, on that 9 metre here, left foot forwards then. Let's see. So look, there's his little timer counting him in. That's actually counting him out, I believe, for his move. They get about 40 seconds. It is what we thought, a mega loop delayed back roll. I like that. He's stoked about it. What a release of energy that must have been for him with all of this. He's been organising this for, I'd say, nearly a year now.
At least.
A full-time job,
yeah,
Joe. And to just stick that first move down there, which he could do probably to blind with 2 board offs, but it's a textbook mega loop delayed back roll to be the first opening move here ever in Mykonos at the Capital.com GKA Kite World Tour Big Air Finals. And look at that little ramp. We're going to see some lovely shots where we look sideways of actually places you can jump. You can jump off those ramps here, Joe. That it's not a choppy spot.
No, it definitely isn't. All right, so coming up next, we're going to be seeing the white lycra, which is George Quintus. So let's see, waiting for scores to come in there for Baptiste. But like you say, Lewis, textbook, nice and easy, great opener. I mean, this guy, he's had world firsts here. He's had some of the highest jumps in this location, 35 meters plus. So he knows it like the back of his hand, and obviously it starts to tell. So that it's going to be that man on the left-hand side in the white lycra will be coming up as we're waiting for his score to drop there for Baptiste. So yeah, so you can see that timer on the top left-hand side of your screen. You can see the timer on the white lycra. So each athlete has 40 seconds, and it is going to be the black Elevate Kite who's going to be coming towards us. George, let's see what he's got.
Yeah, that timer just ticking down his 40 seconds, like Joe was saying, to get. And when the conditions are this good, there really will be, you know, we see some spots where they're a bit more lenient on this. It's perfect wind here now. Like 40 seconds should be enough to find somewhere. Maybe he was just waiting to see the flag for him come up. He might not have seen that. I wonder if that time is just automatic for us. But yeah, it does seem.
I think he might
maybe
miss
he's been
that.
timed out.
I think he's been timed out.
But we will see.
You can see Maxine coming out
he
there.
He doesn't think he's been timed out. Oh, Megaloop with a back roll and a board off as well. Shame if that doesn't score. But I wonder if that timer.
I think it is. I mean, we can only go by what we're seeing on the screen.
Well, we will get to you on that. So, you know, unless he's only just seen his flag go up. But I wonder if that's just doing 40 seconds and carrying on going. But we will explain that to you. Last in the order to go is brother Cyprian Bourdelos. He is the brother of Baptiste, who went first in this order.
It's like it is going forwards. I'm trying to get information. Bear with us, guys. Communication is a little bit on the slow side. But
it is the first time we've ever been to this location. Just looking at that background now, because this is so unique, I'm thinking 10 years' time, people have got insane money in the sport of kiteboarding, renting lorries with advertisements on them, driving by, paying drivers to just drive by all day with their big sponsorship logos on. Are you seeing that potential, Joe?
I can see it. I mean, to be honest, at this time in the morning, the potential I'm seeing is either being on the water, enjoying that, or being in one of those houses just with a cup of coffee, watching my friends out on the water.
I learned something cool yesterday. The roofs and the coloured windows all relate to what type of building it is. Thank you for that, Miss Maoney, for telling me that. That was lovely. So white buildings, which is basically every building. The roof colour tells you something. So the orange roofs are churches, and the window colours tell you something as well, whether they're green or blue or brown. And because everything, I guess you kind of need that, because everything is perfect gloss Dulux white here, and it's what makes the place. Incredibly, there's a lot of green grass as well, so hopefully their water bills aren't anywhere near what they are in the UK right now. But here on your screens is Baptiste Bourdelos, who looks to me like he's going to set up for right foot forwards here, coming right in to the cliff, and it looks to me like it's actually probably suiting right foot forwards a little bit now as far as using the ramps. He's just going to come in. His watch ain't working. So let's remind you, home, if any of the watches aren't working for the riders, all of the watches don't work. They're turned off, so there's no advantage to one of them. So he's just saying, look, there's a bit of an issue here. He's just going to watch the flags. Yeah, and I can see, I've just been told here by the scoring system as well, that looks like there is an issue right now with those scorings on the watches. So they are fixing that very shortly. But right now, turn-wise, it is going to be that man as he's just gone to, because when those watches don't work, there is the flag system on the beach, which unfortunately we can't see. But that was a full round of maneuvers, meaning that next up will be that pink lycra. So we are in heat sequence, just unfortunately don't have that data right away. Yeah, and that can happen because it's still, you know, it only takes a watch to go heavily underwater for a long period of time, or maybe one of the riders comes right to the side just behind some of the rocks, but I'm sure that will get sorted very quickly. So we just carry on as usual, where we just use the flag colour system, and there's a bit of communication there. Nice to see, but he's just going up to one of his mates and saying what I imagine to be the correct information, because that would be harsh, wouldn't it? I shall go, mate, go on, it's not you go, and you mess your move up. I'm sure Baptiste is a bit more friendly like that But a little discussion here. We are looking west when you look from this camera angle at the moment. So yeah, we got it in there from one of the judges. Some information for us. Joe, what are you seeing right there?
So yeah, it looks like Maxime, so the yellow lycra, that last move that we saw, if I'm not mistaken, that was that mega loop back roll with the board off. That was the last trick that we've seen. They're waiting for scores on that maneuver to then move forward to the first move of the black lycra, which is going to be the young borderloose. So we are in round number 1 of 7 of tricks. We have already had 3 scores that are waiting to appear on our screen, and we are waiting for the first turn of the 4th athlete. So Black Lycra is going to be jumping next.
A warm welcome to you from around the world at the capital.com GKA Big Air Kite World Cup in Greece. It's the first time we've been here in Mykonos, and this is the first heat ever ran here in the Big here. So if you have just tuned in, you have joined us in the very early stages of this big qualifier heat. It's the Greek qualifier heat where one of these 4, that's 25% of these riders, will make it through to the main event. Which rider is it going to be? I can tell you now that half of this fleet have got a good chance of their family name carrying on. Half this fleet are the Bourdalos family. It's Baptiste and Cyprien representing the family here in this heat, but they will have to overcome the other 2 riders in this heat, George Gintis and Maxime Dioulis. Who's going to do it? Nice shot there. You can see the gust line there in the middle, Joe. That darker line there sort of indicates that's a sweet spot right now. And as I said earlier, you're forever searching the bay, feeling like you are the one going to get the magic gust. It's a personal experience here. As you can see the riders just to the right-hand side starting to get back. I think there's some movement here now, Joe, for the next moves.
All right, so it is going to be, there's the timer, so it means we are ready to rumble. So that black lycra on the right-hand side of our screen is going to be the young borderloose. Cyprian is going to be jumping for the first time of his heat.
Okay, so obviously we didn't get to the full picture. Nice wide shot of him here. I like this. This is okay. Is he going to get a good takeoff? Yes, he is. Mega loop delayed back roll. I wonder if that was discussed at breakfast this morning with his brother, but he's crashed it down. And I don't know, like maybe he wasn't as powered as he'd like. When you're super lit with that move, you've got loads of tension on the way down. But
it did look like it slacked
out. If you force it
a
little bit and you don't, you know, maybe they're not as powered as they'd like to be. Let's watch this replay here. Everything looked pretty good. Nice takeoff. The roll was pretty good, a bit laid out on the roll, but maybe just got a bit unlucky landing on a down. Sometimes if you land on one of those down ramps, he'll be devastated by that, Joe.
That's one up for Big Brother, mate. One up for Big Brother. All right, so Baptiste, our pink lycra, is going to be coming up next. Already had a very nice opener with that delayed back roll mega loop. Let's see what trick number 2 is going to be. As you can see out there on a 9-meter, up and away. Oh, kite board off from the fin, rotating on the way down. Little magic gust. Good landing.
What was lovely about that, Joe, he loves it too, because he definitely didn't, that definitely wasn't voluntary, that front roll. He just got thrown into it. It was a great example at home for you. When you get sent into a rotation, you go with it. We're going to see on this replay here, lovely takeoff, lots of height and control by the fin. And here he gets sent into a front roll, and he just commits to it. And this is the moment where he's thinking of just land it, just land it. Yeah, he's been able to upgrade his moves there. I think his brother's still going to be on the mega loop delayed back roll, and I think we're going to see the other riders.
Yeah, step it up.
Well, yeah, unless they've, did they crash some of the other riders in their first move? I think we had a straight loop. Baptiste in the driving seat at the moment, but it's early days, Joe.
All right, so we're waiting for scores, but we actually have the numbers here. So it looks like Baptiste, he's got a 3.87 and a 5.23, waiting for that to come on. There we can see landing maneuver there for Quintus. And we're waiting for scores. So it looks like at the moment, 100% sure is Baptiste Bourdaloue is in the lead. In second position is gonna be Maxime Gillis. But now here we can see just going for, okay, so similar maneuver. Kite loop with that board off. Nice, keeping nice and coast, getting a little rotation in there. Yeah, good style.
Had to concentrate on that landing there, Joe. That was, you really do have to, when you get tired in the evening here and you just land in one of those troughs, it can just suck you down. And you can see here again, the lovely shot was we're looking across the bay. And we had some big discussion on where we should be sticking the cameras and lining this up for you over the last days. You know, that's the stuff behind the scenes you don't see. And just this angle we felt really showcases the distance and the travel for the riders downwind. Next up, it's George then. Or Jorge?
Jorge.
I mean, I can try.
Jorge.
I know it comes a bit more natural to you, Joe, but he's going right foot forwards. What was he going for? What was that? What was he up to there? Was he going to send some sort of down loop there or contra loop? Will he pretend that wasn't a move? That's always an option. He has done. He's prepared. Oh, I like it. It's a contra loop or a dirty loop, if you like, with a delayed front roll. You don't see that every day. I wonder if he's going to be able to sneak that as his move. You know, he did take off in that other one, Joe.
I was talking to Moran yesterday, and, you know, they will be lenient. If they see that, you know, they've been hit by a chop, it can be a miss. But if they see that they've, you know, decided not to go into the jump and do actually launch themselves a couple of meters. But I mean, hey, you know, scores on the board.
Yeah.
Not bad. He didn't have a lot of power. You can see that kite kind of pivoting up. One of the main things the judges were saying yesterday is what they are looking for is that power, that yank, and having that maximum amount of power for the maximum amount of time possible. And then, of course, execution, throwing down the technical moves when that kite is right in front of you and pulling you. If it's going, you might see a huge jump with a loop, but it can be scored less than, let's say, a lower jump. But if that kite is in that powerful position, they've been told and they're telling us that they are going to be slashing those scores if they don't see the power aspect.
Yeah, there's definitely an emphasis on power, more than ever now with such technical riding. But I think we've just missed Cyprian's move there. That's my feeling. So I think it's next up going to be Baptiste here. And we apologise, we don't have the scores coming in on your screen right now. The only scores we can bring you is what we see on the back end. So it's not correct that they've all crashed really badly and are on zero, like you can see. But just at the moment, there are your 4 riders. This is the scene in the morning at 9:10 a.m. in Mykonos as we look straight west with those lovely little churches you can pick out in the background. Okay. Thank you. So there's no scores actually coming up on the screen now, which is probably the best thing to do.
Absolutely.
But they are being scored, Joe. That is definitely something we can tell you.
Yeah, they are being scored. And as we can see, because like you say, Lewis, we have the back end. At the moment, in that first place is going to be Baptiste, as he's had 2 very nice moves, that late back roll with the mega loop, and then obviously the mega loop kite loop from the fin. Second position, doing a quick math here, yes, is going to be Georges Quintas. Third is going to be Maxime, and fourth is going to be the younger Bordelou. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like there are some tech issues with the scores. We will be able to tell you guys who is in the lead now. Trick attempt number 3 out of 7. Baptiste about to throw down.
Here he comes. He's going to probably throw a rotation in here, whether it's going to be a back roll or front roll. So boogie with a board off. Not a massive extension of the board off there. Actually didn't look like he caught the wind at all that well then, but it's still a landed trick for him in a different category, because we need to remind you they can't just do the same moves 7 times and pick their best 3. They've got to change what they're doing. So here's the replay. Just didn't get that amazing lift. And the board did come off. Actually, maybe one of the feet
it was maybe got caught with that
foot stayed in there. But it's all he needs here is to just keep landing his tricks, because, Joe, people always are thinking, you know, like, surely I can compete really well, I can do all the moves. We're seeing a classic case of this now, where I know these other riders, including Baptiste, can perform at much higher levels than they are right now. But when you're in the heat of the moment and all that pressure's on and you're live streamed to the world, and maybe the conditions aren't as strong yet as what they would usually go out in, you've just got to switch it on. You might have a crash now, and it's that automatic response of not worrying, not stressing, deliberately trying to keep your heart rate down. There are techniques that riders and people can use to do that. This is an automatic thing to do for the top riders, but when you're new to this, and you're less experienced, it doesn't come naturally that. You can only learn the hard way by being in this environment. So we're seeing a cagey heat here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, experience is key for sure. And, you know, but then also local knowledge is definitely key in a location like this. Very different to free ride than it is to, you know, compete in between the buzzers, as they would say. You know, the more time you have in that, let's say, stressful moment, it's all about keeping calm, like you're saying there, Lewis, to be able to, you know, keep your cool, get your groove in. A lot of athletes, you know, some of them like to start off with a big move to kind of get the cobwebs off. Other athletes like to kind of lean them way into it and grow into those maneuvers. At the moment, we can see definitely Baptiste looking like he is in control of this heat, 3 for 3. That last move did look like he got hit by a gust, but, you know, really cool shot here. As you can see, it looks choppy from when you're looking at it from this angle, but there from that side angle, you can see there's kind of like little lulls in between the troughs and where you can use the wind swell as those kickers to get that height. And yeah, so far it looks like the wind meter is saying 30 plus. So we've got about 32 is the information I have coming in. We can see the guys are out there on 9-meter kites. So pretty solid for this time in the morning. We are just 9:15 local here on the beautiful island of Mykonos, Korfos Beach. Day number 1 and off to a strong start. Looks like, unfortunately, those tech issues on the scores are still maintaining. They are trying to fix that. We do apologize. We try and keep you guys and girls up to date. But, I mean, you know, what a place to be. What a time in the sport to be, because seeing the guys and the girls get ready yesterday, there are going to be some big moves coming down today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I almost can't wait to get into those conversations, Joe. I'm nervous about like how to present those narratives. They're unbelievable stories, and we will get to them. But what is nice about this, Joe, is how consistent this place is. Remember, we only have a 1 week, not even a 1 week window. I mean, how many big air events can you go into in the world of kiteboarding with heavy investment? Imagine even the likes of Cape Town, again, a very consistently windy place, having a 6-day window. That's unheard of. 6-day window going into this. We talk about risk in the sport of kiteboarding. But hey, that isn't actually a risk for a spot like this, which we know the last summer's gone by. They're getting 40 days in a row of over 35 knots. So we're pretty relaxed about this. There's definitely something up with the flags here, Joe. We know the scoring's not right, but are we bothered? Not at all. We've got days of strong wind coming. We know we're going to get through these little teething problems, but there at the moment are your 4 riders, 4 Greek riders: Baptiste Bourdelos, Jorge Quintis, Maxime Julis and Cyprian Bordelos, just waiting patiently for the flag system to be in place. It's not a bad place to wait over there, Joe. You just sit there in the warm.
Send me a coffee and we're good to go.
You don't even need a wetsuit over. You can go over to the side, chat to somebody. You know, very often that's the place you can have a photographer sitting over there, Joe, and you just go and chat. It's such a unique experience. I mean, I just can't get over what I'm looking at on the screens there. I've seen that before in the water. Now it's here, even better on your screens as well.
Yeah, and it's that 360 experience that this location gives you. Like, I went for a run over the other side yesterday as well, and you can literally do a 360 around the athletes that are out there in the water. So you different angles, different perspectives, and, you know, that kind of amphitheater that gives you that like, little coliseum, our gladiators out here on the water. And, you know, while we're waiting, having a little look at the overview of how the season is so far. We had that first event down there in Lords of Tram where we saw Jamie Overby taking the win. He is obviously your tour leader so far. Second, Finn Flugel. Then we got Leonardo Casati, Zach Adams getting 4th, a great result for him. And then the likes of Jeremy Burlando there in 5th position. Let's not forget, we will be crowning our world champions here. And it's the combination of those 2 events. So we can see some of the boys down there on the beach having a little look-see.
Yeah, I think that's
checking out the conditions.
That's Sarah just to the left, squatting down there, the Egyptian rider. And I never feel like there's going to be a problem with somewhere to watch this event. There will always be, maybe in like, you know, 100 years' time, that mountain will be absolutely packed. But the viewing options here for this event are just limitless. But here is the scene now. Still that nice dark grey area in the middle of your picture where the gusts are coming in. And we need to get you some more information on why this heat is currently paused at the moment, but it is a big warm welcome to you. I hope you've planned your way through your day of work today so that you can be taking plenty of time off, especially as the afternoon develops, Joe, and we work our way up the ladder. We won't be finishing today. It's an important message to give to you, but very likely that we'll be finishing tomorrow, maybe even starting with quarters and semis if we do well today.
That is right. And information coming in, guys. At the moment, we are going to be going on to standby, as it does look like there is a system technical error and they want to fix that before we continue. So hopefully that will be only in a few minutes so we can have those scores coming your way. But what we do know for sure is that so far it is going to be Kiteboarders, the local Greek athlete, is going to be in the lead of that qualifying heat, as we will be right back here for your Capital.com GKA Big Air Kite World Cup Greece Mykonos.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
And welcome back, everybody. As we are getting ready to rumble one more time. We do apologize for the technical issues, as it did seem that the scoring system was not up there. But now, 4 kites in the water. Wind is already going past 30 knots. We have had 2 attempts for each one of the athletes. And let's bring those faces out to see once again who are going to be the athletes there of that qualifying heat.
Love a bit of FaceTime, Joe. It would be nice to bring in that Baptiste, Jorge, Maxime and Cyprien. Their faces on the screen will possibly be there via graphic or by the cameraman zooming. There they go. There are the faces. Baptiste to the left, organizer of the Bordelos, Jorge Quintis, Maxime Gulis and Cyprien Bordelos, brother of Baptiste. Like you said, Joe, we are in the 3rd round of tricks. Baptiste in control at the moment, but it's still early days, and it looks like we've just joined Baptiste, which looked to me a very late front roll in a kite loop there. Maybe it was a doobie loop.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe that last front roll came out of her first one. I don't know. What do you think, Joe? It was very last-second stuff we got there, but it means it's on again.
It is definitely on, so we are into that round number 4 of maneuvers. I mean, I think an important thing for Baptiste, that is another landed trick. He has not missed a beat, so he's definitely going to be the athlete in the lead. When it comes to scores, if we can get those up on the screen as well, it looks like Baptiste is going to be in the lead so far with a 9.10. And I tell you what, it's looking like, yes, it was going to be a boogie loop, so a kite loop with a front roll, as just been told by the judges here. So a 4.30, 13.40. Nice way to start.
Got the scores on the board here for you now. We've got the full picture taking place. And as we've already been boring you with, we are new to this spot. And not for big air riding, that is, but for performing live streams and bringing you the biggest event in kiteboarding right now. It is the qualifier on your screens. And let's see what we got here. It's going to be a boogie loop. Got a bit out of sorts there. Can he land this? He's in trouble here.
No.
He can't make it, unfortunately. Jorge there. And it went wrong for me there with the body posture, Joe. He was a bit laid out on that. That kite really got hold of him round that front roll. Those of you who have tried this move, if you get the body position slightly wrong, looks pretty good here. And watch, he got laid out. He got pulled towards the kite a little bit, got sent into 2 actual more rotations. Then you start to lose the awareness. And we even had a bit of height on there, I think, Joe.
Yeah, getting to that 14-meter average, you can see. So, yeah, obviously, Quintus there. That's going to be a crash for him, as you said, Lewis. It looked like he just got completely pulled out of position out there on the code from Slingshots. And that's really the yellow lycra? That's
it's a tough lycra colour to
Is that yellow?
There.
It is yellow,
what
excuse
a
me.
How's he landed? He's got a lot of work to do here, Joe. Unbelievable landing. He's landed that with the most straight-legged landing I think I've ever seen. I can't wait to see the replay of this. This Maxime here, left foot forwards. Look how casual this is. Double back roll, mega loop, thrown into a 3rd back roll.
One-handed.
And look at that take. Look at that. Look at that take. He's not even got tension in his lines at the end.
Nicely done, landing on the way down. And yep, so here we can see as they are going into this one fast. Oh, big rotation again. Got a little whiplash. Can he land it? No, he doesn't. So the youngster so far not being able to get those scores on the board.
These are moves that he can land all the time in, in his sleep with another 10 knots. But this is, like we said, this is the challenging time. Let's take a look here. Was this a contra in the end? No, it was a boogie loop. But again, just lost that contact with the kite. It's almost like you've got to think the more still you can be, the better it would be. You've got to be totally one with the kite with any of these rotations and mega loops, especially when the wind speed gets up, and that's not even taking into consideration getting rid of the boards. But we're in a nice flow and sequence here now as the main organizer, Baptiste Bordelos, who could easily have put himself as a wild card into the main event, done the right thing and brought all the rest of the top Greeks in. It looks like he's going left foot forwards for me here, Joe. And it is a boogie loop with a board off.
More extended there, because he tried that one before, didn't he? So he's going to be improving on that score.
Yeah.
That second maneuver, that's right. He didn't get that board off, right?
He's already in a position to improve. So he's got a 5.23 from the last one. I think he's going to push this one up, maybe another 0.5 maybe from that. You're right to spot that, Joe. And this is what the judges will be looking at. 72 metres of downwind distance there for now. So let's see if that does kick out. So you can see on your scoreboard there, he's the only one with 3 good trick scores. And that's why he's first at the moment, Baptiste. Oh, this could be nice.
Answering back.
Can he make it?
Smooth.
Oh, he couldn't deal with it. And this guy is really pushing it, I have to say. He's on the elevate. He's got the moves.
Yeah, George, you know, coming from the island of Paros, also a very well-known Greek island for when it comes to wind. We had a PKA there when Noah had an arc back in the day. And the first time for the GKA over here in Greece, 2026. So a lot of kiting history down on these waters. But right now, it is Batis Bordelos in the lead. And here we can see Maxime up and away, keeping that ball close. I think he did that before as well.
What was that? What that tells me that there might be some crazy gusts out there. That was unbelievable. I mean, the kite position through the move was quite high in this one, but technically, there's a real good understanding of how to perform this move. The ball was off early. I mean, how often do you see double bounce? Was that a combo attempt? I mean, that's more of a freestyle.
That's more of a freestyle thing. I reckon that's just dealing with the gust. All right, come on. Land this move. No, goes against it. Not quite finding the chop. He is in that last position so far. Gets a little bit of height, going for 1, 2 rotations. So no, you can see not getting the takeoff that he wanted. Trickle back roll, which is just because he was spinning out there in the air. So getting into a little bit of a sticky situation.
He's in trouble. He's in that horrible place, Joe, where you've done 4 tricks and you haven't got anything on the board. So your last 3 moves, you know, total contrast to his brother, who started really chilled, has worked the heat. He is a bit more experienced, Baptiste. We go back to him now, but unfortunately, brother Bordelos currently down in 4th place with 1, but I feel like he is going to be able to get it together. But that's how you want to start heats, is landing moves like his brother has. And we go straight back to his brother now on the pink jersey, riding in left foot forwards on that 9 metre. It clearly is a 9. I like a big number.
It's a bit beautiful. You know, we're not 20 anymore. We do need to have a little bit more of the size when it comes to those. Yeah. Similar issue.
Why not tell us the number, everyone, kite manufacturers? Anyway. That is not what he wanted, but he's all right. He's probably feeling pretty good, but he does have to start defending. Was it the takeoff that didn't feel right?
Yeah, it looked like he got hit by a chop there, didn't he? Yeah.
And we will, as the day goes on, I think we will be able to get a different angle, perhaps on, like we're saying, it isn't just crazy choppy. There is a bit of flat in between some of those rolling swells, but not hanging around here.
Oh, that's better. That looked like a boogie board off, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Just caught the edge of that.
Again, though, he will be penalised with a bit of a butt check there.
Nice extension.
Was that Maxime?
That was George.
It's very tough to tell with a yellow and a white. Yeah, that
goes up. White. Nice. Here's the extension. Does nice stretching those feet out, keeps that board close by the handle, not by the fin. You know, kind of pick your poison. Some people say the fin is harder than the handle. I would have to agree, and I do think from the fin, you get that little bit extra style because it kind of tweaks it out, doesn't it, man?
Yeah, I've always been a fan of watching that myself. And, you know, the whole conversation of handle size gets thrown into it with the handle. I mean, it's not, you don't really find people putting massive fins on there to help their boards off, no?
Yeah.
Surfboard fins. Make it easier? No, I think they'll be making it more dangerous. Anyway, we move on to Maxime now, who's probably needs something big here. Nice takeoff. This is big. He could have gone for a double there. It's a dirty loop, I think, with a front roll. That is exactly what he needed there to get a good score on the board. I look forward to the replay here. It's just a bit far away, but I felt like there was a front roll with a front hand pull on the kite. There was a moment there where I think he could have doubled that front hand.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, front hand.
Yeah, there's the left hand on it. Really, look at that tucked position. That is
control.
Absolute control demonstrated there. That was a banger of a move.
16 meters, nice height as well.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not forget, guys like Baptiste, they've jumped 35 plus meters at this location. word on the street, they are very, very happy with the forecast that is coming today and tomorrow. All right, let's see. Are we going to have a triple banger? He does. A tornado in the middle. Can he get the landing? That's better. Adds a grab.
I don't believe he's just still got to land it. I mean, they're fighting for these landings. You know. We're talking about these landings here. We're getting very excited about this, me and Joe, in the booth, because we feel like they're going to be long, drawn-out battles, like you're being bucked off a Bronco to take these landings. But right back to Baptiste now. His brother puts a little bit of pressure on.
Oh, there goes the foot. Let that go. Is he okay? He holds on to it.
I don't believe it. Oh, he didn't get it in.
Oh, risking the ankles there. Risking the ankles. I mean, let's have a little look at the scores on the overview. Baptiste, he has 387, 523, 430 other scores that are counting, waiting for a confirmation on that final one. So he's had 3 good starters, and unfortunately that is going to be a crash for him. Above 10 meters, every single one of those jumps, that is his 6th attempt, going for the 7th. Now let's see George. He is in 3rd place. Only one will survive. Let's not forget, because it is for that one qualifying spot for the main event.
I can hear Ruben on the beach MC in the background, bringing it to the crowd. Megaloop. They actually started to have good heats, I think, here. And Cyprian will now be in the mix. And I wondered, does Baptiste think I've got to land another big one? But here's that lovely replay of the Elevate rider, Jorge Megaloop board off. He looks very in control of his moves, I have to say. Big welcome to you then here at the Capital.com GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air Finals in Mykonos. I'm Lewis Cratham with Joe Siestula next to me. And we are looking dead west now as we look over the other side of the bay in Korfos in the windy party island of Mykonos. Yeah, that's right, to say windy island.
It is the windy island. Yeah, the island of wind, as we were told there yesterday and here on that beautiful Korfos beach. Nice. Getting that loop in. Again, you can see that control. Just not being able to come down a little bit too far underneath his kite and not being able to get that kind of catch there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Maxime, it is going to count as a crash, I think, there. We see a nice replay. I think there was a board spin in here. Was there a board spin? Did he manage to get it off? No, it just looked like it, the way he brought it round. Okay, so 11.3. So the difference between these riders now, some of them are able to achieve 15 meters. Big move this then, again, for Cyprian. We saw him land that amazing back roll Megaloop with a board off, very risky. That he's got to go for broke now. Kite loop back roll board off was the first move out of the 5 he's done. Here he is on the duotone, right foot forwards with the pink helmet now, knowing that if he's got any chance of advancing, he has to land his next 2 tricks, including, this is one of those next 2 tricks. Is it going to be, I wonder if he just goes for something straight here.
I mean, he needs to increase his overall average by 8.5 points, pretty much. So he needs 2 big moves. He already has that 397 and a 1. So he really does need to be getting high 5s on both of them if he wants to have a chance. So he's had I think that last one, did it go right side? Got the height. Goes down, and no, that ain't going to be it. No,
the kite almost stopped on the way round and then accelerated. I wonder if that will still give him... I mean, what should that score? It can't be more than a 3. If you got a 3.97 for a technical move, it had potential this on the way up, you know, but it didn't really get that going looping round in the power zone. So I'm not sure that's what he wanted. But actually, all he had to really do there is try and match his brother, because he had a score which was bigger than one of his lowest scores of his brother. Will this be the nail in the coffin to the rest of this Greek heat now, as Baptiste Bordelot, lovely takeoff, double back roll, Megaloop, board off, looks good, odds. Oh, he just slid out. You just can't write this stuff. You thought he would have had it. That would have been, I think,
nail in the coffin.
The move. He does. What does he have here? He probably would have upgraded the 3.87. Joe, this looked good to me. It was a nice takeoff. There's the back roll into a double with the board off. Maybe the feet weren't in there perfectly, but he just got blown out. Sometimes they just don't work out, these landings.
Yeah, and you can also, let's not forget about with the families there as well. There's a strategy where, you want to be increasing on that worst score. So you want to either be doing a new family or trying to increase on that 3.87, which is what he was looking at, because that was a kite loop bankroll, but unfortunately getting a crash. George right now, your elevator rider coming from Paris. Oh, he gets the yank, that's better. Mega loop board off with a tic-tac and comes down. It does look gusty out there.
They're struggling with the landings now, but Baptiste would have been really with one hand in his heart, one hand in his mouth. I don't know, he'll be shocked if that had been landed. That would have really put some pressure on Baptiste. But technically, you can see these riders, and that did look like a board spin. They know the moves, but
it just got dropped.
The timing really tests the riders, their one-hand kite flying skills here at this spot. So now we move on to, it is the 7th trick attempt.
Yeah, last moves.
Last chance saloon.
Yeah, so Maxime here, you can see him out there on that new V2, the Code NXT. This kite is known for its hang time as well. He has a very, very smooth style, similar to what we see from Zach. You can see nice and controlled.
He needs to land blind there to oust Baptiste. Baptiste looks like he's sealed this one then.
I think he has. I reckon he has this one in the bag, because it will all come down. It ain't over until it's over, but his younger brother needs to improve by a 6.71 on the total. So he needs above a 7 on that one family if he wants to be closing this one out. And, go big or go home. I think this is definitely the defining moment.
Or will there be a moment here where he thinks it'd just be nice to come second and be behind my brother, like, what's he going to do? Nice. I like this decision. Ooh.
Interesting.
Nice. I wonder, will that give him the score he needs to get himself a bit further up? He needs a...
Well, let's think of that.
It is actually, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Unfortunately, those low scorers have hurt him a little bit.
Yeah, the one from his brother, that kite loop board off, which I was going to say was more powerful, and he got a 5.23 on. So this one, you can see, he went from the fin and then took it to the handle.
Good height, 14.8. So what was that little tic-tac in there?
Yeah. I don't think that's going to be enough. We are going to wait for those final scores as I'm dropping. It's looking like it's going to be around the medium on the 4s, and waiting for that score to be confirmed. And yep, that is it. Okay. So it is official. It is going to be Baptiste Bourdelus is going to be making his way into the main event coming up next, heat number 1.
He's negotiated a very tough heat there with the Greeks all wanting to go for blood on their Esperando Heat Activo.
Looks like we've got some Spanish graphics coming out.
Can you help me with that one, Joe?
It says we're waiting for an active heat.
Okay.
It's got to be a Julio.
Yeah, okay. But there are the next riders coming up then. Maxwell Dole, Josh Gillett and Sahar Sabri will be the riders in this next heat. Looks like they're on 9s as well, but those of you just joining us now, the big news there that Baptiste Bourdelus navigating a very tricky heat to make his way into the 24 riders. And look, you can see 2 heats worth of riders there. Oh no, that's the riders from the previous heat now boosting their way downwind and out the way. Look at the distances there. Lovely little shot that was. FaceTime, Joe.
It is FaceTime. Push that button. Let's see who's coming up. So there they are. Maxwell Dahl coming all the way from Denmark. Josh Gillett, the man himself, and Sahar Talsbury from Israel. Josh had a killer of events over there in Lords of Tram, and it got that 4th position, if I'm not mistaken. But he did have a big injury, but did enough to get that spot.
Yeah, look, I think that was the year gone by. This year wasn't the best for him. And actually interesting with these riders here, Maxwell Dole being one of the newcomers here, but Josh and Sahar, they got a bit of history as well, actually. The last 2 times they've met, from literally the last 2 events in big air kiteboarding, Sahar has beaten Josh. That was in round 1 at Lord of Tram and round 2 at King of the Air. And I actually witnessed and was part of another victory from Sahar on the football table, where I ended up teamed up with Sahar against Josh Gillett and Lucas Cerruti. Little did I know about their history in comps, but Sahar caned him. The South Africans got their ass beaten to them, like badly. We really did well. We kicked their ass, and I don't think they scored. So that was another victory for Sahar. And I came off and then started looking at my notes. Thought, blimey, I wonder if there's a mental... Did that make a difference as well?
Could it?
Can Josh overcome
Mess with him.
Yeah, so can Josh overcome Sahar here? He's struggling to take a win. Or will Maxwell Dahl, who got to the quarterfinals of the Lords of Tram, by the way, that was quite a standout performance. Can he shake things up? And he's going to be the first rider to go in pink with his lower seeding than the other two. That's how it works here. The highest seeding riders get to go last in the sequence. They get to react to the situation. That is the advantage they are given.
Yeah, Maxwell also there on the north, and he took the under-16 GKA Big Air World Champ back there in St. Peter-Ording 2025, kind of one of his standouts. And getting ready is, once we've seen it time and time again, perfect example there, just opening up as he is going to be getting those first moves coming out. So it looks like we are on, guys. And that was, I'm going to go out on a limb here, Lewis, and say that was his first move.
Yeah, it would be surprising for someone to go and do that straight away. So our next rider that we want to be seeing here is Josh Gillett, I believe, who will be on the purple F1. There he is. Great work.
The banger. I do love that name.
It is a pretty good name, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a nice colour. Something about that colour is just calm, I have to say. It's great work by our camera crew here, just picking out patiently. Josh Gillett then opens his account up with a mega loop back roll with a board off thrown into another back roll. That's 720 degrees of rotation for you. Walk in the park move really for these big boys these days, but it's the first moves of this heat, and Josh Gillett will be pretty happy about that. If I had to guess, I reckon that was about 11 metres in the sky. Let's see what our... Oh no, 14.5, a bit higher. It's a bit harsh on me now. Why did I think that was 11? Did you think it was that high?
I thought it did look a bit harsh. I thought it was...
No, they are going pretty good.
You can see also, nice extended control of the kite and landing. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. It does look like on a lot of the landings, they really are having to battle out, making sure that they land nicely on the chop coming down, but also it does look a little gusty.
Yeah, it does, but that is the correct thing to talk about here, Joe, because you can be ready for a level surface when you land, and if you're suddenly presented with not a level surface, if that's downhill, you go in over the back, perhaps, or even worse, if you're slightly over the front, you go nosediving straight down that swell, and you can see that swell clearly there on your screens, and it's a lot of fun riding in there. I don't think it does it justice seeing it from above like this. When you're out there and it's nuking, it's not uncomfortable to ride. It's not a choppy experience as we know chop to be. It's actually quite smooth, and yeah, this is just a rolling sea. We now turn our attention back to the young rider Maxwell Dahl from Denmark here on that north kite, left foot forward, searching for somewhere where he can take off. One hand is off the bar. That indicates maybe he's going to send something here.
Up and away, double front rotation with the contra, gets the board off. Can he get another one on the way down? Nice control. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does.
Unbelievable control there. Let's see a replay here. I wonder if that was backhand.
Yeah,
kite movement. You reckon that was definitely into a doobie? He's got that one hand on there. We see that's a classic technique here.
Front, yeah, there you go.
Very good, Joe. That is exactly what he's performed. And the landing here was unbelievable.
Yes, he got hit by that chop. I mean, you know, great to see the youngster there. That is going to be a big score coming his way at his second maneuver. Now let's see here, as it's going to be Josh, the South African, known for his power and his height. Let's see what he's got. Looks like he's on 9 there as well. Answering back.
Yeah, it looks like there's clearly a strategy from these riders. That might have been a similar move. He's happy with it. He's happy with that as well. And, you know, this isn't nuking wind just yet. We've got to say, we are going to see that at this event. We're on the sort of 30 knot range, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say it's around there.
Talk me through this replay, Joe. What do you think?
Nice and close, controlled, wraps it around. Yeah. Kite going right back on top of him. You can see here, he had the kite, that kind of heli loop, right in the good position. So he literally did just come falling down.
Good control.
Yeah, really good control.
Yeah, and it's a very technical move, that. Throwing a back roll with a front hand pull of a contra loop or a dirty loop, if you will. Like it's very strange. It's almost like opposite.
You're pulling yourself apart almost.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Good way to think about it. These are the sorts of pops that we feel that the judges are going to let go these days now. That's been a high discussion point, Joe.
It's if they don't see intent. If they see intent and you've been hit by a chop, you know, that's on you. But if they see that they've just, because they have the power and they kind of launch themselves a couple meters and come down, then they will give you the option. Going to need to move out of the way as they are right. Pretty close, or at least from our perspective. Adding the tic-tac in there, the board spin. Very nice.
Yeah, so we're going to see a nice replay of that. Joe, I think what's happening there, I think Josh is setting up for a right foot forward.
You're right.
He's sneaking up to tuck into the rocks this side, and that is why we both saw him and thought for the first time someone going, right, what's going on here? But meanwhile, this trick here, with a board spin, plenty of front rolls and a nice kite loop, really good control here. Sahar Sabri showing why he is the highest seeded rider, but I'm curious as to where Josh Gillett's going to come out of your screen on the right-hand side when it's his go, although we are...
So Maxwell third attempt, so doing the same right foot forward. Got a little bit touched by the gusts, managed to get the rotation, does get the board spin, clean landing. So he dealt with that very well.
Very smooth, yeah, showing that right foot forward, no problem at all. What impresses me the most is that they're just able to use different hands. You know?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Done a board off. Imagine someone's like trying to write with the other hand here. So into those front rolls, definitely the backhand on. A couple of front rolls into that. With a board off and a kite loop, he's in this thing, actually. So
yeah, you've got a 4.93, a 5.33, so 10 plus. Waiting to see. There's saying hey to our cameraman. Thank you.
No, but that's nice. He was looking for him there. And you almost got a little glimpse of that, those rocks to the right-hand side where, you know, sometimes the wind works so good by them. You're jumping, you know, as quick as you can over that side. Obviously, the best wind these riders feel is in the middle of the zone right now, but it moves, and we're going to see a lot of that over the next few days and that's what's lovely about this place, is you really feel like you have to learn it and find it and be present. But searching for somewhere right foot forwards now is Josh Gillett with a doobie board off, not maybe as high as we just saw Maxwell's, but
controlled.
Yeah, we're seeing the top riders in the world here, and that's the difference, I think, between that previous heat where Batiste showed his experience. We're now seeing all three of the riders, no matter what seeding they are, going head to head here. Nice move, this one. He must have been almost at the point where he thought about, you know, not going.
Yeah, we saw that. I mean, we saw that with Maxwell as well. He actually did get clipped by the chop on the way up, but, you know, the guy's really dealing with the conditions there at the moment. As you said before, Lewis, probably around the 30-knot mark, so not super windy. It does say the forecast it is going to be improving. Sahar now also continuing on that left foot forward. What's he got? Going into back rotation. Yeah, gets the spin. Adds another. Can he come down? Lands it perfectly. Kite, a little bit out of position.
Yeah, but
judges are going to probably slash him a little bit for that, but still.
He's really finding that he can apply the brakes when he wants.
Yep.
He's out of all the riders in this heat so far, I think he's the one that seems to be landing quite nicely. Yeah, the board spin in there as well. A lot of back rolls, a lot to deal with for watching this now, the technical side of the sport. And I think as the wind increases, we're going to see a more extreme side to the sport. But right now, all on 9-meter kites. These riders in this first heat of round one here at the Capital.com GKA Kite World Tour event in Mykonos. It's the Big Air Finals for the first time, and we can't believe it's actually happening. All these years of people coming to this spot have led to this moment. Prize money's been doubled. Future's looking good for Big Air. Is the future looking good for this rider?
1, 2.
Maxwell Dahl, yes.
Couple of spins on that one, adding.
Yeah, I think there was a couple of board spins here, but the height might just hurt him here. I don't think we're going to see with this replay here. I think it might top out at 10 meters here, Joe. I'd be surprised if it's maybe 11 or 12.
Yeah, I think you're going to be right there.
Yeah,
I mean, you
10
can see.
meters,
yeah, 10 meters. One of the things we heard on that video there from Moran, our head judge, is power. Is what they're looking for. You know, of course, it is Big Air. They're looking for the height. They're looking for the technicality. But if you are sacrificing one thing for the other, you are going to get deductions on, let's say, those columns, those vertebrae of the move. And you can see they're not quite getting the height, does have the technicality, but doesn't have the power. Here you can see multiple rotations, but just not going to be able to get the landing. And you can see it reflected on the scores. Scores are pretty similar. And it's going to be good to see when they start to spread out more, where the judges are really going to be going, okay, no, you're getting seriously deducted because you're not adding that power. Because we do want to see that extremity.
Yeah, we do. And it's, you know, it's a difficult thing to do in 30 knots, because when you really commit to that power right in the middle of the power zone, you might sacrifice a bit of line tension. And right now we're seeing the last thing these riders want is the disconnection from the kite. Maybe they hit a lull in the wind. And I'm really excited here to see where these riders go. They'll know this is a close heat. Who's going to go down the technical route here, or who's going to try and extract some power from the kite? It could go either way. Maybe set the sort of journey that we go on here. But meanwhile, right foot forwards, this is nice. Good kite position as well there from Sahar. Again, just almost manages to stop his momentum dead in the water. With these nice replays we're bringing you here as well, it's going to be clear the distance downwind isn't absolutely crazy yet. It's probably only just over 50 meters. That's the bottom metric as we see that replay. No, it's over 76 meters, a bit further than I said, but it's not the over 100s that can sometimes happen. But that is wind speed. That's a big move from Sahar. He'd be the one probably favourite to win this heat, but new location, new spot, first heat of the day. Sometimes that all goes out the window. As on your screens now then is Maxwell Dole. We are flying through this heat, which is what we expected. We expected there wouldn't be any waiting around. The wind seems to be pretty consistent and good for everyone. In France, sometimes the riders wait more than 40 seconds, but here the rider's keen to get on with it, Joe.
Going double rotate. Oh, he has definitely got the height on this one. Can he land it? Gets that kite round. Oh, this is going to be... I'm going to go out and say this is probably going to be the biggest score of the day so far.
Yeah,
had the height, had the technicality.
Could be in the sixes, Joe.
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
Yeah, look at the distance. I mean, we're seeing a new hotel now. There, we didn't see that hotel yet already. Into a back roll, into the double.
Above 15.3, good height.
Got really inverted on what looked like a third back roll there. Lots of height. This could score well. Yeah, we like that one.
Tic-tac in the middle as well.
Maybe there's no pressure there for him, you know, like he's in this heat, not really expecting anything. He's the lowest seed there, is Maxwell. Like you said, a world champion. So he does in the youth department. So he does know how to deal with it. It's not like it's his first competition.
No, he knows what it is to be on top there.
6.20. Good call, Joe. There it is then. So will this be the shock, the early shock of the competition so far? It puts a lot of pressure on the other two, but has the wind picked up? Was that an influencing factor on that last big move? We're about to find out from the other two.
It's getting to be that time. I mean, 10:30. We've been got down to the beach at 6:30. It was already blowing. And yesterday, when it started to get to that midday, is where the wind really did start to crank. They're still out on 9, so we're not seeing smaller kites, but it will be unusual to see them going smaller than a 9. We really have to get past 40 if they're going to start to bring those 8s out.
Especially the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all the heavier riders. Here we go then.
All right, gets the flip. Does he get it? Just not getting the landing. Josh has the height. Doesn't seem to have the yanking there, though.
Yeah, he didn't find it that time. Sometimes you just don't find it. And I wonder if this is a case for it being over the other side at the moment. The last few moves we've seen over the other side
could be.
It only takes the angle to change slightly in this bay, and it just favours one side, you know. So I wonder if it's a case for... Let's see where Sahar goes here. Currently in second place. He does have 3 more moves to go. A bit more in the middle. This is big.
Nice height. Gets the spins. Extra rotation all the way down, gets that magical gust. Can he land it? Yes, he does. Good move. Yeah. He claims. He saw a claim.
Yeah, and look at this downwind, boys. I can tell you now, they're going to be taken off way further out when the wind picks up, because he's almost hit the downwind boys there. Into double back roll. There the board came up with the board spins as well. And here we found the elevation. Look at that. It's going sideways, almost back up, Joe. The distance, 127 metres. I think that's not many been over 100 just yet. probably over a 6 for this one, you think, Joe, as well?
I think it's definitely going to be in that vicinity. I mean, yes, the magical gust was there. Good maneuver throughout the the whole beginning part of that move. I'd call around the 6s, definitely for sure. Looking at the judges as we can, we're fortunate enough to see some of the scores. It does look like it's going to be around the high 5s to 6s, so kind of on the money. But I do think they will mark a little difference with Maxwell because he did have a little bit more yank in travel. And you can see he just is finding it, missing the board there, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, board flip there. That's the first one we've seen. Quite risky to go for that one. Got to grab hold of it, so he'll be gutted there that Maxwell was on a bit of a good flow. And, so Har going into the lead now. And it wasn't like...
5.83.
Yeah, so decent score. But, yeah, that was a good call, Maxwell Doll's move. They just liked it a bit more with that extra power.
It's good to... I think it's also really good to see on the judging criteria-wise that, that the differences, of course, these guys and girls are the best in the world, so it could be decimals. But when, also they are educating or telling the riders what they want to see, and the only way to do that is to either increase scores or decrease scores by quite a bit.
Yeah.
So the athletes, they can go, oh, wait a minute, the judges love this. This is the avenue I'm going to go down. And, at that skippers meeting, power and execution were the main words.
Kite loop front roll board off is low scoring at the moment for Josh Gillett. And can he Oh, he's still fighting. The fight will go on here. Even now, he's got to calm it down. And I think the wind is picking up here,
It does
Joe.
look, I reckon you're right. Nice board flip there in the middle as well. That definitely had some more power. Here you can see that close replay.
He needed
Gets
it, Joe. He needed it. He was down at the last position.
Boom.
From the handle. That was an interesting one. Yeah, and he nails it, and he needed it because he's crashed the last 2 moves, and he'll be trying to kick out that low score of 3.87 to put himself back in this. Being the first sort of flip variation, that might score well. Sahar with a doobie board spins that time, and what's his lowest score here now as it starts to get technical? He's going to be trying to
improve on a 5.33, which was the contra loop. So it was the contra with the front board off. So let's see here. So was this a front hand or backhand?
No, I think it was a backhand.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, backhand.
So front roll, he's decided to go for his kite loop front roll maneuver, which is it's actually not even scoring. So he felt it might be better to go for that move to knock out. He's had some good scores, sort of averaging about a 5.5, I'd say, between all of his 3 high scores.
Big number coming his way.
It's going to get really close now, this heat, and this is what we thought. There's not much separating them here, Joe.
6.1 there from Josh for that last move, so that all of these guys starting to get into that 6-point average. So I reckon you're right, Lewis. It does look like the wind is picking up, so we're seeing more power. 18 seconds to go here. Right foot forward. All right, Maxwell, what's he got? Oh, foot comes out. Good use of it, though.
Can he rescue it?
No.
He'll be devastated because he was in the mix there, and just that foot coming out. And so that is his last trick as well, and it's actually the only move he's crashed. What a performance.
Yeah, so he's 16.46, so at the moment he'd be in second position.
Yeah.
Here we can see just got hit by that chop.
Just came out, yeah.
Decides to, work with it.
Pretty impressive that you can still fix that like that. That's my worst nightmare. One foot coming out.
I'll be kicking that
just
far away.
You just freeze like a deer in headlights. You're just like, what do I do? How do you just turn that into an instinctive response?
All right, Josh going left foot forward now. Okay, what's going to be his closer? All right, up and away.
Yeah, it's got wind here.
It has a beautiful double back mega loop. Couple rotations on the way down as well. He did have the height.
I think was it a mega loop? I mean, that sounds ridiculous not to have spotted that, but it just didn't seem to give him the yank.
It didn't. No.
I wondered if it was a front hand, but something maybe wasn't.
Backhand, yeah. 14.8, so definitely getting the height, not the technicality. Let's see what that score is. His lowest score is a 4.6.
I don't think that was what he meant.
No, I don't think either.
If he's got to kick out a 4.6, then it has to be with the board off. Yeah, it was a contra loop coming in here.
Oh, excuse me.
But just
okay.
Something about that.
Yeah,
was
well
unclear
caught.
for both of us.
Well caught.
Just the way he moved around. So what was he trying? He was probably trying to...
Maybe the board off of the contra.
Contra-loop back roll, board off. The board didn't come off. He's probably seen that scoring well. So Sahar here, done it again. Another victory will go down. Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, the spin, nice. Gets the flip in there. Textbook.
Look at that for a transition. How about that? Is he going to go back the other way? No, he's coming this way. What a way to finish that heat there. So the highest seeded Sahar Sabri once again dealing with Josh Gillett. Josh Gillett, the South African, must be thinking to himself, what have I got to do to beat this guy? But that is why Sahar, highest ranked in this heat. Maxwell Dahl also having a pretty good heat, the youth world champion. But for me, Sahar's going to take this by at least 2, maybe 2.5 points in the end when his last score comes in. So great heat there. It's round 1 of heat number 1 here at the Capital Com GKA Kite World Tour Big Air Finals in Mykonos. I'm Lewis Crathen talking you through this with Joe Tsiasdula. It is 10:42 local time in the morning. Got a lot of action to go today as we see just a bit of fun for the riders. Of course, nice big juicy contra loop there. There's the scene here, and actually, do you know what, Joe? I'm going to turn the aircon on. It's getting hot out there.
It is definitely getting hot in here. No, good idea. But yeah, as we just having some wind readings in, it does look like the wind has starting to consistently get over those 30 knots. So we are already in action. Coming up next, we are going to be having heat number 2 of round number 1. As we have just seen, Sahar Sabri has taken the win of that one with an 18.23, setting down a 583 and 2 6s. So setting the standard here with the first air competition. Your Capital.com GKA Kite World Cup here at the Big Air in Mykonos, Greece. Beautiful location. And just look at that, picture perfect. White buildings, blue shutters, crystal clear water. And this amphitheater that we have for the second Big Air event of the season. We will be crowning our world champions here. So far, when it comes to rankings, you got Jamie Obi in that first position when it comes to the men. And then on the women's side, Alyssa Sofia Mensch, as they took the win there in Laws of Tram. Then, of course, Michaeli Sol and Lana Herman in second and third back there in France. And when it comes to the men, Finn Flugel, Leonardo Cassati. So let's bring up the faces of that next heat that is just getting ready to go out on the water. And here you can see the athletes getting ready. Jamie Overbeek, your overall tour leader there in the middle. Yusuf Paralek, Mr. Shortline. And then, of course, Andrea Principi as he gets ready to rumble. Multiple-time world champion, multiple-time King of Red Bull, King of the Air champion, as there is a big heat coming our way. All right, green flag is up. So first athlete is going to be there. You can see with the shorter lines out on the turn with the pink lycra is going to be Yusuf Paralek. Hailing in from Cyprus, let's see what he has for our opener. Your gong athlete going right foot forwards as he's actually on full lines, which is quite unusual for him. So let's see what he's got for his opener. Going up, mega loop, back roll, board off. Add in the board spin in there as well, but unfortunately coming down with a crash. So crashing out his opener. Next up is going to be Jamie Overbeek. All right, Jamie opening. Mr. Height, Mr. Style, multiple rotations, board off, and look at that landing. Clean as a whistle.
Yeah, he's probably the most comfortable out there that the wind isn't totally nuking. He's so good at every type of wind speed. Here he is on the replay, coming left foot forwards into double back roll. With I think there's a board spin underneath him here, about 13.1 meters here. They're all wearing watches. They've all got the data these days. And what a heat behind me. Yeah, look at this heat. Yeah, this is a big deal. You tell, not on short lines, you tell me, Joe.
Yeah, no, not on short lines. Looks like he's out there on the full lines. Gong athlete, joined the Gong team there, 2026. And great to see him throwing down as we are in that heat number 2. So main event already. We had the qualifiers where Baptiste Bordelus making his way into that main event. And now, currently on the water, your tour leader, and probably the man of the moment. He has the highest recorded jump so far, 42, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, he is leading that, and again, that was at the location of the last event. And what we saw at that last event was an absolute domination from Jamie Overbeek, who's kind of hinted he's got that in him over the last years. And the real question over him here, Joe, is can he do it somewhere other than flat water? That is the question that people are asking him. But I got a feeling that I think he'll like it riding in this sort of environment. The open waves, maybe not his favoured style, but it wouldn't surprise you if he trains there and can apply that same level of competition that we saw. But everyone's on the same sort of height here now because we've got that 30 sort of knots pushing.
Yeah, we're seeing about 14 meters, aren't we?
Yeah. Similar scores. So I think we're about to go through a very technical stage of this competition before maybe the wind picks up and then we see the difference in height of the riders, because it's hard to differentiate themselves with height at the moment, and that is why this rider has taken long lines, I think.
Yeah. No, absolutely, and you're like you were saying about Jamie there before, you know, getting in that 10 points. The last event, you were there on the stream with down at Lords of Tram, 28 plus average out of 30, almost the picture perfect. And when it comes to these conditions, he is definitely very, very good. There you can see our cameraman looking for Andrea, even though it is not his turn yet. So we concentrate on Pink Lycra.
Yeah. He was just, I think he thought the UCL had gone there, so that's okay. The camera guy's doing a good job down there. They can afford one. Miss big from Jamie then here into multiple rotations. Look at that distance downwind. Or was that Andrea? We are a bit confused here because of that last camera shot, but looking at the style, he always wears the Red Bull helmet, does Andrea. So has Andrea been already?
He hasn't. I have a feeling he missed it. I reckon he missed a turn.
Something's up there, because if that was Jamie going again, although Jamie is now being counted out, Andrea just giving a thumbs up, which indicates that he has been given a 0. I think he was out late.
He's missed the trick.
I think he's out late here, and that could be, how composed can he be here?
Quite low there, nice.
Pretty composed, but I wonder if there'll be some sort of afters there. Unusual for one of these top riders to not make it into the heat. It can happen. It can happen. It only needs your lines to be tangled when you pick the bar up. You haven't got much time to get out there here, but here was the response from Andrea Principi. 13.6. Remember, he rode amazing as well in France and just didn't quite get it together to get to the final, but he was one of the standouts there. Pressure's off him a little bit, maybe, which is unusual for him. Yeah, Jamie Overbeek, what a heat to end up in.
Yeah, and it's also, you could almost say it's looking like it's going to look like a final. Nice extension there on that board off. Nice and smooth. Even controlled it on the way down.
Yeah.
Yuso answering back, as we mentioned before. Unusual to see him on long lines. And I'm going to go as far as saying those are considerably long lines.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen him on anything other than tiny ones. As we see this replay, pretty conservative trick for him. Are there any riders on 24s here? I always felt like 22s might be the longest, but sometimes when a rider has a slightly smaller kite, it might be that he's on an 8. I don't know, but when the difference between an 8 and a 9 can sometimes look like the difference between 22s and 24s.
And there we can see Andrea Principi waiting. So there, unfortunately, has those lycra colours very similar.
Yeah.
We do apologise.
And kites as well.
Yeah.
That's what's causing the problem here, is that the kites are the same. So I would go with the sun hats and the helmets here. We at least know who Ucell is, but a bit tricky for our camera operators here, who are doing a great job in very extreme conditions. The Jamie Overbeek and Andrea, difficult to spot. Andrea Principi then on your screens, one of the big names in kiteboarding, then going for more of a back roll variation. Little hand fist pump there to get himself going. He was happy with that. He's had to come into this with a 0 on his first move, and here is that nice tight shot.
Nice kicker.
Yeah, nice jump.
Little extension, adding a little style.
Very controlled, just going with it, and it's all about landings here. You can almost see the relief in that head tilt back. Like, oh.
And we made it.
Yeah, that was like you just don't know what you're going to get on landing here sometimes. You could do the most perfect move ever. But here's Ucell from Cyprus. Double back roll. Board off. Might have been a board spin in there. It was tough.
Did look like something.
A great example of how tough it is to land. I mean, would that be a butt check or was it a hand drag?
I think you're right. It would be a hand drag, but obviously showing to the judges that not having the complete control, having to touch the water, be able to stay up on his feet. But again, those kickers are looking nice. Nice extension on the way down, not with the spin there, but here you can see just body got out of position. He got hit by that chop, but nicely saved. But yeah, I reckon the judges will be taking a little deduction off. And now here we can see Mr. Obeek, he has the highest scoring move so far with a 7.0. Oh, power, but got launched.
He's pushing it now. He's starting to think about upping it. Something that we notice about Jamie that's really clear is the takeoff speed. He has such a lot of spray coming off his board on takeoff speed, and that's really difficult to control your edge, especially when you need to take off at a very quick given moment here. So there is Ucell just returning to the board. There's a whole new vibe around recovery, safety. You can even take a boat support now. You could blow out all your gear, get rid of your kite, and a boat will come and take you to the beach for a new kite, and you won't be disqualified. That wasn't a thing in our day, Joe. You laid a finger on that boat, and you were out.
You were done.
You were out, disqualified. You'd received assistance, but such is the new order here that we take. You know, we're kite surfing in order here, by the way. This might look like there's riders all going crazy, such as the fluid motion of the sequence, but no, the riders are very good at sharing the spot. And is Andrea Principi looking for a different area to boost?
He does. He looks like he's a little further down, so 25 seconds, still have plenty of time. Look at those colours. I mean, crystal clear. All right, Principi, right, front and centre on your screen. Let's not forget that recently this man, 250-metre jump down there in Dubai, 27th of February, and absolutely ridiculous what this guy has done with the sport. Multiple-time world champion, multiple-time Red Bull King of the Air. Up and away, gets the power, little spin there as well. Travel distance, yank. This is kind of what the judges were talking about.
Yeah, and this is the first real example of a rider believing there's another area to take off in for me here. We're seeing a totally different backdrop here. It's where he was, I actually thought he would risk being near the end of the landing zone, but lovely this from Andrea
16 meters.
Principi, and there is going to be lots of different tactics go on here, and sometimes you have to go different than the other riders. Here we can see Ucell is still quite far out. He fancies the wind gusts here. Good takeoff this, Joe.
Nice control throughout the middle.
Yeah.
Can he get it? Gets the gust. Oh, nose plant.
That is just out of order of the ocean surfing
that's not
to
cool.
do that. That's like just,
that's the tightrope.
That was so under control. It was ridiculous. And C just decides, nope, don't want
you. You ain't having this.
You're not having this, no matter what you do. But there we go, backhand. Look how long he was extended. Riders aren't like eager to get the board on their feet quick these days, you know. Blimey, I mean, you can't land that.
That's a double espresso coffee right there. That will wake you up.
It's almost like a Lenten special into the flips over. Nice little smart car in the background there. These are the little things you pick out when you're kiting here. What sort of stories are going on? People are running, people are jogging. It's really odd to be part of everyday life on the land. We usually go kite surfing and we're away from that, but you're in it here. You're almost like A magnifying glass.
1, 2 rotations. Looks like he got the board flip there. He did. Jamie is always in so much control.
He almost believes he's going to get given a second lift because to you and to the naked eye, he was going down there.
It did.
Like there was no extra help coming, and he wasn't even panicking to get the board on. Here he goes into the back rolls. He likes that takeoff. The board came off. There was the flip. Just got hold of it, and then that sort of brain power to do 2 things or 10 things at once, if you want to be straight honest, you know, to be pulling on the bar one hand and think, I've got to get the board on. That's a lot to deal with.
And Kite in the exact right position, the exact moment, so he does get that little second lift. All right, Principe, not the best takeoff. Making the most of this. As you can see, he's struggling, coming around, went for the board, but no, so obviously not what he was looking for. And Principe definitely, you know, as you were mentioning, Lewis, a little bit further into shore. He looks like he's looking for that little flatter section. We could see some of the athletes on the land is be hard, but you can, he just got pulled out of position here. Not what he was looking for.
Didn't feel it, and I'm looking at this heat and just thinking, I think Andrea wants to be out there in a stronger win. He can do the moves, but I think he wants the real strong stuff to showcase where he's best, you know. It's a tough heat. Jamie's got a 7 on the board here. I don't know how I missed that. That's a big move. This is a nice big move, nice and controlled. This will score well. Can he control it? I mean, that is just outrageous. Just got dropped out the sky. Sometimes you feel like you've just been punched from the top of your head straight down into the water. It looked like he had the kite above him. Just dropped out the sky, and that's really unfortunate for Yusil because he looked really in control of this move.
Yeah, he's really having tough draws on those lands. As you can see, he was whipped. In control and got whipped.
Yeah, he got whipped there. So
I said also, let's not forget, you know, probably in this heat you have 2 of the biggest big air riders of the moment, Andrea Principe, Jamie Overbeek. So this could be a final, and this is definitely going to be, you know, setting the tone for the rest of the heats for sure. We can see the athletes. We can hear Ruben out there on the beach mic. I'm pretty sure if we stuck our head out of the booth, everybody's going to be watching what these guys are doing.
Yeah, and looking at the scores and looking at what they're getting, even this data, how far are they going, what setups have they got. I think one of the big things and unique to here, and I keep saying it, is the riders on the beach will be watching where their takeoffs are. Yeah. What's working, who's scoring well, where are they going. They'll be talking to the riders, especially the ones on the same kite teams. Where was the best place? Where would you jump if you was me? Is right working? Is left working? And Andrea here feels that downwind. He feels that downwind is working. And what's lovely about this is we get a much better perspective of chop for you because we're looking straight across. He's looking, searching for his takeoff left foot forwards here now.
Going.
Needs to go blind here if he's got a chance.
Can he get... No.
Oh, that was nasty. Board in front of him.
You've got to watch out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Andrea. That opening miss of that trick must be playing on his mind a bit now. He's got a 0 as his opening trick because he wasn't out there or for another reason. There he goes, trying to get lots of height. That's where he wanted the board off. Maybe that isn't the best place at the moment, but this could have been nasty. Still had his hand on his board. That could hurt your wrist. The ball could go in your face. Yusil Paralik. What's he got for us? Is he going to get...
Gus, give it to him. Yes, there you go. Land it. Oh!
Joe,
I jinxed it. I'm sorry. I got excited.
He had it, Joe.
I'm sorry.
He must be furious about that now. That time manages to touch down, but as we're going to see as this event goes on, there is so much work to do on landing. The manoeuvre was good. It was a very technical manoeuvre.
He just got that whip at the end, doesn't he, every time?
Just when you think the scores are on the boards, you've got to ride out of it controlled, Joe, and hooked in.
I'm not going to say anything. I'm not saying anything anymore, mate. Jinx that completely. All right, Overbeat coming towards us. Left foot forward. Double rotation. He is getting that kite nice and low. And it's that he almost had that. He almost did it again.
He didn't believe that time, though. He got rid of the board. Even he didn't believe. In fact, the board actually touched down. Then he got his second lift. And there was a moment in that move. It was a very technical move, this. It's the front hand pull with a contra loop, with a board off the back rolls. And there was a moment here where he thought, I'm not going to get this. And he actually did get given a chance. But not often he doesn't believe it.
He doesn't believe it, yeah.
It shows how challenging the wind is right now. It's the first real strong day of the Meltemi wind from the north, the dry north wind. We had a bit of a day yesterday. It was nothing Well, I mean, it was epic for most people. It was 25 knots. It was almost touching 30, but the general vibe for this place is it really gets strong as we see a board recovery.
Andrea taking his board, even though it is Andrea's is the last move. So Jamie is done, but this is what we want to see. So we will be going with Andrea Principi, as there's still one more move to go for Andrea Principi, and a beautiful overview of the competition area.
Yeah, and just to confuse you, that's the other side of the bay that you're seeing on your screen. So if you're wondering, hold on a minute, I thought they was all going right foot forwards to that. That's the other side. And so our cameras are mounted on that side, shooting back across the bay. That is looking east there, guys. And
it's so beautiful.
It's hard to get you. Look, now that's the other side. Get your head around that.
180 and we're back. All right, Principi, right foot forwards. Final move. He needs to improve. He needs a round of 5 if he wants to have a chance. Lowest score of a 3.23. He needs to increase his overall by 2.95. So doing some quick math, he needs a high 5.
Oh, no, I think he needs a bigger. Does he need a high 5? Yeah, he needs a big score.
He's going to get timed out if he's not careful as well.
Well, he's just gone and got a board, which is a bit harsh.
Yeah, I don't think they will time him out. I'm still waiting.
I think he needs well into the 6s. He needs that 3.23 to be dumped out here for a high 6. He needs another almost 3 points, basically.
He's pushing it. He is pushing it here because given time, but I reckon they will give this to him because of what you said.
He's got it in him, and actually it's within reach. You know, what is he, 14?
He could be 6s all day.
If he got another 3 points on that, he'd be 17.23. So, yeah, about a 6.17. 6.17 could do it.
Good move, gets the board off, extends.
Oh, we're never going to know, Joe. We will never know.
Tight rope. So, Andrea Principi, that could have been the one. That could have been the one, but that's going to be a crash. So, there it is. Jamie Obi is going to be taking the win of that heat, and here we can see the replay of that last move from Andrea Principi. Had the height, came round, nice extension, and they're just getting hit by the chop. And that's going to be a defining factor here at this event.
Oh, wow, look at that. Now, there's a view for you. That is to throw in even more confusion. There are all the boats there in Ornos Bay just queued up, ready for the next edition of loads of days of strong wind. That's where they hide. Look how white that lovely little town is there of, that's Ornos and Korfos this side. That's how it feels almost when you send your biggest jumps. I mean, personally, it feels like I'm a bit higher than that, Joe. But I'm being silly. There is the football pitch, Mykonos. Play their games there. Been talk of a GKA versus the world charity 11-a-side there one day. Joe, will you participate in that one?
I will. That's it. It's on.
Yeah.
It's on.
Julian Leilu, very keen on that. Pretty much a pro he was at football. There's lots of people into the game, and I think that will take place shortly. But just look at that. If you really have never been to Greece or maybe Mykonos, you've got to come. It looks like this. It's so nice to see it now, and for you to be invited to see this if you never have. And straight into this next heat. What a shot. We got that one on board with the drone. Look at that downwind distance. And that must be Ginny Boa, I think. Or are they warming up?
Or maybe Cohen.
I think that must have been a warm-up.
Yeah, they are warming up. They are not in yet. So
look at that distance.
They're just cruising and bruising as we will be going in to heat number 3. So why don't we bring those faces up as we see the athletes. There we go. Ginebra Cohen Van Dijk and Joshua Sanfanareda, Mr. Baby Shark, as we are ready to go. Heat number 3, round number 1 already.
So Cohen Van Dijk here really is the rider in form. When I look back at what he's been up to, he has been a regular getting to the finals. He got 3rd place at the Megaloop last autumn, cold Hawaii. He didn't quite get through to the finals that time, but he was then 3rd again at the Red Bull King of the Air, 4th at the Lords of Tram. So he has been right up there. He's definitely in the big 5 right now, Cohen Van Dijk. And he brings power to it.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. He is known for his power and, definitely a force to be reckoned with. The wind isn't quite there yet, so it's going to be interesting because we are seeing, let's say, more the technicality. But let's go to the action, guys, as we are going to be starting very shortly. Let's not forget also, of course, Baby Shark, Joshua Sanfordeda, recently joining the Air Rush team. So great to see him getting ready to rumble. And now we will have to see Gina there if he keeps going along. All right, here we can see Jenna's going to start off. Double back rotation, getting the loop. Nice control.
What a start.
Oh, what a start.
Blimey, that's some confidence from the rider here, which is lowest, sorry, hasn't got the best seeding, and that's a pretty impressive start to open your account. Might even be his first major competition. Straight into those back rolls. Board spin and a flip as well. Wow, what a start. That was an unbelievable start here. How about that to the other two? We've been talking about the other two here, and that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he actually got 5th in Brazil last season for the big air events. Kind of one of the standouts, youngster coming from the Netherlands. Another Dutch power big air rider, but Mr. Power himself right now, Red Bull athlete, Koen van Dijk. Here we go. Up and away, double rotation. Adding the board spin in there, and nice control on the way down.
Yeah, you
save that one.
You won't see many people landing that. That looked like the golden opportunity to blow it all out when you're thrown into that last rotation on that axis as well. That was pretty impressive here from Koen. Yeah, that is not where you want to be, falling out the sky into rotations, but he saved it really nicely. Yeah, so here is Baby Shark. Interestingly for me, is the seeding. As we showed, Joshua really getting nice and flippy on that.
It's really I think it was inverted, wasn't it?
Doobie. They can with that backhand, with the doobie, they sort of flip over that. It's one that you could imagine in your head, but to actually do it, like
I would land on my head, mate.
I could do it without the board, mate.
There you go, and then fully flips around. One of the things I love about Baby Sharky is just so smooth and always does get inverted. You can see they're recently joined, as we mentioned, the Air Rush team. And now here down on the ozone, here now as he gets ready for a second move. 5.33 for that first one. Let's see what he's going to have. A beautiful opener. What's going to be number 2? Off for the kicker. Oh, he has
Good
some height.
He's hit that, hasn't he?
Smooth.
He's in touch here.
He is in charge.
He's, you know, we're going to see a nice replay here. I think this was, you know, this could be 16 meters and above this one, Joe. I think he really connected.
It was above that hotel, mate. So he's above our bedroom window.
Here we go. Yeah, we can use those reference points now. He hit a bit of a kicker as well as he flipped into that one. Nice control. And we've been talking about the other two, and it's actually he's really stealing the show at the moment.
So far, no. So far, so good. 2 for 2, 2 big scores as well. So the thing I can see, I'm a big fan of body language. It's confident. Koen, here we go. Nice height.
Over the mountain. Yeah, I like it. Much closer to our camera work here, Joe. This side now, the closer to this side seems to be working, landing just down. They cannot go past those buoys, we're being told, within reason. It's a bit of a grey area. They don't want them near the beach landing. Koen opting to jump much closer to the side of the cliff, if you like, here. 15.9 meters and a nice grab at the end, a tail grab at the end. And I have to bring it up again because I read out all these great results of Koen van Dijk making pretty much most finals of his last 4 events. But the seeding here suiting Baby Shark, he did get to the semis of Lords of Tram. The seeding obviously combining that first event of the year and maybe one from last year.
Brazil's from last year, exactly.
Which is why Baby Shark is higher seeded and goes last here. And it's just a double back roll mega loop. Wasn't what he wanted, but I mean, on my notes here, I've got, you know, he hasn't appeared in all of the last major events, maybe half of them, and it's getting, could you believe a rider of his level, it's now getting tough to get into all of these events. But this is a good chance for him. We see that nice replay. But I feel like he's going to need a good result here to try and push back in to get automatic.
Yeah, get into there. I mean, you know, Baby Shark, probably his standout appearance was when he qualified for the Red Bull King of the Air over there in 2023 and getting 7th. And then, you know, he won Sinai, the qualifier over there in Egypt. And then, as you said, he has kind of not been in the spotlight for the last season.
Yeah.
We know he has the skills. He has the experience, you know, recently changing up the gear. Let's see how he does here. Unfortunately, they're for Gina just not being able to get, saving it, but not the move he wanted. But, I mean, averaging 2 big 5s for the openers, he's showing that he's consistent.
He's all right, he can afford that. But here again, coming very close to us, or close to the cameraman, didn't find it that time, which gives us a bit more time to talk. You know, sometimes for a rider, a change of kite brand. He's had a few, Baby Shark, you know, I'm not sure how long he was on board with North in the end, but I seem to recall he was with someone else before that, maybe. Sometimes that nice feeling of home when you change to another brand can affect you. But I have to say, he looks pretty dialed in to his equipment.
Even out, for sure.
Here now, and exciting to see what he's going to come up, because he'll know he's the highest seed in this heat, and I think, well, there's a reason for that. Maybe he can play off that confidence. One hand is off the bar. He's in searching mode, ready to get a nice upwind edge when it's needed. We see that a lot with the more modern day kites. It's like they don't pull ridiculously hard that you need 2 hands on them. Here he goes, Joe.
Getting the double, adding the rotation, so there's that verticality we were talking about. Can he save this? Little magical gust, add a little zap on the end. Nice move. Now, this is going to be interesting in the scores, though, because we've seen, like, Cohen looks like he has a little bit more power. There was technicality there, control. Judges are really going to start to have to sharpen that knife to make the difference. There you go.
Yeah.
That's our old Yanni style.
Yeah, it is. And he's almost got sent in a, you know, in a strange relationship with the kite, with the kites going around. They pull so far forwards now, the kites, in the window, that once you get them going in this crazy sort of round-the-world style orbits, but I don't think that the extremity was there in that move for me. But, you know, it's very hard to find that at the moment. That's quite nice as well from...
Similar move, but didn't quite get the whip that we saw there from Baby Shark. But again, 3 for 3. So the one thing that we can see here with Gina is that he now knows he has 3 good scores.
Yeah.
So now he can start to grow from that. And that, you know, on attempt number 4, if I'm not mistaken, that's a good place to be.
Yeah, it is. He'll feel great right now. And, you know, you can't just turn on the button of extremity as well, by the way. It's wind dependent. If you're in and around the 30 to 30 knots range, any of you that have kite looped in 25 knots, now you just drop out the sky and there's no tension. So it's easy for us to sit here and say we want to see more extremity, but you can't just demand it. You've got to go with the right setup. Again, Cohen feels that further towards the cliff is there's more lift right now. Good takeoff.
I like how he stalls it.
Yeah, he's in control. Not loads of height on that. I don't think he'd get any more than 13 or 14 meters, but it's another good landing for him. And they're down by the downwind mark. They are going to be taking off so far upwind when it gets really windy.
When we start seeing, I mean, you know, I think the longest recorded jump here was from Lorenzo, and it was like 370 meters, which pretty much in perspective is jumping across the whole bay.
Yeah.
And look at this, there's only 30 knots and they're already doing 150. So, you know, when it gets windier, they're going to be jumping a little bit further to the right. But sweet spots right now, you can see those kickers. When they do hit those kickers, we do see them getting higher and higher. And forecast says we're going to be ending the day around 40. Tomorrow is looking very windy as well. I mean, it is textbook picture perfect big air weather right now.
Yeah.
And nice aspect that it's sunny as well.
And they notice that.
That does make a difference. We're not freezing here.
No, I mean, I go out with no wetsuit here a lot of the time. I feel really it's that warm. That's nice.
From the fin.
Bit more simple, bit more extremity, bit of fighting to do as he crosses the line. That will score. And but you could see how quickly things could get in trouble there. You know, a tangle or something. You are on the beach, and that is why that is there. But I like the decision here. Very experienced. Right, how can I show some extremity? Lovely, very Steno-like that move. Off the fin, delayed back roll, mega loop. It's a few of them, well, a lot of them can do that, or all of them, but some of them do it differently. Here we go then, Ginny Burr. One of the 6 Dutch riders in here, again dominating the Netherlands, 25%. Of this fleet are Dutch, a quarter of the fleet. There's just so many great Dutch riders. And here's another one emerging in front of us Why do you think that is, Joe?
I mean, the North Sea, it's raw, it's radical. And also, I think back in our day, the main big air mega loop players, Ruben had a huge influence on Lasse. You also, Kevin, all of the Dutch riders, a lot of those ones, they came from, that country the same way, you look at the freestyle, it was a lot of the Brazilians because that's where all the pros thing. I think that definitely had a big thing. And then, of course, the storms up there, it is picture perfect.
But they must be doing something right with the pathways and grassroots to get young people into it, to have just such a selection. We talk of 6 being in this. I bet another 10 could be handling these conditions. I mean, I've met so many. We don't seem to be having that amount of young people coming through, certainly in England, and maybe I need to start talking to them. What are they doing differently? But this has been a recurring theme now for decades, I think. They produce great kiteboarders, not just in big air, in every discipline. Just football they need to work on. A little bit. Because they've got a good team there. Maybe it's the manager.
So you can definitely tell someone won their match yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I feel like all the other European nations around me drew. Apart from France, they had a good one. But we won't go into that.
We won't go into Spain and Cape Verde. Thank you very much. Going. Oh, he's got the height now, adding the rotations. Has the style and the travel. That is what we want to start to see. Oh,
it's fighting. Oh,
watch out.
Oh, I thought it was going to snag.
I thought it was going to tangle with that.
I thought it was going to snag. We had a big conversation about that earlier, but that was unbelievable skill to land this. Let's talk you through this. Bit of pre-pop, lovely takeoff into the back rolls. The double back roll, triple, might be forward back rolls in there, but the real work started here. Look at the tail slide. It nearly threw him over the front. That was I think that sometimes reflects into extremity. Maybe a bad, tough landing like that might give you a few more points.
Might give you a bit. I mean, will it deduct as well because they don't see it as full control? I'll give him kudos. I think it looks cool.
I don't see, like how. Sometimes when someone's too calm, it almost looks like it's been too easy.
Looks too easy.
I've seen situations where they've deducted riders because it looked too easy.
Josue Contra, but he was definitely looking for something else. You can see he didn't quite get the pull throughout that. So that's going to be trick attempt number 5. So 7 trick attempts, top 3 moves are the ones that count. How that works, we have a panel of 5 international judges. The best score and the worst score, or the lowest score, are taken away, and then the number that appears on your screen is the average of those 3 scores. Based on 10 points, judges, as they said in that skippers meeting, they're looking for extremity, they're looking for power, execution, style. Shake that all up and make a nice mojito, and you would get the best scores and those numbers to take you through, hopefully, to the grand finale.
Nice mojito. Looks like that sort of weather, doesn't it?
5 o'clock somewhere, mate. 5 o'clock somewhere. All right, so currently in the lead, you can see Baby Shark, Josué Sanferreira coming from Brazil. Second place, Cohen van Dijk, all the way from the Netherlands, 14.50. So very similar in the scores. As we can see, high 4s and 5s. Still a couple moves up. So 2 moves for both Cohen and Baby Shark. Cohen here.
No lift.
No lift at all yet.
No. I wonder if we're going to see a different strategy from Cohen here. That is his 6th trick attempt. So he's got 1 more trick attempt here. He's currently in second. He's got his hands on this one as Baby Shark as we look to the scores. As just didn't get that second lift. So you can also see these live scores. Just head to the GKA Kite World Tour.com/live. It's very easy to do for you to get these live scores. As Baby Shark also not getting super high. I had to bin that. Whoa, what a double lift. Wind's just dropped a little bit. Maybe it switched to the other side. It's very easy to say that from where we're commentating. We're actually on the beach, but I feel like we're out there with this angle. It's lovely. And for spectators, because you can pretty much choose any view you want. You can see this place from so many different perspectives.
That's the cool part.
This is a lovely place to watch in the evenings when the best riders in the world are out. We see lots of people walking down there on top of the cliff, kite high. You can get these camera shots are about halfway up, 10 meters up the cliff. It's pretty special to get that close and see, almost like you're zoomed in. You can see what the riders are doing, but definitely the wind just coming down a little bit here as we get into the crucial stages of heat number 3.
And you could see yesterday as well, actually, at those sunset sessions, though, where, you know, that little church is a really cool area to be around because there's a little car park there, and you could see those cars just chilling, and they were there with the sunset, they had the music on, and they were just, you know, looking. And, of course, let's not forget, the best of the best are here. Your top athletes, 39 athletes, 19 different countries. The who's it and who's how are here for this big air event, and it is such a cool location to see.
18 grand for the winner.
That's what the word on the street. 60 grand in total for both both for men and for women.
That's brilliant.
It's awesome.
It's like kiting's making it, you know. Like
it's getting back.
Really good.
It's getting back.
Feed the family for a while. That if some of these young riders have families, maybe. I don't
if they, you know,
or your older family.
Is there? You see, that's a good one. I don't think there's a single athlete in the fleet right now that has kids.
No, but they're old enough.
Are they old enough?
Some of them, well, I know some of them are, but that's a good. Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's going to be a bin.
Side against it.
It's going to be a Binzo for Ginny, who started really well in this heat, and then it went a bit downhill for him, but that might relate to the win. In fact, all the riders, if we could do a graph here, would be an up and a down as the midpoint of the heat carried on. We haven't seen anything over a 5 for the last 7 trick attempts, really, now. So that does indicate to me. But this can happen here. There can be a little drop, and then it might go poof, 10 knots, next kite size. Like that is on the cards today. So
yeah, they are still on 9s.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. Definitely, we are seeing it kind of going down. Someone there in the back getting some big moves. All right, so 2 more to go. So Cohen Van Dyke and then Baby Shark are going to have their last attempt. So it's going to be Cohen with the Red Bull and the white lycra. It looks like, is that him? Yeah, that's going to be him appearing on screen.
Might be Lucas or Hugo in the background there on the fly surfer.
Yeah.
It's Hugo actually getting ready for his next heat.
So we are looking, where is Cohen? There's Cohen, there you go. So white lycra is going to be jumping next.
I've confused him.
White lycra on the left-hand side, guys. We do apologise.
That was my fault. I'll take that one. I got excited about seeing Hugo. So I've seen him everywhere at the moment. He's been kiting at my spot.
Hey.
Jumping 30 metres. He loves it in England. Here's Cohen then. Crucial moment in this heat. Can he pull it together?
He's got the height. Can he get it? Gets the spin in as well. No!
He couldn't deal with it.
Tightrope again.
Did you see that handout, that extension during the move, just to try and stop the body? That arm was almost reaching out to touch the water. He had to wait patiently for the uplift here. There it is. Takes the board off, and here's body, just that arm out as he was trying to help, and there was, just when he needed a bit of tension, this time it wasn't there. Yeah. So I think Cohen.
So it is going to be Josh Rare's going to take the win. So this is a glory run here. Oh, there you go. That's the kind of height and speed we want to see, and he's coming very far across those marks. So seeing what the judges say about that. Let's not forget, they are there for safety. They're probably, how far are they out? You say probably 20 or 30 meters out? At least.
Yeah, it's got to be at least, maybe even more. I feel like it's 2 or 3 kite line lengths. It's quite far, but yeah, this will be a really interesting moment here, Joe. Because he's flown. I don't think he's going to get scored. I don't think he's going to get scored. I think this is the moment where they will decide, was that too far?
Yep, I reckon. It's a good move.
Trick category is coming in here, but we are being told, and have been told at the riders' briefings,
that's way in.
Yeah,
that's halfway.
It is actually, I'd say it's about 100 metres out, looking at it from this perspective.
He's been scored. He has been scored.
He has been scored, but
that opens a door.
Yeah. Or did he just hit a gust? I mean, they are really trying to say, look, if you get the biggest elevator of your life, but these riders know how far they're usually going to go downwind, and that was the last trick. Luckily, it didn't make a difference, but that was, for me, a big moment where the race director could have put his stamp on things, because Swan likes to do that sometimes where he feels necessary. He's a great character, the race director, it has to be said, that's involved here. Joe, you've worked with him a lot of times, and there's nothing better than when parts of the team have passion, and this guy He has passion, is an understatement.
Oh, absolutely. And here we can see that the ladder of how it is going so far. So Sahar taking the win in that first heat, Jamie Obeek in the second. And we just saw there Josue Sanferreira in taking that first place in the third. So they automatically go through to round number 3. So they have, you know, that's a nice place to be, have a little breather. Then that round number 2, as we can already see, Gina Maxwell, Andrea, Josh, Yusel, and Cohen, as they will have to battle it out again to see who will continue on in the competition. And coming up next, heat number 4, round number 1. If you are just joining us, good morning, Kalimera, as they would say down here in Greece. Welcome to the beautiful island of Mykonos. As we get ready to go, athletes are out. Let's see the faces of the players for that next heat.
It's face time. Ginny Burr is in the previous heat, so is Cohen van Dijk, and so is Baby Shark. That was heat number 3. We are looking for heat number 4. Please, it should be Max Tullet from the United Kingdom. Should be Hugo Wiggers. Sorry, guys, that was a repeat of Heat 3, but I can tell you straight up, it will be easy to spot these. Hugo Wigglesworth on the right-hand side there, one of the biggest jumpers in the world. And he only got to round 2 of the Mega Loop and Lords of Tram. He's really due a good performance at one of these events. I saw him training literally the other week in 45 knots and above, and he was tearing my home spot up like I've never seen it. It was lovely. We obviously got Max Tullet from the UK there on the K66 team, riding for Duotone and Iron, representing the UK. It's lovely that we have that still in the game somehow. And obviously Leonardo Casati looking to be world champion here. He's got a good chance as well, Joe.
Absolutely. I mean, he is definitely one of the up-and-coming younger riders, together with Max, you know, especially in this discipline. I'd go as far as saying with a couple of the Dutch athletes, these are the new generation. And Leonardo, of course, he has the surname, and he has taken it to his older brother a few times, getting into finals. But starting off big, Max. Oh, adding the style. I like that stall.
Oh, he got bombed out.
He got dropped out.
You just
every
bet
time.
your life
Every
on
time.
it, thinking you're going to nail it. I mean, there's no problem with the manoeuvres here. It's going to be a very big part of the conversation today is these landings. He had it. I mean, what an opening start. He's been training here as well. And he goes into lovely inverted front rolls with some board spins as well. It was hard to see if they were flips too, and just couldn't put the landing down. As we now turn to Hugo Wigglesworth. Is he going right foot forwards?
He is going right foot forwards.
Not super high there.
Looked like he took it off from the fin as well. All right, so waiting for scores to come up. There we can see that last move there from Hugo. And Leonardo Casati, yellow lycra, front and center. Up there with the peak, he is getting some hype. Kite in a nice position, adding the spins in there as well. And that is a beautiful landing. What an opener.
Yeah, that was a real powerful opener, a real statement of a move because, you know, we have to remind you, his brother being the current world champion and been dominating the big air scene recently, winning absolutely everything there is. The Mega Loop last year, we obviously saw him the King of the Air performing well, but here the focus is on Leonardo, the younger brother, and that's really special. It just unfortunately didn't get to the final for his older brother, but Leo did. He got third. He's in a real chance here to become world champion. But meanwhile, this is Max Tullet with a much caught. He got some pull there, didn't he? He did get some yank there. Can he stick this? Oh, that's smooth.
Beautiful.
That is smooth. They'll be cheering at the bars back at home. Maybe they stayed late after the football last night waiting for Max's performance, but they'll be very happy with that nice early move from Max Tullett, very in control, and a real noticeable yank. Both of you and me felt there was some real power during that 13-metre high manoeuvre, Joe. It's going to score well.
Very much so. You can see him out there on the Team Series, the Big Air Specific board as well. And he's out on the Rebel, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, like you say, Lewis, you could, you know, judges give us a difference. You could see the pool, or at least from our perspective, you could definitely see there was more power. Hugo now, also, you know, let's not forget, he's a Hydrofoil Freestyle World Champ. Oh, got the yank as well from the fin, gets the spin and comes down smoothly. Big move there for Hugo. And Max, nice, 5.93.
Biggest score of the heat so far from Max, but I've got a feeling that this move might join that sort of high level. Look at the distance downwind Hugo's gone. Look at the way he's riding. He's got his kite very low down in. You have to do that. It's a great tip for you there. If you're lit, get your kite on the water. It's the only way you can negotiate it, as we're seeing the full view here, you know, panning all the way from the right to the left. It's pretty impressive.
He's got a walkie-talkie in his ear.
Yeah, they do like to do that, the Casatis, in full communication with the father as well. Renato will be telling them what is going on.
Up, whoa. Big height, back roll. He gets double flip. That looked like a double flip.
Oh, yes.
Clean as a whistle. Watch out. Leonardo is here, and he is here to stay.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive. I think there's been a bit of a building wind here. I'm always trying to pick out points, so we are as commentators, during the replays that we can point out to you. I'm hoping we're going to get a replay of that one. But certainly one of the points I looked at there, Joe, was just how long he had. He really jammed those feet in there, you know, like with his landings so tough, you know. There was like, I've got to get this board on hard. There seemed to be longer than usual that the handle was, you know, holding on with his feet. But
Max also nice and low, couple of spins before, and a spin, maybe looking like a board transition, but going down and crashing, so that's going to zero out. Hopefully we'll be able to see the replay there of that one from Leonardo, because I do have a feeling it was a double flip. Yeah, it did look like he launched it out.
Yeah, it's just, I think we might not ever see it again, Joe, but it's in our heads. And this is the replay of Max. They didn't have the same connection with that kite loop, but again, the chop really done him in. But he's in the mix here after that great scoring 5.93. So it's Leonardo Casati with the highest trick score then. 6.57 it was, Joe, for the kite loop back roll. Flip, it's literally on my screens, KLBRFL written, but it doesn't actually show how many flips. It just indicates the category. You were right, I think there was 2 flips there, which is the first one.
First one we've seen landed today.
So, yeah. Hugo, will he choose to go? No, it'd be too quick to go left foot forwards there.
Yeah, I think he just aired out of that one.
He's going to go right. The middle of the bay seems to be a good option right now. It's working. It's hot, as they say out there. That area is hot at the moment. Is he going to go in that little flat bit? Little down, yes. Oh,
nice
it's big. It's big. It's lovely. It's going to go right down to the
magic gust. Magic gust. Good landing as well. Kite control. All right. So this is, you know, you can also start to see the water is starting to fly. So the wind has definitely increased because they are going far. And you can see just coming off of the board as well, they are really starting to push. What we got there, mate?
Yeah, well, I've managed to pull up the station on the beach here. And earlier we sort of were topping out 31, 32 knots. We've just seen a jump to 37 knots, which shows the gust, of course. So that is being reflected in what we're seeing.
Leonardo, front this time. Oh, triple rotation. Oh, went for the flip. He is going high. Is that a 9? It is a 9.
It is a 9, but
that looked painful. Yeah, you can see his face as well.
Yeah, and you're right. There is a system. It's actually a radio, I think, that's just banged on the edge there of the helmet. But 9s these days are really starting to go super big, and I'm sure he will recompose himself. But yeah, just the wind stepped up a little bit. Still the lows, you know, 18, 20 knots low. That's what you don't want to find when it comes in. But that wind angle, as we look out the bay, it's pretty much northerly, north-northwest direction it comes in. But it's always interesting to see when it's just slightly changing, which side works, as it comes straight onto us. Eventually it gets sucked down through this bay. But on your screens now is Max Tullett, the British champion, big air rider, who is stepped things up in his career for sure now, becoming an international rider for duotone, riding for K66 at home and Ion. Everyone loves Max at home. I'm sure they're watching, hoping, just as I am, for all the riders, but come on.
Local boy.
Come on.
Local boy.
Down the road, and he's, you know, the young generation.
You'll hear me when the Spanish are out on the water, mate. It's all right. It's all good. It's all good.
It's okay. I mean, I want everyone to have a great day, but for Max, you know, he's in a big competition. He hasn't been in many, but come on, he sticks this with a nice contra loop. This is big for Max Tullett. Oh, what a performance. That was an unbelievable landing for Max. He must have been on that button there thinking, I've got to land this, I've got to land this. Usually that's when it goes wrong, when you're thinking like that. But at this stage of the heat, he lands that move there, which had back roll variations. I think there was I think that was the right hand is on the bar, so that suggests it's contra loop or dirty loop, if you like. The board was off as well. And that now suggests he's landed half of his moves.
Look at that wind as well, mate. Like, look at the water coming off the board. It is definitely picked up. Hugo, let's not forget, your Hydrofoil Freestyle World Champ last season.
Double flip.
He did go.
Oh, he didn't get anything else. The kite gave him nothing.
He gave him nothing. Dropped him like a bomb.
And you know why I don't think it gave him nothing here? It's because sometimes off these swells, the force of the swells picks up. It's pushing you towards your kite.
Yes.
And if you get on one where you take off, where you didn't get the absolute belt of takeoff, you've got a lot of downwind momentum. And we need these kites with tension pulling above us. So here we go then. We switch our attention to Leonardo Calypso.
Nice kicker. Not as high, okay. Rodeo, board in between the legs. Magical gust. Decides to go against it. And continues all the way down.
Wow, he definitely felt the elevator there. That's what we're hoping to see here in Mykonos.
Penthouse, please.
Yeah, that is what we're looking to see. That horizontal lift, which sometimes ends up being upwards, is modern-day big air kiteboarding.
Nice timing on the kicker. Yeah, there you go. In between the legs, strapless style. And now the elevator begins. Top floor, 13.8. But I'm gonna say I can't see the distance.
Yeah, it's just behind our camera here, but it's what we do know is that was very impressive from Leonardo Maxwell Tullett. Looks good for this, I'd say, but not lots of down. Oh, he got done on a chop. The downwind distance wasn't there in that one, but the technical side of it for him isn't the problem at all. It's just the landings have been quite tough in his last move. He's still got plenty of trick attempts to go. And you just really want to be hoping when you're out there that you get one of the 37 knots gusts, because when they drop down, it is pretty consistently over 30 knots here, but it's the difference between 32 and 37 for these riders and performing these moves. And maybe it is always out there. You just got to find that 37 knot.
Yeah, you got to see the gust, and then also, you know, the judges. It's the same as like when we're seeing wave riding, and you're waiting for the set. If you can link into that gust to go those 2, 3, 4 meters higher with that more power, judges are going to reward that because you have linked all of that together, dotted the I's, crossed the T's. We saw Leonardo, you can see there, Hugo was 6.13, Leonardo with that 6.57. Highest score so far in this round number 1, 7 from Jamie. Usual suspect, no surprise there. But it is definitely, I think it is safe to say, it's getting windier. It is starting to pick up, and the power and height are going to start to overtake technicality. But if you can join it all together is when we're going to start to see the 8s and the 9s.
Yeah, so Hugo's looking to go right foot forwards here. And it's suiting more of an angle to left for taking off. So right really needs to be on the money, because you can see you get stuck sort of in those pockets. It's hard to get upwind from them. I always find, for me, he's trying to actually pop downwind, and that's worked for him here, but he'll still have a lot of momentum downwind to control. He's found a bit of an elevator. That's a sign that you've got a half-decent takeoff. I found from this side sometimes, as quick as you can take off, sort of minimises the amount of ocean rolling swell in there. But the tactic Hugo's got here is a little pre-pop downwind and then a cut back upwind. And in that case, he nailed that. That was a decent jump for Hugo, but I'd say it looks to me like the more challenging side to take off.
Right foot right now.
I mean, look at the difference here, the way that you can cut into the wind. Every takeoff has been quite high and poppy and extreme, and good tension again from Leonardo Casati, who's pretty much only using the port side at the moment. So, yes, sorry. It's not as simple as most people, but yes, there clearly is a left-hand side.
Left foot forward.
Yeah. Okay.
I was like, port? What? Boat? Where?
I am in a port. I had the same thing.
Adding the flip in there as well. I like that you can see he's so much control on the way down. Like he will put his feet back in, then take him out because he sees the opportunity to do something else. But I mean, 16.94 already. Double fives in the 6, so solidly showing he is the man to beat. And I reckon he's going to improve on that last score as well. But so far, Leonardo Casati.
Max is still in this.
18.51 already.
Yeah, but Max is still in this, you know. Look at his he's almost got 2 6s on the board. He's been in around the numbers, all right. Leonardo is just that bit above in the medium to high 6s, but if Max can land the move of his life here, he's at least going to move up into second, maybe, you'd think. You know, he's got 2 scores better than 2 of Hugo's scores. He's got to be looking to at least try and get up into second. It'd be nice if he could go for a 6.1, a 6 point something to try and get into that second. I wonder how he's going to negotiate this. He's only had 2 decent landings.
He's got a height.
He's got height. This could be it.
Position.
Come on, got to stick this.
Important moment.
That extra rotation at the end, Joe. It came out of nowhere, that extra rotation at the end.
He had to do it, though. He had
to go with it. He had to go with it. But if you could have paused that moment, I'd have said, oh, he's coming in for landing. It just chucked him out the sky. And sometimes the wind shift can do that. He was up high here. 17.7. That's one of the higher jumps. And just here, he had to go with it.
You could feel his body being out, but then
over the nose.
Such a shame.
He slams the water. You know, he knows that was a big moment for him. So
he has another chance. He still does have another chance. So he has one more move to go.
He does. Sorry.
He does have another chance. So that's all. You know, it ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Yeah.
And here we go. Okay, Hugo going for his 6th trick attempt. Again, as you were mentioning, right foot forward. Not easy to be able to get. He's kind of trying to use the back, turn it around. 40 seconds for each athlete to perform that move. 7 trick attempts, top 3 ones that they're going to count. And Hugo right now, front and center. Now he is going to be going right foot, so he's turning around again. It is going to be close. Judges are going to start to get a little bit harsher on those timers. All right, up and away. What's he got?
He's got a few options to replace here.
Double flip.
He's consistent, isn't he, Hugo? Like, that's pretty good. Only 1 crash so far. For the Kiwi rider that has been seen very active on the UK shores, he's got family over the UK way. He's been on the south coast a lot lately, training. It's amazing watching him training.
1, 2, yeah, nicely done. Just shy of 15 meters. Nice landing right on the chop coming down. That is going to. Will it increase that 5.27? Excuse me, I apologize. The 5.43.
Let's see.
Casati jumping straight as soon as his time was up.
Yeah, no, it hasn't for Hugo, Joe. So he's currently sat on the 17. But are we going to see? Oh, this was the replay then that we missed. Contra loop. Lots of board spins in there. Nice grab at the end there. Maybe nicks a few 0.1s with that extra grab. So it's looking like Leonardo Casati is in full control of this heat at the moment. He's the only rider to stick, a few beefy scores over the 6 range. Obviously, Hugo has got 1.6, but Max now really needs something special here, Joe. But he'll still be in the event if he finishes in 3rd, and I think...
I mean, he needs 7-ish.
Look at him riding
shy of a 7,
there.
and he could go into 1st.
Heavy riding downwind there. That was a real deciding another place in the box might be good. He's only got a couple of seconds left to jump here. He's going to have to go pretty good, but he really rode heavily downwind here. He obviously saw something, a better takeoff spot maybe. It's all going to be about takeoff. Can he? It's not bad. It's not bad.
Not bad.
As that kite comes across us. And
audible spins.
Can he control it?
He does.
Yes.
Now, is it enough to go over 19.04? That is the question. He only has 2 scores up there, so he's that 5.93
yeah.
times 2. It's the exact same score twice.
I don't think he can bother Leo here. All I do think is he's got a chance.
He could
bothering
Hugo.
Yeah. I think he can. You know, I think he needed about a 5.2, something like that, to go above Hugo. It'll be close when we see that come in. Let's see. As we look to Hugo, can he upgrade? You think he has it? Miss. Ah, that means he ran out of time, maybe, Max. He was after the timer, and that could be devastating. We're seeing here some zeros. Obviously, we've seen a crash from Hugo, but we think that Max has been timed out. I did say he heavily rode downwind. Maybe he hadn't spotted.
I think you're right. Yeah, it looks official.
What looked, as we see, a wonderfully fun crash from Hugo, what looked like a decent trick, which may have got him into second, we will never know.
We will never know because he has been timed out. That's official.
And
he has been timed out.
It's not a zero, it's a miss, right?
No, it is a zero.
Okay, but it's different than a zero, a miss.
A zero is a zero. So a crash is a zero, and the miss is a different thing.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
He's been given, it wasn't that, it's a zero and a miss are two different things. A miss is you missed your turn. Thanks for clearing that up, Joe. I'm getting a bit excited about the difference between a zero and a zero. But
zero and a zero, mate.
But I wanted to know the narrative, you know. Was it that they missed it because they didn't see?
It was harsh, I'll say that. Because that could have made it different.
Because they didn't miss that miss. They saw that missed timed move. So that, I think, is going to be bringing us to the end. Although Leo Casati hasn't gone yet. Are we going to see? He looks like, oh no, his timer now coming in. I think there was a bit, we can see those 40 seconds.
I think they were probably thinking about that.
Yeah, they were clearing
before.
that up maybe, and it looks like he's had the perfect start to the competition that he wanted here, Leo Casati. Will he try and upgrade the 5.80? The family is a contra loop back roll tic-tac. It's a front roll mega loop.
Oh, switch of hands, flip over the lines. Flipped it with the left and grabbed it with the right, if I'm not mistaken.
This could be huge, Joe. This
could be a marker.
This is recognising the pressure's off and maybe putting a tester down to see how difficult. That board flipped in a different way than usual. Let's take a look here.
You can see up and away, gets it. There, grabs it with the other hand, so nice.
Imagine changing your hands on a bar that high.
I'm dizzy already.
What a move then. Unbelievable for Leo Casati. That is going to score well. I think that's going to be up into the sevens for sure. A bit of innovation there. Starting to see what we thought might happen, Joe. And a pretty special heat that.
Just waiting for that final score to come our way. But yeah, definitely looking like innovation. A 7.0. So 7.0 for that last move there from Leonardo Casati. So equaling the highest score as we continue on for the next heat. All right, welcome back, everybody, as we continue on as that next heat is coming our way. Heat number 5 of round number 1. Let's see the faces of the athletes that are going to be joining us. Giel Vlut, Jason Van der Spijn, and Zach Adams. 3 very, very powerful riders. Some of the top athletes in the world. South Africa, Netherlands, and the United States of America. Let's see what these guys are going to throw down. We've already seen 7 points, the top scores to beat so far on a singular move. Jason, known for his power. Giel, the double man. And then Zach Adams, getting very, very big heights. Slingshot athlete coming out of the United States. And now, once again, 7 moves. Top 3 ones are the ones that are going to count. And you can see the eye in the sky, the beautiful location we have here for your GKA Big Air World Cup by Capital.com. In the beautiful location of Mykonos, Greece. We have about 37 knots on the gusts, averaging 33 to 34. So the wind has picked up. Kite sizes out there so far around the 9s. And going to be interesting to see as we have probably some of the heavier guys, some of the bigger boys coming up next as we continue on here. Day number 1 in Greece. And let's not forget that €60,000 prize money for both the men and the women. The biggest prize purses in history for the first time that the GKA Kite World Tour has come here to Greece. As we get ready to go. Starting off is going to be Giel Vlut in the pink lycra, as that green flag is about to come our way. All right, so there you can see Giel's out there on that blank kite, your Capital.com athlete. And we start off, you can see that timer going now. What is going to be Giel's opening move? Known for his power, known for his height. He's going to be happy that wind has increased since the first heats of the day. So let's not forget with the seeding wise, that's why he's a little further on in the competition. Left foot forwards, as we were saying before, easier to get those kickers. As he is panning around, let's keep him on screen, guys. And he's deciding against that one. All right, turn around. Got to be careful to be timed out. We saw it with Max on that previous heat. Athletes need to make sure they're making that jump, because if not, they will have a crash. They will give them a few seconds, but how many seconds, we do not know. And nope, there you go. I can start to see zeros coming up. So it does look like that first move for Giel is going to be timed out. And not what he was looking for either. He got caught up on the chop. So will that be scored? I don't think it will. I'm waiting for confirmation. So no, that is. So he was timed out. Next up is going to be Jason as he gets ready for his first trick attempt. Right, Zach there, that back foot coming out for his first attempt. So not the cleanest start for all of these guys, but Jason with that 4.93. Trick attempt number 2, so pink. Giel Vlut already taking that jump, as you can see. All right, there you can see Jason on your screen. Left foot forward, looking for the kicker, looking for the takeoff. Decides against it. The South African powerhouse. We've already seen Giel being timed out. Looking like he's going to have a medium 4 coming his way, if we can see some scores up on the screen. All right, Jason, he's going to have to take off if he doesn't want to get timed out here. So I have a feeling... No, okay, going against it. Can't see the timer up here right now, so question will be is if, unfortunately, one of those watches has disconnected or not. He's going right foot forward. No, okay, so it is his turn now. Going for double back rotation. Definitely not what he was looking for sure, as you can see. So that means that's going to be a low score for him. So it looks like there's a little confusion up there. Next up, Zach Adams on the yellow Lycra. There you go, going. Double fronts, gets the board spin. Can he land it? Yes, he does. Gets that little gust and stomps it. 4.67 for the first move from him. And now getting number 2 on the scorecards. Hills getting some height on that move. That is what we're used to, and even getting that magical gust on the way down as well. So that is a very big move there for the Dutch powerhouse as he moves on. Let's see if that's going to put him back into first position. Here we can see nice and close up. Gets the kicker. Go in front, just managing. So nice doobie loop there, nice and compact. As we can see those cameras just a little bit too close, we can pull out a little bit to be able to get and see the athlete completely. But great move there from Hill. I reckon that's going to put him back into contention. Jason here. Also multiple rotations with the board off. All of the guys around the 4 to 5 point average so far. So quite a tight heat. Trick attempt number 3 for all of them.
Yeah, big moment this. Hill on his new stuff.
Yeah, you can see him out there on his blank capital kites. And also, okay, we're still waiting for that score. And I tell you what, we have the info a little closer. Zach, love that rotation. That was fluid.
Yeah, it really spins fluidly, the board around his body. With that slingshot rider then, Zach, something very fitting about having an American rider on slingshot. Those of you that have been to the gorge, just feels like home out there. So there he is, not super high on that move. I think there's a board spin in there which really sort of makes...
It just looks natural, doesn't it?
It looks like some sort of crazy helicopter of the board on an axis. There he is, left foot forwards, coming in, just maybe coming in to have a little talk or to just park himself out to the left-hand side, ready for his... Yeah, because you can hang out there. Can chill there.
Look at those colours.
Oh, it's amazing when you're riding around. You just can't believe what you're looking at. And like I said, that moment when it happens, and it will happen eventually if it hasn't already, the turtle appears.
Oh, yeah.
I always tell my daughter, Sierra, I'll find the turtle. I'm going to Mykonos, I'll find the turtle. And I film it with my little GoPro, and it just blows her mind that you can ride with nature like that. But
so when's she going to be kiting, mate?
I don't know. I'm one of those parents that's... Maybe all parents are like that. I'm terrified of my kids getting... I thought I'd have them out at 1 year old and riding on the board, and they're 3.5 and 4.5, my 2 girls now, and I'm... yeah, not yet is the answer, but what a lovely shot that is. I mean, look at that.
Boys having a little chit-chat. Now, what that says to me, because that's the other side of the... I was going to say lagoon, but the other side of the ocean.
Yeah.
So Hill's up next, so he was waiting for his flag. So I'm going to say that it looks like there might have been a little flag issue, so they're waiting for his flag. He's got the speed. There's the kicker. Oh, he got caught.
He dealt with it enough, didn't he? He did, but it slowed him down.
It did slow him down, but still, you know, back roll kite, loop with the board off, nice and easy. But yeah, like we say, he did get caught on that chop, but he has a 477, a 507, so 9+ total. That's going to put him into, what would you say, around the 13 to 14 average, which is a safe place to be so far. Zach Adams, 14.67. Dealt very nicely with that one, so that's not easy.
He forced it out, didn't he? He's a big rider, is Hill, and that little spray slowing him down would have affected him more than most. And this really is an important event for Hill, you know. Like, he's not had the sort of comp results he would have liked probably over the last year or so. He had a round 2 at the Mega Loop. He would like to have got further. Cold Hawaii did get to the quarterfinals. And King of the Air, actually. So, no, but I'm sure he want to be trying to get at least to the quarterfinals or more for a rider of his level.
Yeah, he's always, for me, he's always there. And so, you know, and he is, you know, when he really stands out is when the wind is strong. Another guy that stands out when the wind is strong is this man on your screen. You know,
think
Jason.
He's on an 8? The way that kite looped
did look like
it really whipped round.
I think you might be right, mate.
And a good 8 could maybe could be the choice here. There really was a noticeable whoosh, pull through there.
Jason, nice landing.
Yeah, there was
impact on the knees.
Oh, this is nice too. Somewhere in the middle, this one. All the riders are landing. Just how quick they're getting on with it. You look at those 30 seconds on the screen there. He needed barely 5 seconds of that to take off. The wind is good. It's lifty here in Mykonos, and the riders are keen to get airborne before the wind drops maybe for their turn. And here we see a lovely double back roll maneuver with the backhand pulled, board off. Lots of technical aspects of that move now, where we are seeing a lot more of the rider rather than where the kite position is. But that will feature more as the wind picks up this kite position. It's a very big talking point now in the sport about extremity and risk, and it's going, I feel like that's coming. It's going to go back that way again, but in, you know, conjunction with all of this technical riding, because they can do it even on short lines of all these crazy board. Heel Vloed with a classic doobie gets thrown downwind and lands up. This is absolutely flying here. And I'll tell you what's unbelievable. Joe, have you ever seen this? Look at the last 3 scores of Zach Adams. Have you ever seen that?
Triple fives. I haven't seen that.
3 5.0s in a row. We see this.
Well, he's consistent, we can say that.
Yeah, and so, you know, I don't think I've ever seen 3 exact scores in a row. It's one thing to see 2, but 3. But anyway, this is going to be a tight heat, I think. Well, I know it is. I know it is, just by the way these riders are landing at the moment. Jason van der Spey about to lay down well, for him, he could probably do with booting one of those frees out now, because this is his 5th trick attempt, and he has that in him. Jason also, I feel like, could do with a good result here, you know. He's so good at riding. We see all his free riding videos. All exploring a different part of the bay here is Jason van der Spey out of our shot as he comes back in. That is really interesting. Just felt that the east side of the bay starting to work, so we didn't quite get that one. I think that's taken us all by surprise here, and this is the part of it about this spot here in Mykonos that I really can't wait to see, is how the riders try to find the best wind. Looking good for the landing here as well for Zach Adams, who, can you believe it, he was on 15 after those 3 5-point scores. That is good to know that our system is working correctly. That would be the time to notice if it wasn't. But here we go, Zach Adams. Replay to the left-hand side. Board spit. Oh, was there a change of hand there nearly? Oh, so much happening there. Flying through this heat then, if you have just joined us here, it's round number 1 of the men. You haven't missed too much for now, although you have missed a hell of a load of tricks. But here we are in Mykonos then for the Capital.com GKA Kite World Tour. It's the Big Air Finals. It is, well, it's already afternoon, Joe. 12:05 here, and it's warm The riders are loving being in a totally contrasting environment. We love France as well, but they're now, you can see their legs.
Oh, there's some height. There, nice kite angle. Multiple rotation on the way down. Heels, can he get the landing? Yes, he does.
Yeah, and we're going to see the data here from how far he's travelled. Huge moment here for me in this entire competition about how well are they going to score a super extreme, perfectly executed move without a board off and technicality. It's possible almost to do a better doobie and a half, or a truebie if you want to call that last rotation 3. What is that going to score? Where do you think this is going to come in?
I mean, like you say, very important moment, because if the judges want to see that, if they want that extremity in the simplicity, just what they were saying, they need to be putting that up so that, you know, the athletes know that's what they have to go for. Jason there, losing his board. He had a very nice, that last move with that 5.0. But I'm going to say, Lewis, I'm seeing, obviously we see the scores before you guys and girls back at home do, because we have the judges panel. Not what I was expecting.
No, and they're still deliberating, which is why Gilles' score hasn't come up. But the number in my head, maybe because I'm from that generation where...
4.5 there, mate.
It was lower than I thought for the technical side to it. And such is the magic of technology now. He'll be looking at his watch going, well, I ain't going to bother with that again.
Exactly. and I think, you know, this is a really important moment, and it's what they were saying as skippers meeting, you know, having that technology for the athletes. They go, okay, I went simple, I went big, and I pulled 4.5. I need to add technicality because that's still what they want to see. I mean, it isn't super windy yet, so maybe they're waiting a little bit further for that. We are seeing a lot of the, you know, these kind of maneuver board off. He caught it. Can he get it? Oh, Zach Adams. I mean, let's not forget, I mean, Lewis, this guy, was it 2024 move of the day in Kota?
Yeah, I think
wasn't that one of his standout openers? He
feel like it was the last one.
I can't remember. I think you're right. No, I think it was the last one. He got the move of the day. So youngster rookie coming in and took the best move of the comp.
I think it was a triple flip there, maybe even 4. It was outrageous. He's got that in the bag. If only he could have lowered the tide by a couple of meters there. You know, he believed he was committed. And when you see them holding the board like that, the riders, they will crash and throw it away if they think there's no chance of a second lift. But now we're starting to see some more power moves. Hill reacting to that judge's score by taking the board off with the next move. Nice power, good kite angle for Hill. He's fighting in this one, and he's leading.
He's definitely in that driving seat, but let's not forget that previous heat we were seeing 18s and 19 plus there for Casati. So that's where we know the top athletes, those are where those top scores have been. But we had multiple 6s here so far in the 5-point averages. So, you know, Hill's, I reckon he might increase a little bit with that last move. But yeah, we're still waiting to see those 6.0s. Move number 7, so that was the last move for Hill. So only Jason for his final maneuver here. He's going further to the right like before. Let's get this guy on camera. There he goes. Patient.
He's been that as well. He's going to look back at this heat, Jason, and look at his scores, and he'll be like, oh, maybe I could have stuck some of those landings, but I'm not sure how often Jason has ridden here. I don't know. I don't feel like it's in the 4 and 5 trips that some of the others have got. So he will have plenty of chance to improve. He chose a totally different tactic where he was riding, which I'm really interested in. That's going to be a crash. There is one more move for Zach Adams here, and this could change things. Hill currently in the lead. Zach Adams needs 0.21 on top of, well, he needs a 5.22 to take that lead. Yeah, because I think a 5.21 would equal Hill, and Hill, I think it goes to highest score. Does it go to highest score if there's a match? Probably your highest trick score would do that,
correct.
I would have thought.
Exactly, that would be the tiebreaker.
Probably you don't get easier maths than that for us as judges here. He's got to get a 5.22. He has 10 seconds left to take off, and I think he wants to go right foot forwards. He might be in trouble of getting tricked out here, Joe.
Yeah, he needs to as well. And let's not forget, you know, this guy, he got 4th down there at Lords of Tram this year, so obviously for the overall, but will he get timed out? Let's see.
Will it be a miss?
Will it be a miss? Will it be? It doesn't look like so far. He's got to go quick if he doesn't want to be timed out. I can see 1-0 coming up, so that might mean...
The judge is over it. One judge over it.
All right, big. Oh, the flip. How does he catch that? Can he land it? Yes, he does.
He does, and once again, drama follows Gil Vlugt into a heat because he will be back on the beach arguing that that should have been timed out. I'm telling you, someone else who'll be thinking about that is Max Tullett. And on the buzzer, absolutely unbelievable move here.
Did Zach just pull a whaley?
Was that a three flips in there for Zach, just managing to find a time, but drama following Gil Vlugt everywhere because he will now, I feel, very much be pushed down into second and won't be advancing into that round 3 where everybody wants to be winning the first heat.
Yeah, because you have a full round to rest. Like, it's a very important moment. Yeah, 5.80, so that move did count for Zach. Interesting to see with the judges how lenient they're going to be because, yeah, that was a close one. But, hey, this is why I love not to be a judge.
Yeah, and just to be in here, you know. Sometimes
winner,
it's like,
Zach Adams.
Look at that difference in distance there. You know, in football where they're like, the time is up, like the time's run out of time, injury time's gone, everyone's pointing the watch. Do you reckon Gil's in front of the judges down there, like pointing at the watch? Like, come on, like. Sometimes there are other elements to this that we aren't aware of. Perhaps the flag sequence was a bit later. We aren't to know. But hold on a minute. Yeah, there is Gil Vlugt confirmed into round 2. Zach Adams making it into round 3. And I can almost... I guarantee if you walked out this room now and just looked at Gil, you'd just know what he would want to talk about. So we'll see. Because that, at the end of the day, that move cost him getting into round 3. I think on the whole, Zach Adams did, for me, was to stand out as far as height and extremity and combining all of those factors. But that's only including that last move. You know, if you took that last move away, Gil had negotiated that that move very well. He sort of went through that journey of getting a feeler for whether extreme move, because he's always going to do that. Because they keep talking about it. They keep talking about it, going back to that more. So for Gil here, that was a good performance, but he's going to have a lot of work to do to stay in this competition because it's not clear yet if round 3, the quarterfinals, will run today. But it's always interesting with Gil, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's had 4 appearances as the King of the Air. He's always been there, known for his power. You know, local boy at my hometown, Tarifa, when it is windy, he is a force to be reckoned with. You know, back in the days of the S-loops, he just thrives when the conditions are extreme. So thinking maybe he needs a little bit more wind. But as you said, he really went through that one nicely. Just Zach getting that final move on the buzzer or past the buzzer, still to be defined. But, you know, in the end, Zach first place.
And Zach is the form rider. He's building that into his character. The last 2 events, he's hit the semi-finals at both the King of the Air and the Lords of Tram, whereas Gil, you know, it's an important event for him, you know. Like we said, quarterfinals is kind of where he probably will or would like to get to. Obviously, everyone wants to get further, but looking at his last results, that's the furthest that he's got. Jason van der Spey, interestingly, actually in a heat with Zach Adams recently at King of the Air, smashed him. He had a really good performance. So you know, we talked about the other 2. This is also a very important competition for Jason van der Spey because his ability definitely isn't reflecting in his competition riding at the moment, but I think it's maybe taking a bit of time for him to dial into the kites. And again, a rider where I feel like I want to see 40 knots with his performance. But there is the scene as we are wide-angled looking over towards the east with that lovely view when you're going on a starboard and you go, right, I'm going to the other side now. Minute and a half later, you go over the other side. Oh, it's face time. And from the United States, round 1, heat number 6, Parker Sage. From South Africa, Luca Taruti and Lorenzo Casati, current world champion from Spain. It's going to be a good heat, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've, you know, powerhouses coming at you. The South African Masudi, Lorenzo, pretty much the man at the moment, I would say, together with Jamie and Andrea Principe coming back in as well. Audible time. You know, he's been a world champ, 2 times Red Bull King of the Air winner. And then, of course, you know, Parker Sage, love his style out there for reading. And let's see what they throw down. We can already see that timer counting in, meaning that pink lycra Parker Sage is already going to be coming at us. Let's get him out here on the screen.
Yeah, you've got to be very aware for that. You can see how upwind he is, because that view to me looks like a new view to me, Joe. Look how far upwind he is here. Obviously wanting to go in up here.
You can see him out there on the master model as well from reading.
This would be a good landing if he takes this, because that really did look unorthodox to me, that Joe. He had that takeoff, which was almost like when you get thrown into a back roll, but you don't want a back roll. Very strange position, but he adapted really well that whole manoeuvre, and the whole way through that manoeuvre there was a form of technicality. Look how he took off here. I thought he wanted to take off straight, but it was most unbelievable. It was a very off-axis back roll, which followed a lot of technical manoeuvres.
Flipped a board spin in there.
That was a very good move. But look how far out to sea they are now. Totally different strategy.
I'm going to say they've gone like 50 meters further out the back. I mean, that's a different hotel. We were saying, okay, going for the front.
Over the church.
Nice. Oh, from the fin to the handle. Just not getting that gust on the end.
5.30 opening move then from Parker Sage, who was a semi-finalist at King of the Air. He does have it in him now to get to the later stages, but he cannot beat a Casati. Looking back, as we see this lovely move from the fin, but see that? Got rid of it.
Got rid of it. He was like, nope, that ain't happening.
Yeah.
All right, Lorenzo, the man to watch. 9-meter powering, left foot forward, going for that kicker. Up. Oh, there you go, and this is why. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say a lot of rotations.
Could be 20
with
meters.
the board off, even a little claim.
Could be a 20-meter jump there. So have we seen a 20-meter?
We haven't seen. I think the highest one we've seen so far is just shy of 18 meters. Let's not forget this location has had plus 35-meter jumps. And here's the replay. Nice inversion. 1, 2, 3, 15.7. Okay, so that perspective. And calm and collected coming down. Little Brazilian claim on the way as well. Nice work. Parker Sage back up.
And noticeably much further out to sea now.
It's really interesting to say about Parker as well. You know, he kind of came on the scene 2 years ago in Tarifa at the Full Power, where he won Division 2. That's kind of where he started to come up. And then, like you're saying there, now starting to throw down the big boys at Kota and here at the GKA, another World Cup, first time in Greece. 60,000 euros up for grabs. And with moves like this, he definitely seems hungry for those dollars.
Looks very comfortable, doesn't he? Look, second trick there, another big move, probably over 5.5 for that, I would have thought. So he is putting it to them. But Lorenzo Casati being rewarded for that height and power. He really did noticeably go higher for me. So 6.8 for Lorenzo Casati. I wonder if that's going to be the sort of range that Lorenzo can keep banging in here. And remember, you know, Lorenzo didn't have the greatest result in France for his standards, as we see Taruti to the right-hand side. It's a bit far away. It's tough to spot that, but with the replay, we'll get, I'm pretty sure it was backhand. Some front rolls there. Definitely no board flips. Are we going to get a replay of that one? So Luca just joining the, I won't say joining the party here, but everyone's kind of always part of the party out here. No one leaves the party in Mykonos. Nice for Luca to get a score on the board there. 12.6 meters in height, so it wasn't quite as high. And Luca has some history here with Lorenzo. He's lost out to Lorenzo at the Megaloop in the quarterfinals and the semi-finals at Cold Hawaii. So he also finds it difficult, just like Parker. Can't beat a Casati, either one of them. In all the heats I look back at, he hasn't been able to oust a Casati. So the odds would be on Lorenzo here to win this one, as he focuses on his takeoff spot, left foot forwards, nice and high over the island of Tinos in the background there. Look at that control. Enough time to do 2 different grabs, a nose grab and a tail grab with a bar spinning out. Never in doubt of falling there.
No, and I've actually just had some information coming here, waiting for confirmation. It looks like there was a score change on a trick in heat number 3. No, not for Hill. In heat number 3, meaning that the result has been changed. So we're just getting confirmation because that was the heat where we saw Jamie out. So waiting for confirmation on that one. That was the heat in between Jamie, Andrea, and Yusel. As that information just coming in, so maybe a different family
Okay.
So we will see. But yeah, still no news on the hill, timer.
We'll stay in here a bit longer before we get involved in that. Meanwhile, this is massive. That is absolutely massive from Parker Sage then. And he's stoked. He throws his hand wildly in the air there because he has connected with a gust there. That looked like a biggie. That one's really got me excited out of my chair here. That's the sort of range that we're going to see maybe in the 7s. Look at this, Joe.
Look at that.
Double back roll, nearly at the height of that mountain. Loads of control on it with the board off. That's the sort of landing the judges want to see in control. Could be high 6s, this. Maybe more, but that's another indication. I'm going to pull up the Wind Guru station here. We're seeing a peak of 37. Maybe it's going to be punching back. It's definitely a solid 35 out there as riders seem to be on 9-metre kites. There's a couple of 8s we've seen, but what is Parker's score going to drop now?
I mean, that was a big one. You can see that master model from Reading really getting that loft. Here we can see, oh, beautiful star model rotations control.
Landed on
coming
the top.
down a little bit too heavy.
Yeah, unfortunately for Luke. I like that monster model sounds.
It's nice.
It's better.
Yeah.
The monster model, because that was monster. But what went wrong here for Luca Taruti? Don't often see him in these sort of conditions, if I'm honest. It's either flat at Lords of Tram or South Africa in waves. His foot just didn't
go back
get in enough to take that sort of chop. But we move back to Lorenzo, current world champion. He looks like he's got a position he really likes in this box at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like both of the brothers have, really linked in with those kickers, been here a few days. And I mean, look at that. The kite is perfectly in position, no slack on the lines when they come down, getting the model rotations in, dotting the I's, crossing the T's. This is why this guy right now is so dangerous in competition. And let's not forget the Casati brothers as well, all disciplines. You give these guys a strapless board, you give these guys freestyle, they're probably, together I would say with Jeremy Borlando, some of the most complete kiteboarders in the planet.
Is he another one? Can do everything. It's like it's just expected. Now, as we see straight off the bat, multiple board spins here. The backhand, he's getting that elevation going nicely from Parker Sage. Looks very comfortable out there with the current world champion. And can he ruin our stats here of never being able to beat a Casati? Maybe he's aware of them.
I reckon he's going for them as well, because right now, 2 5s and a 6, Casati 3 6s. But they are probably, a 1.5 difference in between them, and it's anybody game. That was trick attempt number 4. As you can see there with that kite loop front roll with a tic-tac. All right, here comes Luca.
Yeah, I think he needs something here.
He does. He's got the speed. There goes the hand, looking for the kicker. There goes the kite, up and away. All right. Board is off from the fin to the handle. Couple of spins on the way down. Oh, nice landing.
Yeah, nice landing. Another different perspective of the area that we're riding. He's chosen a different area. There's a lot of freedom for the riders.
They're going all over the place, aren't they?
They are. It's really cool. There's not just a box here. There's literally just don't cross the line when you land, do what you want. It's really refreshing to see that side of sailing thrown into the mix and negotiating the conditions. But that is as good as it gets for Luca as far as what he needed right then and control. Right foot forwards now then.
Exactly. Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, mate.
Yeah.
All right, go in front. Contra. That looked like triple rotation. Now a couple on the way down. And the thing that, really always amazes me with Lorenzo is his kite is where he wants it.
Yeah, it's very vertically above him. That's exactly what I was thinking watching that, Joe, is that there's never this disconnect of like a yank and then a...
Full control.
The whole time it's where he puts it where he needs it to be. And landings just look, you can go through your head thinking, oh, that was a lucky landing. No chop, that was a lucky landing. And after a while you think, actually, they're bringing these landings on themselves the way that they're flying the kite. It's slowing themselves down, and the last thing you want is to be speeding up downwind on landing, but yeah.
Especially here, as we've seen that tightrope come out, but now, all right, Parker. Oh,
he fancied it out.
He did.
Probably the most out to sea we've seen anyone just yet by that boy. We're almost at the max, but I think coming right foot forward sometimes, the earlier you can get a jump in can take the swell out of it. So I wonder if we're going to start seeing that later. Riders taking off like now, and you have to come...
10 seconds.
Yeah, is he going to perform? He's got to go right foot here.
He has. I mean, if not,
Well,
we won't. Okay, so that is in. So he's gone right foot. Oh, he's got the height.
Yeah.
He spins that board so easily, but a little bit of a butt check.
Yeah, maybe the extra pressure of time there might have been on him.
Yeah,
but,
5.57, not going to beat that.
No.
Not going to beat that.
I don't think that's, well, yeah. I think that might even be almost a crash, the way that came down. He got that uplift. Board back on. Yeah, I think the board just bouncing out, unfortunately, for Parker. It's a really intriguing heat, this one. Now we switch our attention back to the South African here, who still hasn't got his third trick score up, so we can't really get a full picture of that. And ideally for him, on his fifth trick, he'll get it. There's a ball. Oh, he's dropped it there. That's a Devi for him. He's going to have to go. We'll get 2 trick attempts to improve now, but it almost looks like a 4.67 may end up possibly in his top 3, unless he could get a really big one in next. But what definitely will be in his top 3 is a 5.43. And at the moment, that's not going to be enough to get first. Well, it isn't going to be enough ever to get first in this heat.
I'm a fan of how they've gone to the 3 moves out of 7, because there was, they were saying they were maybe going to have 4 moves. I think going to that 3 moves, make sure that the athletes, they go for those big moves.
Yeah,
they're not playing it safe. I think it applies a certain amount of pressure that it is, hey, you need big scores, you need to go, you don't have that extra chance. You do have more attempts, so 7 and 3. But I'm happy with that decision. And we saw it in Lords of Tram, and we've seen it in freestyle as well. And it's it pushes the sport.
And it's very unique to the GKA World Tour, right? You mentioned you've seen it in freestyle, as we see Lorenzo. Oh, now that is extreme. Kite level with him during that maneuver, grabs at the end. This could be a big one. I feel like he's in a different league here in this heat so far, but just going back to what you say, it is this format that we do at the GKA and in freestyle as well, and it just promotes people going big rather than consistent.
Yeah, I mean, look at that kite angle. And important detail here, again, we're going to put it to the judges to see on the scoring. He was doing that flip when the kite was going in front of him. So he was, let's say, doing the technicality of the maneuver when the power was engaged. Yeah. So that should give him extra scores. So let's see if that's going to, I reckon that could be the biggest move of the day so far.
It might be, is it big enough for 8s? I think they've got to leave some space if the wind picks up, but it's definitely going to be in the 7s. Yeah. 7.73 coming in for Lorenzo Casati, who looks totally in control. Maybe the pressure's off for once for him. It's so much expectation on him. It's going to be very difficult for him to become world champion. Almost impossible in a way. Still possible, but meanwhile, Parker Sage responding with another landed move for him. He's landed every one of his moves. He hasn't had a 0 for anything. It's been a really amazing performance from the man from the United States, but I don't think anyone's going to catch Lorenzo here.
Yeah, it's such a shame that over there in Lords of Tram, he got that 9th place, not having the performance that he wanted, because being only 2 events, you can't go to, there's not a discard. Everything counts, so that is really going to hurt his possibilities on that. Oh, multiple rotations, contra on the way down. Stylish there for Luca. There you go.
Yeah, it looked like he felt more comfortable left foot forwards, but there will be another chance. So that's 3 on the board then for Luca, although he has had was that a contra loop? He's got contra loop, front roll, tic-tac.
Yeah, that's a front hand,
Yeah, it was just a board off that time. So that will be a different category.
So he will get full marks for it.
Yeah, because that's the real Devi. And again, you cannot just do the same thing. If you're wondering what goes on here, you can't do 3 tricks, 7 trick attempts, 3 of your best attempts scored out of 10, a maximum score of 30. And you can't just do 3 of the same tricks. They want it to be in different families, and that will penalize you if you repeat the same move over and over and over. They want a demonstration of your variety, and that's what that's all about. They really have fallen into a good place with this 3 tricks scoring. But we go back to Lorenzo Casati now. He looks like he's got this one in the bag, if I'm being honest. So we could see something crazy here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, this is a victory lap. And I reckon, this is over the top, hitting that vertical axis. Everything from the fin. Taking the board off from the fin, holding on and putting it back on. He's playing. He really is just playing out there.
Yeah, he has done a lot more from the fin than normal. I mean, look at this control. I really like the control, putting the ball back on here, 1 foot before the other. 1, 2. almost replacing things in order of like a one-footer. It's good to see some tips there from Lorenzo's replay, watching him so close, which we can do here, because we almost feel like we're out on the water with them where these cameras are on the side. It'll be Parker Sage now for his final move. And he might just be thinking a bit more about defending that second place, although probably the most spread out heat we've had so far, I think, as 8 seconds remain. They get about 40 seconds to perform their move. Parker Sage, he really likes that sort of inverted back roll takeoff to the right-hand side, fighting that landing. It's a nice move for Parker Sage. We'll get a replay now where we get to really pick the bones out of the technicality. It's not, I like seeing this wide angle at the start because it shows us the power and downwind movement. And then we get to go in here where it's come off by the handle. It's one, I think that was one board flip from him as well, and lots of control on that bouncy landing. I'm quite enjoying the way we're being brought this action from our film crew here, who are following very well the riders in round one. Big hello to you all if you've managed to sack in work already. Half a day, 12:31 here, so maybe not in the UK. Still got to get to lunch. As Luca Cerruti has a bit odd with the colours going through the screen there. I'm hoping that's just our TV. It's almost like someone's painting.
Matrix, mate. Matrix is happening. Neo, where are you? Morpheus, red or blue pill?
Might have just been our side. We hope, for your own sake, it was our side. That was quite tough to deal with. But once again, just look at that backdrop. That is just Mykonos. You just know it's Mykonos.
Greece,
There's
isn't it?
nowhere
it's
else
beautiful.
that has that identity, as we see Lorenzo Casati, current world champion, gets a lovely takeoff. Boom!
Stalls on the board off as well. And just gets caught out by that shot. But it's the kite angle and power.
Yeah, he's getting that thing level with him. And that, I think, is his first big crash. Probably the only time the kite and him haven't been in complete harmony that time. So that was huge. So we see another move from Parker Sage. Is that over, though? Yeah, that is...
Final move of the heat. So, yeah, that heat is over, waiting for scores to be dropped. But so far, without a doubt, it is going to be Lorenzo Casati, 21.46. Only athlete to go past that 20-point mark. I'm going to say, making a statement, and a statement has been made.
And I think an observation here for me is I think there's been a lot of work and training on a 9 here, because the 9 being the size, it wasn't belting nuking at the time in France, and I think that extra training on the 9 is looking good out there. Same for his brother. There is the situation at the moment. We are down in Heat 7, all the way to the left-hand side of your screen in round 1. We've got 2 heats left, and then we will be joining the women, I believe, before we go into that tough round 2, which is already stacking up with must get first or second to advance to go in. But it's been a great start to things here in Mykonos. We're in a real nice rhythm. It's always lovely seeing the riders getting on with it quickly. It shows that they're happy with the conditions. It's tough when the 40 seconds is getting extended. It slows things down. Some spots are like that, what with the winds we experienced at the Lords of Tram. And that's part of the ride out there. But here in this warm environment, riders are keen to just get going and to not miss out. Because that's what it feels like when you're not in the water out there. You're missing out.
All right, so coming up next, we're going to be going over to that heat number 7. As Mr. Steno Mol, Kima Verker, and Martin Koblisk are going to be joining us here. Netherlands versus Germany. As we get ready for the second to last heat of this round number 1. Then we're going to be moving on to round number 1 of the women. And as you just saw, Lorenzo Casati showing why he is the man to beat so far As we continue on day number 1 down here in Mykonos, 35 average. 35 knot average here for the first day, looking great for the afternoon. Idea is to push as far as possible. Net word on the street is we will be making it to probably around the quarterfinals today. Sunset comes up about 8:30 in the evening, as it is now just 12:30 local time down here at Mykonos. So we have plenty of action coming your way. Thanks for joining us here on the stream. I'm Josie Asher, joining me, Lewis Craffen. If you guys want to know anything about gear, athletes, what's happening, local knowledge, anything, throw it down there in the comments. We'll try and get back to you ASAP. And thank you for joining us. And let's enjoy an action pay as we have the GKA Big Air Kite World Cup Greece. And right now, competition is on standby. And we are back as we continue on heat number 7. Aegean Sea, Stino Kimo, Martin Kolich is there. You get ready to go. And there was Stino just jumping in for that first heat, waiting for those scores to come up with us. Kimo Rakud, aiming out of the Netherlands. So you can see him out there on that code NXT. Left foot forward, which seems to be the one of preference, and a good amount of height there for his first attempt of his heat.
Yeah, Koblichka, Martin Koblichka. This guy's actually grabbed my attention. Seen some great riding from him off competitions. You know, not that he hasn't been able to deal with it. Quarter-finalist at Lords of Tram. Stino Mole as well, experienced competitor now, and Kimo Verkerk. Probably the last thing we can look at for him for competition history is a great performance at Cold Hawaii, getting all the way to the quarterfinals. And it's cool, that kite position was pretty decent here. This is going to be a nice score, really in touch with his kite there. That was a lovely move from the F1 rider, Martin Koblichka. And that would be his second trick attempt already. That's the door to the booth left open, getting nice and warm in here. It's me, Lewis Craffen, in here, talking to you now. Look at the colour of that water. It's definitely moving into the middle stages of the day. Big hello to Jez Mondo, Hangtime Jones, famous big air rider from the UK, watching this, wishing he was out there. Are you wishing you was out here as well? I bet you are, looking at these colours as on your screens right now then. Stino Mole looking to work the box, well, the bay, if you like, left foot forwards on that 9 metre, head down now, looking for a takeoff in attack mode, I like to say. Here he goes, decent takeoff by the fin. It's classic from Stino, replacing the feet individually. It's a board off, a megaloop board off by the fin from Stino. Yeah, and he'll be hoping for a good performance here as well. He was a regular on the podiums for a while. He had some real good results, and I think he wants to push his way back up to the semis. Again, just a few round twos recently where he's had some pretty tough deals, actually, to be honest. But quite a slingshot taking off nicely. Looked like a bit of a tic-tac there, and a 2-foot tomahawk for that slingshot. That's Kimo Verkerk. Body dragging here, which isn't really a problem at all in Mykonos. It's kind of a nice experience with that nice warm water. If you're lucky, the turtle will be... Is that the turtle to the left-hand side? Swimming below you, it's a magical experience if you haven't kite surfed here. You need to get here. It's just so easy. Everything's close to the airport. Got a great centre here, Kite Mykonos. The Duotone Pro Centre down there will look after you. It is got to be on your bucket list of places to kite surf. As I get this little break now, as Kimo Verkerk just going to get his board. Good to see him now. It's harder and harder to get into these events. And Kimo not in all of them. If I look at my last run of events, I'd kind of look at the last year or so these days with how things are changing so much. I always dreamed of that perfect Excel sheet of all of the competitions of all time. Boy, do I wish I had it now, because as we go into the women's later, the nostalgic moment for me to introduce one of my heroes in kiteboarding who returns after a lengthy spell off the water, Gisela Pulido. It's going to be very special, and that will be coming up shortly with the women. But you have just joined us here in round one, or maybe you haven't just joined us here. You have been with me for 7 heats. This is actually the 8th heat, technically, after that qualifier. Having to get out the way then, Kimo Verkerk puts the speed down to get out of the way of Martin Kublichka. And I wonder if that was in the back of his mind, Martin Kublichka, because Kimo Verkerk just realised he was just downwind. And those are the moments that get you out of your seat as a commentator, where you realise there's a bit of drama on the water. Kublichka, lovely takeoff with that double back roll, really nice and extended. He went into a triple. There was 4 back rolls in the end. The last roll coming a bit late. And I just enjoyed that moment there where obviously Kimo thought, blimey, I might be in conflict here. Just put the kite down and sped up. But Stino Mole here next to Trick. He's got 2 on the board so far. Currently leading with a 9.5. The Dutch rider, one of 6 Dutch riders here in Mykonos, the island of Tinos, very visible in the background as he rises high in the sky. See, binned it, got rid. Stino deciding he didn't want that board anywhere near his feet on land. He's in that area where the swells start building. Over the course of the next days, that gets bigger and bigger. Maybe he felt like he was going to make contact with that. So he'll be unhappy about that, as he was going for the tic-tac. He didn't get a nice feel for the board in the air on that 9 metre. So no one really taking charge of this heat yet. Stino has got 2 goodish scores. He'll be looking at this heat and thinking there's a real opportunity there. On your screens now, then, it is Kimo Verkerk. As I said, one of many Dutch riders here. 1/4 of the men's fleet are Dutch. 6 Dutch riders. Just 6 this time. They just keep banging them out, don't they? Like Madonna. With #1 hits. Isla Bonita being one of my favourites. It would work quite well with this scene right now as we see Kimo Verkerk being patient, very far downwind here. This is going to be quite some distance. I think this could be over the 100-metre mark. He's flown all the way from the right-hand side to the left-hand side. He'll be happy with that. And I think it was due that for him. Don't want to fall away from the other riders here. He's clearly on slingshot there. Slingshot F1 up against Harlem. We go back to Martin Kubliska. Here he goes, searching. You can just see that. And again, to this side, has to keep out the way, does Kimo. Can he focus on this landing now? The technical work is done in this trick for Kubliska. And again, he has to be very close there to the edge, as Kimo Verkerk's obviously going to go right foot forwards here. Or he's got stuck in the block here from the other riders. But definitely, if you want to get in the... to be going right foot forwards, you can just pull into a little bay here. Tiny little one. So he gets out the way now. I think he was stuck over here. But we're not going to see a replay, I think, of that move from Martin. But it was a good move. Good landing. Steno, can he repair the damage on this? Yeah, it's a classic Steno move, this. It's the back roll, the mega loop delayed back roll, fin off. He loves this one. It's the move I dream of. I love the look of that move. It's just so clean. It's so natural. And Steno will be over the moon here as we see a replay on this. How was the takeoff? Was he happy with that takeoff? Were you happy with that takeoff at home? Please leave us a review. It was a lovely takeoff. And I think the landing, even better. Very smooth, 14.3 meters. That's pretty decent. That's going to fall into around the fives and a halves, I think, as we go straight back to Kimo Verkerk. This time, Steno makes his way out the side, left foot forwards. Kimo bins that one. And it's the Dutch rider at the moment, Steno. Yeah, 5.47 for Steno. Lots of time to go in this heat, remember. It's 7 trick attempts. 3 of their best scores out of 10. A maximum of 30 can be given to these riders. Hopefully we get the thoughts and feelings of Aaron Hadlow, who's on his way into town as the day goes on. I can't wait to talk to him about some of the athletes that have registered. I want to say from his generation, but I mean, what is Aaron Hadlow's generation? It's more like Aaron Hadlow's decade, from his decade. Because even in my book here, I was looking through my book at what I've got written in my book, which does involve some very interesting statistics and notes. I've got his statistics from an event very recently where he was competing in big air. But on our screens now, more to the point, Kubliska with another smooth land. He's fighting this one still, having to kite loop the kite round. And Kubliska at the moment with a 9.8. So he is in second, but that is going to be his 3rd big trick score. It's going to give him a firm position, I think, here. But it's going to be very close, first and second. 86 meters downwind. They're all wearing watches, by the way. 11.4. Maybe the height might hurt him a little bit here. What's Steno got into? It's big from Steno, connecting with an absolute boomer. That's one of the highest jumps so far. The arm comes out. He punches the sky. He's got multiple lifts here. He's actually landed unbelievably. This is going to be huge. Joe, this must be over 150 meters downwind. This is what we're here in Mykonos to see. Where did that come from? From Steno Mol from the Netherlands. Look at this takeoff, straight into front rolls here. It's absolutely unbelievable how far he's gone here. Just look how horizontal he is for such a long period of time. I mean, how far has he gone here? It keeps going up. 227 meters. That's a 2, not a 1 at the start there, Joe. Unbelievable move from Steno Mol. That could be the biggest move so far because the height was there. The extremity was there. The wind must be picking up now. And again, over the horizon then comes Kimo Verkerk. It's a wonderful moment when you're witnessing this stuff here, when you just can't help but notice a difference in level that's just been raised. Of whatever it was, the wind, the rider, it just happened and you were there to watch it with me.
I tell you what, Lewis, I just popped my head out of the booth there as well. It is windy. The wind has definitely increased, and you can start to feel that electricity, that energy, or that fuego that all of the athletes have out there. And like you say, I mean, Steno, what a banger. 7.0. They're the judges making that difference.
And it was a contra
they are
loop.
Saying, and it was a contra loop. Like, it really just going to the sky. Highest and longest jump, 21.4, what was it, 200 and what meters? 200 plus meter travel. You know, in everybody's terms, it was huge. 227 meters. Stino showing the boys how it's done.
He just found something there, didn't he? And this is the replay then of Martin Kublichka as oh, what was that? Something that was something we've missed there, Joe. That board definitely went through the legs. There may well have been some sort of osmosis through the legs there. Apologies, Martin. We were still blown away what we'd seen by Stino, but it's Martin who's now starting to bring some innovation. Yeah, got kite loop innovation on his score there. So that could score really well there. It's this is still getting very interesting. Lots of landings in this heat from all the riders as we're suddenly already back to Stino. And
what's it going to be?
I don't know. He's going to be feeling. Well, let's take a look at his scores then. He wants to probably push out the kite loop front roll. So I wouldn't be surprised if this move I wouldn't be surprised here if he goes straight into some sort of doobie loop with a board off. We'll be able to see on his watch how he's scoring, but his lowest score is in the kite loop.
It's got to be close to be timed out. No, it is. Yeah, you're right. There's one, there's two.
From the fin, has he got a chance? No.
Has to throw it away. That board didn't really come back towards him, did him?
There was a very small window of opportunity there. It almost had to be perfect. Yeah, I mean, off the fin like that must be so hard to do.
I do love Stino's style. Most of it, most of those moves off of the fin. Great takeoff.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see here it just didn't come back towards him to be able to have that opportunity and had to let go of that. But I mean, I'm going to say it, one of the moves of the day.
Yeah,
good work.
It was up there. It was obviously the stats prove it, the distance. It's so nice to be able to show you that and talk to you about that. And some of the conversations I'm hearing about where technology is going with our sport are blowing my mind here in Mykonos. I literally can't deal with it.
All right, chemo as well. It's like you say, Lewis, it's so cool to have all that information as well. Double rotation from the fin to... he was trying to get the handle over through it. Unfortunately, that's going to be a crash out for him. I mean, interesting heat. Like, it's point-wise is kind of where everything else has been. Stino, 5-5, and then that big 7. Chemo, we saw him. He's had top 5 results. Events like Lords of Tram back there in 2025, debuted in Kota last year as well. So he knows what it is to be on the big stages, and he wants to get there. This is what I love about this discipline. It's the gentleman's sport. It's about helping out. They said at the skippers meeting, if athletes, help out, take them time. If a kite is exploded or something, they can help the athlete get out. They won't lose their turn. And I think that's so important, A, to, so everybody has equal chances, and B, of course, safety.
Yeah, and it's a respect that amongst big air riders know what they're putting themselves through. And why make it more dangerous when we can help each other? We're always first to the scene as kite surfers, so there's no penalising kite surfers here now. And the format allows that. It's really good, as we see Kublichka with, it looks like a double board flip during a rotation. He really got some innovative maneuvers.
That's a word. New move.
Yeah, he's definitely got some
new
of those
stuff.
in the back. I want to see a replay of this one because I wonder what's happened here. Wunderbar. Kublichka is really got a hand on second, but I don't think he's going to go much further than second here. It's his last move, so he can't. Stino Mole, with that high scorer, still can push himself a bit further out, but I think Stino Mole's going to be hard to beat. Can he go any further?
I want him to go bigger. Come on, Stino. Bring it home.
The kiting, that is. Not the football. England are going to bring the football home.
That is a big call. I mean, I can't say much because, Spain drew with Cape Verde. Cape Verde's budget 1%, Spain 100, but,
You can say what you want. You've brought it home enough times. You're allowed to say those things.
Daily activities, kiting. Night activities down here so far is watching the football games.
It's been brilliant. The timing's
you wonder
great,
where it's perfect.
Yeah. Well, arguably last night was a bit late for me, but I still watched it.
Stino making sure he's going to go to the sky. Oh, no, okay, he's been timed out. No, he has been timed out. So once again, we're seeing those timeouts. 35 seconds. So now, Kimo, what's he got? That was something big from Steve.
I love how the cameraman also had enough. he
was
timed himself.
Yeah.
He timed it out as well. Oh, it's big though. Is this going to be the difference? Oh, he's just let go of it, and he had good kite position and control there if he needed it. He punches the water, Kimo Verkerk, because he knows that was his moment where he only needed 0.3, to on top of one of his other scores, of course. He needed a 4.6 to try and get out of third. But Stino has taken it to the others here with a very commanding... The work was done in the earlier or mid stage of that heat with that big 5.47, the big 7.0. He'll be very relieved to get through that first heat. And there's just a bit of fun with the wind is up. A bit of a woost there. That was a bit of a wooster. Cool, that got a bit close, too close for...
Comfort?
Comfort there, yes.
All right, so that is it. Official. Stino Mo is going to take the win of that heat, making his way through to round number 3. As we continue on, it was going to be heat number 8 of the men. Then it's going to be time for our women to come out onto the competition arena. And we've seen these athletes warm up yesterday. I tell you what, the girls have the power.
They do. The girls' lineup is like nothing I've ever seen. I've never seen it. I mean, straight off the bat, the amount of world titles in the we're not in the girls' lineup. I just can't wait to get talked about it. The women here, like, what is it? I think it's something like 17 or 18 world titles shared between just 2 of them.
There's definitely a person. We'll leave the moment to talk about her when she comes in. Yeah. But there is definitely, as we were mentioning before, like you were saying with Aaron, in the here in the big air discipline, there's so many different generations. I mean, board-offs are such a huge thing. You go to the likes of Mark Shin back in the day, all these board-offs were being done, now combining with the kite loops, but I cannot wait to see some of those women heats because there's going to be some devastation, I can tell you that.
I want to see some of those guys back on it with the level of board-offs that they were performing.
Adam Cock.
Martin Bari, wouldn't mind seeing that heat. Mark Shin probably still deal with it. Get Toby Brewer out here. God, I know he's innovated a lot of this, what he's seeing. I bet he can't believe what he's seeing.
I can still remember slow-mo in the VCRs, mate. What was that? How did that happen before the internet? It's incredible to see, and full circle.
That was
full circle.
It always did blow my mind just how many moves were invented by Toby, or at least were claimed, because they were in the thousands. So the multiplier there, I could never work out, but I'm sure it was legit, but there was a lot of dedication by those people that never knew that it would come back that way. But as we've seen in the sport of kiteboarding, it's got a really crazy way of going in journeys and directions. And where we're at now, I feel like we're at a real meeting point of extremity coming back and being craved for, and technicality. And we're seeing events where we're seeing short lines thrown into the mix, and they can still do the technicality. And that's what, it's not like it makes it impossible to do that. So that's where the sport is right now. It's exciting times.
I think it's also what I like about it is quality over quantity. It is not a spin to win. It is really about what you do, doing it extended, doing it with style, pushing the limits, not just adding things for the sake of it, adding it because you want to increase that score. And I think the judging also really taking that into account. And we're seeing, moves like that from Stino, 7.0. Why? It was way up there. Could have been even more. It's only day number 1. But now, going into the final heat of the men, heat number 8 of that round number 1. And let's see those faces come up on the screen, because we're going to see the qualifier of the Greek athletes is going to be Baptiste, as he is just going to start off his green flag. Let's go, as he is going to be going for an opener. Is it going to be another mega loop late back roll? No, it isn't. Going double, board is off from the fin. Nice rotation, clean landing.
Yeah, nice opening move from Baptiste, who got through that qualifier right in the nick of time. So we don't have FaceTime for you here. I feel like you probably know these faces by now, and Jabo will be up next, and
Mr. Flugel.
Yeah, it's Jeremy here, and that's another interesting point to raise about seeding as well. Here goes Jeremy Belando, nice and high. Possibly.
Right, Belando. I mean, Jeremy, he's world champion. He's been there, he's done it. He knows what it is to win events. He is known for his height. his technicality. We saw the back there in Gran Canaria was going absolutely to the moon, and such a technical athlete. But now, let's not forget, we wanted to see that power as well. Big multiple spins, Finn Flugel, last year's freestyle world champion.
How can you go to different disciplines?
It's
like
incredible.
It's
incredible.
And just on the seeding here, because I was a bit bamboozled to see Jeremy Belando not seeded highest here. It must be just running off the event in Lords of Tram only.
It was the seeding also, because let's not forget that event in Brazil of
was
the previous year
was in that one?
Yeah, was joint there.
Yeah.
That's why he seeded. That's like why you see Jamie is not high seeded here, because he was only in Lords of Tram.
Okay.
So
I thought Finn had only done one event, but actually there you go then, because Finn is highest seeded here, and I was like, Jeremy, bloody hell, he must be doing good here. But anyway, back to Baptiste. Bordelos doesn't get the connection that he required, so we can start to talk about the others already. And it's really intriguing heat to see how Jeremy Belando performs against Finn Flugel, who the more he continues in the big head, what we saw in France from Finn Flugel, one of the greatest comebacks in a heat I've ever seen after blowing out that foil kite. that was catastrophic equipment failure, you know, the term I love to get to use. And it was a very special moment with the Hofmeister. How you doing, lass, if you're listening, where we experienced that. And but on the screen.
And look at this also already. First heats, first moves, and all of them are 6. Jeremy, stylish, travel, angle, ease, landing, 200 beautiful.
Meters, 200 meters, what do you reckon?
I'm going to say 195.7, mate, just to be shy.
Okay, I'm not going to even answer. I'm just going to... I think it'd be crazy. I feel like you might be in the range there. Might be something. What are we going to? This is so fun as it builds up. Oh, come on.
Come on.
All right, at least they can tell us. Someone can tell us.
We won't know who gets the beers.
Tell us.
Damn it.
They were worried about missing the move. I like that. Yeah. They were so worried. We've asked for it. Me and Joe have asked for that secretly as it's not about all the distance, though. It's got to be in comparison with extremity.
Beautiful from Finn. Oh, got absolutely clobbered. You can see the kite not catching him, going straight in. Finn Flugel, well, as we were mentioning before, one of the most complete kiteboarders out there. Let's not forget, this guy, a couple of weeks ago, 3rd on the freestyle over there in Germany in Bochum. He is currently 2nd on the overall ranking for the big air discipline, as he trailing together with, after Jamie Overbeek. So, I mean, you name it, this kid can do it.
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive performance. Was he 2nd in Lords of Tram?
He was, yep.
Yeah, so he only needs to win the event.
Exactly.
Win the event and he becomes world champion. That was an incredible performance to get himself up there. But in that case, quite a harsh landing there. He felt he could recover that at the end. We had a drill baby drill moment there where he was 2 foot straight down. But we switch our attention here to Baptiste, who's looking further out to sea for the takeoff. Again, he just come out of his feet. He's had a couple of harsh takeoffs there.
Yeah, getting
the
caught
big
by
Greek
that chop.
rider, but he's got time to get back in this. All he'll want here is to perform his best, you know. So he's got to refocus now. Lots of the riders look like they were fancying a right foot forwards, and I wonder if that's because the wind has switched a little bit more, maybe with an east in the north. Yeah, foot come out there.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you know, Baptiste being the local here. So when you can see the locals, if they're going one way or the other, there's a reason behind it. But right now, I'm going to say it, this man on your screen, the string slot athlete, España, he already has 2 6s. That's probably, you know, very consistent from Jeremy. 2 bangers. And he looks like he was aiming for that right foot forward. Still has 30 seconds.
I think we've missed Finn there, out the side of your screen.
Jeremy Belando's turn right now, 20 seconds to go.
Okay, you're right. What was Finn doing then? Because he did trick.
He crashed.
Oh, all right. Well, out the screen.
No, in the before. But anyway,
right,
Jeremy Belando, 10 seconds to go.
It took that long to get his ball back. You're right, sorry. Drill, baby, drill. I said that for his move. I forgot. There's so much. It's been so quick and repetitive that it's almost a break, throws you off a bit. But you're right. J-Bo on the screen.
Let's see what he's got. He's going to, I reckon he's going to be, I mean, if we're going by these timeouts, which is a sensitive situation, you'd think he'd be timed out by now. Because that was at least 5 seconds, but we will wait. Oh, beautiful inversion, hitting that vertical axis, up and away. Is that going to be 3 for 3? Love it.
That must feel so good.
That's a flip. That is a flip.
What does that look like?
That is a flip.
What does that look like, that view?
Look at this. All right, up close and personal. Here we go.
1, 2, with a board spin as well. That's crazy, the axis he's spinning there and the control that he's kept throughout there. It must be at least a triple front roll involved there, with one of them being totally almost into the lines and over the lines. It's going to break the score system maybe here. You're getting excited. Not feeling like he's been rewarded for that one, Joe.
No.
As much.
No. I mean, no, they aren't. Okay, so 6.33. Harsh. But let's not forget, judges' different perspective. They, you know, panel of 5 judges again. Top score, bottom score gets scratched. It's the average of the 3 middle ones is the score that comes up. But yeah, I mean, I thought that was impressive. But yes, there wasn't the power involved. So there was the technicality, so not the power. So I think we can definitely see, Lewis, especially as that wind is coming up, judges are asking for less technicality and more power.
Mega loop delayed roll from Finn, not what he wanted at all there. He was pressured into that. I feel like he's had to ride back upwind after that crash. It's become his turn again. He's still probably feeling the impact of that crash.
Body language as well. Finn, when he doesn't make it, he is not a happy camper.
He's got time here. It's only his 3rd move so far. He's got a 6.13 on there at the moment, which is the 4th highest trick score. Jeremy Belando's one that's absolutely storming this one at the moment. The winner of Cold Hawaii. The only other semis lately has been the Lords of Tram, where Finn advanced against him. So he's in a heat against Finn again, and maybe there's that little extra drive, Joe, to be like for a bit of payback. I think that goes on in these sports where these riders are aware, like, oi, mate, you done me in last time. I'm back here now.
I'm here.
I'm not having that. I'm not going to be in one of those stats that Lewis makes where it's they can't beat the other guy.
Okay, extending there. Batty's playing it safe to get back into a rhythm.
Yeah, he's got to get in this.
Yeah, he needs to get in. He had 2-1, so that's going to put him back into contention. But, I mean, Jeremy Burlando right now, 19.53 already. Having a little look-see at the scores. He is definitely way up there. Let's not forget, we saw 20.24 Leonardo Casati, 21.46 there from Lorenzo. So those are kind of the only 2 athletes and the 2 brothers to go above 20.
Look at the speed he's riding. Is Jeremy Blando going to be able to get out to the right-hand side quick enough to give himself one more go back into a port here? I don't think he's going to go here. I think he knows time has disappeared for you, but I can tell you now, this is a really nice pace that these riders are going. They're almost getting 2 chances as quick as they can. He composes himself now, builds up the speed. Look at that board spray starting to increase. He really carries a lot of speed into his moves.
Reminds me of Jamie on that. So up and away, not getting the height note. So that's going to count, but that's not going to be enough. So that's going to be not a crash, but a scratch there for Burlando. I mean, obviously, let's not forget, Jeremy Burlando living most of the time when he's not traveling over there in Tenerife. Similar conditions, I would say. You're not using the shore break. You are actually using the bumps of in the middle of the ocean. So could have an advantage as playing similar conditions as home. But right now he is in the lead. But that was a scratch for that last move. Finn looking like a kite loop board off with some multiple rotations on the way down. We will see that on the replay.
Adapted to that one as well. Really had to work with what he had there. Didn't look like the most voluntary rotations at the end. Let's see what he did there, though, as his timer just ticks down. He has landed that move, though, so not having as many replays at the moment as we've had. But that looks like a rough ocean to me now, or rough bay. Whatever you look from the start of the day to now, just the way the spray is blowing off the riders, the sea is starting to build, the swells. In some ways, it looks harsher than it is from this higher view. When we get lower down, you can see there are flat spots in it. It is fun to ride. He's searching now. Batiste, is he going to come close towards us for this uplifting wind? He does. It's
good height.
Yeah, mega loop delayed roll. He's hunting out second here. I think he can feel that maybe first is going to be tough to get, but he's staying in the mix. He's given himself a platform for his last moves to maybe really go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you probably think that would be in around the 4 to 5 averages. Yeah. So that would definitely put him back into around 13 to 14 points. But yeah, he needs to improve on all 3 of those moves. But last 2 moves landed, good height, good power. Yeah, looking around the medium 4s. Yeah. But Burlando coming up next. Let's see, he missed that previous one. actually looks like he's going to be coming left foot forward here.
A bit further downwind now,
Yeah.
I think, you know. It just feels like that boat's suddenly in the picture. This is the takeoff spot. This spot is hot out here right now. Here we go. Lovely inversion there. Was there a board flip as well in there?
There was spin from the, so rotation from the spin and then the board flip to that handle. Beautiful there. Orlando.
Love the way he goes through his front rolls here. It's a backhand on the bar there, clearly pulling in on the backhand. I don't know if it was there.
Tic-tac, yeah, a little tic-tac. Yeah. Or change from the fin to handle. But, yeah, like you said, it's that vertical axis. He's hitting that. It's a flip. It's not a spin.
It's kind of signature. Look at the swell difference now that the wind has been blowing for a day. It starts to build in here.
That is windy. Look at the water.
It's so much fun riding that. Just even riding fast and bouncing in between the chops. But this side is hard.
Fin, nice angle on the kite. Triple. Was that a triple? It was. Can he keep it together?
I think he's going to get
check, but he's going to get that. He's happy.
Yeah, he's gone flying through the landing zone, but riding through, which is what they want, rather than in the air. But I think he's going all for it now because he's in that position where he needs to.
Let's see the replay on that one. Okay, so they are going. The thing is they are really powering through.
All right, replays currently not available for him. Do you reckon that's beer in that truck over there?
We hope so for later.
For the party.
Baptiste above the mountain. Little 1 foot to add a little bit of the Kung Fu style. Big move there for the local.
That was knowledge of where the gusts were. Did you see that? Or was it perspective? Now he was a bit further downwind. That looked high. He was the only one I've seen in line with that mountain in the background. But here we're going to see a lovely replay. I got a feeling like it was 20. Come on. Let's see.
It looked it.
Was it 20 metres high? 19.5. Isn't that great when you get that feeling and the text shows you weren't far off? Lovely move from Baptiste. He's really stamped his style on this heat now. He'll be really stoked to have nailed that one. That looked like a Baptiste-style move. I interviewed him recently, and we spoke a bit about his style and how this place has shaped who he's become and his riding. You know, remember, we have to remind you, he's the organiser of this event, Baptiste, and he's found himself here qualifying for the main event through that tricky four-way Greek qualifier heat, which he dominated earlier on, and still 9 metre kite.
Yeah, fin on a 9 there. It looks like he's overpowered as well.
Yeah, can't be far away from mates for some of these riders, but again,
ball flip on the way down as well.
Extending the feet up high in the sky. Jeremy Belando, we talk about signature styles, that's definitely one of his. He is absolutely in control here, although you can never write Finn off because Finn will know the importance of going through in first here to avoid some of the higher seeds here. These heats are serious, you know. Some of these riders are more wondering about what to do in round 2. The others, it's not an option to go into round 2. They want to keep winning heats. So heavily powered now. He's positioning himself in the box. 30 seconds. I think he's going to go right foot forwards here, Finn. And I think that's why he's over this side at the moment. The body language doesn't suggest to me he's about to take off.
I say you're right there, mate.
And the further you come out to this left-hand side, you actually can take off very early and avoid these swells. The more in the middle you get, unless the angle changes. Though the angle does look pretty good now, right foot forwards. It has to be said.
It's getting those. I mean, let's not forget Finn, one of the lighter riders on tour. And I'm going to say it, he looks overpowered. He's having actually a hard time holding on to that one. There goes the height. Back roll 1, 2. Can we get the replay of this? I want to see this triple. Tell me you have the replay. That was a beauty.
Still got work to do. That was a bit. I mean, how do you find the board there with all of that going on? So that was the move he wanted earlier. Whether or not we get the replay, because his watch apparently is... Oh, wow. Wow, blown off the board there on that 9 metre. Baptiste Bordelot.
It is windy.
And that is saying something because he is one of the heaviest riders in this competition. I'm quickly going to check my Wind Guru station. 39 knots just came in and probably a bit more because that's on the beach. And that was something to behold. So I think we're going to see riders dropping down off 9s maybe. So we know the 40 knots is about that mark. They like to do it. But Kiteboarders with a doobie contra loop to add to his scoring so far. How's he doing at the moment? Is that his last trick attempt?
That would be his last trick attempt. So I think second round, he's going to have to battle it out again. It does look like the battle is on now for the last 2 moves. So there you can see Baptiste all the way up. Simple, but smooth, calm.
Yeah.
He's going to be going to round number 2 as now Jeremy Burlando, 19.53, and Finn Flugel, 17.96. So it all comes down to this move. Just under 30 seconds for Jeremy. He's going to be looking for that right foot. And like you said, Lewis, angle looks better right foot right now.
Yeah, it's good. So Jeremy currently in the lead, but can he extend his lead? He's probably going to work on the contra loop front roll board off here. I think he does do that right foot forward. So let's see.
Kite loop. The kite is nice and low.
Let's see, front hand on it. There he goes into the front rolls. There's the contra loop. Oh my days! How many spins was that?
I'm going to say a lot.
I think I've gone cross-eyed.
Perfect landing as well. Contra with, we're going to say, at least 4 spins, 4 or 5 for sure. But more importantly, height, travel, landing, smooth, style, tornado.
Yeah, so likely he's going to upgrade that. I think he's going to put at least half a point on that. I wouldn't be surprised if this drops around a 7 or at least a very high 6 for Jeremy Burlando. And what it will require of Finn is 2 points higher than his lowest score, which is a 5.43. That there is attempt. And whilst we're wasting time trying to do the maths, Finn Flugel does the maths for us with a 0. Which means Jeremy Burlando will take the win in that heat going through. Finn Flugel will finish second, and Baptiste Bourdelos will take third place. And a great performance from Baptiste as well. But that was a really intriguing heat where we saw perhaps the highest gust of the day. And it was payback time then from Jabo, where Finn advanced in that semi-final, beating him in Lords of Tram. Payback time for Jabo, who looked very confident in that heat.
Very consistent, 19.60, taking the win, making his way through to that round number 3. And as we see, Esperando Hit Activo, as we are activo, as they would say down in the Dominican, we are definitely active. And competition is rolling, because coming up next, we are going to see our big air women coming out to play. And seeing how they were warming up yesterday, there are going to be some big moves coming our way.
All right, we are in the women's big air round 1, heat number 1 from France. Rose Hetul and Aya Kasabova from Bulgaria and Sara Sadek from Egypt. Apologies for those incorrect T-shirts. There's been some problems with the dressing room department. No. Anyway, we know those riders, and that definitely their faces were correct, I can assure you there. And we are going into heat number 1, round number 1 of the women. What have we got here? What have I got here on my pieces of paper?
On the old notes, the note boards. So I can't see them out yet, so I think there's been a little transition before the women come out, because I can't see any kites out there yet. But, I mean, we saw before, almost 40 knots. We had a 39 knot gust, so we are close to the big 4-0. As, yes, it does look like we are starting. So once again, let's go, 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 guys and girls, as your women are out on the water. Pink lycra.
Yeah, that will be Rose going first. Let's try and match these kites up. I think they are out there on smaller kites, probably even harder to spot in that background. So they can see the flags. And so can you.
And so can you.
If you look hard enough, there are flags up there. Now, what I'd also love, if I owned one of those nice big buildings up there, I would love on my big wall there in big letters to say, my house is at 30 meters high. So
yeah.
Just, if everyone got into that who lived up there, we could have some nice reference points. Although, do we need it with the technology we've got these days? No, we don't, but it would be quite funny.
Some things are good old school, mate.
Yeah, well, that would be quite funny, wouldn't it? Hi, Mum, written on the side. Yeah, we're going to see all this stuff. This is going to happen. There will be people who are looking at this thinking they can't resist the opportunity to appear on the world stage alongside some of these world champion kiteboarders and the best in the world that are riding here, because the opportunities are just ended. I'm thinking lorries. I'm thinking, what else could we see on that mountain? That such is the exposure now and the attention that this event is getting. I mean, it has to go without saying that this event here, as we see a little clean of the screen.
Okay, yeah, so that's good. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, nice and clean.
I did think my glasses were a little foggy. Yeah, again, okay.
Thank you.
Left cheek, right cheek.
No, I don't. Can't really blame the director for that one. It just happened. I liked it, Joe. It's like, showed me okay, there you go. This one's been
I can see better now, mate.
Yeah, this one's been clean. But that is wonderful, that shot now. We've been, as we said earlier, really trying to pay attention.
So because you Rose out there now, representing France. She's going to be the first athlete to be jumping as well. So we are looking at the other side of the island there. So that little church is on the left-hand side of the bay, if you're looking out to sea.
Yeah.
A nice and flat area out there. So far, earlier in the morning, we saw more athletes jumping left foot forward. Now it looks like right foot forward is coming into play as that angle is slightly turned out.
Yeah, it can switch through the day as it sort of goes between north and northwest. It's generally northwest. It comes straight in Venturi into this bay, but generally they're very small changes, but they're enough sometimes to make differences. I mean, on this screen here, you're looking out thinking that actually isn't that choppy. That's a bit more what it feels like when you ride, but if we are about 5 to 6 meters up here, this camera angle, but when you're low down, the in between the swells is really quite a trough down there and a bit of flat. There's space in between these swells, it's not. It's a very unique place to ride. I can't think of many other places where I've felt this sensation of riding across, as we do see one of the riders performing a big air there, which I'm being told isn't the start of the heat, so there's no panic here. Joe, could you think of anywhere else where you've ridden where you feel like you've been in a small bay like this where you go side to side? Does anywhere come up?
No, not in a bay. I mean, the Barreta in Tarifa, which is that kind of wave spot right in the middle of the ocean, is 2 kilometers from Vadevaqueros. It's a similar situation.
Okay.
But you're 2 kilometers out.
Yeah.
You can't have mum and dad in the window watching you.
Yeah.
Still, heat is not on yet. I have just been told by the race crews. It looks like they're sorting something out before our women kiteboarders join us. But no, I mean, I think the word unique does come to mind with this location.
Actually, I'm going to go something which does maybe feel a little bit similar. Squamish in Vancouver, just north of Vancouver on your way to Whistler, has the feeling of at least terrain, both sides. It's a much longer tack across that, the sound, as they call it there. It technically is an inlet of the sea. So it has that rectangular feel where you go side to side. The waves maybe not as big, the rolling swell, but that would be due to the strength of the wind as well.
Yeah.
But that does have that similar feel where you go side to side. Yeah, there we go. Found somewhere, but maybe not as warm as this. And, just like any location, it has its different specialities.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, information in, so that they're moving the markers as that wind is increasing. So we have a 10-minute break. 10-minute break until the women will be coming out with that heat number 1. So if it is definitely going to be time to grab that coffee, get ready as we continue on day number 1 here in Mykonos, Greece.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του pub, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin app. Allwin.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are now going to be going in to the first heat of the women. Rosa Tulua, Aya Kasabova, and Sarah Sadek, as we get ready to battle out. And I mean, look at those colors coming our way. Round number one, heat number one, as it is going to be Rose who's going to be the first athlete to start.
Yeah, and we can get rid of that FaceTime now, because I just want to see that incredible view. Look at that.
Wow, look at those colors.
Wow. Actually, I don't think I'm going to talk anymore. I'm just going to watch this one of the most unique places in the world to kite surf and pay attention to the angles that the riders are kiting. They can just go a little bit more left foot into the wind now, which is an indication the wind might be a little bit more from the northwest. Sometimes it moves a little bit more around to the north, giving the riders more of an angle to the right foot. You kind of always lie to yourself and feel like you've got more of an angle both ways, but we are going to get started here.
We are green flags, so we are green flag guys and girls. Interesting to see. Okay, so it looks like body drag.
Mug off, board mug off. That is not going to score unless a board miraculously comes out the water here. I'm pretty sure.
The old Jesus Christ walk.
Well, that's some Jesus Christ marathon. I think that's unbelievable. That's like the whole length of the bay. We have to get Tom Herbert here.
Moses.
Tommy Bear. Maybe you could do the whole thing with your...
That brings back some memories.
Skid, yeah, it's cool. Well, there's the board, Joe, in the bottom left-hand corner. I think that'll be quite some upwind body drag. You'd be better off getting on one of these bikes or quad bikes.
I'll tell you what, they drive fast enough. Just running down that road, you almost be taken out a few times.
It's like a gauntlet. It's like the roads here, some of them should be just for one car. And because you're also walking down them with no path, when there's two cars coming, how would you describe it? It's like the gauntlet, isn't it? It's like...
It is, yeah. It is mayhem, for sure.
It's fun, actually.
I think Thailand is way up there when it comes to the busyness, but, yeah, not having that sidewalk sometimes, it wakes you up.
Yeah, it's a fun place to drive. Can you say that?
It is a fun place to drive. Look at the views. I mean, those roads that go along, you could be, chilling. Oh, watch out, there's the world champion. Oh, I'll continue on. Oh, watch out, there's the world champion again.
Nice to give you this angle as well to show you that there are two different sides here as we go across in this very rectangular bay. You can just see how the wind is funneling down through here. And the cameras are all based to your right-hand side, shooting towards we're looking pretty much north-east now. And so the wind coming from the north would filter straight down here. And it doesn't take long to get out there, and you just forever go one side, one side, one side, one side. It's such a cool experience riding past people, looking at their faces, interacting with them. Are they stressed because there's lots of people? Are they enjoying the interaction? I genuinely love the interaction. What have we got here on the left-hand side, Joe? Is this one of the riders?
Yeah, that looks like that's going to be Aya with the white lycra.
Or is she just positioning herself in a different way here? That's a very heavy downwind beat. Is that the correct terminology that racing can... You see the rocks in a different way from here as well. You wouldn't want to blow it out
so that would be Aya. So we're looking for Sarah would be the next one up because it's Yellow's turn, but still not locked in. I have been told we are green flag, but
yeah,
something's up. Yeah, something is up because they're coming back to the beach.
Can't believe this shot. So nice. It really does look like that when you ride here. This isn't colours. Please don't adjust your TV sets. This is how it looks. There is the Zap cat, which you often see attached to that will be an instructor and someone learning on 10-meter lines.
Okay, so I think information that has just been given to me here is because the safety boat is going back into position. So when the safety boat goes back into position, it would be...
Sarah's in the right place. So that downwind run there from, it's either Rose or Aya. We need to work that out. Might regret that. Might be a sudden upwinder here. Sarah Sadak is the highest seed now. And how quickly that changed, So the safety boat is there, but they had been on the water a long time. I was just out there, Joe, and some of them were coming in saying, look, my rider's been out there half hour now. They're caned. So we're going to see Sara Sadek with a lovely mega loop delayed back roll. Nearly overflew
Nice control.
It. Yeah, nice opening move from the top seed of this heat.
7 meter?
So yeah, it's a Thrive. It looks like a 7.
It looks like a 7.
It's got that look.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You remember those days when we had the aspect ratios, the good old 8.3s and the 16-point man?
That was confusing.
That was very confusing. All right, so that is first attempt for each one of these athletes. Sara Sadek is going to be the only one. 2 of landed a maneuver. As it does look like there's information on something because that boat's coming out to talk to them. So bear with us.
Yeah.
It would be nice to be first to know once.
And let's tell you what happened there. In between round 1 of the men's to round 1 of the women's, they were adjusting, the boys, I believe, were moved, which can take a bit of time, as we see a kite loop there from, is that Aya? No?
All right, so we can see that safety boat going through the middle of the competition area.
Yeah, that would indicate to me that we're not going. Why would the boat do that? Was the boat, maybe the boat's actually been parked over this side the whole time, Joe, and we just haven't seen it. Like, but yeah, we got a we have a double graphic there, by the way, guys. Yeah, we think this is happening, and certainly the scoring system is showing that, and that is what you have to stick to. So on your screens right now, it's Aya Kasabova who has 19, 18, 17, 15 seconds, 10 seconds left. There you go. That's how you deal with that. 10
seconds left. I like that. I like that. That was a good call. Good call.
I just couldn't keep up with it, Joe.
And ladies and gentlemen, in 3, 2, 1.
Got to boost it.
You got to go. One of the things about these timings, we are going to put a little note in here. Went and talked to the judges, as we've seen some close calls, to say the least, Lewis. Nice move there. Is that the timing does go off of the flags. So the official marker for when an athlete is timed out goes by the manual flags that are on the shore together with the watches, because sometimes the watches are going out. So even though it might seem that it's timed out the 40 seconds here on the screen, there is the official law is the manual flag. So if that clears anything up, I still think there's a little differences in between there. But yeah, that's the official statement I've been given.
Yep, that's good to know, because it clears that up, because there have been some incidences where you're looking at that, and really, unfortunately, when it gets to 0, you can't be screaming timed out when you're in favour of the other rider. But in the perfect place here is Sara Sadek.
Oh, beauty boogie.
Sends it straight in there. Good control, and this mega loop. At the Lords. She wasn't a King of the Air, interestingly.
Yes.
Yeah, Lords of Tram. She also made the semis there. She got to the finals in the previous edition of the Lords of Tram. So Sara Sadek is pushing to be known as one of the big 5. And how quickly that journey happens, you know, from that final she made last year at the Lords of Tram. Only the semis this year, but suddenly you become like one of the big names in less than a year. Everyone wants to beat you, and you're in this first heat expected to win. That's very quick.
Pressure is on there. I mean, like you said, she was 5th this year over there in Lords of Tram. So let's see if she can have an opportunity of trying to go for that World Championship title. Going to be a hard one, but right now there you can see Rose. She has a 5.17 opener. So second best score of the heat. 5.20 there for that boogie from Sara. And a nice little bit of height. Just going for a single kite loop. Bit of a butt check on the way down. Oh,
drilled it.
Drilled it
in.
It's that old tightrope.
She had it.
She did.
Yeah, and then it's just that last bit of the landing here where the chop increases. You just think you've got a jump in the bag here. Is that a replay's not going to make its way to us. A warm welcome to you here in Mykonos at the capital.com GKA Kite World Tour Big Air Finals in Mykonos. If you have just joined us, the local time 2:05 p.m. we have run the qualifying heat for all the Greek riders that got in, or sorry, the single Greek rider, which was Batis Bordalos, into the main event for the men. Round 1 done for the men. We've now moved our attention to round 2, and we are spoilt for wind here, Joe. We're in no rush or stress. Just the feeling of sitting here knowing we've got so much wind available, we could almost do 5 heats a day.
And days as well. You know, obviously, in the big air aspect, we're looking for the best conditions, which at the moment on the forecast is today and tomorrow. So we're going to be pushing on. It does look like we will go as far as we can today, and then tomorrow, if everything goes according to plan, will be the final days. Then Saturday and Sunday, maybe some best trick, maybe some surprises. Make sure to be down here. Rumors have it, if there's a big best trick, there could be some extra euros, dollars, yen, bar, whatever your currency is.
Euros.
Up for grabs, euros.
For us, one day us.
Pounds.
Yeah, I like the pounds.
But yeah, it looks like we're very fortunate to have a great group of partners here that are very, very keen kiteboarders and want to reward their athletes for the risks that they're taking out here. And yeah, you can really see, like we said, 60K prize money, biggest prize money ever.
Yeah, and just to translate what that means, if you win the event, we think it's 18,000. 18,000. What would you do with that? Yeah, we're being told that this is the very lowest outcome, 60 grand. Could keep going up and up, just like these riders here in Mykonos. Really does look like the wind's just come around a little bit to the northwest. They're really going up here, left foot forwards port now, a bit more at the camera earlier. So here is Sarah Sadek on your screen with 15 seconds left to perform a move. I think she's going to struggle to perform one left foot forwards now, unless she turns now. She knows the timing.
I mean, she's 2 for 2, solid moves. I mean, tell me a little bit more about this athlete. Obviously, you know her well, a fellow teammate. Look at that height. There you go.
Yeah, so Sarah from Egypt, coming from Egypt on making her way onto the international team for Harlem. For me, what I learned watching for Sarah is she's really got no fear. If this wind picks up high enough, the doubles are coming out. She's got the double loops really well. Very technically, all of the body positions are good. She never really gets sort of pulled out of position, Sarah. She's a powerful rider, but she's starting to really become quite experienced at how to compete. Look at this, 2 big moves at the start, negotiating a first, big air event. They haven't competed for a while. Lords of Tram was a while ago.
It's a while ago.
So to come here and just a new spot and get into the groove like this takes some experience, I think. So,
especially a spot. I mean, Lewis, you've been here multiple times. It's a very good location, but it does take a few times to, know the spot, get into the right positions depending on the time of the day. There's some height with the contra.
Yeah, that's nice. Tough landing here, though. Yeah, you just felt like that downwind momentum was going to be tough. But yeah, it does take some time. And actually, what I think really separates the riders who've been here or have the experience is we see that replay here from Rose, which looks pretty good, but it's just that downwind momentum hard to control. It's when to say no here. There are times when it's really windy and you all get fired up and you just don't get the takeoff. And if you just don't think to yourself, right, not now, which is easier to do when you're not competing, by the way. When you're in a competition, you're much more likely to be like, well, I have to go for it. But it's that sensation on the way up of, is this going to end in high scores or...
Double rotation. Oof, coming down on the back of that wave.
Yeah,
chop.
That could hurt the ankles, that one. But actually, Aya's really impressing me here just by... She almost seems to like to go double rotation into everything, lots of control. Semis at the Lords of Tram, you must be a pretty decent level, and she's maybe pushing to become one of those riders that pre-qualifies in all the events. It's only a matter of time, I think, until the women's divisions are sort of opened up to more riders now, because there's lots of good riders in the women's that can't get in, It's changed like that. So here we are with 4 heats of 3s. We've got 12 here. I mean, at what point will it be 24, There's definitely enough good riders to fill that. And here we go. Sarah, back on the money again. Starting nicely.
All board off.
Mega loop board off, and it's
clean.
Clean. Look at that.
Nice.
Standard in this sort of location.
She just... One thing that always gets me is she looks so in control.
Yeah.
Like, you can see it's crisp. It's calculated. She is putting the risk in there, but she knows she doesn't have to. She's comfortably in the lead.
Yeah.
She's not pushing it 250% because she knows she's right there. She's just getting into a groove. Because let's not forget, this is their first heat.
You know, and the real contrasting thought here is to think to France, the cold temperatures, how difficult it even is to land a mega loop board off. It's the opening trick here. I'm sure I saw a turtle there. I definitely saw a turtle. Yeah, to opening heat, third trick, mega loop board off, warm-up trick. What has happened to level women's kiteboarding? That is a warm-up kind of trick for some of these riders, as that wasn't the move that Rose would have hoped for. But there's plenty of time in this one. Where are we now? Trick attempt number 4 for Aya.
Yeah, there you go. Now going into that attempt number 5. But yeah, like you say, you can see just not quite getting it. I mean, they are 7, 8. We're seeing Sarah, she's hitting that 10-meter mark so far. I think it's easy to say she's the one that's going the highest. But anything can happen, you know, let's not forget. 7 trick attempts, top 3 count. You can miss everything and get those last 3 tricks and take the win. But right now, oh, that's nice. Oh, puts the kite forward. Nice control. That was good.
That is unbelievable.
That is good control.
When I saw that kite thrown forward like that, Joe, I thought, wow, we might have a big crash here. But that was deliberate. That was unbelievable. It positioned the kite right above her. That was a really high level of kite control to see that. I'm hopeful we can get a replay.
Judges, what are they going to do?
They've got to reward that skill level. Like, to do that, to know that that's the instinct. And then I talk to people about reacting. You don't premeditate stuff like this. So many people come up to you, I need to learn a down loop. You don't go out of your way to do that, a rescue loop. You react to when it's needed, and that was a good example of that. That was what she felt was needed.
Waiting for that score to come up as well, but no, very nice. All right, Sarah, she's gaining speed. There you go. Oh, this is going to be a big one because she's across just shy of above the mountain. Kite loop laid back. Calm, cool, and collected. Silky smooth, mate.
Might even be a 6, you know. I don't know. It's hard to... I'm sure I saw... We need to get those numbers for you soon, but definitely what's clear is Sarah is riding really well. So mega loop delayed back roll. Was she just looking to improve that then? We have a kite loop back roll already, 4.93. Kite loop board off is her lowest score right now. Kite loop front roll. I think we might see Sarah start to work the contra loops a little bit now. I don't think there's going to be a massive higher score. You'd have to really connect with a big one for a mega loop delayed roll to replace that, but maybe she feels she can.
Yeah, it looks like we're also a little bit of fog coming on the lens, so maybe at the next heat we'll be cleaning that one up. But still, as that water starts to fly, you can really see, I mean, look at those white horses. We can see the water flying across the rocks out the back. 14.80 for Sarah Sedek. Then we can see a 9.64 there for Casaboa and a 7.90 for Toulouse. So you're a top 3 right now. Heat number 1, round number 1. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Board off. Does she get it? Can she? Bit of a... the foot came out.
Stepped it up, though.
That was a bigger one.
Yeah.
There was some height to that.
Like that from Rose. Recognising the situation, I think, knowing... She does have a 5.17, though, on there. That would have been big if she could have landed that. Because, it only takes these riders to have 3 tricks on here each, and then it actually gets quite close. I know Sarah's had a very consistent heat so far, but remember, it's only your 3 best scoring tricks that count. Nice takeoff.
Smooth.
Yeah,
she is controlled in the air.
Didn't feel something on the way up there, though.
I like the body language, going into it. She's going into it with speed.
Yeah.
She's coming out it's not jerky around. She stopped herself there the same way as we saw her rectify that boogie loop on the previous one. She is in control of the whole situation, and at such a young age, that's already insane.
Yeah, and what I also find interesting here, Joe, is we're seeing like a different skill set required from these riders. We've never seen them ride here and compete. We know what they're like at Lords of Tram and some of the other venues. But maybe these conditions suit you better, maybe they suit you worse. But we're seeing a different side to the riders here in Mykonos.
Sarah, all right, throwing that kite up. Yes, she does. Loops it. Was there a flip in that?
I don't think so, no. That's another mega loop board off, and that was the replacement for her lowest trick score, which is a 4.67. I think that's going to push up to 5, maybe beyond. Okay. And that was sensible building for me. It just looked like it had a bit more extremity for me.
Yeah, no, you're right. For some reason, I was getting excited.
Yeah. So it's important to tell you that you're probably looking at this and thinking, oh, the angle's changed a little bit. What's going on? We saw a lot of movement sideways before, but as the wind has picked up a lot more, the riders are choosing to perform their moves a bit further out to sea. So now in shot is the island of Tinos just above us to the north. That is in the background. And before we didn't have that shot. So that's what's happened here. Because of the potential downwind distances, the boys have been pushed back, and that's why we've got a slightly different angle going on here.
And they've moved the box out as well because, you know, we already saw Stino there with 227 meters distance, pretty much having lunch in one island and coming over for a beer on the other. And it isn't even peaking completely yet. What we got on the old wind meter there, as I can see you open it, we still in the high 30s?
It's dropped a little bit, actually.
Okay.
It's, what's going on here?
It's windy. Yeah, it is windy.
It's definitely, I mean, we had a 39 earlier. There we go, that's what I need, Joe.
Just going past 2 o'clock local time, so...
Yeah, it's actually just dropped a little bit. It's the minimum is what I kind of look at sometimes as well. We've got a minimum of 14, but a high of 27, 28.
Poof, double. So it is a little gusty.
Yeah, I think it has just dropped a little bit. Yeah. Maybe the midday heat. This isn't forecast for it to just suddenly drop. So would I be surprised if it absolutely belted it now? No, but there's obviously a bit more power out there where the women are. But you can see those rolling swells nicely from our drone angle here. It's a great shot, this. Even from here, you at home can look at that and think, where would I jump? Where does it look like the wind is? And as a rider, when you're low level, it's just a wonderful experience to hedge your bets on one side and then think, oh, I'm in the hot spot here. I know it's good over, it can be over. But you see those nice cliffs there to this side. They're a bit more straight edge and up. But here we are in this women's round number 1, heat number 1. On your screens, Aya Kasabova looking to lay down something big. It's a back roll. Oh, that was a great shot of the kite there. We didn't see the absolute devastator here, Joe. Bam! Kite in the water, could be out the game here. Oh. That's how quick things can happen, Joe. Just when you think you can sit here, have a nice cold drink, maybe a protein ball to get the energy levels up, you can't. You've got to put it all down and talk about what you see, because I think we saw the effects of maybe the side there of the wind hitting that kite from Aya Kasabova. So
something definitely went wrong there.
Is that her? Did she manage to get the kite back up? Kite went inverted, out of nowhere, just out of our shot. There was definitely an element where we saw a big sheet in. All we could see was the kite with that shot. Actually, she came far to the left-hand side. And there was definitely an input from the bar to sheet it in and bang a bit of power. And then
yeah, I mean, she's zero, so that's definitely a crash. But yeah, so Sarah Selig on the yellow Lycra is going to be the last person to jump. So we're just waiting for Sarah. But yeah, to see that information there from...
Okay, so this is one of the other riders then on the screen.
Yeah.
That duotone. But that's I definitely confusion. Think that other...
Final move of the heat. Coming here. Yeah. Final move.
6 or 8, Joe. What's that letter?
6.
Yeah.
All right, up and away. Nice height. Late back.
Textbook heat this.
Beautiful.
From Sarah. Just deciding to repair the damage. She only got a little bit more on that kite loop board off earlier. 4.83 compared to her previous kite loop board off of 4.67. Here is the replay. Never loses tension, really knows when to throw the momentum. It's a classic heat from Sarah Sadet. Oh, another angle, Joe.
Another angle. Drone is in the air. But yeah, what we do know for sure, Sarah Sadet is going to be making her way through to the next round as she takes the win in that heat. And once again, esperando heat activo.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
So my name is Gisela Pulido. I'm from Spain, professional kiteboarder. I started competing in the sport when I was 10, very, very young. Managed to win 10 world titles in freestyle. And I'm here in Greece in the GKA competition. First time for me competing in GKA, first time competing in Mykonos, first time competing in Big Air, like first time for everything, so really excited. So my last competition was, I think, in 2015 in Germany, where I was crowned world champion as well for the 10th time. And then after this, I decided to take a little bit of a break. I was doing some different things like crossing the Canary Islands with a kite or riding big waves, and then went to the Olympics as well. And yeah, I just kind of lost a bit the motivation for the sport a bit. You know, I was like, I don't know, riding for a long time, competing for a long time, doing the same thing, going to the same spot, meeting the same people. So I lost a bit the motivation. And suddenly I went to Brazil last year for holidays with my friend Claudia, and I just got the motivation back for kiting, for just riding for myself. And then as I'm leaving Tarifa and there's so much wind there, it just naturally came that I just happened to be in Balneario one day and I'm like, wow, I'm loving the big air. So this is a little bit how I got into big air. I think the fleet is really complete, it's really powerful, and they have a really good level. I've been watching a lot of Trump's event, and they were riding really good, massive, really technical as well. And I think my level is not as high as I want it to be, but I'm getting there. I'm training a lot with Nico. He's my coach, Nico Delmas, and he's helping me a lot. And yeah, like, as this is my first event, I just want to really have fun, enjoy it, ride, and try to go as big as possible without pressure. Of course, I was saying, like, I haven't done as many kite loops as I've done handle passes in my life. So it takes a while to get used to it. It takes a while to also get used to the format of competition, because I'm from like old school, we had like 7-minute hit and we could do as many tricks as we wanted. And now it's like, you have to take turns, you have to like score per trick, and you have like only 7 attempts and only 3 counts. So it's like a different system, but I really like it and I'm really excited, and I can wait for start competing already. Well, I was away from the sport for a while because I went to do the racing, and I kind of lost a bit track of what was going on. We also, like, when I stopped competing, then the tour kind of disappeared, and then we had like a few different tours since the GKA came, and it got like more consolidated, like better tour and stuff. So I lost a bit track, but I think like the sport is evolving a lot. The level of the guys and girls are crazy, like how it's improving as well. And I think that the big air is really nice because for me, what we were doing before, like freestyle, it was like similar to wakeboarding a bit, So like in a way, like I felt like it was not really our essence, Like kiteboarding for me is to boost, to go high, to use the wind, to use the kite to go as high as possible. And I think now with the big air, we are finding our own path, then our own way on the sport. And like, I really feel like this is the way we should go because it's kiteboarding for me. For sure, I'm having a lot of good memories from back in the days when I was competing. It's a little bit weird because when I was here, I was the youngest, and now I'm like the oldest, like competing with kids like 15, 16 years old, and it's a little bit different. I feel, like I'm still young in my mind, but of course I'm 32 already, so it feels a bit weird, but I have really positive vibes and energy, and it's really nice to be back. I'm a bit nervous because, of course, this is my first comp. I haven't done any comp in big air, and also like a lot of people expect a lot. I would say, like, some podcasts were talking about me, of course, like interviews and also duathlon, and like maybe they expect because I'm 10 times world champion. But of course, like, it's my first comp, and I just want to take it easy, see how can I push, and try to learn from the best, of course, and try to have fun.
All right, great to catch up with Gisela Pulido once again. 10 years since she competed on a freestyle maneuver discipline.
On a twin tip, yeah. I mean, just to be sitting here and saying her name and watching her with a great move there, I think that was a boogie loop. It's just, for me, a very nostalgic moment to think back to when I was a young man. I was a kid almost. And she was like, she's a hero of mine. I can't imagine what it's like for you, Joe, as a Spanish person, to have her on the leaderboards again. It's a massive moment for me. You know, I'm looking at how long that's been. It wasn't just she competed in Germany. She actually won that event. The winner in the men's, Aaron Hadlow. Really interesting that, the freestyle battle. 3,944 days, 563 weeks, but almost 11 years is an easy way to think about that. Since her return to the big world stage on a twin tip, and she's up against these big hard hitters. What a heat to find yourself in here. Natalie Lambrecht on your screen with a massive boogie loop. And of course, Francesca Maini, who needs no introduction as well. But can you believe that? What a heat to go into. You've got 2 King of the Air champions alongside you and a 10 times world champion in the freestyle also in here. Banger of a heat.
I mean, absolutely. And it's so cool to see Gisela back, and it's awesome to see Natalie throwing down as well. And, you know, as you say, you know, King of the Air World Championships, the top athletes in the world. And this is only round number 1. This is the first time they're out on the water, and it just shows the, you know, the quality of the athletes that have joined us here. 19 countries, 39 athletes worldwide coming down to this mecca of big air kiteboarding that is Mykonos. First time for the GKA here, and also first time there's been a World Cup event here. This place has been kept secret, but I tell you what, the secret is out.
It's out, yeah, and that's been the real conversation amongst a lot of the people that felt they were part of this secret. It's, you know, but this is this is life. As everyone knows now, it's too good to, things are too good to be kept secrets. And you used a very interesting word there, Joe, mecca. It is a mecca because it's a place people go to train and progress the sport. As we see a lovely boogie loop, very well controlled. I think that was that Francesca with the white helmet there. 2 riders on the north and wearing yellow and white. Never easy, that.
And just look at those scores. 1080 Gisela, 1033 Natalie, and Stephanie, I reckon it's going to be around the high 9s or 10 overall for Francesca. So 2 for 2 moves each one of them, and they are pretty much neck and neck. Pink Lycra here, so Gisela Pulido, hailing out of Spain, 10-time world champion. We just had that little interview where we caught up with her a couple of days before. We were actually fortunate enough to arrive here in Mykonos, have a couple of days to roll into the event and be able to get some content. Everybody, the energy is high, and to be able to come now, getting some good amount of height, board off kite loop instead of kite loop, board off, but going down hard.
Kano, but she's got that in her then, that trick, she knows it. I mean, this is for the first time I'm seeing the level of big air that Gisela's at, and if she's going for mega loop board off on the 3rd trick, Joe, could she win this event?
That is the $1 million question. I mean, as she said in that interview, I think she, you know, there are other riders that still the level is a little higher, but there is not a single athlete, probably the only rider who could be with her would be Bruna when it comes to women minutes in a competition. So in between the buzzers. So that experience of not getting nervous when a competition is on is huge. But I mean, she's pretty much up against 2 of maybe the 3 big names in women big air right now. And as a first heat back after 10 years out of the scene, I mean, you know, come in on the deep end.
It just doesn't seem right to not think of her as a potential winner of any form of competition. That's drilled into us as we see that lovely front roll contra loop there from Natalie. That was really well controlled. And, you know, we have to keep remembering just how good these other 2 riders are. We're talking about Gisela Pulido, naturally 10 times freestyle world champion, and she's done it in many other disciplines as well. But Natalie Lambrecht as well, a very good freestyle rider as well. She's the 2025 reigning King of the Air champion, 2nd at the Mega Loop. Only round 2 at Lord Dutram. That's the only little blemish in the last sort of stats for her current form, but I think she'll enjoy these conditions. And now we switch over to
Francesca.
Will Francesca bring it home?
I mean, definitely, like I said before, I reckon these are 3 names out of, let's say, the 5 favorites. Gisela, we're going to call her the dark horse. I mean, we already see, you know, 3 moves, 2 of them, 5.65. So she has the scores. She could be right up there with the best. But Francesca, especially when it gets windy, together with Natalie, those are 2 powerhouses. We saw Sarah in that previous heat. How the women are bringing this power aspect to the kiteboarding. I mean, watch out, boys. They're gunning for you.
It's unbelievable, you know, and that's without mentioning people like Zara Hugenrad, who isn't here for her own reasons at the moment. That is really in the power zone. That really got yanked out of that one, connected powerfully there for Francesca. And that's very much the feeling I'm having of looking at her riding over the last year. If she can avoid, even that's okay, all right? Just got yanked a bit, nice, easy landing. She had some big crashes at some of the big events, you know, even reported concussions when I look back to that. So she hasn't actually had a final for over a year, even though she was the 2024 champion at the Red Bull King of the Air. So as long as she can just, worst case, crash like that and have no big ones, then we've got our hopes. No fear. We've got our hopes up. But when you look at this fleet now, which exclude the likes of Zara Hugenrad, a world champion, Pippa van Ursel, who I spoke to yesterday, actually, who told me all about her situation and the recovery she's going through, which is really quite, you know, heavy, you know. So she can't be here right now. She said that she can recover fully, but she's on a long journey. She'd wish she'd be here. But that's without these riders here. We're talking about 5 real potential top riders. We haven't even mentioned Michaeli Sol, who's an 8 times world champion, you know, like, and she's in the last heat seeded highest at the moment. She'll be looking to win the event and become 9 times world champion. And then we have the conversation about who's got the most world titles, because that becomes ridiculous. Snap. But we've got a long way to go to get there.
Couple years.
So, yeah, and a couple of beers and a couple of days as well before we get even to that. But there's a lot of very good riders. We've got Alessa Sofia Mensch, who won the event at Lords of Champs. Is that right that she could be a dark horse, even though she won that event? No, that's probably... Do people expect her to do that again? You know, what a conversation we've got to have.
Gisela, so board, or she actually, different to Gisela here, she takes the board off, then loops it, so not as... Not as big with the execution, so obviously scores will be lower if she does land that, but you can see not quite getting that height there still. At the moment, it is going to be Natalie Lambrick. We know she has the power. 493, 540, 543, 6.6 meters there for Gisela, but not quite getting that whip she needs.
No, that was actually the front hand. I didn't notice that at the start. She was pulling on a contra loop board off there. I think she didn't try that the first time, but we were kind of a tense stage here. Natalie has actually taken this heat by the scruff of the neck now with 3 perfectly landed moves. But Francesca and Gisela have also got 2 on there. So this is going to be a real interesting heat. Big moment this for Natalie. Nice height. Just a straight mega loop. Maybe that was a good idea.
Scores on the board.
Bit of a butt check. Maybe just get that 3rd one in there. Although, actually, hold on a minute. She's already got a 3rd one in there. I don't think that's what she was going to go for.
No, I think she was looking for something else, because she has pretty much triple fives.
Sorry, it'd make more sense for Francesca to go for that sort of move. Yeah, I think the mega loop board off. I think, either that or she likes to get a bit sideways on with the mega loop board off. Very sideways on to get the board out the side. So I think that it just... Either that or delayed. I'm not sure what she was.
Not what she was looking for, that is for sure. So now Francesca coming up next, also one of your North kiteboarding athletes. As we mentioned before, 2024 champ of Kota, and now smacking away at rounds. What is going to happen after this round? I've just been informed by our race director that athletes are going to be having 50-second turns instead of 40 seconds. So they're increasing the time on that.
Generous.
Yeah, so we can see there's 4 heats of the women, then we're going to go into round number 2 of the men, which is where it starts to get serious, because that is the first elimination round. If you don't get through, you are done. It is a one-way ticket home.
Bye-bye, and the airport isn't far away.
That is true.
Nice, nice, going through the gears. Okay, so that was the straight loop that actually was suited to the scoring at the moment for Francesca. It puts a 3rd trick score on the board. Probably not going to be any higher than a 4, I wouldn't have thought, for just a straight mega loop with the standard these days. So the journey continues in this heat. Gisela now, she's got a kite loop back row and a kite loop front row. And she looks to me like she's kind of getting fixated on this mega loop board off. Let's see. Are we going to see a change? Or maybe just a standard contra loop might be the way to go here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, she hits another family, she's going to get full scores. All right, she goes up, okay.
Yeah.
Going for double contra.
This could be big here. Only Gisela could land that. Only Gisela could land that. That was almost... We haven't seen a landing like that. You could have put your house on that being a crash. That was some experience. She dropped out of the sky. This is going to score massive.
Those are some legs.
This was a double front roll into this. The kite position was good. It was really, I don't know if she meant to do a double, but that was some take, that.
She was not going to miss that. She held that with the legs. We can tell El Patio holding her up there, and now that is going to be full beans for that score. I reckon, you know what? I reckon she's going to put herself right back into contentions. Like you say there, Lewis, literally completely dropped out the sky, will manage to hold it together. She has a 10.80 average at the moment, looking for around a 5-something to challenge Natalie. Yeah. So it would be a 5. If she got a 5, she could have it. Oh, Natalie up and away. Yep, there's that board off, as you said before, going out sideways from the handle. Nice landing.
Stepping it up now, the girls then, Joe. Yeah, only 4.53 for that for Gisela, but it was enough. But now the response now coming. But yeah, it nearly got into the first place, but there's not going to be much separating these now. I bet there's only a point.
Pop. Look at that, off to the side, beautiful.
Really interesting technique, that. Gets a bit sideways, brings the legs up. We've got heat on here, Joe. This is getting exciting.
They ain't messing around. Natalie definitely going to be, you know, solidifying her lead there. That's probably going to go up into the medium to high 6s. Beautiful kite loop board off. All right, Francesca, boogie, very powerful, asking for that kite to catch her, and it does. Perfectly executed.
That kite sat down there, Joe. I don't know about you, but I saw that kite almost just sit a bit deeper in the window than I've wanted to see, you know, like, but that's where that was the power zone. Playing with the power zone there was Francesca.
6.90 there for Natalie. Going to be interesting to see, because Francesca, simpler move, more power. Natalie, beautifully executed back, kite loop board off. Now, judges, are they going to make a difference? This is going to set the bar.
I think it's going to be a point less, just because of that technicality from Natalie of taking the board off.
I don't know. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. So we can see the judges' scores.
Yeah, because that was one of the most extreme loops. Gisela Pulido contra loop again. All I would say is it's very similar, the move we saw, and it's a bit more delayed, the loop, so it's a bit higher.
7.07. Judges want power.
You called that very well, Joe, and so that was no board off then from Francesca, as we see a replay here of Gisela Pulido. And that tells the story then. Doesn't really matter if the board's off within reason. They want to see the power. So, Joe, you were right there. That's 7.07, the highest score of the women so far today. And that's going to fill Francesca Maini up with a lot of confidence, because that's her style, you know.
It is. She's known for that power, and you know, she's going to use it, right? Natalie, she's probably seen that. Answering back, also a nice boogie. Can she get the catch? Oh, just getting the butt check there, unfortunately. Kite not quite in the right position, and actually got touched by the old checker, the old tightrope. So not what she's going to be looking for, but she still is in the lead. She has a 0.59 advantage so far. Natalie Lambrecht, hailing out of Sweden. As we mentioned before, she's been one of the top freestylers in the world, now becoming one of the top big air athletes in the world. And with it, what a beautiful location here in Korfos Beach, down in Mykonos, Greece. Crystal blue water, perfect wind, great vibe, amazing food. If you're not here, get down here.
What's Francesca? I think she's going to go for a straight big mega loop delayed back roll or something, or a boogie. I think she knows now the straights are going to score.
She's seen that. I mean, she's got, like you say, she's got a late back kite loop at a 5. She can definitely improve on that.
Yeah.
Not getting the pop.
Nailed there.
Yeah.
That's going to be gutting. It'd be nice if she could get there. She definitely, so she needs about just a bit more than half a point then to improve here. Yeah. About 0.6 she needs on top. So that kite loop back roll, she could make that a 5.6. That would be nice. That would just push her ahead of Natalie. But that's depending on what Natalie does in this last trick attempt for all 3 of the riders now. Great heat, this one.
All right, so Gisela Pulido, final move for her. Needs to improve on a 4.53 if she wants to have a chance. She has board coming off of her feet. That is a shame.
Yeah.
So Gisela not going to be able to go into contention to see if she can win that heat. But great to have her here back on the water. World champ back in action. Natalie Lambrecht wants to increase that score. Lowest score for her, a 5.40. Currently leading the heat. And she wants to put a little bit of distance in between her and Francesca, because after the highest scoring move of the day, Francesca's going to be amped.
Yeah, she's got that edge now, maybe, to this heat. She might be down on points, but what can Natalie improve here? What will she likely improve? The lowest score is a 5.4.
Yeah, there you go, boogie. Oh, big boogie.
Yeah.
Can she get caught? She does. Can she hold it? No, she doesn't.
Just when you think, like, you could actually looked away. I looked away, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I looked away. I thought she'd landed that, and out of nowhere, she hasn't. So the initiative now goes to Francesca.
So Francesca needs to improve her overall average by 0.60. She has her lowest score, Lewis. Kite loop late back at 5.0.
I'd be going for that.
I'd be going for that.
I mean, I'd be going that all the time, to be honest. That's the nice, feeling.
It's not like we got one trick in the book.
Yeah, yeah, that's a nice one to know. It's your lowest score, like, for sure, that she needs to know, right, actually, let's think about that. Can she get a 5.6? With that move? Well, I don't know. It's quite simple. Are there any other moves?
Boogie loop, she got a 7.
This is true.
If she does it with power, boogie loop, she got a 7. So we're waiting yellow lycra for her final move.
I think with the boogie loop, because of the way you rotate, it's a bit easier to make it look more extreme in a way, like the way that the body gets pulled through a boogie loop. So sometimes with a perfectly executed mega loop delayed roll, it doesn't always look perfect. Like right here on your screens, the big moment of this heat. Can Francesca Magnio, King of the Air, former King of the Air winner, oust the current King of the Air champion with this move? What's she going to go for? Will it be the mega loop delayed roll? Or
she's going right foot forward.
I don't know. I think she'll have another go left foot. I think she just
I think you're right.
I think she just didn't fancy that. But what could it be? There's not much in between. She could go contra loop. There's only 0.707 between. It could be a contra loop front roll. I wouldn't be surprised if she went for that as well. She's quite good at that move. Who knows? We think it's going to be one or the other, though.
Well, she was going there.
She's got to go. She's got to go. She's got to go.
You got to go.
You got to go there.
You got to go.
She has. She's got it. Is it big enough? Oh, I don't know.
Lay back. Can she get the landing?
I don't know if it's... No, I don't think it's going to be a 5.6. I think she was just at the edge of the... Sometimes you do get a massive jump there, but I don't think today, looking at the angle she's riding now, that wind's as strong...
Yeah, I don't think so.
...on that.
I mean, it's a different perspective than the judges, let's not forget. So we're waiting for confirmation on that.
Yeah.
As we continue on, as coming up next, we will see that heat number 3, excuse me, round number 1 of the women. And no, it is not going to be enough. No. So it is confirmed. Natty Lambrecht is going to be making her way through as winner of that last heat.
Welcome back here then to thecapital.com GKA Big Air Kite World Cup in Greece 2026. It's Lewis Crathen here in the booth on my own just for a moment here, and very loud over the speakers. I can hear Ruben Lenton screaming his head off whilst DJing at the same time. Very excited about the arrival of Aaron Hadlow, 5 times world champion, twice King of the Air winner, is here to offer his support to Big Air. As blimey, what a mega loop in front of me I've just seen. Is that Elite there? What a timing for Aaron Hadlow to come and see the standard of this now. Because, yeah, I think that was Elite. You've joined us here in heat number 3 with a mega loop delayed roll from Elite Ruju. Wind speed here on the windiest island in Greece, Mykonos, about 30 knots now. There has been more wind as the day. We have seen 39. It just dropped back a little bit, interestingly, but it's now a little flick more of west in the northwest wind here as these 3 riders battle it out in round number 1. We have Kalani Friedrich from Austria, Elite Rudio from Italy, and Alessa Sofia Mensch from Germany, who won the Lords of Tramp. On your screens now with a mega loop delayed roll. She's up to a game here for sure. That is a great start, very controlled. And I wonder what's going through her mind after that win, which maybe wasn't expected, or at least from, I think, the kiteboarding world. She managed to beat some of the big names here. It was a big win for her, one of her first big wins. And I wonder if there's some pressure on her, knowing that the world title is within grasp. You don't always get those chances in your life up against, well, unless you're Michaeli Sol, who's looking to get her 9th world title, so maybe that doesn't apply to her. But she'll also have to be up against these 2 in this heat to progress and get to where she wants to. With the matching rash vest, it's a mega loop delayed roll. Lots of power in that from Kalani Friedrich. But unfortunately, it wasn't the cleanest landing. Flying through this heat as well. Hi to you as well, wherever you're from in the world. Do let us know in the comments, which Joe is reading a bit more than me. I get a bit sucked into that sometimes, a bit of a crash. But I don't know, we'll get some points for that. It's always lovely to have you watching, especially this new location, because it just looks so good. I'm so glad you can see what we've been seeing here for the years we've come here. It's so unique, so fun, so easy to come here. 6-meter kite from Elite, and you will hear my notepad. You hear that paper sound? That's me getting my notebook out and thinking, how can I add another layer of depth to this heat? Elite Ruju, lots of power, very inverted, Lenton style boogie loop, choosing to land toe side if you watch that. I find that's a great thing to do if you're learning this move. It really blocks the over rotation. There'd be one way that feels a bit more like you want to land toe side. Perhaps this is that way for Elite Ruju. It helps you block going too far there. You just lock the bar into the side rather than spinning around. We turn our attention back to ASM. Just made that one up. Alessa Sofia Mensch. And she's been up there for a while now, 3rd at the Mega Loop. She didn't get in the King of the Air selection, though, and maybe that was where that performance came from at the Lords of Tram earlier on this year. So she's podiumed the last 2 events that she's been at. So she is a force now, the Nash rider from Germany. What's she got for us here? Massive boogie loop, no sign of over-rotating that one, just couldn't land it, because that is the struggle you have with that boogie loop when you first get into that move. It just wants to flip you into more rotations, especially if you want to do it with the bar in, which is really where it's at. Let's take a look at this replay and try and dissect what happened here. It was good, backwards on, sheeting in. Looked good from here, just didn't, maybe a bit unfortunate with the chop. Sometimes you need a bit of luck here, but as we know, best athletes bring the luck towards them. Elite Ruziu, she's been up there as well over the last few years, made a few, I think she even got to the finals in some of them, maybe Gran Canaria, but she hasn't been up there for a while on that podium. So this is an important event for her, but I think it's going to suit her style. On your screens is Kalani Friedrich from Austria. They had a great result in the World Cup recently in the football. And a landing like that, perhaps they're going to have a great result now. 3-1 they caned someone the other night. One of those teams that just stood out. Tom Hartman, our tour manager, didn't even know about it. That's a crime, Joe. Thought they'd had a bad result. I said, they won, you know. Look at this. Maybe the team spirit has filtered its way into Kalani as well. So they'll be very happy at home watching that. She took that landing very well. They nearly wobbled out.
I wish I forgot about our football match the other day. Thank you very much.
Is it that bad? Is it that bad to draw for your nation? Is that the standards? Like, is that
Mate,
what it's got to be like?
You're only happy today because you got 4-2. It would be a different story if you... Be honest. Be honest.
I'm always happy, Joe. Commentating kiteboarding, what a job to have to say that you actually can do this. It's I'd be happy, but maybe the first thing in the morning I might not have been happy.
Very true. I did see you have a little hop, skip and a jump in the morning when you got here.
I did, yeah. Especially enjoyed seeing, as we see a replay of a contraloop board-off attempt from Alicia. Yeah, I very much enjoyed bumping into the Portuguese and the Spanish members, especially the Spanish, because of what happened to me.
If Lewis suddenly goes silent, ladies and gentlemen, you know why.
Do you know what happened to me, Joe? I was forced to watch the final in Spain.
You were.
England, Spain. I couldn't leave because I'd lost my passport. It's a long story. And I had to watch that final in a hotel in Spain and be quiet.
That's not cool.
No. And I wasn't quiet when we scored. I was loud, and then they knew I was there. But anyway, we'll
get back to that.
Yeah, wow. What a boogie loop. That is a belter of a boogie loop.
Yes.
By Alessa Sofia. I can't wait to see the data coming in here from the Capital.com team.
Bring it home. Look at the stoke.
She knows it. How high do we think this was, Joe? This was pushing the teens, 13, 14 metres.
Easily.
I think.
Easily.
What a connection.
All the way up. Boom.
16 metres. That is going to blow out the score system, I tell you. If we got a sevens for what we just saw from Francesca earlier, for me that could be an 8. And that is a statement to the rest of the fleet. This has been an absolute lesson in riding here from Alessa. Look at these scores,
7 points coming her way. I can see 7s across the board. What's the final number going to be? Let's not forget she took the win in Lords of Tram. She is the athlete to beat so far, looking to take a world championship title, waiting for that number to come up. And I tell you what, it is going to be big. 16 meters on that move. 7.53. Bada bim, bada boom from Alessa.
Yeah, the rider's a bit of a caner there, unfortunately, for Kalani, who can't respond. And it's the highest scoring move of the women's fleet so far into our third heat of 4 in round number 1 here in Mykonos at the Capital.com GKA Kite World Tour Big Air, with me, Lewis Crathen, and Joe Siestula next to me as we see a replay, unfortunately, of the Austrian getting a bit of a cane. I'm sure she'll be fine there.
Bounce right back.
These views are just unreal, Joe. And the drone's been very clever about how they've moved around the bay here. We're seeing a different perspective every time.
360 view, mate.
It's really cool.
All right, here we can see Alice. What she got? 10-4-0 total. Solid 2 5s. Needs to step it up if she wants to give Alessa a little run for her money.
It's got some power in it, that
She
kite.
does have some power.
That trailing edge feels like it really wants to hit power.
Got the height. Here we go. Contra. Board off. Can she get it back on with the rotation?
Oh, my days. This is unbelievable.
That was
Where did that come from?
16 meters for the boogie.
So this is that
would look way up there. Look at her, she can't believe it.
She wants to know the scores. She's watching her watches there. The perfect takeoff.
Oh, I mean, just look. Commitment, height, 13.2 with the board off. Going to be interesting on the scores.
Yeah, maybe
7.53 for Alessa. What's this going to be? It's slightly lower.
I think so, because the front hand was pulled.
Yes.
There wasn't as much power, but the distance she travelled Would it surprise you if you've seen it? I
Technicality.
would have thought this might push into the sevens. Where it's going to fall is the reason I sit here with you, Joe.
Mate.
Because I don't want to have that call. It's too much pressure.
You just throw that one on me.
I don't want to make that decision which changes the future of your career.
See, the good thing is I can see the scores from all 5 judges. So that does help. That does help. 7.33. And I think that's really good judging because, yes, both of them are high, both of them were powerful, but Alessa was more powerful, Alice was more technical. But Alessa going down on the chop, I mean, the women are pushing the envelope. This is so cool to see. Let's not forget 35 knots of wind out there. They're out on 6s and 7s. And already some big moves, 7.53, the best score of the heat there from Alessa, who is just on your screen of that previous maneuver. And we're still only on attempt number 5. I mean, what's left?
This heat really has exploded to life then. It's really turned into quite a battle, this one, between Alice and Alessa.
So, yeah, it does look like Alice, yes, she is out there on the RID. If I'm not mistaken, it's a 7 meter. That's the information we have. Big kite loop here.
Nice.
Controlled. That is definitely looks like a 6 there. That's the F1 brain chart, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Kailani started off well. Needs to kind of get a little bit further back into it, but already big scores for the women. We saw that huge boogie loop from Francesca in the previous heat. Kite loop board-offs, contra loop board-offs, you name it. And you called it before, Lewis, if it gets windier, I reckon we're going to start to see some doubles.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe in the men's as well, I don't know. I know they've moved away from doubles a bit as Alice just puts a move down that I don't think is going to score in her top 3. So Kalani really having her work cut out, just going back to that mega loop delayed roll that she crashed. It was nice technique from her, but this is quite a heat to be thrown into in your sort of first major events here, as we see that bit of a crash really. No, it wasn't really a crash, but it wasn't a move that's going to score in the top 3. So we're down to our last few moves here, Joe.
Trick attempt number 5 for Alessa.
Yeah, I wonder what she's going to do here, because she still needs something to sort of get out ahead here.
Yeah.
So
there's the chops turned into waves.
Kite loop. I think she'll do contra loop front roll and improve it. But actually, she does that right foot. So she's going left foot again then, which might be an improvement for. She hasn't got a kite loop back roll. I think this is going to. No, she's going to go right foot forwards. Yeah, she's going to have to hurry up, though, because they're not going to give you too much time here. Once that timer goes down, the waves come in. This is what I'm saying. They really start
Kickers are starting.
This move all about how much height can be achieved quickly, because if you don't really achieve it quickly and you commit, it really does lay low the kite. So what happened there?
No, went against that.
I think they're going to time her out there. I don't think she's going to be out. She's turning around, hoping that they don't do anything. Joe, you're watching the actual live scores there. How many of these judges are going to start to go miss, miss, miss?
I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, miss, miss, miss.
Yeah, there you go. All done. Yeah, you're not going to get a chance to go right foot forwards again, which she was hoping for.
Which is fair.
And I hope this doesn't come back to bite her, because that was a missed opportunity to throw a move. Although maybe she's just being calm and thinking, do you know what, the wind was no good there. She can come back to it. But we now turn to the F1 kite of Kalani Friedrich, who I believe must have been a video entry maybe into this.
If I'm not mistaken, you were right.
Can she do a mega loop delayed roll? Lovely technique. Come on.
Man, that kite speeds around.
Oh, God, I don't think I could get my legs in that position. That was like, they were open there for a little bit. The board stayed on. That's a difficult. The technique was perfect, but the landing is proving to be difficult. Is she okay there? Yeah, she's okay. Oh, another great view.
And the beautiful view that we have here of the competition area here in Korfos Beach. Once again, if you're just joining us, good afternoon and welcome to Greece, Mykonos. You can see here getting pulled through the sky, but coming down hard. So that's going to be a crash there for Kailani. And next up is going to be Alice, as the Italian 17.73 in control of this heat so far.
business end of this heat then, Joe. This is getting crucial now. Can Alice pile the pressure on Alessa Sofia Mensch and start to give her a few nerves? She does not want to have to go through round 2. The lady with world title, world championship ambitions. Alice Ruggio got nothing to lose here. So mega loop delayed back roll. Look at that starting position, really inverted, nice. Really helps if you can manipulate that back roll with any form of sideways on or even upside down like that. You've got to flip it and throw it something at it. Ruben always said, you've got to flip it. You really have to work the body, but in time with the kite. And Alice throwing it there, flipping it round. And what is she going to improve?
Using the legs.
I don't know if it's going to improve the 5.33 kite loop back roll that she has, though. That's
I'm
the
going
only...
to say no.
Yeah, so... but was it the right... Kite loop front roll was a 5.07. It probably should have been that category maybe to work, but maybe she felt she could go higher. So back to Alessa Sofia. We need to be looking at yellow here. There we are. Very good. They've been on it, our film crew here. Alessa Sofia has only got 2.37 contra loop front roll. I bet my house on that. She wants the contra loop. Should never say things like that, should you?
I mean,
no.
It would be the obvious, it would be the logical move, but let's not forget we have all the stats on right in front of us, but so do they, as they have those watches that tells them what they need, what they have to do, and where they need to do it. So Alessa, I mean, she's playing with being timed out again.
Yeah.
So let's not forget, we did say that it is the turn flags that determine the timeouts. But yeah, when we see that clock disappear, it is closely behind. So going up, there's a contra front. She does get the rotation. She does get the yank. Oh, but doesn't get the landing.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, that one. She has a really nice body position on the way up. I think with front rolls, you've really got to be backwards on when you sheet in. You've really got to be okay with being backwards on. I think it's a better position to be in there and sending it, but it's...
Because then you get the pull that gives you that other half rotation.
And you're not over-rotating. If you're more than half, then you start entering, you may as well do 2, which is what we see a lot. So I think, you've got to be sheeting in on these moves on the way up now. So pressure is on then for Alessa Sofia, who has had 6 trick attempts and only really 2 decent scores there. Alice looking to advance into round 3. And maybe she's got a chance here. But we now look at the Austrian...
Oh, the foot came out. So, so the Kailani... Yes, it was. Kailani has made her attempt. So, unfortunately, we missed that move with a back roll, as I can see on here. Alice here. Unfortunately, that foot coming off, that's going to be a crash. So now, Alessa, opportunity to take that first place. She needs to improve by 2.97 on her average. So we're looking... Medium 5s is kind of what she's going to need if she wants to take that first place. 2.37 for that contra front roll. That would be the, if I was a betting man, that would be the one I'd be going for. So let's see.
Need to see that Nash rider then. Where is Alessa Sofia Mensch? Yellow rash vest on our screens. We need to see that now. Okay.
And we're back. There she is. All right, right foot forwards. It's do or die. Second position. Can she get the score she wants to go into first? Important moment here. Your current number 1 in the ranking turns around, left foot forwards. She's got to go, Lewis. She has got to go.
Is there something else she could do, though, maybe? I don't think so. I think she's fixated on this contra, and she again pushes it. Is this a 40-second timer?
Yes, it's
and then
after round 2.
And they are getting 50?
Yeah, exactly. After round 2.
Oh, so they are actually getting 40?
Yes.
So she's pushing it here, and this is where the other riders start to think, hold on, you're going past the timer. She has got to jump now. I think she needs a more vertical takeoff here to give herself the chance to get that kite above her head. Again, let's see. Can she get that? Yes, a bit more vertical, not as much power. Don't matter. Stick this, and I think she
does.
First, what does she need here then? So once that 2.37 gets kicked out...
She needs a 5.2 off the top of my head, 2.27, 2.97. So that is 4,
Will it be enough?
Yeah, will it be? I don't think it is. And no, she's been timed out. I can see the 0. So she has been timed out. So she has been timed out. So that means Alicia Rio is the winner and takes this heat.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
Welcome back here to Mykonos. Here is the scene at 3:08 p.m. Looking into the northeast as we look, as this bay faces pretty much north. So we just slightly changed angle there. The rider's riding from east to west across this bay. And you have joined us, if you have just joined us, for round one, heat number 4. Anastasia Petidi, Edson Nadja and Mikhaili Sol, 8 times world champion, looking to add a 9th here. She's, I want to say, only has to win the event, but that is quite a thing to say. But she does tend to find a way to do that sometimes. So, but it's only 2 competitions that the scores are coming from, so it's in her hands would be the right way to say it.
It is definitely, she is definitely one of the favourites, second in Lords of Tram, so she has, let's say, one of the biggest possibilities of becoming that world champion. As we are waiting, let's have a look at the faces of our athletes that are going to be coming up and to jump first. As bring those faces up, here we go.
We have a missing face up in, we are hearing. Okay, but there is Anastasia Petidi to the left-hand side. Greek wildcard.
Yep.
Yeah, Edsta Nadja, who is now with a very overexposed or underexposed shot, and Mikhaili Sol, Edsta Nadja from Hungary, and Mikhaili Sol from Brazil. And we will get rid of that graphic. Thank you very much. I even heard a little click there from the director there, who's working very hard, our team, to bring us this action. It's the final heat of round number 1, and Mikhaili Sol, you would argue, would be the favourite here. I mean, did I even make any notes for her? Do you need to make notes for her?
She is definitely one of the best kiteboarders of all time, and she has been a freestyle world champion, big air, you name it. She's been a youth world champion. She comes from Brazil, American background, lives out the beautiful location of Taiba. Has a sweet place over there, and you give this girl a twin tip, and she can throw down. So it's going to be Anastasia is going to be the first athlete. Local knowledge, you would say, Lewis?
Definitely, yeah. Definitely, you can't write that off. So let's see what sort of nice, good start. Just get a straight loop in. Land it. That trough there, just sucking her in there. I think she's going to get a harsh score because of that last part of that movement. So often we've seen that. Esther actually, as we see this replay of the Greek wildcard, Anastasia, Esther actually got to the semi-finals of the Lords of Tram, so she'll be hoping for semi-finals. Now she's had that taste of what it feels like to get close. She'll be hoping for that feeling again. And if my memory serves me, she actually does have some powerful kite loops on tap, which a lot of the riders now in this fleet are starting to tap into. And because they're getting rewarded for it, they know that there are 7s available just for straight powered ones. Forget taking the board off. If you get them nice powered kite angle ones in there.
I'd say even more so than what we've seen with the men. There has been a clear definition from the judges of this is where you're going to get those top scores.
Yeah. Nice shot there of that lovely, clean water.
So 21 seconds, she's looking at that watch. Let's not forget, if the watches aren't working, they need to be looking at the flags. And I think Mikhaili there was just telling Esther, yes, it is your turn to go. So right foot forward, going in to the waves, the chop, the wind swell, you name it. Mikhaili, but underneath her, let's see. 1.97 for Anastasia. She's going to have to go. Esther is going to have to go. Yes, she does. Oh, gets a nice little loft.
Good kite
Comes
position.
down, nice control.
Yeah, not really the super critical area of the window, but I think that's a good tactic. Get that kite looping a bit higher, get that support on the way down, and get a score on the board. You know, a lot of these heats now with these tricky conditions, having 3 good scores on the board. Nice riding, I like that. Good decision from Esther. And now we're going to go over to Michaeli Sol, who was second at Lords of Tram, which surprised everyone a little bit. She looks like she's on a big kite there. It looks like a 7.
Does, yeah.
I mean, it almost looks like an 8.
Kite loop, late back.
Yeah.
Controlled.
Nice yeah. Oh, we were saying, well, and that's not over yet. That's in the drink.
Uh-oh.
Let's have a wide on that, please. Can we have a... Oh, no.
It's back.
Yeah. Cool.
I did wonder if that had inverted.
Yeah, you just don't know, do you? So a bit of a nervy start there from Michaeli. She looks like... I mean, that's at least a 7. At least a 7.
Least.
It looks quite a big...
I can see a line going down, so I reckon that's going to be the 7. And look at that shot. Our theatre, our showcase that is Mykonos here, Korfos Beach, where we have yourcapital.com at GKA Kite World Cup for the big air discipline right now. Our women's heat 4 before we go into round number 2 of the men. And info in, we will be going from 40 seconds for each move to 50 seconds for each move. Nice kite loop, good control. Until the old tightrope.
Until he looked at me to say good control, and I have my eyes still on it. I thought, oh, she's got it. And we look away from 1 second here, and so harsh are the landings, because this technically was a really good move. Anastasia Badidi, look at this. The landing is there.
She gets it, and then just tightrope.
Bam, straight over the front. That's the commentator's curse. We always do it as commentators where we think they've landed that. So unfortunately for Anastasia, she did get scored something for the first move. So, but it wasn't. She's going to repeat that until she gets it in. So unfortunately, that won't score.
There's a sniper out there taking them out, mate. I'm telling you, with that little, double bounce we saw Stina, we've seen a lot of them. It looked like it was perfectly landed until then, yeah.
I always think it's the turtle under there doing something, or something from underneath. It's like the universe doesn't want you to land.
I can see. So Rebecca Zomo, thank you, loving Esther pronunciations. We are doing our best.
What we find it was that. So I apologise for getting that so wrong at Lords of Tram.
We did ask, and that's what we have been told. If you have other info, please shout out to us. But we have specifically asked for Esther's name to make sure that we are on point.
That is white rash vest with a nice straight mega loop. Esther Nudge. Try to not say that last letter. It's almost like a silent G. Nice move from her. They'll be watching that back home. Big hello to all of you out there in Hungary. It's a nice performance. 5.8 metre height, 67 metres downwind for Esther, who'll be hoping for the semi-finals at least, or dreaming of the podium, because that's what we all dream of. Delayed back roll attempt again from Michaeli Sol, who's having to just go easy out there after that little scare where the kite hit the water. It didn't look like it was going to be too much of a problem, but you never know. If you don't see the wide picture, that kite could have been inverted a minute ago. But Michaeli Sol now opening up her account. Remember, she wasn't at King of the Air this last one, so second at Lords of Tram. So it's been a while since we've seen her take a first place in the women. She also wasn't at the Mega Loop. So we haven't seen Michaeli Sol in a first place position at a big air event for a while, it's fair to say, as we see a nice mega loop. Oh, that wave just lined itself up in the worst position. You could just see that wave, almost not a down wave, but on the back side of a wave. So unfortunately for Anastasia, this all looked good again. It was a good takeoff for her in the pink rash vest. We have lots of local support on the beach. Really good downwind speed as she got the kite in the power zone. And they're just on the back of the wave. It can be tough. You can't really predict where you're going to land at the start, as we now turn our attention back to the read-in of Ed. It's quick, isn't it? I feel like I just said her name, and now we're going back there. Very fast, and we're caning through these heats. Mega loop board off. God, this could be big. Oh, really long extension there, but I think it was more of a waiting to see if things would get any easier. I feel like Ruben's gone from gear 2 to 3 now with his DJ, and he's definitely And it's funny, we can hear everything here in our booth as we see lovely technique. Just couldn't get that board back underneath. We are going to go and find Aaron Hadlow in a minute and bring him in here. I think he's just let him climatise, although it's been warm in England. It's been all right. A big hello to you from around the world, 3:17 local time at the capital.com GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air finals here in Mykonos with the brand new prize purse doubled and going up apparently even more. Some of these riders could be walking away with as much as 18 grand.
And rumours of more.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty good. Love this. Loads of vertical lift in this. That is a front roll contra loop with a very vertical takeoff, and that is the safe way.
That's the safe way of doing it.
To land it.
I mean, you know, she's looking definitely to get those numbers on the board coming in. Michaeli Sol, let's not forget, second over there in Lords of Tram, so she is one of the top athletes for the race. The chase for the title of being world champion 2026 here, the GKA Kite World Tour. Big air discipline. 4.47 that first move, and waiting for scores on the second. Currently in second, because Esther Lag is looking like she has the upper hand so far. I've even hit the old Google Translate phoneticals on this.
Phoneticals, that's serious.
Oh, mate, you should try Atlantic CrossFit names. Now that's a mouthful. And unfortunately, looking like going down there, Anastasia, so that is going to be a crash for her. On trick attempt number 4, so Esther is going to be coming in. Hungarian athlete, reading, as you can see her there on your screen, on the bottom left-hand corner in the white lycra. Here we go. All right, Esther there just taking off. Single jump, a little bit of height, but not getting the move. So that's going to add to her score as she has that kite loop at 2.80, kite loop front roll, 3.40. Then you can see 7.5 meters of height, but probably not what she was looking for. And the eye in the sky, Lewis, eye in the sky. Look at those colors.
Been having a little look at the ladder here, Joe, to just see what's happening, because obviously these there's a few riders here looking for that World Championships. The two riders that probably have the best chance here, obviously the winner of Lords of Tram, Alessa Sofia Mensch, and second place, Michaeli Sol. Here she is on your screens here, who'll be looking to win this heat. She's had a strong start. Joe, you think she might have wanted a board off there, but she
was looking for it, or at least it looked like it.
Yeah, right. So right now, what's happened, if she does advance in this heat, Michaeli Sol will go into the semi-finals. She'll go into heat number 2 of the semi-finals, currently occupied by Alice Rougier. And interestingly, at the moment, we see this nice replay there, but because of the situation with Alessa, who didn't win her first heat, she's actually gone through in second place. She's now in round 2.
Yes.
And so if she wins her heat, she still will stay out of that side. So those two, once those two meet in this competition, there's a big decision going to happen. It's not necessarily who's going to become world champion, but it is necessarily who won't become world champion.
True.
The result of that heat.
There's so many scenarios, and the scenarios are very wide at the moment as we're early on in the competition. As it kind of, we start to get to those quarters, to the semi-finals, that's when the bracket really does start to tighten down.
Yeah.
Then you can see looking like a double front with a loop.
What a shot.
That was from above. Different perspective. Definitely Esther. That was cool.
It's like, when are they going to hit the ground? That was actually might have been quite a high jump there. But yeah, just to give you clarity on that, it's when one of those riders doesn't advance, because they can potentially actually be in the same heat and both advance from the semis to the finals. So it's really when one of them doesn't advance any further, that is almost the end of the line for that rider if the other one is still in. So we don't have to get too involved in those conversations yet, unless something happens, for example, like Alessa doesn't get through round 2. But let's not go there just for now. Last heat of the women's then, and that is a nice
That's a good height.
Yeah, mega loop delayed roll. Look at that, just going casually into another back. She's really going about this in a safe manner. Is Michaela Sol, the 8 times world champion.
I mean, she knows she has the advantage. Right now, she knows she doesn't have to risk it, and I think she's just, playing it easy, getting used to the location, used to the place.
Yeah.
But good height. Kindly back, nice lay back there,
really,
controlled.
Really getting some nice vertical uplift there with that duotone there. That was clear to see that she had a nice elevation on the way up. As she checks the watch, it's very common to see the riders checking the watch now to see what position they are. They understand this scoring system. We now switch back to the North rider. It's a nice mega loop. Can she get this one on the board now? She really wants to get something. Yes, she can. That's great. The locals will be stoked with that down there on the beach to open her account. It's taken a while, but she's got it in there. She'll upgrade that kite loop that she got earlier, I think, of 1.97. I think she might upgrade it.
It does look like it. I mean, not by much, but it does look like she'd get a little bit extra score. And let's not forget the vibe on the beach, being local. Everybody watching, cheering you on. As we're just waiting for that score to drop. Next up is going to be Esther there. As you can see her, white lycra front and center, 7.20, 18.07 already for Michaela. So Mika throwing down. Oh, watch out. On comes the sun cream. Here we go. Oh, we got the kite loop. She lands it. Kite loop board off there from Esther. What a way to come back. Let's get a replay of that. That was not expected. Look at this. Got the chop nice and easy. Little pre-pop off the top. Launches, gets the feet out, not quite extended, but that's definitely going to improve her overall score. Nice work there from Esther. All right, here we go. Lewis getting ready for battle. I got a feeling he's going to be dropping out of the booth in a minute. Sun scream is coming on left, right, and center. Don't forget the calves, mate. Don't forget the calves. And it is so cool to be back here enjoying the big air kiteboarding discipline, the showcase of our sport right now. Best athletes, 39 athletes, 19 countries worldwide. They have come for the biggest prize purse to date. And rumor on the street says it's only going to be getting bigger. So great to see the support that this event in Mykonos has. Michaela just getting in there. All right, going for double front rotation. Not going to be looping that kite on the way down. 18.07, that was trick attempt number 6. Last round of moves for these athletes. We'll be going into round number 2 of the men. Slight change. Instead of 7 trick attempts and 3 counts, they will be going for 7 trick attempts and 3 count, but 50 seconds for each one of those moves. And there we go, up into the sky. Anastasia does get the landing, so let's see if she can improve on the score ever so slightly. Coming onto the world stage, local down here. Has so much Greek talent, and it is so cool to see them here. Making us feel like family. A big shout out to Alex, to Anna, to Gabby, to Baptiste for making us feel at home here. And I mean, what a place to call home, Lewis.
Yeah, they do make you feel very welcome. I hope we make people feel this welcome in the UK. I'd like to believe we do, but we do feel good here to be part of this. They're sharing a very special place with us here. And we have 30 seconds for Esther. I don't think, well, she technically cannot advance in first place with her score at the moment, but what she can do is show us what she's maybe got for us in the next heat. And wow, that was a nice boogie loop. Loads of control. For me, that's going to be one of her highest scores. It will be her highest score of this heat. So that will make her feel great. Going into round 2, she'll know that she's got that move in the bag. It's always good to know, because no one's going to deal with Mykonos Sol here. She's absolutely stormed this one, Joe.
She's gone through.
Do what she wants here, really. What do you think she's going to do here? Well, most likely not take risk, you'd expect.
You'd think, but do you want to be a crowd pleaser?
I don't know.
Do you want to hear the vibe? I mean, early days.
Just do a big jump.
I think, yeah, just get some height. Definitely, you can see she's going to be a force to be reckoned with. We saw Alessa in that previous heat here. Mika looking for a kicker.
This will say a lot about Mika here if she chooses to do something. How she goes about this will tell us something, you know. Is she going to use this as an opportunity to practice a 7th trick in a real environment in case she needs to later? Or will she just jump because she thinks there's no need to take the risk? Interesting moment here in the last heat of the women's round number 1. As you said, Joe, we'll be switching back to the men's in a minute, which is why the sun cream's on.
Hey.
Because I do want to go and find Aaron in a second and see if he's going to come and talk with us, because he's ridden this spot loads. Oh, look at that.
Nice.
An unnecessarily high big score for Mykonos Sol suggests to the rest of the fleet that she's got that in the bag for later. Was that a personal message to Alessa?
I think she was definitely saying, I'm hungry in that world title. She wants to have another world title. Let's not forget, we heard Gisela Pulido, 10 world titles. Mika at the moment at 8. Will we see in a couple of years the battle for who has the most amount of world titles under the belt? But yeah, I agree with you there, Lewis. Message going out hard that she is not here to mess around. Coming up next, round number 2 of the men. And what a day. 35 knots of perfect wind. Stay with us as we will be right back. And welcome back, everybody. So now we transition into the men. Round number 2. Heat number 1 is going to be coming our way. And let's see who is going to be going out into the water. Bring up those faces. Karen Van Dijk, Max Tullig, Maxwell Dyer, Andrea Principi. 4 very, very powerful riders. The youngsters in the middle. Karen Van Dijk, known for his power. Andrea Principi, being a world champion, a 2 times Red Bull King of the Air winner. It is all out on the playing field. Watch out, first man to jump. He's going to be there on the left. He's going to be representing Holland with the pink lycra. Cohen Van Dijk, here we go. Oh, watch out. I know those shoes. Can only mean one thing. Somebody is back in the house. Aaron, good afternoon, mate.
Straight in, yes, that's correct. Aaron Hadlow, how are you doing? Sitting to my left-hand side now. You've literally just got in off the... Could you see the action off the plane?
Yeah, you could.
Wow.
You could see the waves, you could see the wind, that was for sure. It was a bumpy landing, I can tell you that much. But it was good. I mean, I could see from the plane, all the guys, all the action. You always have a good feeling coming in here. You always, when the wind is on, you know it's on.
Yeah, it's a beautiful view, Aaron, that we're seeing there. We're getting these lovely drone shots, and what's really nice for me is that these years of coming here and seeing that and telling people just how good it is and the different unique, perspective of all the buildings, we can now show that at home. Like, that's been the best for me, that we actually can show people what's been going on here. There's a secret out the bag, which is very much the feeling. So thank you for coming into the booth. We're going to do some heats with you here. Tell me, why do you think personally, because you've been coming here a long time, sometimes you're here 4 or 5 times a year, not just ever in 1 year. Why do you keep coming back here?
Yeah, I mean, it is. Here we go with the action. Let's jump into that straight away with Cohen. Oh, he didn't get the board off there.
It's giving you a bit more time to tell us why it's so good here.
Well, I've been here already for, I think it's my 5th or 6th time this year already.
Blimey.
I've been here very consistent, very convenient. You land and you're on the beach within 5 minutes from the airport. So that's been really good for just convenience and just knowing the wind is there for testing. A lot of product development these days. So yeah, but when you're flying in, you'll see in this view sometimes, and you're just like, okay, when the wind is on, it's on. Who we got up here next? I think that's Max.
Oh, nice from Max. Oh, he just comes down on a bit of a butt check again. That's our hopeful from the United Kingdom. He's had a few landings like that where he's been really close. Aaron, did you see a foil kite out the corner of your eye on that drone shot a minute ago? I thought I did. But that is the replay of Max with a doobie board off with a board spin, I think. Or a tic-tac, sorry, I've just looked away at the wrong time.
Oh, that was classic landing here. That's the thing with this spot, that you really have to get the tricky takeoff, tricky landing. Yeah, you're right. I can
did see a foil. Good spot that with Wes.
Maybe Hugo could be, or Luca coming up. I'm not sure.
But someone's going for a different tactic here as we are in round 2. Heat number 1, it's Lewis Crathon here, Aaron Haddo joining me now. I mean, these views, we don't often see that, right?
I know, you get a good look at the football stadium as well from above. You do.
We're lining up the GKA 11 versus rest of the world charity match. Be a good one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a good one for us last night, of course.
Oh, yeah. Good.
But yeah, nice to see Max doing really well and getting his opportunity here as well to be in the event. He's got a really good level. But yeah, just the experience here also helps. So this should be Andrea. Nice, he's got it. He knows this spot as well as anyone. He comes here quite often as well. I mean, we've been coming here for years and years, but often seeing Andrea when the real strong purple winds, the street comes here, then it's proper days. And I've seen him out here on a 5 doing triple loops before, so he does know the conditions.
Yeah, nice takeoff there. Experience using one of the ramps. Sometimes you can't use them if the angle's wrong or if it's not windy enough. You've got to be reactive to the conditions out here. There's definitely an element. It really does help if you've got experience to know when the wind has slightly changed. But on your screens now, Cohen van Dijk. I wonder, Maxwell Dull, we must have missed his move there. I don't think we saw his move in the yellow rash vest, or certainly I didn't feel like I saw it, but it was a 5.53. God, this is an unbelievable heat. Look at this heat for a round 2 heat. This is crazy. CVD, Andrea Principi, the other two, Max Tullett and Maxwell Dull, they're no mugs. They can do the move. So it's a bit pressure time, this one, and you've got to finish top 2 here, right, or you're out.
Yeah, it's the knockout rounds now. No second chances. Here we see Cohen. That's a good takeoff. Good height.
That's a biggie.
Big double added. Yeah, nice. Easy landing as well. You just have to ride them out here. You think you got it, and then something could just take you down, and he had that under control.
Is there such thing as an easy landing here?
Well, I don't think so, no. I mean, I'm sure he would land them 10 out of 10, but here you just have to be so extra careful, extra cautious, and you could just see him getting his balance, wrong. Yeah, riding straight downwind through the chop, not letting the kite pull you one way or another. So that will be a big score, I think. That's a really good second score for him.
With that view on your screen, we'll go back there in a minute, actually. We're going to go to Max Tullett. I think he could do something for a confidence builder. He just didn't get the takeoff that he wanted there. He's going to have to let go on that one. That drone shot, Aaron, has it ever crossed your mind, do you think someone could jump that? Have you ever thought of that? Have you ever actually thought, could someone do that? Is that just me, the way my mind works?
I don't know about that.
I mean, it's probably a no, but I mean...
I mean, when you fly in and come in,
could someone maybe jump that in a storm?
I don't know.
No.
I mean, it's a few. You can actually measure it with the football pitches. You often hear people covering two football pitches. I mean, that's in and about the range, but with the houses there, it will be some sort of thing. But the technology is advancing so quickly. And
50 years' time, could we be commentating an event where it's about jumping and doing things over the land there? I don't know, silly thing to say. But we are having a lot of fun with this perspective, Aaron, talking about potential sponsors for lorries to drive in with branding and people writing things on their walls. But this is Cohen van Dijk, who's very much enjoying the left-hand side here with a contraloop board off. I think there's some front rolls in there too. He's in the zone.
That was Maxwell, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, okay.
That's how we missed the first one, I think, actually. So we missed Cohen's first trick. But that was another good score. Definitely, he's one to look out for. Definitely up-and-coming rider. I think he also did very well in the first round as well. Was unlucky not to move through. But yeah, also super technical. Seems to get a bit of consistency here. So yeah, this is a very difficult heat. We see Cohen in control at the minute with two fairly good scores, a 5.8, Andrea with a almost a 6. And Maxwell with that 5.5. He's going to add to that and probably actually go into the lead with that. So yeah, there we go, 5.5 up to 11 points total. But yeah, this spot can be very, very tricky. I mean, we've ridden here for years, and it's just like you saw with Max's last jump. It was just sometimes you just don't have the gust. You really have to find that in combination. So here we saw he's looked for it going the other way this time. Sometimes you have to move your strategy. Say, okay, I'm going to the center of the waters here to find that gust. Sometimes when you get a bit too close to the corner here, it can work in your favor, but often sometimes not either.
Bit of chop on the takeoff there with that double back roll board off, got really upside down. We're seeing lots of interesting body positions here. I wonder if it's the location which is allowing the riders, or they need to, in some ways, get in those positions. But we turn our attention now back to Cohen van Dijk, currently in second place at the moment, but really the positions don't matter too much now because the riders haven't got 3 big scores on the board.
No, yeah, I think Max just missing a little bit of height and the style these days. You do see quite a lot of inverts now, people trying to get into inverted positions during sometimes
J-bow.
The second rotation. Some people are a bit more tucked and trying to get a bit more of we used to do like a double half cab, it was called back in the day with the freestyle stuff. So that really trying to use that momentum to get into more of a tuck flip position. So that's a bit more the style for some of the tricks these days.
CVD looks like he's going right here, Aaron.
Yeah, not too bad of an idea. There's definitely some rollers in the centre there if you get it right.
No, he's coming back. I think he's been quite into getting close to this side. He's had some real success with some of his jumps. Quick check of the watch, he'll be thinking, crap, got to get on with this. I'm about to be timed out. We've seen times outs already. Double back roll, mega loop. Board off there into lots of rotations. Can he stick it? He's still got a bit of work. He was happy with it, Aaron. He's happy. He's having a good heat so far.
Yeah, definitely. Good height, good technicality. Got the board spinning as well. And a little bit more of an uplift at the end there just before he landed him. He threw him off a bit, but yeah, good body position, good control. Tried to slow it down there, got an extra gust, and then, he managed to sort his... put the pressure through the abs. You really have to absorb that rotation and stop yourself from over-rotating. Looks like we just saw Max's end there. He went straight into a trick. So yeah, you see the riders jumping at different times. Some taking longer, some going instantly, just because if you really feel that updraft, you really feel that pressure in your kite, that really gives you the confidence to go for it. And yeah, you just have to take it whilst it's there.
Winner of this heat will go into the quarterfinals with Zach Adams and Lorenzo Casati. Second will go with Leonardo Casati and Joe Suez. So you will not avoid one of the Casatis if you advance in this heat.
Nice. Yeah, also super slowed down there towards the end of the trick. Got the kite in a good position. Late putting the board back on the feet as well. So yeah, that was also very good control. I would say like medium height, probably low 5s, high 4s, I would say, coming in there. So that's still ticking along very nicely. We got Andrea also in a strong position. Cohen could definitely be with upgrading one of his tricks, but he'll come around to that later in the heat. So,
where's Max's trick here? Third trick. Did we see that?
He didn't. Oh, there we go. Just came in.
5.22. Much better for him. A kite loop front roll board off. That's more like it. He's up against this.
That was like a doobie rodeo. Super clean.
Riding out. You talk about those difficult landings there, having to bend the knees, almost like suspension. Riding it all the way out downwind, almost to that downwind line. A reminder, we do not want the riders landing much further than that imaginary line. That's protection. It's onshore. If that wind picks right up to 40 knots or more, the riders are jumping from the very right-hand side to the left-hand side as we switch back to the Red Bull branded North Kite of Cohen van Dyke, rising high. He's getting some nice height here. No board off on this one. Oh, he's entered an elevation here, and he could go all the way down to the buoys nearly. How far do you think he went down there distance-wise? Because we have these measurements now. I'm going to say 165.
Oh, really? Yeah, I was going to say 135, 140 maybe.
165. Let's see on the replay. We've got this lovely stuff from the Capital.com guys. Let's see now. It's rising. It builds up. The tension is there. What's it going to do? Is it going to go over 100? It's still going. Is it going to stop on 165? Oh, 158, not bad. So 19 meters of height. We're really enjoying these graphics, which are coming automatically now, but it also costs us sometimes the tricks of the other riders. So again, I think we've managed to miss Max, but looked like he landed that one as well. So he's got his stuff together. We wait for the scores to come in for him.
Yeah, the graph is really nice there because actually you saw visually him kind of get like an uplift after his loop. And then you actually see that on the graph where he goes back up again, or at least levels out. And that's a really nice feeling with the kite. And when you get that super second lift and you get that feeling that you're going to go back up again almost, then that's really cool. Here's Maxwell.
2 Maxes. Doesn't happen every day.
Oh, you did well to land that one.
He did. There's some good levels of riding here. And Max Tullett with a 5.6 previous to this. So the British rider, who unfortunately we missed due to that long replay of Cohen van Dyke, is really putting some form together now and has put his name into the mix. We've got a tight heat here now with only less than 3 points separating the riders. It's all about upgrading time as we now go to Andrea Principi. He's going to have to get on with this. So quick is the rhythm now, Aaron, that you barely get a chance to get in the box and get on with your trick, although looks like he's been given some more time. That angle to the right, Aaron, is really now looking like it's working.
Yeah, it looked like it's changed a bit. You do get some shifts now and again. It moves it more over to the east. That means you want to really get out to the right-hand side there where he's going. And again, like I said before, you get these rollers. That's good height. Super inverted. Very controlled. Yeah, he had that one all day. Super good. Yeah, he's in control of this heat, turning it on when he needs to. He wouldn't have been happy with not advancing directly to the third round, so he's definitely making sure he's getting through this one.
Yeah, he'd be devastated if he doesn't get through this one, but he looks like there's still an extra gear there, I think. But what sort of wind speed? You've just been out there, and what sort of wind speed were you feeling hitting you?
It isn't absolutely as crazy as I've seen it here, but that is definitely strong winds. I mean, just looking up wind there, you can see how strong it is. I would say the guys are all on 9 meters. I would definitely say it's an average in 30 to 35. But like you say, the gusts really vary here. It's kind of like surges. There'll be moments where it's a bit less and moments when it comes through. So that's why now you saw the pace was very good. There was a gust that came through. So people are like, okay, it's my go. I'm going right now, taking the most of that time. Whereas there'll be other lulls during the heat probably where people are a little bit more cautious. Yeah, like this one, yeah, you could see.
He was visually unhappy with waiting for that lift. He was furious with the wind there. We get emotional, we communicate with the wind, and it's very clear to see that even at the top level, there's a personal relationship with the wind there. He was unhappy with what the gust provided, Aaron. He was furious.
Yeah. And in that spot, exactly, it's happening. You could really see
twice.
him.
Not once, twice. Just furious he didn't get that uplift.
Oh, Max. Oh, it just doesn't take the landing. Yeah, he's going for it. I think everyone's in a very good position. I mean, Cohen also in a great position, and he was looking to upgrade. So, yeah, he needed something pretty big. But, yeah, that spot on the left-hand side is really hit and miss. And when it's working, it's working. But definitely you saw, we mentioned it went a bit more east. He was riding a bit further out. And then there comes a bit of a shadow there sometimes. So, like you see now, the angle is changed again, I think.
Yeah.
And he's going to be using that side, so...
You're having a bit of fun there, I think. There's just a board being removed, which is Max. Andrea Principi just taking a moment to have some fun, which is a real insight to his mindset right now. He can do that jump there and not be scored because it wasn't his turn. He was just waiting for that board to clear. We go to Maxwell Dahl now. Could he be the rider to cause an upset here? Because you'd think it would be CVD or Andrea Principi advancing here, Aaron.
Yeah,
or both of them, sorry.
This looks like a really good trick. A lot of distance, a lot of spins. Super controlled, solid landing. I think this will put him in the sixes. And that really puts him in a strong position. Andrea's definitely with pretty much 3 sixes there at least, in a very commanding position. But it only takes one person to pull something crazy out the bag, get a really high scoring trick, and then they're like back in pole position. So very, very tight heat. I think once Max gets his next trick, also he's going to be even closer. He's definitely got something on the table there that he can add, and then it's going to start to be very small margins.
Yeah, who's going to throw the first 7-pointer in here? That's going to be one to look at. And the right, Cohen has given himself a platform. Maxwell Dahl has also done that, and he's the one starting to put pressure on the two that you would think are going to advance right now.
Yeah, we have Andrea looking up his 5.97.
What's he got?
Yeah, left foot forward now. You can
Suiting,
see he's got
just cutting out to sea. Are we going to see that one arm off the bar? Little pre-pop. Lovely takeoff here.
Contra.
It's massive.
Oh, with a little cheeky flip at the end as well.
He liked it. He's in the zone here. You can hear the music from Ruben on the beach, landing downwind. That is his 5th trick attempt. Where's that going to score, do you think, Aaron? That'll be one of his highest trick scores?
Yeah, it'll definitely boot out his 5.97 there, and we'll be up in the sixes again. So it'll be interesting because Contras tend to give you better height, but maybe not the same kite angle. But it was very technical.
I don't think he did flip it. I think he thought about it. I'm not sure if he did. It was like I don't know. I'm not sure. There was I reckon it would have been a risk to throw that right at the end. He's got to think strategically here because it isn't a clear 2-horse race at the moment. And it's actually with Cohen here, has just found it. It's become, maybe Andrea's out the front a little bit, but there's 2 right behind him. And Max needs to find a big one now. He's got to go all or nothing now, right? Like he's the only rider here. Actually, Cohen doesn't have a 6 as well. So Max is sort of keeping pace with Cohen. However, he doesn't have a 3rd big trip, and he's...
Yeah, he really needed that one, actually, Cohen, to put himself back into 2nd position. He's, a few points behind, but he's got it in him. Problem now for
Max
him...
has been, I think. Who's that downwind on the duotone? I think that is, we go. He's very keen to get on. The wind is so good. I think Max goes so early that we aren't seeing him there from the replay of the other rider. It's quite a quick changeover. So this means if it's Maxwell Dahl on screen, then it's already Maxwell Dahl's turn. So back to Maxwell Dahl. It's a crash then. Oh no, we're waiting for Max Tullett's score to come in. What's it going to be? Because I think he landed it because he went really far downwind. When we last saw him on the drone, he was out the end of the. This could hopefully for him. I didn't even see the replay. This could be a big score. He's one rider that's very clearly keen to get on with it with the conditions, where here we can see Maxwell taking the full use of the time. Is there a better way to do things, Aaron, in your opinion?
No, not at all. I mean, it's really what you're feeling. I was also a rider who just wanted to get it done and get the trick out the way. But it's definitely like here, he was towards the end of his time out, basically, and then you just have to go, you know, so you're a little bit more forced into it, but you have more chance of getting the gust. Yeah, it's definitely a balance. You kind of got to read the heat as well. I mean, the last stop of the tour over at Lords of Tram, that's also a tricky one because the gusts are coming and going, so it's always different for different spots. And yeah, if you're just not feeling the lift in the kite at the time, then you just really have to kind of, yeah, either find where it is in the bay and head towards that, or yeah, just take what you have. And you can see that with Cohen now. He's had 2 in a row where he just hasn't connected how he wanted to, and then that starts to put the pressure on.
Well done. They got that on the replay. If you were wondering if they'd got the wrong one, they did actually get it on the replay. You saw a wide off Hugo, I believe, but that is Andrea once again engaging the lift. Look at that battle at the end of that. He's still fighting it now, I think.
He was claiming it on the way through. He was happy with that one. Yeah, I think Andrea's fully in contention for the win here. He's put down a lot of good tricks, and that will probably up even another one of his scores. Oh, he's had 5.9.
I tell you what, Max has also put his name in the mix here. Look, he's very close to second now. He's less than half a point off second is Max. So this last round of tricks is going to be very exciting. Cohen van Dijk currently going out of this competition, Aaron. Maxwell Dahl is the rider that's trying to cause an upset here, and he'll know with his watch here, Cohen van Dijk, one of the big 5 now, regularly getting to the final. Can he produce the move that he needs? What is he going to upgrade, Aaron? Have you had a quick look?
Yeah, he needs something, and he hasn't had to take
Although, can he pretend? Would you be pretending here?
That was a transition, yeah.
He's got to do something now. Yeah. I think he gets away with that, but he's got to jump now.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to take it, or... Yeah, he might get away with it.
Don't know. He's running out of time.
There's no timer
now
on the screen now. Oh, he has gone. He did go, but let's see if...
No, not this one. He's not in the heat.
Okay, I think Max is gone. We'll wait to see. It looks like he had a crash. So Max would have went all out on that. Cohen also has had a crash. So we're left with our 2 winners. They don't even need to jump. This is going to be Maxwell in second place and Andrea in first.
And that's a big upset, Aaron.
Yeah, huge. I mean, also Maxwell is a new teammate to Cohen, young up-and-coming rider. So, yeah, he just got caught up on those last few tricks, Cohen there. He just weren't able to find the gust to do the trick that he was looking for with the back roll. Probably a double back roll board off with a big loop and added rotations. I know that's one of his left foot forward tricks. And then, yeah, Max obviously was in contention, last in the heat, really needed something massive, and probably went all out there to try something, but unfortunately crashed. So, yeah, that's it for this heat. I'm sure we got Andrea maybe with the last trick.
Do you think they're just riding out downwind here, maybe, Aaron? Maxwell Dahl and Andrea Principi. It's unusual for them not to take their trick. Okay, so we missed a few moves there. We do apologise for that. We are not in control of the cameras here. It's a lot to deal with, 4 riders on there now. There's a board in the water as well, which needs to be removed. That would be from Maxwell Dahl, and we're for sure going to see some sort of crowd pleaser from Andrea Principi. Okay, we are going to see Andrea Principi's.
Is it going to be a big trick or is it going to be a big straight jump?
Well, I thought earlier that Mikhaili wouldn't do something big, and then she really sent a message to everybody else on her last move and did something massive.
Yeah, so I think Andrea's out there just doing what he wants to do, so he'll go for something he enjoys, one of his favourite tricks probably, knowing he's comfortably won the heat. Some really good tricks.
He's powering up. Yeah, thank you. Here he is, the director of my ears, and Andrea's there. That's Maxwell Dole just downwind, pumping his hand, obviously excited to go through with Andrea. Is it going to be a crowd pleaser, Aaron, or will it be innovation? Rodeo.
Yeah, that's super cool. I mean, what you don't see many people realize with the rodeos that they do, they often put the board off with one hand and then take it off and put it on with the other. So they pass the hands and switch in which ones they go. So that's often a little bit missed and actually quite difficult for people trying to do switch board offs. It's not as comfortable as you might think. So yeah, there's also some added technicality to that, and it's not on all the time. Sometimes they put it in between their legs with the same hand, but often when they take it out, it's with another hand, and that's another added bit more complex to the trick. So super cool. Nice trick to end the heat there by Andrea. Victory lap. And then we move on to the next heat.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting...
7.30. Πάμε να προλάβουμε τη Λεβασίλα.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει καλύτερα.
Next heat, let's have some FaceTime then. Let's bring up the faces for the next heat in round number 2. There is the scene then at the capital.com GKA Big Air Kite World Tour finals here in Mykonos in Greece as we look up the bay. A beautiful view in Mykonos. Next heat up, Josh Gillett from South Africa, Ucel Paralik from Cyprus, Gilles Boer from the Netherlands, one of the 6 Dutch riders, and Hugo Wigglesworth from New Zealand, who is flying a foil kite, I believe, Aaron. Do you think that was an interesting choice?
It can be for this spot, definitely if you get in the updrafts. But I mean, we rode with Hugo over in the UK recently, and it was 40 knots, storm conditions. He was absolutely flying on a 7 and 8 meter sea kite. Inflatable kite.
What?
That would have been something.
Yeah.
And so he's got it all in his locker. Super technical rider. But yeah, I don't think it really matters. It really depends on the wind strength. And yeah.
Back to the action then. A very stressful heat, this one. You've got to get through in the top 2. And unfortunately for Cohen van Dijk, that's been the end of his journey. And he was on a good run, Aaron. I had some really nice stuff with him where he was basically making nearly all of the finals. But that run has come to an end, unfortunately for CVD. Megaloop on the podium. Cold Hawaii came 4th, semi-finals, 3rd at the King of the Air, another podium. 4th for the Lords of Tram, so it was semis or nothing, or finals for him. He's now had to take a hit. Sometimes that can happen, right?
Yeah, definitely. And some spots suit you better than others. I think Cohen really suits the super strong winds as well. And yeah, it's just tricky. I mean, you can be lucky, unlucky. You just saw there, he just didn't catch the gust in his last 3 attempts, and that's generally unheard of, but can happen. And yeah, of course, you got to read the wind, but sometimes it's out of your control, and yeah, he won't be happy with that at all. But also, there weren't really too much more he could have done, so you have to just take it as it is. So, who do we have up first in this heat?
This will be Josh Gillett up first, a South African rider who's I don't feel like he showed us what he's all about in that first heat. There's a mega loop delayed roll there. If that's a 9 metre, Aaron, then this could really fall into the hands of Hugo, right, on that foil kite. That suggests to me that the high gust isn't even 30, maybe. That was just, you know, it isn't maybe as windy as it was earlier. Let's take a quick look at the weather station. 28 knots, high gust. It hasn't pumped through like we thought, but interestingly, the wind really shifted into the northwest, Darren, which is why we're seeing riders really cutting up wind on a port tack left foot forwards now. Let's see what Yücel Paralit can extract out of this wind, which we do think has just come down slightly. What's he got for us for an opening move? A short line rider usually. Oh, he's found some wind there though, Aaron.
Yeah, that was pretty strange. There wasn't that much speed into the trick, so I was thinking, oh, maybe not, but he managed to get really good vertical lift. Yeah, he got in between the rollers there. You could see he could probably found a nice flat spot to kind of get a takeoff on. And yeah, nice opening trick, definitely, to start this. I know he's been training super hard. Every time I check on Instagram, he's in another country, training hard somewhere else. So I think he's had the opportunity now to travel and really focus on it. So really nice to see him, yeah, in the event. And yeah, usually he's on short lines quite often, but at this point now he's on the long lines and also competing very well.
Okay, next up to trick then, it will be Ginny Boer on that ozone, who was pretty good in the opening rounds. Here he goes then. What's he got for us? Looks like he had a reasonable amount of speed into that move. It's just a mega loop double back roll. Oh, he got really launched downwind there, and maybe that's where he found the gust. So it's not going to be the ideal move for him, but we're very close to going over to Hugo Wigglesworth now, because this is going to be exciting. We see that replay here. For sure he wanted the board off here.
Yeah, same like Josh, basically. Yeah. Just didn't get the height that they expected, and then in the end just, yeah, had to settle for the double back roll with the kite loop. Not really at the height they wanted, but they have a score on the board, and now they're able to improve from that. But yeah, like we say, Hugo coming up next.
First on the foil so far at the event, ever in an event in Greece. And I wonder if Luca Taruti is watching this very closely with this access to this tool as well. He looks lit. I think the wind's just come in here, Aaron. Look at that. Can you see those lines?
Yeah, he was struggling with the takeoff there, definitely.
Yeah, I think
he got
the wind
kind of pushed off there. Wow, the kite's moving around quite crazy as well. Maybe there's a gust that come through there, but this looks like he will get a good takeoff here.
Oh, it looks pretty good. That lovely view, seeing that downwind speed and that distance. I think that's definitely over 100 meters for me of distance. Great opening move on a totally new equipment here for this heat compared to his first for Hugo.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just the dynamic of the trick looks so different. The way the kite kind of loops and surges. They also get it very low, but I think they have so much confidence in the amount of drive and lift it comes as you come in for the downlift, the second lift. Sorry, and yeah, it's like it's just a different way of doing the trick. But yeah, very good kite angle actually, and in the end, that's what the judges are looking at. Not really the trick he was looking for there. Again, the takeoff just wasn't super powerful or lifty. He went for, I think, a contra there. Not getting the second lift that he was looking for to land that trick. So another crash there. Yeah, he went for the down loop quite early and just didn't have the height for it to really catch him and give him a soft landing. So yeah, looking like it's some tricky conditions at the minute.
Yeah, I mean, I just had a quick sneak at some of the forecasts, Aaron. Didn't really look much today at the forecast. I just heard it was about 35 knots, thought it would increase more, but maybe this has taken everyone by surprise. It's actually been a bit less than we thought. At least half the forecast I just saw showed something like 40 coming at some point today. We haven't seen that. Do you think that usually that happens here as we see Yücel taking off? And
yeah, that was a good trick there. Good height, good speed, technicality again. So yeah, I think that will be actually a very good scoring trick. Using the center of the bay there to get the height and take the gust there. You can see that little wave coming through. You can time it up. Yeah, good takeoff. Super nice late back board off with a board spin and a nice landing. That's a solid trick, so he'll be happy with that.
When you're riding at this spot, Aaron, especially when it's not absolutely nuking like crazy, where you do have to kind of hedge your bets where the wind is, do you think the middle can be the safe place to be?
Yeah, it can be. I mean, definitely not to come too far in. And yeah, I mean, in a place like Cape Town or Gran Canaria and stuff like this, you really get the boost of the kicker, which really gives you that extra height. And here you can really miss that as well with the waves pushing down, the chop pushing down. You kind of get pushed away, and it's really hard to gain the line tension for the height. But yeah, it's when you can find a small bit of chop and you can get a small little kicker and takeoff, it really actually helps with the height and takeoff. Unfortunately, not really the trick he was looking for there either. So we move on to Hugo. He's upwind,
nice
left foot
view.
forward, got a big takeoff, good height, contra loop, double, another added.
It's the speed that kite flies across the window. It's so fast watching that thing fly across there that's where it gives them that sometimes extra elevation or a longer period than normal. It really does. It moves quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was actually a really nice trick. The kite came down good angle as well, actually, and then, yeah, he gets that second lift, super soft landing, so.
Thrown into multiple rotations there, Aaron, as well. Does he have to, does he premeditate those rotations, or is there a time where you're like, right, I've just got to go with it here?
I think it's tricky, actually. I'm never really sure what riders, whether they want to add it or not. I was always very much of like, I've done my trick, I want to stay in control, and I don't really add rotations afterwards, but I see sometimes it's definitely just not possible not to. You get sent into something and have to go with it. But I think a lot of the riders these days, they definitely try to add added rotations as part of the technical difficulty of the trick. And I think there, you kind of feel if you're coming out of let's say you put the board on through the loop, and then you can feel that, I can actually add use that momentum for some extra rotations there. And you can see it really clearly here. It was no board off, but yeah, the kite can sometimes swing you into a nice position that gives you that very nice kind of controlled spin. And I think you see, people like Heel, I can think of off the top of my head, who really tries to initiate into the added rotation. But yeah, here he's in a nice position, and you see him move his legs up and over to kind of gain that added rotation on the way down. So yeah, I think it adds to the overall heat score. And it just depends on your style, really.
Cool. Way over Tinos there is Yücel really having that kite work above his head. Can he stick the landing? Wasn't the most extreme kite position, but that was a very soft landing. Maybe there's a hint of the wind coming back. That didn't look to me like a 25 knot gust. That was more above a 30 the way that trick was performed, especially the height, because I think he was pushing closer to 20 on this time in the air, maybe 15. 19.2, which is a much higher than we've seen for a while, an indication that the wind speed might have picked up. Another great move from Yücel. What do you know about this rider, Aaron?
He's up and coming. I mean, he was really well known for some crazy, crazy short line stuff where the kite was just so obscenely below him. We got Yine with a doobie.
That was a 25 knot gust, I think.
Not really getting the height he wanted. He's struggling in this heat. But Yücel really got known for these crazy pitches with the kite super low, and actually added some technicality to these crazy kite loops too. So now he's on longer lines, which obviously suit the competition format that we see at the minute. And actually improved, I think, quite significantly over the last 3 to 4 months too. That was one of the bigger tricks, like you say, not the craziest of kite angle, but a very high trick, very controlled, double back roll, board off contra. So looks like it was just a 5, but he's in a very strong position. Yeah,
I'm just looking, sometimes you can only play to the conditions. No one laying down massive scores right now, so just getting some on the board, because I'm very much getting the feeling that something's about to change here, Aaron. It's way too calm out there. Just saw a couple of riders get hit by a few gusts, as Hugo Wigglesworth is working these conditions very well at the moment. Wow, how many rotations is this? So I'm going to say we're on about 5 at the moment.
Still going.
Ridiculous.
I want to see the trace on that, the up and down.
Looking forward to this graph. It's nice to hear that you're into this graph. You've just walked in here. It's going to be more of a Table Mountain than a dome. Here we go, watching this replay. Yeah, look, it's not so much more of a... Look at that track's going to go off the screen. Wow, what a graph. That's one of the best graphs we've had so far. Really giving us a visual reference to the journey that the rider has been on. So Hugo Wigglesworth, he's got kite loop inspiration category. Inspiration? Well, yeah, inspiration. Innovation is actually the term, but arguably it is very inspiring as well. So I think this is going to be the highest score so far, Aaron, in this heat. And you have to say, looking at this heat, Hugo and Yusil really looked like the two that are looking more likely to advance.
Yeah, that was a really technical trick as well. I think when you look at Hugo, he actually does kite loops and contras both way quite comfortably. And there you could see it was a backhand kite loop, but he was then doing a down loop with the board in his other hand. So he's done what I said previously, you know, he's changed hands on the board off. And it was super technical. Oh, this is good power in this trick.
And the cameraman wobbling there. I think a gust hit him too. That's big, yeah.
Long and high and powerful. Not technical, just a doobie, I think, with some extra rotation, but yeah, massive at the same time. So this will be very interesting to see how it's scored.
Love that. A BFD, Aaron, that for me, a big fat doobie.
Yeah, it was a doobie with an added as well. So, and you see on the graph there, he gets that nice little uplift, second lift on the way down, which gives you a lot of confidence because, yeah, sometimes you come out of that trick thinking,
yeah,
I'm falling quickly here, and then, yeah, able to get some good
All right, riders
control.
Visually going higher now as 34 knot gust just hits the weather station, which is a sign the wind is coming back. Just the body language to me as they're riding along. They've been used to the wind being a bit less. Now we're starting to see a few gusts hit the kite. Looks like a big bar Yusil has there. Looks like one of the bigger bars that you see. Here he goes into that doobie. He does have the front hand on it. Was that a contra loop? There was a contra loop from him. Not the cleanest landing. As we now turn our attention into the business end of this heat, back to Yini boy, who really needs to get it together now because the other riders are finding some numbers now.
Yeah, it's his last few tricks to really get back up there and give himself an opportunity. But if he sticks this, he might be in with a good, that's that over-rotation that you just couldn't stop it. So he either there had to at one point commit to that extra rotation to get round or, try and stop it. And he just was stuck in the middle there and unable to land it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him now to pull this together. And we go back to Hugo Wigglesworth. We're really enjoying his takeoffs have been perfect, Aaron.
Nice one off the fin as well. Keeps the board off for a long time. Yeah, he's having a great heat. He's still in second position, despite some quite long and technical jumps, but
it doesn't
so
feel
close.
Yeah, I don't feel like he's been... I mean, here is a great contrast here. We're seeing some very technical riding and good power from Hugo, but that straight doobie has scored a 5.63 for Josh Gillett, which is almost one of the highest scores. It's the second highest trick score of the heat. How do you see that, Aaron, from someone that understands the technical difficulty compared to the power?
Yeah, I mean, the judges are always looking for the combination, right? So, I mean, if Josh was able to do that trick with the board off as well, then, of course, that would start going up into the 6s and maybe even 7s. So it's always a balance. I think the first few tricks you will see in a heat generally won't have that kind of power in these conditions. You know, it's difficult to land with high speed, and when you generate that much power and put the kite that much lower, you end up in a situation which the landing is a bit more 50-50. So it's generally, I think, the guys will try to add power throughout the heat. But yeah, it's definitely a difference between the two styles and the way they score, and you get those big scores when it's a combination of the two.
We're seeing a real battle of riders with 9-meter kites, apart from Hugo Wigglesworth. Always more difficult to work out what size that is. Do you think that's a 10?
No, it's a 7 in the non-inflatable, but that will give power something similar to a 9 or a 10, I would say, as a inflatable kite.
Nice. That's Josh Gillett again, starting to improve on his scoring here in Mykonos as we get to the later stages of this round number 2, heat number 2. I'm Lewis Craft and Aaron Hadlow sitting next to me in the Mediterranean, this brand new spot. It's getting very exciting. Foot looked like it almost just came out there, Aaron. It just didn't feel like it was in the right position for Yusul, who's currently leading this heat, the rider from Cyprus. But it's starting to get very close. I would say Yini Boy there, or Yini Boy, I know that's his name, but Yini Boy is a nice little name there I've developed for him. Yini Boy in trouble, I think, is the best way to state it. That's just a replay of Yusul, 16.2 meter jump that he's bailed out of, but it could go either way here. I wouldn't want to bet which two go through, Aaron.
No, it's very close. I mean, there's literally, point 17 between them, so it's very... Oh, no, it's not good maths.
Point close. Not worth working out. It's close at the moment in time. Now's our chance to do the maths on this one as we see that Binny Boa that time. No, sorry, that wasn't. Was it? Yeah, it was. The yellow and the white is a difficult colour to tell apart. So we will go to Hugo Wigglesworth, who's currently 16.23. Yeah, so he's not miles ahead. 0.8 ahead, or was that 0.7? 0.7 ahead of Josh Gillett.
Yeah, I think he needs like a 5.6 would basically just tip him over. So he doesn't have a huge score that he has to get, but something along the lines as a high 5 towards the 6s would definitely put him in a very strong position. We've got coming along to the last rounds, last trick attempts here.
Yeah, and, it's exciting.
Yeah, this is where it comes down.
Yeah, this is getting exciting right now. There's not much separating these top 3 at this moment in time. 0. That's changed. I'm not even going to go there. No, 0.7. That's where I was before. Before Joe walked in and gave me the look like there might be a change up in the booth in a minute. But this is big from Hugo Wigglesworth. Lots of height, lots of downwind distance. Oh, he's gone back up, Aaron. You're going to love the graph coming here. It's going to look more like an M than something else.
Nice, yeah, huge trick there, right at the critical time. Yeah, this is his 6th attempt, so he'll still have one more go, I think. But then, that puts him in the commanding position now, and he puts the pressure back on Yusul. But yeah, big front, double front contra with a...
And then back.
Oh, look at that on how far up he goes again. It's unbelievable. So that's a very nice second lift. Gets you in super good control. Technical trick. Lots of distance, good height.
210 metres. I can think of a different couple of shapes there that would have been, but that is we're seeing all sorts of shapes from Hugo Wigglesworth on the water right now. But over 200 metres, maybe that's the foot in the door of that all-important quarter-final, but it is not over yet. He still has 2 trick attempts here because we've got 4 riders in here. We haven't had that just yet. Well, we had that obviously the previous heat, but 4 riders changes it up, that's for sure. Maybe not what he wanted either there. Aaron, what happened there with Josh? Did maybe get the lift on the way up?
Yeah, no, he's not getting really the height or power. We saw him get the power on the one big doobie, going right foot forward, but he's been choosing to go for technical tricks, left foot forward on this side, and yeah, just not getting the lift or the power that he's really looking for. You can see there only 10 meters on that one, and yeah, not even worth taking the board off. So I think that will be it for him, unfortunately. That was his 7th trick attempt, and yeah, I don't think he can advance now, so. Oh, a bit of a crash. He was so close to doing it. Yeah, actually, we're on the 6th attempt. So.
Yeah, there's still a chance to change things up for these riders, though. Hugo now starting to put himself in a safe zone, I would say. That decision to take that full kite obviously working very well for him. Unfortunately for Yini boy here, I think this is going to be more of a, what's the term, consolation score for him. Always nice to finish nicely. Is there anything he can do? I mean, if he goes absolutely crazy, he could put himself into second, really. But he's still got to kick out a 1.23, so it's got to be crazy, this, for him. But this is a much nicer takeoff. We'd be very happy to finish with this move. This is definitely looking to me like a 20. Oh, he just can't stick it. Just dropped like a stone a bit, Aaron. He's furious of himself because that lift, to me, looked like it was a 20 metre. That had the look to me, and I expect to see on our data coming back in here now 20 metres. He just found the elevation on the way up, Aaron.
Yeah, that was a big trick, and it all looked so perfect right to the end. He was in control. Maybe left the board off a little bit too long, but then went into the addids at the end and just, messed up the time in there and fell out the sky at the end. So, unfortunate one for him.
And for me, because I said it was 20 and I was 25% off. I really thought there was some height there, maybe with that perspective coming closer and going above the island. But this will be Hugo Wigglesworth, who's careful not to rush into his timing here. And I think that's important. We've seen lots of riders go early, some waiting. Hugo just deciding to wait. Aaron, what do you think he's going to do here? Lowest score, contra loop front roll board off. Would make sense to replace that?
Yeah, it's tricky with Hugo. Like I said before, he's able to contra and kite loop both ways quite well, doing different types of tricks. So I feel like he has a lot of tricks in the bag, but a big takeoff, big tornado contra, another big second lift, and he's flying. He's taking the board off again. He's got caught in it. Wow, yeah, okay.
No, it's cool. What is this shape going to look like? Imagine that, going over the end and being disqualified. I mean, that would be harsh, wouldn't it? I think it's really... What is that? It's the chicken celebration. The flying, it's the wings. Sorry, chickens can't fly. Terrible analogy. That was... What a beautiful trick, Aaron.
Yeah, amazing stuff.
Look at that graph.
I didn't know what to do at the end.
The jelly.
Yeah, it was great. Yes. Really big. That cements his position in the heat in first place for now. That will be a difficult trick to top. I would say that will be one of the first tricks into the sevens, at least, if not more.
But important moment now, Aaron. Kite loop back roll being the lowest score, 4.63. Currently going out of the event is Josh Gillett, 0.7 down on Utel Paralik. And was it that move?
I don't know. I feel like his foot maybe came out, or it was a bit of a weird takeoff. It was quite good height, but not very technical, and not loads and loads of power. No. So I think that's a bit dodgy. I'm not sure if that'll be enough to put him even into second place.
His foot did come out. What a Devi. 0.07 that was, if those of you shouting at your screens that was very close. But what a relief for Ucel Paralik then. Might not have to do anything here now, Aaron, knowing he's got second place in the bag. What does that feel like when you're out there and you just think, oh, I've gone all getting ready for a big caning last trick, and then suddenly your watch tells you, it's all right, don't worry. You can calm down and you can do something like that and know that it's okay. But we have to say these scores, every now and then they can still change. It does happen very little, but generally the scores that we see on our watches.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you want to take a big trick after that anyway, just to be sure, especially when the margins are so fine. But it was very strange. He was taking not really much speed into the jump, which is a combination of speed and finding that uplift, and looked like he lacked a bit of speed and had some height, but no technicality. And then we see Ginny now going for that trick one more time.
Really found the height, hasn't he, in the last few moves for him, and nice for him that he can land that and finish on that. That is a big move for him. It's not really going to help him progress in any further position than fourth in this heat, unfortunately for him. So Hugo Wigglesworth will be feeling pretty freed up here to show us whatever he wants to do, which could be interesting, because I feel like he's having a good time out there, Aaron.
Yeah, definitely. Only a 6.67 for the last trick, so I was a bit surprised from that, because sometimes when you have a bit of a wow factor trick or something a bit strange happens, we've seen it also at Lord of Tram, where you get caught in the gust and fly downwind like that, you get a little bit better score, but he won't mind that. He still has a very good score, commanding lead, last trick. Yeah, he can just come in now. He doesn't even need to trick, but riders often like on their last trick just to feel it out, see what they can do. Sometimes, yeah, prove a bit of a point. And yeah, very nice heat again.
All right, I'm just excited to hear him. I'm demanding here, where's Hugo? Because when riders have this freedom like this to express themselves, knowing that they're in the next heat, these are the chances. Now, unfortunately, we've missed that last move from Hugo. It's always nice to see when the riders know they're okay. You get that glimpse into what they'll be doing elsewhere. But we're going to cut to a commercial break.
And welcome back, everybody. So there it is, coming up next. Kimo Rakega, Baptiste Bordelouza, Giel Vloet, and Parker Sage, as we are going into round number 2, heat number 3 of the men. Already see some big numbers coming down, and we will see if they are just going to be increasing. Word on the street, as we have seen with the wind forecast at the moment, we are having gusts of around 36 to 37 knots. I will say in the afternoon, it's got a little gustier. It does seem to be going up and down a little bit more. But now, let's get to the action, as we are going to see our athletes starting to make their moves. All right, so there we can see Kimo is going to be starting off this heat. Big names coming up very soon, as it is a final every single time. Nice landing maneuver there for him to start things off. Let's not forget, 7 trick attempts, top 3 moves are the ones that count. Now, our athletes, they have 50 seconds instead of 40 for each one of those attempts. So next up, we're going to be seeing white lycra. Is going to be our Harlem athlete, Baptiste Bordelouza, local down here from Greece, originally born in France. Let's not forget he was the Greek athlete that made it through the trials. Coming in hot, he's still on that 9 meter. I have a feeling we're going to see someone go into the moon very shortly. Here he goes, up and away, kite loop laid back. Nice spin on the way down and comfortable landing. Good way to start off, 4.73. There for that kite loop back roll from Kimo. Let's see how that is going to compare to the one from Baptiste. I think a little bit less than the one here for Baptiste. You can see as that sun is starting to come across, hopefully we'll be able to have a little better position to get a better view, but still action out there, 12.5 meters, 8 seconds in the air. Your round number 2, heat number 3. Next up, Hilvlut. Here you can see him there on the capital kite. The big man himself, one of the most powerful riders we have. He likes it when it's windy. And let's see what his opening move is going to be. Up and away. Oh, beauty. Back roll mega loop with the board off, stretching even the pinky toes. Now we are talking hill. And I can tell you, after that situation, I'll leave it at that, in that round number 1, he has some extra fire, fuego, as we would say back home, to go out with a banger. And what a way to open up. All right. Let's see what Parker Sage has as we're getting ready for him to come out. Black Lycra. He looks like he's going to maybe be coming in for the right-hand side. Yes, he is. Thank you, camera guys. Nice work. As you can see, he is going to be out there on the reading the machine, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see, he is going right foot forwards. So out there on the master model, I do apologize. Up and away, gets the height. Front, kite loop, multiple board flips. And perfectly landed as well, utilizing those kickers. See the replay of that. Really like how he did that rotation and throwing that board around, all kind of synergy together. Here we can see that replay up close and personal. As he goes in, yep, there you, just nice, calm, cool, collected, stylish. 11 meters, not the biggest. Let's not forget we've seen 20 plus already. But I will say the wind is looking like it is starting to die off ever so slightly, as we're seeing 15s, 16s more than 18s and 20s as we have throughout the morning. Just coming up on 4:30 in the afternoon local time. Mykonos, Greece, here at Corfu Beach, right in front of the DPC Center. Once again, a big shout out to Alex and Anna for making this event happen. And calm, cool, and collected there for Chemo. Second move landed. Very nice. All right, Zach, welcome to the booth, mate.
Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome to the 2026 Mykonos Big Air. We are absolutely sending it today. The boys are going crazy. We have our local legend, Baptiste, out there with my teammate, Chemo, absolutely sending, and my all-time American Parker with Heel Blue, absolutely sending it to the moon. This is a great crew right now. We're absolutely, oh, he's going down, big one. Ooh, yeah. I think the wind's coming through.
It is coming through. It looks like we were just saying about that it does look like the wind had dropped off a little bit. It was a little stronger in the morning now. It seems to be gusting out. But one of the things that we have seen, Zach, is it's not choppy, but if you get hit by that chop, you are really going down. We've seen guys completely make the moves, and then that final second, you nosedive. Tell me about that, because, I mean, you've been out there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the biggest critical moments in all your jumps is either the start, the middle, and the end. And so you got to make sure that when you're going up, especially at this spot, it's actually been a really nice leisure day, because what happens is at the top of big jump from heel, it's actually been great where it's been a little good waves actually at the top, so you can get a pretty good takeoff, not that choppy. But when you start going down closer to the beach, it starts progressively merging together, and that waves just get crazy. And so if you come down hot with a lot of speed, if you're a little out of control and you catch your edge, you're flying away, man. And so you really just got to be on point every moment in your jump.
Yeah, I mean, we can see the replay there of Gilles. He prefers the stronger wind. I mean, he's a big guy. He's the Viking. He is a beast.
He is the Viking.
Yeah, he is the Viking, as you say now. But yeah, looking like hopefully the wind is going to be increasing. But I have been told, still not official, we might be cutting off after round number 3. So we might be stopping to continue on tomorrow, because forecast is looking very good for tomorrow as well.
All right. Ooh,
big there, Parker.
Doobie from the Boogie. Oh, big doobie from my American boy. I love to see it. He's absolutely cruising. It's his debut, actually, this event. Him and Baptiste absolutely killing it. He's been Parker's been trying to get in these events for so long, and I'm so happy he's finally get to join me, and he's absolutely crushing it out there. And for the first time wearing a helmet. I don't think I've ever seen that boy put a helmet on, ever, even on the bikes.
Yeah, let's not forget mandatory helmet and impact vest here. Obviously, we want the safety, and especially in this location, it is actually mandatory for the public as well. They want to make sure that, kiting stays here for a very long time. So respecting all the local laws down here, but also breaking some of those limits. We want to see high jumps, and look at the yank in that one.
Big
Kimo.
jump, floating forever. There we go. Oh, 90 meter, 100 meter, 120. He's going all the way to the beach. Going to the beach. 3, 4, 5. Oh, he loops down. That's going to be a big score on the board for Kimo. Love to see it.
Yeah, we're going to see that replay here because right just underneath the camera is going to tell us the distance.
If you guys can see, thanks to the good old Surfer app, we have the height, the distance, and the air seconds all displayed for you guys. So you're right in. You can almost feel like you're doing the jump with him.
189 meter travel.
Wow.
Stig and Stino in that previous heat, how he went absolutely to the moon. 21 meters, 230 travel.
Wow. Okay.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. Now we're going the distance here. We're going the distance here. That's what we love to see.
All right, so looking at the scores, Hill comfortably in the lead so far, 11 points. All right, Baptiste, third move. What's he got?
There we go, Baptiste. Oh, big bar. Oh, little one-footer. Didn't get the gust right away. He was going for it. He felt it, but right off the water. See, that's the thing about this spot. It's about my first time riding in this spot. I've only rode about 3 days. But you can see at this spot, sometimes you'll be riding along. You'll be kicking it. You'll have such good power. But you never know when that gust might just go away from you. And it's just all because of that crazy. This spot is so much different than others, being more of an enclosed spot, other than spots like Cape Town and stuff where you have a whole ocean. And so it's a little bit more different in the other spots, basically. And so what we're trying to see here is who can basically find exactly where the wind's going to stay for the whole jump.
Yeah, actually,
Zach,
little butt check. One of the things I wanted to talk to you as well is, talking to the judges, talking to Moran, what they're looking for is we are at that point in the sport where it is going so technical. We're seeing, multiple rotations, multiple flips, boards going left, right, and center, osmosis, you name it, it is happening. And then, of course, we have the power factor, doing that when the kite is pulling you like no tomorrow. Where do you see it going? Because judges really at that skippers meeting were saying, hey, it's execution. We want power. It ain't just about going high and spinning it around. We want to see you guys performing in that critical moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So definitely, I've just been joining in with the newer crowd and stuff. We're, growing up and everything. But I've definitely seen, we have innovated so much in these past years, learning all these rotations and now that I think double loops have a little died down a little bit, but now everyone's just going for more rotation, more board flips. I want to see your board moving at all times. No time you're going to be sitting in the air doing nothing. Everyone's just going to be moving and moving. But the thing about it is, with these new kites that we have nowadays, with Alula and Brainchild coming through, a lot of this stuff is being so basically, it's giving you so much more of an easy feel and to make it so that a lot of more people can do this. And so to really show the difference between the best of the best and everyone else in the world, because a lot of times, innovation is going crazy where, doobies and stuff are becoming such a common trick for almost everyone to do. And so what's the difference between one of the best in the world doing a doobie and someone on the spot, a little local doing a doobie? So I think the biggest factor, which is actually really what I like to see with having Marina as head judge and stuff, is that we really want to see that kite going low and have full power the whole time. If I see a kite give out right after the loop, that's how I know that you want to have a feeling in your jump where you're kind of scared that oh shit, I don't know where my kite is, I don't know everything. But if you're confident enough to know that you're going to get caught and that you know where your kite is going to be at the end, I feel like that's really a big difference between a lot of people, because then people can go up, they can do their huge tricks and everything. Here we go, there we got some good kite angle on that one. But as you can see, a lot of these kites come up really quickly and stuff. And so I want to see you guys pointing it as low as possible. And like that's what I like Heel doing right now. I mean, he's on a 10-meter, a little bit bigger size than the rest of them, but he's pointing it low. He's getting that freaking stall and everything so that he can do some free fall. And that's what the judges want to see. Even if it's a little more simpler trick that they're doing, I want to see a more proper angle and power the whole way down. And even coming down with another rotation and everything, if you feel that you're going to do good and stuff, you can add another board flip to it. You love to see it. But I don't want to see you doing, even on the Magic Gust, if you get a Magic Gust, I still want to see that properness, because a lot of times you can get lucky and get a big Magic Gust, but the problem will be is that you don't innovate from it and you just float forever, which is great. But I want to see all those board flips, which is what Leo's doing, and Leo's killing it and stuff, and Finn, they're adding double board flips at the end, which is super great, because that, a lot of people can't do that when you get that amount of hang time, but you get that trust that you have a couple more seconds before you land to really throw that extra stuff. So if you innovate a strong maneuver and power through your whole trick, big doobie I want to see and everything, and then on the way down, maybe you get a crazy gust and stuff, you do some board flips, and then, you come in smoothly. If you do that and combine all of it, then that's what we really want to see, because that I think is the best. Oh, Parker going down.
Nice.
Oh, a little tall kite angle there. It's okay. I don't think the judges will be very happy with that, but I think, let's see, the scores are coming in.
Yeah, they have been saying as well, like the judges throughout the whole day and the warm-up days, is they are going to be critical, and we've seen it. We actually saw it, especially on the women's first round. You saw the likes of Francesca going for a single boogie loop, but the kite was committed. There was power. There was yank. She got through, going above the sevens. Then, for example, a kite loop board off or a mega loop board off or a back roll. Judges really kind of sending a clear message that, hey, we want to see the power. You guys can flip, go all the way around, add whatever you want to it. Kind of going to what you're saying is, if you're adding to it, but you add it to it with style, with execution, look at that. There you can see the board flip right in the middle, from the fin to the handle. Perfect landing.
Perfect. That was
Chemo.
That was a perfect trick, perfect demonstration of my chemo. Right as we were talking about it. I mean, this is great. It had full power with the kite and everything, and you did the board flip, or you did the tic-tac and everything. And that's perfect. Look, there's a little replay we got right now. Boom, going up big, floating far, and there you go.
Full
Stable
control.
And everything, full control, coming down, landing smoothly. That's what we like to see. That's a good trick.
Good scores are going to be coming.
I think the judges will like that.
Zach, talk to me. This is, one of the first times we're starting to see, the watches with the apps come in to play. There's athletes that like to have all of the information, athletes that like to go a little bit more old school and go by what they're seeing. Run me through how it is to have that data out there for you to look at, out the corner of your eye.
Yeah, so I'm actually really intrigued by this question, because, for a lot of it and stuff, I really like the watches, because it really, I think for a long time there was a big thing with having caddies and stuff, and you'd have to come to the beach. But, this sport is so critical, and a lot of it is you don't really have too much of a team. And so to make it all of a solo sport is great, because then it's full on yourself. And which is why, like, when I set up, before I do anything, I like to do anything on myself, because, you've seen so many people have crashes and stuff where stuff fails. And I think that a lot of times, basically, you want it so that it's all on your fault. So then you can progress and push as hard as you can, knowing that everything's correct on your end. And then the watches does such a great job, because then I can be out on the water. I don't have to look anywhere. I don't have to ask anyone. I just look straight down at my wrist and I see, all right, I got my last trick. I got what place I'm in, how much I need. I mean, it tells me all the scores, how much times I got left, which is great, because for a long time, actually, with the flag system, we always had a problem. Yeah, so basically being able to see everything on your watch is super great and stuff. And then also, for a lot of time, we had problems with wondering how much time we had because of the flags. Because I mean, if you didn't have a caddy or anything, 50 seconds or a minute is hard to time in your head, basically. And so with this watch and having it show your color and how much time it had is perfect, because then you can time how long you have to go across, and then you don't get timed out, because we've seen a couple people get timed out in this heat.
There's been a big thing going out throughout the stream of that.
People getting timed out, and so I think it's super great and stuff, and like the watch is definitely such a big innovation thing. And in my mind, especially though, I love the watch and everything, and I definitely look at it a bunch. But in the end, I feel like for all the riders who are out there who are riding the watch and stuff, it's just to make sure, if you're not sure that your watch is working or something, or if you're seeing something's off, I think you should always make sure that you have a feeling in your gut that if you do a big trick and stuff, or if you see someone do a big trick, a lot of these guys have so much knowledge in kiting and stuff into what tricks are big, what tricks are hard. So you should also go off your own innovation, so you can combine it with both. Because if you have this time where you rely only on the watch, there's a lot of times where it could cut out, say, the wrong score or something. And I think you should always be pushing till the end, because if you try to basically leisure yourself after you do 5 good tricks, that other 2, which is what we've seen actually in a couple heats, is the most critical ones, because people often get second or third place right off of the last trick, which is super important, because then, you could throw a humongous trick on the last or the second one, and you can go from 4th to 1st, which has happened in actually other events. And that's why I feel like you should make sure, even if the watch is not working or something's going on, there goes Parker, huge trick, tic-tac, can he put it back on, coming down smoothly, and he lands it, great. That was a great shot by him.
Yeah, I think
trick. That was perfect.
I think, like you're saying, Zach, like it's an amazing extra. It's an amazing information to have, but I think also you have to know. When a trick is good, you have that feeling, you have that hype. It's not to solely depend on it. I think it's amazing to have it. Great, especially a lot of the big air events are right in the middle of the ocean. You can't have that caddy, like you're saying.
Exactly.
I mean, look at all the caddies here. They are chilling.
They're chilling. We got perfect. We got perfect show of what the caddies are doing right now, and I think it's a super great add-on with the watches and stuff. It definitely makes it so we don't have to rely on caddies. But in the end, just remember that when you're out there, if you're riding good and you're riding good, then you get good scores. But if you go out there and you kind of leisure it and don't push yourself as hard, it doesn't matter what the score says or anything, it might not do as well. And the judges will see that, because the judges will see who's really pushing and putting their life on the line, basically, compared to the others who are taking it short, maybe not doing another flip, maybe not putting that kite as low, just to give some safe tricks. And so that's what we want to see in the next rounds, just full-on push to see who will be crowned the world champion.
Absolutely. I mean, it is up for grabs, because we will be crowning them here. I mean, poor Kimo.
There you go, Kimo.
He is hungry. Getting that, that verticality. We saw, obviously, as well, Jeremy Bolando, teammate. Mm-hmm. One of the things that Jeremy does compared to a lot of the other riders, he has that flip. He has that vertical rotation where he really does throw it. I go as far as saying it's kind of his signature move. Like, every one of you have that extra little secret sauce. Like, you as an athlete, is it you against you on the water, or do you kind of go into your zone, or do you look at everything that's happening around you and kind of go, oh yeah, that was a good move, mate, but watch out, here I come?
Yeah, honestly, that's a good question, because a lot of people have a 50-50. Some people will watch the other riders and see, okay, am I competing against them, and then they did a good trick, now I got a good trick. Or some other people, actually, which is what I do, is I almost don't watch anyone, and I just ride how I ride, because I know if I do super hard tricks and stuff, and Jeremy was riding phenomenal. I think he was one of the best out there today. He was doing all his moves inverted and stuff, which is really killer, because he does, especially with his back rolls and stuff, he does them super inverted, and they're freaking great. And the judges will love to see that, because that means you're doing stuff that are a little bit different. You can take all these plain moves and add some steez to it.
That's the word.
If you guys really see, there's another category that they don't explain in the meetings, which is a style category. Because if you can you could take any of these tricks, and 5 different people could do them completely differently. And the guy who's going to get rewarded the most is the one who is the flowiest. It makes it go more upside down, more vertical. If you watch Andrea, he does a lot of these back rolls and stuff, but he loves to have fun, throw his legs up, and they love to see that because that means they know you're in control and that you're really dominant. Even on these hard tricks, if you do a crazy trick and you throw your legs up or you do it super inverted, then they know that you're freaking been riding forever and you've been training for this because, oh, there he goes heel.
Oh, yeah.
Boom, lay
that
back.
is what I call horizontal.
Coming down. Oh, another. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Can he do it?
Can
yes.
He float?
Get it.
Sticks
he does.
it. Woo! He's going to be hyped with that one.
He's going to be happy. He's going to be solid with that one. In the lead so far. I think, you know, Zach, it's looking for that individuality as well. Like, you know, you yourself, for example, one of the things we always say about your riding is your rotations and flips of the board, it's almost as if they're synced. It's not like you're going into a front and then you do the flip. You are flipping while you're rotating. So it adds that style, principally.
Exactly.
You see heels. Everybody has their ingredient, and in the end, it's can you put it all together in between the buzzers? Because one thing is to free ride. It is a completely different animal to ride in between the buzzers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could be doing this on your day, and that's what competition, that's what we love competition. Competition is all about taking all that training time that you've been working on all these past years and really taking it into that 10, 20 minutes that's really you've been waiting on. And, you know, one of these days, if you ask any of these riders, even if you're not riding, like, no one rides this short. Everyone rides like 4 or 5 hours on a normal daily basis. And on these days, we'll ride only 20, 40 minutes, and it will feel like we rode all day because you're in that comp mindset, and you're feeling like even a trick like this where you could do in your sleep is so much harder because you've just been trying to dial it down, and then when the comp day comes, I mean, you only get that 50 seconds basically, and you got to be able to do it on lock, on point every time, no matter the wind conditions, because a lot of times people only train those high conditions or those light conditions, and I think it's great for everyone to know to go out no matter what the conditions are, either on a 10, 9, full kite, anything, because in the end, a competition is all about how much capability you can do in the whole range.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, experience comes into, you know, being able to be calm in, let's say, those stressful moments. You can see some athletes, they thrive, they grow when it's all the pressure is on the final move, the final day, make it, you know, make or break. If it not, go big or go home. You can really see that quality. And normally that does come with a little bit more of experience, people who have been in between those buzzers at multiple times. And I think also, you know, we see in a lot of sports warm up. Like here, you guys normally, you know, you get into a flow and you're in your free ride session, you've done a little bit for half an hour, and then you start to go bigger and bigger and bigger. This is 0 to 100.
Oh, yeah.
In like, a lot of you guys, you're not even doing a jump before you start. So you might have had a little warm-up session just to test the gear up, but it is pretty much get the head wet and, you know, try and keep the hair dry all day. It's 0 to 100.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely 0 to 100. I mean, some of these guys have only rode here for an hour. Some people landed literally freaking the day before yesterday and stuff. Got one little session in. But when you're out here in these conditions and stuff, when you're riding, I mean, you don't even, especially at this spot, I mean, you don't really train that much. I mean, a lot of these guys are really going out like 1 minute before their heat, and then boom, their buzzer goes off and they hit it right away. And that's really, I mean, that takes some skill to be able to just bang out one of your hardest tricks. And we're going to see even more of that as the day goes on because, boom, there you go.
Lofty style.
Little style.
You were talking about style.
Perfect.
Talking about style.
Keeping
Extension.
the board off, doing a little front roll, relaxing. Always hyped with that one. Ooh, yeah, let's go, Baptiste. Legend local right here. But yeah, man, later in the day when we hit round 3, semis and all this, I mean, people are just going to be throwing harder and harder stuff, putting it down, and then you're going to see really who's going to come out on top. And, you know, everyone's going for that big prize money, man.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Talk to me about that prize money.
Everyone's really ready. I mean,
Talk to me about that prize money.
We're seeing stuff of prize money that you would see maybe back in the 2000s when windsurfing was big and stuff. And now we're getting intrigued over here. And, you know, all that money is really
up for grabs.
That's a sniff to people. And you're just looking at it. I mean, a lot that can change a lot of people's careers, man, especially for their debuts and stuff. I mean, if you hit that off right away, it could be great. And especially in a spot like Mykonos where everything's quite a little more expensive than your local hometowns, it could definitely do some jitter. So I think definitely, you know, this comp's going to be one for the books, man. It's definitely, hopefully, will intrigue more and more countries and stuff to start, you know, getting down to it, because there is so much wind in the world that we have not discovered over in Asia and stuff, and all over the places where it is windy every day and incredible. I was just over in Vietnam. It was windy for like a month straight. It was amazing. And, you know, you don't see a bit of a competition thought there, but it would be lovely to have, because, you know, there's a lot more people that have money all over the world, and a lot of money is infinite in a lot of places where people just have money to spend, investors to give, and that's what we need to go find out. And we want people to see what kiting's really like, because kiting, you know, sadly is still a small sport, but it's such an incredible feeling and so extreme compared to a lot of other sports there is. I mean, we have the World Cup going on right now, and the World Cup is a prime example of how big a sport can be. I mean, it gets 5 to 6 billion people watching that thing. Whole cities fighting over. I mean, can you believe that everything's going on in this one moment? The NBA Finals are going off. The UFC White House is going off. All these huge events are going at the exact same time. And bam, we got Mykonos hitting right away. It's going to be incredible, and we love to see it. Oh,
that's it.
Here we go.
So that was that final move there from Parker Sage. But it is going to be Hill in first position, Parker in second here of that round number 2. As we continue on, I mean, an image
place.
says more than 1,000 words. If you haven't tried this location, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself down to Mykonos. Perfect wind, crystal blue water, great vibe, great foods, 25 degrees. I don't know what you're waiting for.
It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Shorty weather. I mean, there is more. The more you can ask for here. And you'll just find it along the way. Just be careful on those mopeds.
That is very true. Well, we'll be right back as we are going to have a short commercial break and continue on round number 2.
Perfect.
And welcome back, everybody. Very cool to have Zach here in the booth, giving the insights in and out of the water. Next up, heat number 4, Jason Vanderspeyer, Lucas Rudy, Martin Kobelisk, and Finn Flugel as they get ready for their round number 2 debuts. Wind is at 35 knots. We are just coming past at 5 o'clock in the afternoon local time here. Mykonos, Greece, Corfus Beach, right in front of the DPC Center, where Alex and Anna have been accommodating us, making us feel like family. If you're coming down to Mykonos, check out the Mykonos Village as well. Great accommodation, amazing food. Try out the Italian pasta, I'm telling you. And then just come across the car park and you have this view, this location. Let's go into the action as that next heat is about to begin. And you can see that sun starting to shine bright. Still waiting for confirmation, as it might be the final round of the afternoon, round number 2. As I was told, that could be a possibility. But right now, as we continue on, action. 2 South Africans and 2 German athletes. So South Africa versus Germany. Who will prevail? We will soon find out. All right, going with a nice kind of laid back there from Jason to start off. Firing out that first bullet. Your Nash rider coming out of South Africa as he is going to be going to see if he can make his way through, continue on. A big heat here. Two of the youngsters up against the veterans, but when it comes to power, watch out for this man coming up next. Luca Cerruti. He has been a Red Bull King of the Air competitor. He is known for his power, and he wants to make some damage. Right now there you can see a fly surfer out there on the ram kites. You saw Hugo on that same one, 7 meters if my eyes are right. Looks like he is going to be going left foot forward. Let's not forget they got 50 seconds for each one of those trick attempts. Top 3 count out of 7 trick attempts. And right now, Luca, all right, turn around. Going right foot forward now. Up and away. Going for the loop, getting the board off. Looks like he got a board spin in there as well. Oh, just unfortunately coming down in a bit of a bundle. Had the height. Tell you what, those fly surfers really are able to get that lift. And let's not forget, we can see on the replays here, seeing the trajectory, distance, how many seconds in the air. And then you can see that double rotation, 15.6 meters. And the travel-wise, over 150-meter travel. And there we can see Martin, the youngster. Oh, multiple rotations. Just getting that kite ever so slightly short. As that is going to be a crash there for him. Let's not forget Martin, one of the young German promises, together with that man who's coming up next, Finn Flugel, 2025 GKA Kite World Tour freestyle champion. 3rd position, about 2 weeks ago, down in Borkum, took the win in Mexico. So one of the most complete kiteboarders we have here on the planet. So talented. You throw anything at this young man, and he will come out swinging. Not had the best first heat. Let's see how this second one is as he can continue advancing through the competition. All right, Jason, second move, 3.80, 6.17 for Flim for that last one. Quite hard to see the black lycra now as that sun is starting to come out. So we do apologize for missing that move. Jason out the back, all right. Big loop, board off, back roll, or tornado if you want to call it. Keeping that board right next to him. Coming down, nice move, nicely landed. Lewis, welcome back into the booth, mate. Zach, good insights in there.
We were just talking about people that might be the next generation of commentators.
Oh, yeah, he is definitely up there.
There's not loads of people that love that stuff. What a listen. I just sat in there and just couldn't help but listening. I hope you felt the same at home with that lovely insight from a rider's perspective and a young athlete enjoying himself. And I heard him talk about the prize money and the difference that's making. And it's just so much better hearing that. But look at these waves now in the middle. It's almost a rolling wave over to the right-hand side now as this wind swell starts to really kick in. Joe, how are you doing in here? What did I miss?
Oh, mate, you missed some good action. Probably the words to say, Gilles, continuing on, had a very good heat.
Yeah.
Kind of shaking off those cobwebs in that unfortunate situation he had in round number 1. So he's going to have a smile on his face as he got some very big moves, and judges really are rewarding that powerful style that he has, getting up to those 18 points. And then, yeah, now, as we just saw Luca Sorority on the same kite as we saw Hugo in those previous heats. He's on that ram kite, that 7 meter. But, yeah, the youngster, the young German. So we've got 2 South Africans. I'm not going to call them veterans, but they have been in the sport for a while, up against the 2 youngsters from Germany. South Africa, Germany. Could this be a match?
Yeah, I think this is it's going to be a good one. Wow, Germany v South Africa, literally. So, yeah, Hill making his way through. Parker nicking it from Chemo. Big crash there, though, from the F1, which will be Martin Kublica. Yeah, I would have.
Finn, blue kite on the right-hand side. So blue kite, guys, because I know it's hard to see his black lycra. The blue kite is the black lycra, okay?
So we now go to Finn Flugel. He will be desperate to get through this tricky heat. Don't want to be exiting here with his world title hopes. And we have him right foot forward. Just the light just coming down now makes it a bit more tricky. But we had to commit to one side here. And actually, in an interesting way, you can really see the gusts on the water like this. It's a nice takeoff for Finn Flugel. Flies over the horizon a little bit there. And
counter rotates.
Right? Was that a rewind? That was what it's hard to like trust yourself when you're seeing that.
I think he counter rotated that. I mean, in the end, those, I'm not going to say you kind of go with the flow when you're coming down from there, but to be able to stop the body going one way, then coming another, just feeling to be able to get those landings. Talking to Zach as well, it's like he was saying the takeoff, the middle of your move, and the landings especially here are so crucial because you can be 2 foot off of the water and suddenly get hit by a gust and it completely takes you off. So it ain't over until you have those 4 fins connected. But yeah, Finn making a move there, making it nice, look nice and easy. Looks like he's going to be having a second good score coming his way. So Finn and Jason at the moment, the 2 athletes to watch.
Yeah, never nice to go out in round 2. Jason,
extension,
looking pretty good out here so far, landing comfortably, and he'll be another one that just will think, I can't go out here, you know, I can't go out here. I need a good result here. Jason van der Spy from South Africa. Yeah, he's riding so good. We see so much of him online and in the competition scene. I don't think we've seen his best just yet, but this is pretty stacked here because Martin Kublica hasn't opened his account, but he really was on my list here of riders that actually really impressed me over round 1. Riders I don't know so much about, I guess. So I wonder if it's going to be a double here. Will it be all South Africa, all Germany? I mean, you would fancy Finn, you'd think, and looking at his scores so far, very solid scores. He's started as a rider that
he has
highest seed. So,
and also let's not forget I'm not going to say he's the one that has the most to lose, but let's not. He was second in Lords of Tram, so that World Championship races, he wants to stay alive in the competition because if not, he could leave the doors open for Jamie, and only one person will go through. We've already seen Hill go through, so he will be going in and continuing on in the competition. And word from our race director is we could be stopping after this round, waiting for final confirmation, because tomorrow is looking good, Lewis.
Oh, wow. So we might not even be going into women's, although we are at 5:10 p.m. here, as we saw that nice move there from Luca Ceruti. Interesting. Been a long day, Joe, but we've got so much time ahead of us with great forecasts that we're not worried at all. So can Luca Ceruti start to get this kite to work for him, just like Hugo Wigglesworth was able to do, which really gave him that edge? What a shot that!
Oh, beautiful.
Over the, is that a cat? Maybe one of the fast ferries between the islands, but
there's a few big boats out the back there.
Yeah, aren't there? Like they almost look like crazy big on the horizon. You can kite upwind, not right next to them where you get in trouble with the harbour master, but you certainly can go upwind quite far. On your screens now, then, Martin Kublica turns around, tackerboards that. Can't see his timer running, but I'm sure it will. He's currently got nothing on the board now. This might be a nice time for that. But just looking, I know that it's very exposed for you at home, but we want you to understand, if you have just tuned in, the sun sets from this side. We have to commit to one side. So there might be just a little bit of time here. Where actually they're riding a lot further out to sea than we thought.
They are,
so
yeah.
It's better. Nice takeoff, double back roll, board spin, an extension. Looks like he's gone into another 2 rotations. So I'd say 4 rotations in total for Martin Kubica, and a good landing for him. So Germany looking at this event, obviously hoping anyone in Germany that those 2 advance. Nice move from Martin.
I always do have a conflict with, you know, when they keep rotating on the way down, because, like, yes, you has full rotations, but, you know, when they're coming down, they kind of just spin into it, you know, go with the momentum of the kite. It's almost like the first 2 rotations, or that first rotation is the one that has that full intent, and then they're kind of just, you know, making it nice and easy down. We've seen, you know, up to 7 or 8 or 9 rotations when they go up to the 30s and 35 plus, but...
Totally, Joe. I mean, I sit in the same boat where sometimes I like to see a single, you know, or a double with that, but... I mean,
Finn, up and away, double. Is that a triple? Did that look like a triple board flip? How does he catch that?
I don't know. That is some training, isn't it?
How
to,
do
like,
you
grab
catch
that out of the sky. And I want to say, like, the percentage rate of them actually catching that is, like, way over 75%.
It's insane.
It seems to be, like, rare that you see them drop it. So I'd love to see a replay of that.
Do we have a replay of that? Because that is insane.
Right, just going to have to picture that one in your head again. Whatever, it's going to come up as a decent scoring trick. Will it be his highest scoring trick so far?
I don't know. I mean, the technicality of 3 rotations of the board, throwing it, you know, you've got to aim where you throw it, taking into account the wind, so it's coming back towards you. I mean, it's going to be a big score. We do know that. And there it is, 7.07.
Yeah, big score from him. But let's talk about Jason van der Spij's score there. I'm wondering if we've got an issue with replays at the moment, because the clear visual thing for me there is there wasn't much downwind travel for Jason van der Spij. It was a nice move, clean, landed it well. I don't think he's going to get scored much more than a 5 for that last move. And actually, his highest move here is a 5.10. So he has landed his moves cleanly. I think the riders are struggling with a bit of a dip in the wind here.
I'd say, yeah, and we were talking about this before. It's gone to even out 30s than in more than the 35s that it was before.
Yeah.
And Juan Antonio, he has confirmed to me that we continue on with round number 2 of the women.
Okay.
And if conditions are not there because they are looking at the winds, we will stop for today. At the moment, percentage is probably about 50-50 that we will continue on with round number 3, which, if it stays like that, is a good call. That is what you call timing.
That is unbelievable. Only available, that sort of lift and time with that style kite. That is an unbelievable move from Luca Taruto. Even he's now struggling with heights. 15 to, I'm seeing 24 high knots. But look at this. Most normal human beings would crash at this point. How did he put the board on that quick?
I mean, that's muscle memory, isn't it? He knew it's literally took him, what, a fraction of a second to get both feet back in.
Yeah.
And here we can see the eye in the sky of the beautiful location we have. All right, Martin, what has he got? The youngster from Germany, 3rd of the youngsters, the World Championship of the Big Air back there in St. Peter-Ording last year, going for the multiple rotation back roll with the board off. They are struggling with height. The wind has definitely dropped.
And it's actually changed angle. It's exactly northwest here, I'm getting off the reading, before we started the day with a much more north wind. So that would indicate why the riders are feeling this side of the...
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's much cleaner over this side at the moment. Nice move then. And just to cover as well, it was a 5.5 for Jason van der Spij, so maybe I valued his move there, but yeah, you wouldn't want to be way over to the right at the moment. That's a takeoff there.
That's so high.
Finn Flugel.
He got it again. Please tell me we have a replay of this. That was another triple.
What even happened there? Was that a gust finally arriving at a time he didn't want it? It's almost like he got on a ramp, booted off downwind. What happened there? Okay, we turn our attention to Jason van der Spy, currently in second place in this heat. There is his timer up there. They're getting 50 seconds allowed now as he cuts heavily out to sea on a left foot port now as that wind has gone round to the northwest more. It's a nice takeoff into a doobie with a board spin, multiple, I think, there as well. Nice and clean from Jason van der Spy, who's recognising the importance of this heat now. So those nice rolling swells just come in. This is what I was hoping to let people see, is that actually this is not a choppy spot. I refuse to accept people calling it choppy, especially with some of the places that I've kited in the world, which I do class as choppy. This is fun. There's places to take off. It's not, you know, to call somewhere choppy, you've really got to, it's got to be choppy, all right? Like, there's actually spaces here. Nice takeoff then for Luca Cerruti. No board off there from him, though. It looks like just completing a bit of a truby. Good kite skills. And, the scores just aren't... He's going to have to start taking some risks soon, is Luca Cerruti from South Africa, because right now he's currently exiting the competition. But I do feel like we've got a number of tricks left still.
That would be trick attempt number 5. So still 2 attempts for all of them and 3 attempts for Finn, as he's going to be coming up next. So a little over halfway, but definitely, you know, we can see there's 3 clear players at the moment. Martin, is he going to put himself back into contention? Decides a little extra stretch. Coming down. Let's see. That could put him back in it.
Yeah, found some wind there, did Kubica, and he's found the wind very well during the day. He's really refused to allow himself not to be in contention with any of this heat. So let's take a little look at this replay. I know that's quite a harsh replay, but they do jump out and through it. Yeah, he just demonstrating to the judges. And we see in that lovely graph there that it wasn't just a curve all the way down. We're getting that lovely gradient on the way down now from this data. So Kubica, well, that will be his 5th trick attempt now, and Finn completes this round of 5. So what we do know, Jason and Luca then will definitely have to accept one of the results in their scores so far. If they land 2 biggies at the end, there's nothing they can do. They will, no matter what you say, have to include one of those scores. So a 4.17 will form one of the top 3 scores for Luca Cerruti. He has had 5 tricks. He has 2 left. That's the way it works. And he'll hopefully be able to do some big bangers. Finn Flugel, nice cut from my cameraman there.
Looked like a double flip. Almost getting pulled off, and there goes the foot. It's that gust. It's that gust on the way down.
Was that board thrown through his legs? We're not going to know because his watch isn't working.
His watch isn't working, so we don't have the replay.
Which sounds crazy for us to say that, but that is how automated things are now. We need that watch to be working, which tells us the end of his move. It knows it's high. It reads his jump so well that is what dictates the automated cut of his move, giving us the replay, because I think there was some innovation in that one.
It did look like it. I mean, we know they are throwing it in between the legs.
Yeah.
Osmosis behind the back, osmosis over the top of the lines. There's so many new moves coming at us. One thing for sure, we know he's in the lead at Jason's 2nd position. It is all up for grabs right now.
Doesn't get a takeoff. So
that's going to be a costly
Kevin
no
Costler.
scorer. Kevin Costler.
Kevin Costler.
I love that. And once again, I do love this image. Swim pool down on the left. Beautiful ocean in the middle. Your Capital.com GKA Kite World Cup here. Your big air event, Mykonos, Greece. If you are just joining us, good afternoon, Kalimera. As we are here with the top riders in the world. 39 athletes from 19 different countries coming all the way to Greece to do that. Go high, go big, if not, go home. As we are now in that round number 2. So the first elimination round of the competition for the men, Lewis.
Yeah, and it's go big or go home, as they say. And the definition was created for moments like this. Literally, it is no more fitting than saying that right now, because that is the case. Riders will potentially fly home today. And we see, is this Martin Kubica? No, Luca.
Luca.
Luca, yeah. And a moment we might have missed there for Luca with his sixth trick attempt.
He's got 3 4s. I reckon that could maybe touch the 5s.
Yeah, it should
You'd
do.
think so.
But how far away is he? He needs to get in the game here.
He needs 2 big scores.
Especially if Kubica up. Oh, what a landing that was. He pretty much landed that without any kite help at all. That was all in the knees. That was pretty spare. He's got some skills, this rider. I've been very impressed by Kubica. But what has he got to do to get to Jason? He was 0.67 down from him. Sorry, 7.7. 15.10 to 15.87.
Yeah.
What did he need to upgrade? A 4.5. He's hoping for something like a 5.3 then.
Ish, yeah, that's, I think, off the top of our head. It has been a long day.
But is he going to get it? I don't know. I just didn't feel like it had... I mean, his highest scoring trick is a 5.5.
Now, obviously, we're not going to get the replay here of Finn, as we know. That was a big move. From what I could see here, it was the kite loop with the board flip, flipping from the left hand to the right. But it's quite far away for us to see. But a big move here for Finn Flugel. Multiple rotations, multiple flips of the board. It's not just one flip. It does look like it's a double. Mixing it up, innovation. Finn looking like trying to close and nail the coffin, as he does not want to not go through in this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, I missed that one, Joe, so I had to just go on your reaction. And you look, and just where he landed, I actually saw he landed. He's either taking off a lot further down or going a lot further in the window. Jason van der Spy will upgrade a kite loop back roll. Board off, I believe, here might be the smart thing to do.
Yeah, nicely called. Oh, the boards!
Oh, that might hit the bottom, drilling in like that. That was really spinning around. Like, that's going to go down.
The Phillips screwdriver.
That was the D-Walt drive. That was spinning like... I'd hate to have been a fish down there.
Finn Flugel, 7.57 for that move.
Shows you it's still possible in this wind.
It is possible in this wind. I mean, Finn, one of the lighter athletes out there. He is a specialist when it comes to technicality. As we mentioned, one of the most complete kiteboarders there is. Freestyle world champ last year. He took the win in Mexico, the first freestyle event of the season. 3rd in Germany only a couple of weeks ago. 2nd in Lords of Tram when it comes to big air. And he is fighting right now as he didn't have the best first round and looking for round number 2. Final trick attempts for Luca,
I think
for Martin.
He needs a 6.4.
Here we go.
I think he needs a 6.4 here, Luca. His lowest trick score is a 4.15, a contra loop front roll tic-tac. And yes, like we said, it's been a long day here, but I think it's roughly a 6.4 he needs to get into 2nd place. Let's see if I've totally lost it or not. No, it looks... I mean,
no,
it's kind
I'm going to go with you, mate.
It's somewhere around there.
I'm going to go with it.
I apologise, but I think it's somewhere around that mark. And so it's got to be big. He's now going left foot forwards, which he might have to commit to.
So it's always good. When we're not sure, it's got to be big. There you go. Oh, stylish on the way down. Can he land it?
Oh, you
Blind!
can't do that. He's got a lot of work to do. How could you celebrate there?
I love it.
Who celebrates there? That is just outrageous. That is the most...
I love it.
Dangerous thing to do, to celebrate there. That is the first landing we have seen to wrapped or blind. We're going to have to look at this really in detail. For me, that would be to wrapped. Look, I mean, how does he celebrate?
I would not want to be a judge right now.
Maybe he celebrated that to just, he was so sure the likelihood of that going wrong, that's going to put him through in 2nd. I really believe that that's enough. That's going to break the scoreboard. I think that is big, Joe. In these conditions, surely they're going to take into consideration that nobody has landed blind or wrapped yet. Nobody has taken
and with that
risk.
amount of power.
Yeah, that was like...
I mean...
That's one of my tricks of the day. And what
kite loop innovation. So it is innovation, is what I'm seeing on the screen here. Martin also getting a nice move as he is banding it out as well. They're thinking about it, because I can see, obviously we can see the judges' panels here. So we have one more move still from Finn Flugel in the black lycra. So one more move to go.
No. That's a bit low
I'm not happy with that. I'm not happy with that.
What is it? We've just seen an osmosis here from Martin Kubica whilst we're busy thinking about how insane that was from Luca Taruti. What is that going to score? It is all kicking off here.
5.03. I'm missing something. We must be. I mean, it must be with the perspective.
Maybe they didn't see
but
it.
I don't know. Wow. Okay. Well, Luca, I tell you what. Vibes, mate. That's all I'm saying. Vibes from us.
Glad I'm in this.
Finn's
out, but I don't think we've had Martin Kubica scoring yet, because that could also make a big difference. Lots of drama in this heat.
Jason is going to be looking at this score right now. Is that enough? Is that enough?
What's the difference?
The 0.61 improvement over his scores. I cannot do the math right
Needs
now.
about 5.3, I think. Oh, is that the number you're looking at?
I'm looking. I'm looking at a number.
Tight.
This is going to be very tight. We're going to stay with us, guys and girls, because this could be a very important moment. Has he done it? Has the young German athlete Martin, has he done enough to take out Jason van der Spuy for that second position? First, without a doubt, Finn Flugel, 20.97, back in content as we are waiting for that final number to come up and confirm.
It's roughly about 5.3.
Get the calculator out, mate. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Something coming our way. Something coming our way. I got a feeling that it still isn't confirmed. It doesn't have the line underneath it. When that line underneath goes, we know it's confirmed. I'm going to tell you guys and girls back at home, it's on the wire. 4.90, total of 15.50, so no. So first position, Finn Flugel. Second, Jason van der Spuy. Third position is going to be Martin Kovalevka. And fourth, Luca Cerruti. What an end to a heat.
That was unbelievable. Yeah, lots of lovely moments in that heat. And I just can't help thinking about Luca Cerruti's. You know, what did you think of that at home? Wow, what a move. The only one to... He had to do it, Joe. There's a rider that just knew he had to go for that. That is so difficult to land in there. And then take your hand off. If you see this lovely scene now as we're about to move into the women's. But why don't we go to a commercial break? Welcome back here to Mykonos for the Capital.com GKA Kite World Tour. It's the big air. It's the finals in Greece, and there's been some incredible moments today, even though we haven't had the 40-knot wind that we thought we would have. There is the sun on its way down to try and play havoc with our cameraman, and we've been here yesterday. We've had to commit to where we would be, and if we go the other side, the sun rises in the morning, so we have to commit here, but we are going to move into the women, I believe. We're just about to... It looks like the women are on the water. 8-meter kites are set up at the moment. We just can't get over what we saw. Me and Joe sitting in like...
I'm gobsmacked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm breathing heavy. I am breathing heavy. I mean, no matter what, Luca, props out to you. That was insane. Yeah. Waiting to, you know... We're getting information coming in. Let's not forget, panel of 5 judges. They see the perspective. They set the tone. That was huge. Gisela. The yank.
Wow, well, she's started to put some extremity.
Someone's not happy.
Someone got the memo there. Or is the wind just picked up, perhaps? Is it... These things can happen. Have we just had a wind increase? Because that was an absolute belting kite loop from Gisela Pulido, the 10 times freestyle world champion in the big air here. Obviously has raced in the Olympics, I believe, as well. There's kind of nothing she hasn't done. That was a proper mega loop, that was for me.
And it looks like they've crashed it. So maybe it was out or nothing for that, unfortunately. But yeah, definitely got the the yank, the puller, the tractor.
Yeah. That was...
Rose up next, the white lycra.
It's hard sometimes to tell how much wind there is out. I mean, that does
especially with that glare.
Yeah, that does look like a windy sea. So we'll do our best to try and bring you the angles we can away from that. But
double back kite loop, going down in a bundle. So that's going to be a crash for her as well. Esther up next.
And I'm going to say it to the best of my ability now after that nice message on my WhatsApp. Esther Noite.
There you go. Noite.
How's that? Was that a bit better? Because it is in an NA, and that's the problem for us basic reading English people, is that's what we say, and actually we need to...
I'm going to bring it out. Look, Google Translate. Google Translate is coming at us.
Esther Noite. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. No, well, we apologise, but thank you for those kind messages.
Absolutely.
Coming to us. We do want to get things right, and actually, maybe there's another name here I'd like to improve on, perhaps, which is the French lady. There you go. I think you have a bit more understanding of that language than maybe I should, even though I probably am living closer.
You are living closer, mate.
I don't have a right to not know.
I must admit, I am fortunate enough to go to France quite a lot throughout the season. And, man, especially the food.
Yeah, even I go there.
Even the same. Ooh la la, mate. Ooh la la. But now, continuing on once again, can see in here on the comments, people going wild for that osmosis and that wrap landing. Yeah. We have asked to see the reasoning behind it. Let's not forget, we have a different perspective here. We have said the question to see what the reasons are, so we can understand more, so the athletes can understand more, because we're excited as well.
Yeah, we are. And yeah, I don't want to get too involved in that side of things. Can't have a little glance there. Is that the female version of Colin? I read the name there. I think that was perhaps 7-meter kite then for Alessa Sofia, who finds herself in a very tricky situation here to keep those world title dreams alive. She has to finish in first or second here in this heat. It's big air women round 2. Heat number 1. I believe there'll be 2 heats here, as we see a lovely mega loop with a delayed roll, nice and clean, really good and calm and composed from Alessa, who's been pushing to become one of the top riders at the moment, and now really at this event, after winning Lords of Tram, is one of the top riders, because the world title is almost in her grasp. She's just got to get through this heat. Not in her grasp, but it's in her vision, I would say. But this is the tough heat that she has to get through here. And just after seeing that power from Gisela, that's really like thrown a spanner in the works. I didn't know that level of power was what she was into. But here we go again. Wind is up to about 30 knots here. Yeah, look at that. Really far oh, that's a caner. Oh, blimey. That is that could be... here we go, Joe. Oh, no, that kite released. Actually, sorry, Joe, I pointed. That looked to me like the first kite line wrap round the bar. That was on its way. And can she put things together there? Gisela, so we'll have a small break in things now. That kite...
Is the boat going to come out? As we said, the boat was allowed to take them back to shore no matter what.
There's one boat over the far left
right.
there. Let's see if that one starts to kick into gear now. But because we have a full flag out from Zella, you can see that to the right-hand side. Either that was...
She hasn't released yet.
And I think that is...
Yeah, that's released.
That is on one line.
It's released.
But it was going round and round.
Yeah, and you can see she has released it.
She's got rid. So there we go. There the boat. Look at this. How amazing is this to look at this
beautiful
picture here?
Great work, guys. Great work.
One of the best drone shots we've had so far of this area. There comes the boat from the left-hand side coming in now.
Like, I don't know who it was, but it looked like a kiter. So that's came in, so probably going to try and drag Gisela in. Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, so that's probably what's happening.
And we always say in the sport of kiteboarding, it's the kite surfers that are first there to the scene. That's really driven into the riders now, any of the briefings in big air, that you will always be first to the scene. But there comes the boat coming downwind now. But this is an unbelievable shot. And that is why, when we talk about safety, those 2 yellow duotone buoys you can see there, the race director specifically said, I will seriously consider disqualifying that last score if you're landing way beyond that, unless there's some sort of unbelievable jump that you couldn't predict, you know. So that is why we're trying to build this buffer of almost, must be 100 meters
at least,
or more.
Which is good with this, because we've had 40 knots today.
You imagine that situation now, and you're landing near the beach, you have the kite. It definitely looked like a line round the tip to me, or on the bar at least. That kite was going round without...
the old death loop, as they would call them, which is, we don't want to see the windmill.
No.
And it's one of the things that was, as soon as we arrived at this island, let's not forget, the wind is onshore. One of the things they say as well, of course, the safety. We don't want athletes coming up the beach, because that is why those markers are all pretty much in the middle of the bay to assure that doesn't happen. And then also, if a kite is released and it goes through the town, all of the power lines are right behind us. It would cut off power to the whole town.
Of those people that wouldn't be able to work that. Forget the kiteboard.
Yeah, forget the event. We wouldn't be coming back.
All those people
good
working
job.
remotely who are low on battery, relying on that kite surfer would have just ruined their work day. But no, it's
Google Meet with the fake background behind them.
Look at this angle now. It really has come. Yeah. You know, from the northwest a little bit as they cut up. So I think there is someone about to retrieve a kite. So a little break in things here. Is that Nicholas Delma?
Yeah, that is Nico.
Yeah, here he goes. What a coach.
Oh, mate.
What a coach running in there.
He's been there. He knows it.
Yeah.
He's and definitely having a very good team of athletes right now. Some of the world champs as well. He's putting in the works to get those athletes onto the podiums. And one of the things I love about Nico, apart from, you know, all the background he has in the sport, he knows what he's talking about because he's done it and can still do it.
Because he's a bloody good rider.
Exactly. It's also, like, he's humble.
Yeah.
And on and off the water, he has always been a champion. And I think as a coach to, you know, you can see when he's talking to his athletes, no matter how stressed the moment is, you want that coach to calm you down. And he is very good at that.
Yeah.
And hence the results they are having. Congrats.
Yeah. Yeah, and even for myself, I'm learning a lot of people like him when I look at everyone coaches differently. There's different styles. Another guy I really look up to is Stephen Ackersdyke. You know, like how many, I mean, you talk about Toby with a big vocabulary. Stephen Ackersdyke can do pretty much anything ever created and is creating things. So, hi, Stephen, one of my heroes. I'll go as far as saying one of the most underrated riders in the world, even during his heights at King of the Air. Stephen Ackersdyke was a podium finisher, of course. He's most underrated riders in the world. Should we throw any? Do you want to throw any more into the mix there? I've got a couple I could throw in. I'm going to go with Ewan Jaspin.
Jaspin.
I don't think how good he is as a freestyler. People really respected how good he still is. There's another one I'll throw into.
Very stylish.
And big air ride. He was
Tony Juan, I'd say. David, probably the best switch stance freestyler I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just, you know, guys that come in, we could have a whole conversation of that. Yeah, especially, you know, like in the surfing, Rio Stevens as well. Big friends of Kiahi de Boitis, who's been multiple time world champ, but Rio would come in and everybody would go, watch out. It's, people that more free riders than they are competition riders, but still
maybe
heavily
you
in
only
the scene.
see that side to them outside of competition zones. But yeah, just while we fill the void here in this little break whilst Gisella's getting a new kite, I think they will be underway very shortly. As just can't get enough of this view. I mean, it's so never been seen. It's an NBD just looking at this drone shot, as we do see a kite loop now in the box, which suggests to me that riding through the zone, that's a nice kite loop there from the green kite. I think we've missed something there.
Yeah, and I've just been told AP flag is in the air. So AP flag is in the air. So we are going to have a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. As information coming in, AP flag is in the air. We will be right back.
All right, what's up everyone? My name is Giel Vlut. I'm competing in the Mykonos event here, and we just created an incredible Patagonia video together with capital.com. So if you have a minute, definitely check out that video. The link will be in the description below.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
Πάμε να προλάβουμε τη Λεβασίλα.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε Κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει καλύτερα.
Alright, what's up everyone? My name is Giel Vlut. I'm competing in the Mykonos event here, and we just created an incredible Patagonia video together with capital.com. So if you have a minute, definitely check out that video. The link will be in the description below.
Welcome back then to capital.com. It's the GKA Big Air Kite World Tour. We are in Mykonos, and look who I've got in the studio. Both of them. I've got the Brazilian brothers. Thank you for joining me in here. I mean, I can't wait to talk to you. We've got this lovely little moment in between things on the water right now where we get to catch up with you. How are you enjoying Mykonos? Your first time here?
Oh, man, it's a dream come true. We've been watching Lewis Crathton, we've been watching the live streams, and it's just so nice to finally make it to a big air international competition. I mean, and this is a special one, right? There's a lot at stake.
This is the first one you've come to watch?
The first one. Can you believe
right,
it?
So you weren't at King of the Air?
I was not at King of the Air.
Okay.
No.
I feel like you've just been at all of them for years.
No.
You know? Like you guys are always around. Okay.
We've been behind the screen, like all you guys are watching. Like that was us for many, many years, and now we've finally made it. So it's a very special feeling. Yeah.
What would you say to all those people watching that have always wanted to be at events now? Now you've found your way and you're actually here because we want to hear from you, you know. You found your style. What would you say to those people thinking, oh, I'd love to be at a big air event like this and be involved in some way?
I would say do whatever it takes. If you've got to max your credit card, just buy the ticket. Don't think about it too much. Just make it happen because it's a very different feeling to be out there. I mean, we just got sandblasted for a few hours, but but honestly, the energy, everyone has been so nice to us. It's such a small community. It's a very tight community that everyone looks after each other. And we came in as Brazilians, as foreigners, as people that are just kind of coming into the industry. And everyone, including you, has been so nice to us. It's a great vibe to be on the beach and watch it. So my recommendation to you is, if you can make it to one of these events, definitely come because you get to meet everyone and all the riders. They are very approachable. You can come up and I met Andrea Principi yesterday. I was like, this, you know, so I'm meeting all my legends.
You've got Ruben Lenton just playing the music, Aaron's walking about. But, you know, it's very much a mutual feeling. The way that you feel everybody's received you, we feel the same way that you're going about what you're doing for kiteboarding. It's amazing. It's like a really authentic vibe you guys have, you know. You are, I wouldn't say new to the sport, you know, but it's not 2 decades that you're bringing where you're having to refresh things. It's very honest, the approach that you're having. Are you loving the work that you're doing at the moment in the world? Like, could you ever imagine you had got to this stage where you're making reviews and getting loads of followers and then you're here being invited in? Like, it must be a nice place for you both.
I mean, we're in heaven. I mean, literally, we're doing what we love. I think we've had a long path in terms of doing different things, and we feel at home. We feel like we're at a part of our lives where all the effort that we put in is paying off in terms of actually doing these travelings, going to South Africa. We went there for the first time in February, and let me tell you, the first time I got in the water, I was emotional because I was like, I've been watching this for so long, and now we finally made it, and we're enjoying this so much. So it's really rewarding to be here, and yeah, it's great.
It's good to hear. Now, I'd like to see those lovely drone shots again. If the pilot still has battery, he's been bringing us some incredible shots as we begin to talk about Mykonos. Can we get those drone shots back in there, Mr. Director? Maybe the drones just come down, all the beauty shots, because this spot is so unique. That's a very stable drone. That's actually our fixed guy. I reckon the drone pilot's just coming down for a landing at the moment as we look west here. No problem. I'm being told in my ear the drone is waiting for the drone. No problem. But I want to know some of your highlight moments here. You spoke about some of the riders that you can see down there. What else do you love about Mykonos? Did you get on the water yet already?
I haven't gotten in the water.
Oh, wow, you must be desperate to go on the water. I'm sitting here desperate, and I've been before out there. You must be desperate. But are there any other highlights you want to share from your day so far? Your first ever day of seeing a major big air competition?
Honestly, it's been a mixture of just shock, I think. We're in Praia now, and we hang out with Baby Shark all the time. We see him. I think he was the first actual pro rider that we saw, like, perform in front of us.
Does that have a different feeling for you from it being from your country, seeing an actual rider representing Brazil? Is there a different response from you?
Absolutely. I mean, especially because we know his parents now, we know his family, we know where he came from, and it's really inspiring because, like, I think one caveat of the sport is that it's really hard for riders from South America, particularly, to break into the scene because the travel costs are much more expensive. To see Baby Shark and to see how far he's gone, it's amazing, and he's incredibly talented. Like maybe not many people have seen him free ride in Praia, but if you have the chance to come to Brazil and watch him in the water, it's just incredible. So it's really special to see not just Baby Shark, but now all the other riders from all these other nations come together at the highest stage with so much money and so much on the line, and just see the level. Like it's very inspiring for us to see that happen.
I'm going to ask you to pass my book of notes up there, because you raised a very important thing there about it being so difficult to break through. And naturally, whenever I come to these events, and you can hear my little paper here, as I love my book of stats, one of the first things I like to do is actually just look at the demographics of where people are from. We have 6 continents covered here. 66% of the athletes here are European. It is one of the hubs of kite surfing. Of course, we know it's one of the, if not the biggest market, Europe. So how do you feel like we could change that, in general, if it's so hard? What could be done in the industry to maybe help younger riders come through, not just from Brazil, but from all over South America?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I know that for me, it's just investment. There is a ton of kids in Brazil who are extremely eager to learn and to get involved with the sport. And in fact, I would recommend anyone who's watching and who's actually coming to Brazil to bring your old gear along for the ride. It's incredible. I think we used to live in the US, and it's amazing how many Americans we've met that had like 5 or 6 kites in their garage that they never use. And now, one thing we always recommend people to do when they come is to bring their old gear and is to basically give it to one of the local kids, because it could be a 5-year-old kite. It could be a kite that's leaking that you haven't used in a long time.
I've got them in the loft. I've suddenly realised that's where they need to go. I've got loads of kites up there that just, I don't know why I got them there. I just sort of, maybe this is why. Maybe you're listening to this thinking the same thing, that light bulb moment happened, because that could be the equipment that gives someone that first access out on the water.
That's exactly right. They don't need much, like if you basically give them whatever you can bring to Brazil and give it to a kid. I think that's the way we get more people involved, is just the opportunity for them to have the gear to be in the water, because they have the will, they have the talent, they just don't have the means, unfortunately.
So on your screens there, just a quick shot, and just to remind you that we are under just a hold at the moment. I believe the safety team on the boat is being changed over. We still will be continuing with the women's division here. This is day 1. It is round number, I think we're going into round number 2 of the women, I think. Well, it's been a long day now. We've been starting down here, but it's been a long, windy day. But we're having this lovely conversation here. We've got the Brazilian brothers in with me, and just staying on topic with how we can bring more young people into the sport, because I think that is definitely what helps to bring through new athletes. One of the things that I really myself am trying to get into now, and spending a lot of time, is thinking of initiatives where we can get young people learning to kite surf for free. That with the heads put together and raising a bit of funds, that's really possible. I want to shout out Wind Futures in the UK, where they have some support from a wind farm, a local wind farm, and it's getting young people, not just one kite lesson, all the way up to actually becoming a kiteboarder for free. I think that is where I think we could find a bit more time. Do you think that's something that could be taken not just in the UK, but maybe worldwide?
Absolutely. In fact, there are social initiatives in Brazil who are doing exactly that. I know Kite Caissara in Praia is one, like Mika, who is one person there who's really trying to do exactly that, which is taking the kids from the community and then bringing teachers and instructors along for the ride to teach them and to guide them, because actually it opens the door not just for kids to actually get involved with competitions if they wish to do so, but it actually could earn them a living. Like if you're a really good instructor in Brazil, you can make really decent money, and sometimes in these small communities like Praia, there's a lack of opportunity for higher end jobs. So even if they don't make it to the pro and to the global stage, you're still changing their lives.
There's many different. I want to, the word job is so boring in a way, but there's many different ways you can make a living with kitesurfing, not just being a professional. And I've seen that firsthand, and the life lessons that you learn as a young person getting into the sport. Suddenly you enter this world. In my own case here, I was 16. Suddenly I was mixing with people that weren't just 16, who had the similar ideas to me. They were different ages, different cultures, different backgrounds, and that for me was just, that shaped who I become the sport. So there is a lot more to the sport than just trying to make it as a professional. And I think one key word I'm bringing from this conversation with you is that we need to collaborate on these things. You're already doing those things, they're happening in the UK. Where else are they happening? Maybe you can tell me on the comments now where you know of these programs. We need to bring this together and make it happen, because the sport, it seems such a shame to have so many people look at it and be captivated by it, but for there to be this barrier that they just, because of the cost can be high sometimes to get into it, that it denies people this wonderful opportunity to take part in the sport that's not only changed my life, I'm sure it's changed yours and many other people. But here is the lovely drone shot. We have got the drone shot now, and you would have heard about this spot. How does it feel when you look at that screen and just see everything, years of action that have taken place, incredible jumps over 35 meters have happened in that shot? It's overwhelming for me, but what does it make you feel like?
Actually, a wide range of emotions. One thing I actually got to learn from this particular spot, from actually Alex, the owner here of the Duotone Pro Center, is that this was not a clean beach. There was actually used to be a lot of garbage and dirt, and people would dump their stuff here on this beach not too long ago. They had to go through a whole process of actually cleaning the beach and making it into what it is today. So I feel very privileged to be here to see it become like a world top for the biggest stage, because it's nuking out there. I was saying how I was getting sandblasted. It is no joke. It is really strong wind, and it's amazing to experience it all. And it's just a beautiful place. When I was flying in from Athens, I was like, this is just unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. So it's very special.
It's a really great point you make there. The contrast between a windy place being seen as a dumping ground. It's so windy here, we're just going to chuck all our rubbish because no one wants to be here anyway. Flipping that upside down to be in the place where everybody in the world wants to be there for one of the biggest events in the world is an incredible contrast. There's a documentary in there somewhere. I just can't see this beach and imagine there being rubbish everywhere. But here on your screens, let's try and pick out some of these riders. I know that one in yellow, that's Francesca Maini. Is that Michaela under that?
Yep, it is Mika.
There?
Yes.
Yeah, just nice to see them all chatting, and I think, is that the Austrian rider in that helmet getting ready to go? And like you said, they're just around for a chat. You never know who you're going to. There you go. There's one of the Casatis. That looks like Leo there.
And Shahar.
And just having a chat. There was actually Juan, I think, on the radio about to get things started. And as usual, there's a story in the background there as well here. We got so much perspective with cars and people riding and running. It's like there's a lot going on here, but it's been absolutely lovely to have you in here to chat with me. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people listening before?
Yeah, actually, one last thing, which is that shot talks volumes in terms of something that really shocked us, which is to see how the community of riders, how close they are. They're all friends with each other. We didn't see any drama. It was a very positive environment where everyone's kind of looking after each other. All the riders, when in the water, they're trying to win, obviously, because there's 60,000 years on the line. But as soon as they step out of the water, they are looking after each other, helping each other, talking, and it's a beautiful community. I feel very privileged to be in this community, and I'm super happy that I've made it to my brother is here as well, Arthur, but we feel super privileged to be part of the live stream and to make it behind the scenes to meet you. And I've told you this before, but we consider you to be the voice of kitesurfing. The Brazilians who are watching, Luis is the Galvão Bueno of kitesurfing. So
that commentator, being compared to a football commentator for me is like the holy grail of my life, because my life was aspiring to be. I love football, I love the sport, and to come from a Brazilian, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're
that
so
is
welcome.
so nice of me. So it's been lovely to have you both here, Arthur and Ruben, the Brazilian brothers joining me for that nice little moment here in between the action. And we are going to go back into a commercial break, I think, now. But thank you for joining me.
My pleasure, anytime.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
Πάμε να προλάβουμε την Βασίλεμα.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε Κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει καλύτερα.
Alright, what's up everyone? My name is Giel Vlut. I'm competing in the Mykonos event here, and we just created an incredible Patagonia video together with Capital.com. So if you have a minute, definitely check out that video. The link will be in the description below.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του pub, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
Πάμε να προλάβουμε τη Λεβασίλα.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε Κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει καλύτερα.
Alright, what's up everyone? My name is Giel Vlut. I'm competing in the Mykonos event here, and we just created an incredible Patagonia video together with Capital.com. So if you have a minute, definitely check out that video. The link will be in the description below.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του pub, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
And welcome back, everybody. So, boat crew has been changed, and we are back in action. We're going to continue on with that round number 2 of the women. Heat number 5, heat number 6. Final 2 heats of the afternoon. What an action-packed day it has been. We've seen plus 20 meters being jumped already. And the heat that is going to be coming our way, round number 2, heat number 1. Gisela Pluido, Rosario Tudor, Esther, and Alessa Sofia are going to be the athletes. We are just a couple jumps into this heat as we had the change of the boat crew due to that safety issue that we could see there with Gisela. So the athlete to start is going to be in the white lycra. Rose from France is going to be the next rider to jump. 4.87 for Esther right now, so she is in the lead in second position. Alessa Sofia Mensch, and then let's not forget she was the winner, number 1 over there in Lords of Trams. So one of the top athletes hunting for that overall world championship title. So hold on to your hats. 2 more heats of this day, number 1, and then we will be starting tomorrow with men's round number 3. All right, so just wait. You can see some of those kickers as they really are forming here on the right-hand side of the bay down here in Crawford, right in front of the DPC Center. Once again, a big shout out to Alex and to Gabby and to Anna for making this event possible and bringing the partners. Let's not forget, so far, €60,000 prize money in total for this big air event. First time in Greece for the GKA Kite World Tour. And here for your capital.com World Cup of Big Air. Mykonos, Greece. Rumors say that prize might even increase for tomorrow as there's some special announcements going to be made. But the first rider to jump, first rider to engage once again on this heat is going to be that young lady from France, Rose Autolou, as we wait for her timer to go and for her flag to hit the sky, meaning that we will be going back into sequence. And here we can see the eye in the sky, the beautiful location. Picture perfect. White buildings, the blue shutters. I mean, look at that infinity pool right on the spot. You could pretty much, I'm sure a few athletes would try to do the old tiptoe in there with the kite. Don't want to throw out any ideas, guys. But, I mean, look at this. This is the event site here for the Corpus. And here down in Mykonos, your capital.com GKA Kite World Cup here, your big air events. And right now, the round number 2 of the women so far. You can see Esther there from Hungary in a first position with that 4.87. Alessa Sofia in second with a 4.70. And we will be starting off. The next athlete to jump will be there in that white lycra, that young lady on your screen. So we are off and we are going, if I'm not mistaken, as it does look like she's engaging. And it would be nice to know if we are green flag guys. Would appreciate that info. Okay, so it looks like we're not in sequence yet. So just having some practice runs before we go into the action. And once again, just look at that location. All right, so AP flag is down as we are less than a minute before we go into sequence. Where that young lady on your screen, Royce Autolude from France, will be the first athlete for her second trick attempt. Once again, 7 trick attempts. The top 3 moves are the ones that count. Top score and bottom score is scratch. And the number that comes up on your screen is the average of those 3 middle scores. Looking for that perfect 30.0 average. It is that perfect 30 score. We saw Jamie Overbeek down there in France, 28 plus, a 10 on that final move, that huge jump over there in Bucharest, the location where he broke the world record when it came to the highest jump, 42 plus meters. That is absolutely ridiculous. Skyscraper height already. And there you can see the athletes getting ready. As red flag is already up in the sky, so less than a minute before we go into sequence. And yeah, Alina, thank you very much. We are glad you are enjoying the show. Yes, the whole day for the next 2 days is blocked for the competition, and we do thank everybody who we know want to go out there for a session. But they really respect the World Championship here, and they know what it means to the islands. So, yeah, big shout out to all the locals and everybody for making this happen. And what an incredible event so far. I mean, you know, image says more than 1,000 words, and it does not get more picture perfect than that right now. Look at that. Mykonos, Greece, Korfos Beach. Thank you. All right, now it does look like that green flag is seconds away from hitting the sky as we will be going back into sequence. Rose Autolude will be the first athlete to jump. She crashed that first move, wants to start to get a score up there. Esther with a 4.87, first place. Let's not forget Alessa with a 4.70, second place. Anything can happen. Gisela had a little kite issue and had to come out of the water. Started off with a banger, threw that kite around and getting yanked through the sky. But I mean, we must be seconds away right now. The calm before the storm. The tension. Action-packed day. Starting again tomorrow, round number 3 of the men. We've seen some big heats, big upsets. Judges really pushing that power. They are really, really talking about that they need to make sure that they have that execution. They need to make sure that you get those top marks and show the power, not just add the fluff. And that the way they will be advancing through and getting those high scores out there. All right, there it is. The countdown begins. So it's going to be Rose from France is going to be the first athlete. Trick attempt number 2 to start off. And welcome him here into the booth. Baptiste, our local organizer. Dudes, nice riding out there. Congrats.
Thank you, man. Thank you. It's been really an epic day so far. It's been amazing. Really nice.
How does it feel to have all of these riders here? Because, you know, this has not been a 5-minute decision. You guys have been trying this for years, you know, getting everybody down. The secret is out. Mykonos is a world-class location. You guys knew it, and I understand why you kept it secret, but thank you for having us here.
No, it's good to share the spot. We've been training for years with all those guys. Like, you know, 80% of the fleet haven't been here. Maybe a lot of them haven't been in Greece, you know, so the Greek experience is really nice to share with those people. They really see it. Wow, check out this view. It's mind-blowing. These white caps on the water. It's just, it's amazing.
I mean, it must be really cool also. You know, you originally come from France, but moved over here to Mykonos when you were 10 years old. Is that right?
No, my parents moved to Lefkada on the west coast.
Okay.
I was 11, but I've been coming here in Mykonos for the last 6 years because of the strong wind to train. And coaching as well a lot. But it's an epic place to be in the summer, honestly.
And you have one of the biggest jumps here. You set a world record here. Like we've seen 20, I think it was 22 meters today, but you've gone plus 35. So, I mean, you know, we know it can go higher.
Definitely. Today is like strong, but we've seen way stronger, like gust hitting 55, maybe 60 sometime, the whole kite center shaking, can't stand on the beach because of the sand, like insane takeoff, jump, lift, When it's proper, it's proper. But I will be scared, like, to do some proper big loops. Like, this is the perfect wind for a comp, I believe, to be technical and everything. If you have, like, 50, 60 knots, then you're like, it's not difficult to get technical like that.
Yeah, one of the things that we've been seeing throughout the competition as well, there's those 2 roads, those 2 paths, the technical and then the power.
Yeah.
And it's the riders that actually combine both of them are the ones that are really progressing. And we can start to see that because the technicality was going out of the roof. We're seeing doubles, triple, quadruple flips, multiple rotations, left, right, and center. But sometimes it wasn't in that critical section. But now we're seeing the riders do the same maneuvers, verticality, when that kite is pulling, and you are a very powerful rider yourself.
Yes, for me it's really essential to loop as early as possible to get that yank to bring the kite low. This is the biggest part of the trick. Then the technicality, it's the smaller parts, but for sure going high, putting the kite low, getting that yank. This is what I like in a trick. Yeah, definitely.
And also, you know, we've been saying throughout the stream, especially, you know, big thank yous to Alex, to Anna, to Gabby, you know, probably 3 of the main people that have made this event possible. We saw at the opening ceremony, there really is a positive energy here, and people are very, very excited to see this event.
Yes, it's the vibe. This is from I hear from all the riders. The vibe here is amazing. This is what we want. Good vibes on the beach, safety, all that. This is all that because we built that through the years. With our team, we're super grateful. I have so many of my friends right now, my beach boys, they're happy to help. They've been standing on the rocks since this morning, raising flags, you know.
And they're stoked.
Yeah, they're stoked, they love it, and I'm super happy that everyone is helping, you know. This is really a good family we have here.
Big boogie there, if I'm not mistaken. Alessa, she got one of the top scores in those previous heats. Let's not forget, she took the win in Lords of Tram, so one of the top favorites for taking that World Champions? Because also, cherry on the cake, we have the biggest prize purse ever. We have World Champions are going to be crowned here, and we won't say it yet, but a couple of surprises for tomorrow.
A couple of surprises for tomorrow. I think all riders are going to like it. I'm not going to say more, but tomorrow we might have a couple of surprises.
It's really cool to see, you know, like at the opening ceremony, Gabby was saying he wanted to make sure that riders were rewarded for the risk that's taken. You know, these guys and girls, they are risking their life, especially, you know, on the big air. They're going to the moon and getting pulled by that kite. That it's getting to a point that if you mess up, if you make a big mistake, the consequences are very high, and it's really cool to, you know, finally see the rewards getting bigger and bigger, kind of like where it used to be and where it should be.
It should be. It should be. Honestly, the risk on the body, you know, this is the minimum we can do is at least reward the athletes the right way, you know. Like, this is the sport. You know, when I see football players getting 2 million a year, this is...
Yeah.
It's insane. And those guys are doing way, way harder work than that.
Yeah, right now, so if you're just joining us, final 2 heats of the day, round number 2 of the women in the water right now. There you can see Gisela Pulido, Rosa Toulouse, Esther Nori, and Alessa Sofia Mensch. So they are battling it out to continue on in the competition. Whoever will win will be making their way through to those semi-finals and then all the way through to the finals. Who are going to be champions? So much up for grabs. Forecast, Baptiste, tell me about tomorrow. It's looking equal, if not better, if I've been told.
Yeah, it should be at least equal. At least equal. You know, the Meltemi just kicked on yesterday. You know, we had the first 2 days with no wind. It was quite hot. And yesterday was a bit gusty. Today, the Meltemi really kicked in. And as I see the forecast, when the Meltemi is on, it's on, you know. It's like going on for the next at least 20 days. It's going to be pretty strong every day.
And obviously, you know, let's not forget, people see strong winds, and sometimes they think, hey, this isn't a place for learning. I think a very important, you know, a very important thing to say here is that this is also such a good place to start your kiteboarding journey. And you guys have actually kind of been pioneers in shorter lines on onshore conditions, because I know a lot of people come here and you guys are really valued as some of the top coaches in the world.
Yeah, truly. We have a team of instructor. We have an amazing technique of short lines on the beach, you know, for keeping the safety. Then we take them out with the boat, where's this church, and they start to do their first rides. And really, like, if you can learn here and they learn, then you can ride safely anywhere in the world. You have people learning in the Caribbean, and then they show up here, they want to rent equipment. This is not the same place. But riding here, learning here the right way, you are secured for pretty much anywhere in the world. This is really cool. We have an amazing team. Again, I'm saying it's come to DPC Mykonos. We have a top-notch level instructors.
And let's not forget that great pasta there at Kite Mykonos Village. I mean, across the car park, you got the food, you got the vibes, the gym. I'm telling you, if you have not been here, the secret is out, as we've been saying all day. Get yourself down here. You can have plus 10, 20-meter jumps, vibe, nice IPA. I mean, what's to lose?
It's really, guys.
All right, so now, round number 3 maneuvers. Let's not forget 7 tricks, top 3 count. I am a fan of only 3 maneuvers counting, because that does make the riders push. You know, at the beginning, there was maybe a possibility of that 4th move. I do think this is a way that, hey, risk it. You really do have to risk if you want to get those top scores.
I agree, yeah, I agree. Yeah, today I started my hit doing some classic move, you know, just trying to go as big as possible. Then I went a little bit more technical with some new grabs, new thing I like to try on, and it was really cool to do that.
Yeah, you could see, you know, I think that opening heat of the qualifier, you know, you started off with that late back roll with the kite loop and then the board off from the fin. Lewis and I were saying, you know, when you do it properly from the fin like that move, the extension, the tweak, there is a difference, because it's not just doing the move, it's doing it, executing it properly. And judges, they can be your best friend or your worst enemy. You know, they will slash your score if you kind of pushed it, but if you can get that extra style or sleaze, as Zach was saying earlier in the booth, you are going to get the top scores.
I agree, yeah. I agree.
Right, so right now, about 30 to 33 knots out there. Female kiters, round number 2, heat number 1.
Whoa.
As we continue on, saving that one there.
Good save.
They don't mess around, the girls.
No,
I mean, they are pushing.
The level is good, really good.
It's good to see some of the locals here as well. I mean, your heat, little brother.
Yeah, little brother.
So you can give him a little more shit for the rest of the year. It's like, hey, you respect. Don't forget your place. Don't forget your place.
Yeah. So I just send him out on the boat again. He's in the safety boat. And I'm like, oh, why do I have to go again? Yeah, I support you this morning. You support me now. Let's go, man. Just 2 hits. Don't worry.
So if he won, it would be you in the boat. Was that the bet? All right, so in the lead, 9.45 there for Alessa. Usual suspects, nice lofty jump out there at the back. Let's not forget, final 2 heats of the evening as we are just coming to 6:30 local time. Sunset starts to happen around 7:45.
Yeah.
We see some beautiful golden vibes. But yeah, today it looks like we're going to be cutting off just before that also, you know, to be able to have, we've got to have about 5 hours left of competition tomorrow, looking equally as good. Giving the athletes the rest, and the show continues.
Yes, I can't wait, really, for the finals and bring the winners to the podium and have a big show. It's going to be really nice. Unlimited beer by Mykonos, by the way. Thank you. And then, yeah, I hope Saturday I take the guys out in town to show them the Mykonos experience, the party, and everything.
I mean, because there is that overall competition, the day and the night. That's an unofficial discipline.
Yeah.
You have to perform in both.
Exactly.
I think it's important as well. You got to, you can be king on the water, but you got to be king with the not water as well.
You have to be complete.
Exactly. Hybrid. All right, so trick attempt number 4 right now. There you can see the coaches. Let's not forget, they do. How is it having the watch? Tell me about that.
No, the watch experience was really, really good. It was my first time having that. Truly, like, you see where you were in the leaderboard, you see your score, you see your height. I mean, shout out to the guy from Win Games, and they did an amazing job doing that. And this is just the beginning, I believe.
It is really cool to have so much detail. Oh, wow, big, nice. Lofty.
Nice.
Back roll kite loop. Can she control it on the way down? Getting hit by the chop.
Need to keep that kite going way behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, this chop, you really have to kind of like go downhill through the wave, you know. You don't want to land on top of it. If you can find a little bit of lift, you see, yeah, she landed like on top of it, you know, and bounced.
We've seen that a lot today. Like a lot of the riders, no matter the skill set, that final second, you know, of course, like anything, local knowledge and experience really does pay off. I mean, you've seen, there's actually been guys who have, like you said, 80% have never been here.
Yeah.
So it really does make, you see Andrea, he's been here a lot, and you can see him jumping in a completely different location, but he was because he knows the spot.
He knows the spot. He's been here for 4 or 5 years. He's part of the family now. What an epic guy outside the water as well, always helping.
Trapa.
It's a great guy.
Yeah, and I mean, what about that jump? What about that jump in Dubai? 250 meters, absolute nutter.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah, Andrea Principi, multiple-time world champion, 2 times Red Bull King of the Air winner as well. Probably, you know, the name when it comes to big air kite surf. And then let's not forget also here, Leonardo Cassati. I mean, all the names.
Dubi Contra.
Whoa. Did you get it? Oh,
what a
Gisela.
bounce. Yeah.
She's pushing.
Yeah.
It is so cool. I mean, Baptiste, you know, you also know this generation. It's so cool to see Gisela back. 10 times world champion.
I agree.
We had an interview. This is the first time she's competed on a twin tip in 10 years.
That's insane. That's really good. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back. And she's hungry.
I can see that.
She is definitely hungry. All right, round number 5 out of 7. So far, it is Alessa, 12.92, comfortably in the lead. Only rider to have 3 tricks up. On an 8-meter, you can see, consistent, but this is why
No worries, bro.
All right, so yes, round number 2, heat number 1. Quite a lot of misses in this heat.
Now, really, if you can read the spot and learn how to take off, the takeoff is the most important part. Get that vertical. That was good. That was good. You need to let the kite go behind.
She did.
Even more behind.
So you need to leave it back.
Yeah, all the way. Like she rushed the down loop there. You really need to get that kite behind to get that nice lift. But she had a good takeoff.
She did have a good takeoff.
Yeah.
I mean, Zach was saying as well, he really feels here, it's the takeoff, the middle moment of the move, and then that final, that last second where he can really see you have to kind of hit that ABC to get the moves here. But yeah,
now
technical.
You have to read the spot and really look like 30 meters in front of you, especially going left.
Okay.
Like you can see the skickers up there, and in between them, you can find a flagged section. That's where you want to take off.
Okay. I mean, we've seen, has from what we've had today, it looks like the wind shifted a little bit as well. You know, there was a part of mid-afternoon where it was better to the right because the angle was a little bit more into the kicker. That's some yank. Esther,
right.
oh,
That
nice
was good
control.
yank. Early loop, super.
There's the replay here. A little hard to see as that sun is right there. 10 meters.
Not bad.
Not too bad. Biggest jump today, 22. Steno
22.
Yeah, going to the sky.
With a loop?
Yep.
Wow.
And style. He was very happy with that one. Had a little chat just as he was outside before, and he had a smile, and he is hungry for more.
He is, yeah. No, the level is insane, really insane. But this is what's great about kiting. Everyone brings something to the table, you know?
Yes.
Everyone has different style. Nice.
Contra.
Really good.
Can she keep it together? Yes, she does. Nice.
Good
Gisela.
save.
Oh, excuse me, Alessa. I do apologize.
Good save, good save.
It definitely looks like, I guess, you know, as the wind has been on it for 2 days now, you can see those swells increasing. It looks a little bit bigger. I'm presuming, you know, would that mean that tomorrow we're going to have even better kickers?
Should be better, yeah. Should be better. Maybe more period, more flat in between. Yeah.
All right, right foot. Here we go. Gisela gets a good kicker.
Good.
Gets something. Can keep it back. Coming forward. Okay. Nice loop. Controlled.
Yeah. I think she's on longer lines, huh? Like
yeah, it does look like.
24. Maybe.
Probably. Yeah, normally 22s or 24s, and I say that does look on the longer side. Not a huge amount of power throughout that loop, but she was looking for a score.
She's depowered. Maybe she wanted to unhook there, Joe.
Maybe. I mean, she's one of the... She knows how to handle.
Shooting in fully. I think she was ready to unhook, maybe.
Yeah, we saw a blind landing there from Luca in the previous heats. Haven't seen anybody go for like the kite loop KGB that we saw Edgar Ulrich.
Yeah.
It's interesting how it shifts. You know, there was a few months back or 6 months back, it was more about the doubles. Now it's more about the board offs and the add in the flips.
Yeah.
Handle passes were there a bit in the King of the Air, then kind of disappears. It's really interesting to see how it kind of merges and moves from side to side. Where it will end up, we will soon find out. Trick attempt number 6 right now. 14.68, Alessa. She is on a roll. She wants that world title. She wants that prize purse.
She wants that money.
Show me the money.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Big jump.
Nice. Come on, come on.
Nice control.
Wow.
Butt check. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Too early on the loop.
Yeah, yeah. But good height.
Very much so. See how high that was. Beauty, we have the replay here as we can see airtime, height, distance, 12.8.
No, that's Rose. Yeah.
Nice move there. Hard to see here with the sun right in the eye. So yes, that was Rose. All right, 9.74. Essa, she is currently in second place, but only has 2 scores. So big possibilities of going increasing here. Nice loop. Can she controls it, keeps it back. And again, Just not getting the landing.
Oh, all right.
Oof.
At least.
No.
No.
Inversion. That's not good.
That's not good.
Let's see if that boat comes in. So that's going to be an inversion.
I see the boat leaving the right corner there.
Yeah, you are right.
My
there
little brother is on the mission.
He's on it. He is on it.
Baywatch.
Dun, 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 dun. So should we call him the Greek Hasselhoff or?
Nah, she's up. She's up. Nice.
Will she have a twist in the lines though? Because it did look like it flipped. It did look like it flips. She would have one more move, one more attempt. So Alessa is going to be up next in the black lycra. Waiting for the timer to come on.
14.
Solid heat. There you go. There's the timer. All right, black lycra. Let's not forget Alessa. That's trying to see if she can get those moves. It looks like she is approaching from the left-hand side. If I can, nope, there from the right. All right, here we go. Up and away. Contra with the front. Another rotation on the way down. Oh, no. Getting pommeled. That will wake you up.
Fully.
All right, final round of tricks. Final round of tricks for the seats. Has the height, commitment, but just on that landing, a little over. Yeah, almost looked like she hit her knees.
You really need to find that second lift on the down loop to land softly here.
All right, so Gisela, it is now or never. Needs to go big. Needs to be a big move if she wants to be going into first position. 6.42, only has 2 scores. So she would need a 6.42 to take that first place. Doable. We've seen 7s. Francesca, we saw with a 7. Saw Natalie with a 7 as well. Gisela, looks like she's looking for that right foot forward. There's a couple of kickers. She's going to be sending that kite. She's looking for something. That kite is very high, though.
Yeah,
Those are long lines.
I think so, yeah.
She's not careful. She's going to get timed out as well. 50 seconds each athlete.
I really like this view of the drone.
It's beautiful.
You can really see how this is the venturi effect of the bay that's getting compressed from these both heels on the side. That's why it's strong in here, really strong.
All right, so we do apologize there. Looks like we're just having a little tech issue as we are waiting to see to continue. Scores not in there for Gisela. Looks like I got a feeling it looks like the boat is in the area, so maybe we're on Sabo. No, he's out. Okay, there you go.
There you go.
So waiting for that timer to come on. So it only appears that we have one more maneuver for each one of the athletes. So if so, it would be Gisela in the pink lycra and the blue duotone out there on the Rebel D-Lab. So no, that is the next heat. So that person is not in this heat, guys. So pink lycra, I think maybe go a little bit further to the left as those are the previous heats. Yep, it will be Gisela. So blue kite, pink lycra.
Who had the highest score of the day at the men's?
Of the men, I think it was Stino with a 7+. There's been multiple 7s.
With that big magic gust.
Yeah. Off the top of my head, there's been a few 7s, but by a few decimals, I think Stino might have it. We will find out, but yeah, very, very big jump there for him. Definitely the most impressive. And then, of course, you know, usual suspects, Jamie, Principe, very consistent. All right, Gisela with that 3.73. Next up, White Lycra. Rose Otului says she is going to be coming in to the competition area for her final move. As you can see, it looks like she's entering from the left-hand side. And is that, it does look, yeah, that's going to be Rose there, okay. So last trick attempt for her. Gisela with a 12.0. So far in second position. Rose here on her way out, right foot forward. Is she going to be going for a move? You're a reading athlete. Goes up, nice height.
Whoa, nice. Come on, come on. That's what I'm talking about.
Good control.
That was good.
Very good control. Landed on the chop.
She's bouncing. Check that.
Oh, she is stoked with that.
Really?
All right, so waiting for a score on that. Gisela with a 12, Rose with a 5. Let's see what the total will be on that third move. And all right, Esther coming up next. It's all up for grabs. I mean, it is all up for grabs. 14.68. Alessa ain't over until the buzzer, but she can be pretty calm. Esther, kite loop, control, gets the landing. So that's going to increase on her overall score. Is it going to be enough? We will soon find out. There we can see the replay on that last move. And now going into the final move of this heat. Let's see what Alessa, winner of Lords of Tram, current leader on that World Championship race. Will she clinch the title? We will find out tomorrow. As tomorrow we were going to be crowning our world champions.
Oh yeah, I'm excited.
Oh yeah. And as we mentioned, there's a little extra secret, a little extra sauce going to be added. Tune in tomorrow, you will find out. There's some big news coming our way. Alessa jumping out of our screen, looping out of our screen. Hopefully we'll be able to get the replay of that one, but we know for sure.
She's safe, she was playing safe. Yeah.
She was playing safe, but look at Alessa also, 13.27. So it is going to be Alessa taking the win in that heat as we now move on to the final heat of the day. Heat number 2 of round number 2 of the women. And welcome back, everybody. Final heat of the day. Anastasia Petiri from Greece, Kailani Friedrich from Austria, Francesca Maiani from the United Kingdom. And there we can see Aya Kasarova as she gets out onto the water. Final heat of the day. Let's get ready to rumble. What a day it has been. We've already seen some innovation out there. We've seen osmosis. We've seen Bordos, multiple flips, triple flips. Will we see doubles tomorrow? We will soon find out. But what an opener here to the Capital.com GKA Kite World Cup here on the big air discipline and the beautiful island of Mykonos in Greece. First time for the tour here. And the biggest prize purse ever with 60,000 euros for both disciplines. Really a big thank you to all of the partners for making this possible. And there is a vibe down there on the beach. Myself, bringing the vibes of the DJs as we continue on. Here we go, Anastasia, local athlete who wants to continue on in this competition as she is gonna open up. All right, so a single jump there for her, Kailani. And there you can see, I'm not actually sure that was Kailani. Yes, it was, excuse me. It did look like pink, but it wasn't. Francesca Maiani, your North kiteboarding athlete, as they come up next. No, it was Kailani. Okay, so yeah, we do apologize. A little mix up there. So 26 seconds. So Kailani here, you can see on your screen, that sun really hard to see what is happening right now. So I'm actually glad that we are going to be stopping after this round because we want to be able to see the athletes, to show the action. But that sun right in the lens. Final heat of the day. So now we have switched over. It is going to be Francesca Maiani and back in the booth, Lewis. Have you pumped up that kite yet?
What kite? What do you mean?
A man of your stature, I hope you have someone pumping it up for you, mate.
No, I'm busy here watching this last heat of the day because it's a big one. That looked like Francesca. Yeah, that's their sort of style. Appeared to be in a black rash vest, but I guess they all look like they're in a black rash vest.
We were just saying that. We want to see more action, but I think it's a good call. It's been a long day. Everybody has seen it, had some big chances out there, but it is actually starting to get very hard to see.
I can tell you this, Joe, I've got the fins on, and that is the part that's annoying when you want to go. You know, when you want to go, I know I don't even have the cordless D-Walt with me. I've had to go and source a screwdriver, got that all done.
And that's when you can't find it either. I hate that. It's like when you go to this beautiful location. Who travels with a pump? Who travels with a pump? And you turn up and suddenly go, now I can't pump up my kite. That's what happened to everyone.
No, but let's turn our attention back here. It's a nice looking double front roll. That was really smooth. And was that?
It did look like.
Yeah.
Adidas, the Sambas.
What's he doing in the Adidas? What's going on with that? That outfit? Trousers, Adidas cap.
It's the European influence, mate. That's what I'm going to say. I'm sorry.
The Aaron Hadlow look. I think he's about to go out on a very old equipment. Something strange is going.
I saw Jet out there before on the fuel. And we did see a Hadlow.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
So I have a feeling that might happen.
So that is the side conversation at the moment on the water. I wish I'd known about it. I'd have brought a few as well. But this is the last heat of the day, round 2, heat 2. On the duotone with that big move there that was a crash. That must have been Aya Kasabova. We now go back to the Greek rider, Anastasia Petiri. She is with the pink rash vest. Gisela Pulido bowing out the competition. That was devastating on the last move.
Yeah, last move. I mean, congratulations there to Esther. She got that on that final move, going up to the 13s. But yeah, I mean, Gisela needs no introduction. Great to see her back on the water. And I've known her since, I had an art pretty much since she was 6 years old. That's only going to add fire to her hunger.
I think that's the sort of inspiration I needed too, because we talk about riders being fearless. There can be a fear where, you look back to where you were and what you're associated with like riding and expecting to do well. To have that on you and to just get out there and enjoy it. Maybe not win the event, but there's some fear involved in taking that on as well. I needed that. Thank you, Gisela. And a nice kite loop there then from Anastasia. That was really cleanly landed. Should be happy with that on the 7 meter.
Yeah, keeping that kite back as well, as we was just Baptiste, obviously, Mr. Local, telling us that it's really important to get that second lift before you land, and landing on the front of that chop, because if not, if you hit the back, you will get that tightrope, which we have seen time and time again here. But right now, trick attempt number 2, as we continue on. Oh, nice loop there. Throwing that kite around.
Oh, it's good, yeah, good initiation of the back roll, but unfortunately for Kalani, she'll want to land that as well. Like, when you know you've got that move in the bank, it's not about, like we've said all day, it's not about the execution, it's about actually landing it, you know. Here's the moment. Can you stick it on a choppy place? Yeah, just, it is a tough ask sometimes. Here we are, though.
Francesca, big kite.
Yeah, what do we reckon that is?
I think I'm going to say an 8. All right, here we go. Okay, or not. Just leave me hanging. It's all good. Saw a very big boogie loop. 7+7. Going to using my memory. 7.4, 7.3.
Okay,
highest move of the day.
Yeah, it shows you the standard here, because she's found herself in round 2. Didn't make it through from round 1. She would have wanted to. And here she is. I think that could be, yeah, definitely an 8, maybe even a 7.
Great lake off.
Just a straight contra loop. It's not an easy thing to do that, to jump up and do a straight contra loop.
Great takeoff. Really nice.
She's got to negotiate this difficult heat. If you was a betting man, you would say that Francesca and Aya Kasabova would be the ones getting through here. They've made finals and, semis and finals before. It's been a great day down here today, Joe. We were here, the riders, our staff meeting 12 hours ago at 7 a.m. We are 7 p.m. local time. There's loads of light left.
There is. There's still 2.5 hours of light left.
That's what
there you go. Multiple rotations and stomps it.
Work to do.
Boom shakalaka.
Yeah, really sweet that from Aya Kasabova, who the kite movements were really interesting there. She really quickly, with the small kites, you can do that, shoved it out the side at a time where you thought, whoa, that's crazy. But then positioning that kite ready for that final loop over her head to put the brakes on. The best riders seem to be able to just stop their momentum downwind. It's a real art with jumping and looping. It's getting a bit busy on the beach now. Spicy on the beach now, Joe. The local brewery has arrived a few hours ago.
So I got three words for you, mate. IPA. That's all.
Yeah, everyone's into that.
That's what's happening.
We had a great discussion with George there about why IPA is such a nice taste. It was an interesting conversation. Look forward to mine after the day's work.
I mean, you can celebrate again. 4-2, mate.
Yeah, I know. I forgot about that. So Gisella's gone out, though. That's kind of put a dampener on things.
I do agree.
Even though, she's not from the UK. It's just... Anyway, we've got Francesca in here from the UK. Had a great performance from Max Tullett as well from the UK. Actually, when we look back at his heat, he really showed what he was capable of in the end, even though some of those moves weren't brought to you. But there's one foot coming out and just... Cool, that was almost... Maybe there was a commitment there to doing something. With one foot in, was like, right, I might try it, but we need to recover that board. There's that incredible shot, but still a breathtaking view from... I mean, what has happened to technology that you can just have that view? That thing's not even moving, and it's like really windy. It's ridiculous. It doesn't look right.
And it's the perfect shot as well. But yeah, wind has definitely gone down. You can see the white horses aren't as big from that shot now. I mean, you've just been out. You've seen it out there. How's it look?
Well, it's actually very deceiving because you stand there on the beach and you're like, wow, it's really windy. But yet what you see in the riders' jumps and the stats is that maybe it isn't that way. It always feels windy when you're downwind and hitting it. But I mean, I've been here loads of times and I'm in that place where I'm thinking, I'm going to take an 8 out there later. And just because of what I'm seeing and the sizes on the water, I've kind of had to find my 9 back off. Batiste was using my 9. Like, I can't be seen to go out underpowered, you know what I mean? I've got to
Repetition that
Got
pole,
to deal
mate.
with that. Yeah. Right, here we go. Mega loop, just landing on the back there. That is going to count as a crash, unfortunately.
Just under, eh? Francesca up next. So far, 10.47, commanding.
Yeah, she's...
Alyssa and Francesca are the two ones to look at so far, and Natalie. Those are the, I'd say, the three.
Round.
Yeah.
Okay. Natalie was in round 2 as well?
No, she was in round 1, but in the competition.
Yeah. And Alyssa. Okay, yeah. And Mikhaili as well, I guess, like stormed through, right?
Yeah, but just those, the power and those higher scores, I'd say they stand out just a little bit more. I mean, it's early days. It's day number 1. We still have more to go tomorrow.
But they've got it. They've got it in the locker.
You can see the commitment. All right, Francesca, just look at the body language. Speed. She's going in.
This would really be nice if she could just nail this move. She's just bought herself enough time to come back left foot forwards if she wants.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we're going to see her come back left foot forwards, just positioning herself 15 seconds. She won't be exactly... disqualified of this move if she goes to 0, but you want to be getting on with it. She's looking for somewhere to jump. What's she got? Another 4 or 5. Even a 3 would do right now. Whoa! It's gonna be... Save me! Oh,
she got caught.
that is the scary moment.
That is the moment.
Where you literally shout, "Save me!" Oh wow!
Horizontal.
That was an unbelievable kite angle. That definitely confirms to me what size I think I need to be taking, because that's that heart in the mouth moment where these days you can push the bar out and get that leading edge. You know, when you see the people pumping the bar, I'm sure some of you have been there watching now, where you're like, oh, I just got saved there. So that is an indication of maybe, you know, we've had about a solid 30 knots today. We did think we'd get more. Some of the forecasts I saw, they actually showed like 40 knots. Yeah, I mean... It just didn't come today.
Nice kite control there. Making that one happen for Aya.
Yeah, really nice. And Aya's doing quite well here now, because it would only take someone like maybe Anastasia to find a bit of form in here and put a few down. Maybe Kalani still has that if she can get that mega loop delayed roll. So
I mean, I think, wasn't it Aya who we saw do that boogie loop and send the kite forward?
Yeah.
She was the one that you could had that control. So you really is showcasing it here that she is fully aware of what is surrounding her, and you know, one of the youngest athletes we have here. Very bright future. Nice lofty jump here, just going across competition area. That is attempt number 4 out of 7. Let's not forget, top 3 counts. Final heat of the day, and what a day it has been. Started off going live 8:30 in the morning, straight up. Nothing but action here. Your Capital.com GKA Big Air World Cup. Oh, an 8. Are you going 8, Lewis? Is that what it's going to be? And we can see and hear the vibe on the beach right now, starting to get up. Ruben making sure the tunes are pumping. And there, Kayani, unfortunately, crashing out there on that attempt number 4, as we are more than halfway round. I mean, when you have Aaron Hadlow as your caddy, mate, you know you've made it.
I don't think that was quite my caddy. I think that was just confirming what size he wanted out of my bag. I mean, it don't get me wrong. It did cross my mind, can you pump my 9 for me? But I just thought, no, that's...
It's a bit cheeky.
Yeah, maybe that's taking it a bit too far. But there is a compressor here, you know. It's not like physically asking someone. But anyway, nice to see him here and supporting the event. Yeah, some history there. 2015, the last time Gisela Pulido put on a twin tip. At the same time, Aaron Hadlow won the event in Germany. Meanwhile, on our screens is a very interesting mega loop there. Just sort of rode it all the way to the side from Francesca Maini's. 7.0. Did I miss that?
Yeah, that was a huge move from her. You know, that was that kite loop. That was the boogie that we went, save her.
Okay, I didn't see the score come back in yet. They really are.
They're liking her power.
Yeah.
They really are. And I think Francesca, you know, she has that style. She's done it time and time again. So she now knows she has a diamond in the rough that the judges are really liking. We're going to see her going down that avenue, which personal opinion here, I prefer to see that power.
Yeah, I wonder, do you think sometimes that's just our generation, Joe, that we were all about power? Like it's, I guess you always kind of want to see the opposite to what's in as well. Eventually, you're like, what's coming next? So it's this combination that we're looking for here of that power and technical riding, but visually, I think what's great about the power and extreme side of it is that visually, to anybody that doesn't even eat kitesurf,
it's whoa!
It's like, wow, like how are they level with that? Or I mean, the real mind-boggling ones when they get above their kites. That's a whole nother conversation. So that is why it's always had a place in kiteboarding. And I think more interestingly is the journey of doubles and how that was in and out, but almost like overnight.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting. It's like, you know, there was a point, you remember when on the handlebar side, doubles and then triples were starting to come into, and it almost went too far, so they brought it back and it went to powered doubles. And you know, I think that you have to touch the roof to then decide where you're going to put the rest of the house at. And I'm really liking to see, and you know, talking to Zach, who was in the booth there before, is like the technicality, all of the board officers wanting to see everything active, wanted to see the spins, but then linking it together, adding the stees, as he would say, style with ease. And it is all about executing it in that critical moment.
Yeah, I agree. Another lovely move here then. Was that Kalani?
That was.
Yeah, just coming off the board. But the move we saw, I think was a different one. Oh, this has got some power attached to it. Lots of, oh, that's a caner. That is a lot of fast downwind movement.
So that was Kalani there.
Did we see
that previous replay, so that would have been Anastasia? Didn't look like her.
No.
Because that was Kalani there. She is out there on the F1, 100%.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a North I saw, but are there two?
Yeah, I mean, the North is Anastasia.
Okay, yeah, then it was Anastasia. I'm sure it was a North. So we do apologise because of the sunset now causing us a bit of an issue. And we couldn't actually come up the left side with our cameras here if you're looking at the screen thinking, why didn't they shoot that way? The sun's behind them. But actually, it's because the morning when we get started, it's the other side. So we had to pick an option, and the only way really we could run the cables anyway. We're going way too into it now. We don't need to tell you that. But it's a new spot, and we're learning new things, and we felt that there we were thinking we won't run past 5. Here we are at 7 p.m., 10 past 7, with loads of lights still available, and race director
Juan Antonio,
who's been very... some of his decisions have been very stern today. There was, to say the least, Joe, I think it's starting to come out what actually gone on earlier with some of his decisions. He's a great guy, the race director. He doesn't stand for any BS, that guy. So
General.
Yeah, he is the general, and we like to work with him. He's great. He's such a dedicated guy. So we had a bit of a break in proceedings earlier as things were changed around, and we will come back to the action with 25 seconds remaining on Francesca Miani's stop clock with a bit of traffic downwind that would have been in her mind there, but she managed to negotiate there. But those two riders just on the right-hand side, they were sort of...
unusual.
Even if you're not directly downwind, you're still in the mind. Like, even just chucking your kite forward, like, are they going? Have they seen me? Like, that's enough to warrant not doing it in the normal sense. I think she wanted the board off there.
I'd agree with you there. I reckon she wanted a little bit more. So that's going to be trick attempt number 5. So now, Ayaka Sabova getting in the loop. Nice landing.
Yeah.
She is currently in 2nd position in this heat. As we move on to attempt number 6. 2 more attempts for each one of these athletes.
That's been a quick heat, this one. It's really powered on.
All right, Anastasia, right foot forward, looking for those kickers. 4.30.
Yeah, shame she's actually got another 3.17, not scoring because it's in the same category as kite loop. So
correct, yeah.
But there definitely does seem to be 2 riders that are pushing to get through a bit harder at the moment. Anastasia just going for a nice big air. Greek riders put a good performance in here for this heat. She's landed more tricks than crash, which is a lot to say in these conditions. It's not easy. Are we going to see now the Austrian rider, Kalani, put something on the table to give herself a good score? maybe a big score here could maybe advance her into third position. We'll see.
It's all up for grabs. It is all up for grabs. And as you know, having Baptiste in here before, there's surprises for tomorrow. There are some very, very big news coming out when it comes to the kiteboarding here in Greece, and it's so cool to be a part of this. I mean, Lewis, you've been here for the last 5 years, and the secret is out. Mykonos is on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely on the map. The whole world is here, you know. We're at the finals. It's time, and it's been patient here, you know. We maybe could have pushed things forward they could have pushed things forward a few years back, but they waited, saw the lay of the land, and then come together with a statement event. This isn't a normal kiteboarding event. It's a double. It's actually going more than double prize money now. Riders are walking home with pretty much deposits on properties, maybe, with the money they'll make from here. That's the way I look at it, Joe.
Very much so.
Like, that's like life-changing sort of money. Maybe 20 grand that they're taking at first place now.
Yeah,
and that's huge.
It is huge, and I think it's a step up and a step in the right direction. And you know, athletes risking everything to perform, and it's so cool to see that the risk starts to equal the reward. Francesca, all right, she has the power. What's it going to be? Goes up, there's the loop, there's the board off, gets it, extends. Can she get the landing? Oh, spin, oh! Going in backwards.
Yeah. That one obviously not going to count as we work our way to the last rider here to have a 6th trick attempt, which will be Aya Kasabova on the duotone, who's sort of comfortably in second for now, and I think we'll know they've done enough. So we have 5 tricks left to bring you.
It needs to increase her overall by 4.09. So, I mean, that would be taking her lowest score to +8, or trying to increase maybe 2 scores to 6s. She has 2 more attempts. She needs 2 big moves. It's probably the best way of putting it. Gets the height, has the loop. There's that control again. Nice.
Yeah, really good landing. She's really stepped up her landings for me over the last few events. Really taking authority on the landings. You can come in sometimes and just hope for the best, or you can stomp it down like, I am landing this. This was really nice. That's the moment where you could go into the second there. You know, you could either sheet out and try and take it, or stay holding on and tuck in and go, which is scary the first times you do that. But decision made for a single there. Don't mind seeing a nice single sometimes as well. As we go into the last round of moves, Anastasia Petiri from Greece, riding right foot forwards here, searching. Ruben still banging out tunes behind us.
Oh, he is. He's on it. He's absolutely on it. Making sure the vibe there on the beach. Yes. Mr. Lenton himself. Anastasia.
Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Good hold on that. It was a nice, tricky landing. She'll be really happy that she's landed. It's another kite loop, so it's not going to kick out her 3.43, which is a decent score. She obviously got a good technique for a kite loop. But yeah, she will settle with 4th place. Interestingly, Kalani did make her way up to 3rd place here. She did manage to push into 3rd place with that kite loop back roll. Here she is again. Was that mega loop board off?
She definitely went for the handle. It was something happened there.
Yeah, it was hard to see in the light there, but she's really found some form at the end of this heat, round 2, heat number 2. Are we getting replay? Yes, we are getting replays.
Okay.
The replay machine is still working. I think the feed did come out a little bit there.
Fraction of a second, but the feed did come out.
Fully extended, but we're sure a little glimpse of what the Austrian is capable of there. So
did the judges see that? Is the question.
Well, they are able to look at some of the video as well, we're told. So I think that's going to be her highest trick score. If they see it, that is. Now we go to
Francesca. Here we go. Is it going to be a statement? Is it going to be a safe one? Knowing Francesca, I reckon a statement. Look at that body language. Has the speed, looking for the place. Here she goes, up, kite loop.
No, it just doesn't feel. I think she was going for the mega loop board off again just to get that one in the muscle memory, because she may well need it tomorrow. So the last trick here will be for Aya Kasabova, who's going to struggle to oust that big score already of Francesca Moni, who's outscored her 3 best moves. Yeah, just reaching in down there. Still reasonable distances and heights at the moment, even though there's been a bit of a calmer approach to the last, or at least this last heat. I think the one before was a bit explosive, right? There was Oh, and there is...
Contra.
that's
And holds on, okay.
Yeah, so I think that is going to be the way that it wraps up here, Joe, for that end of round 2 of the women. And here's the final replay of Aya with this really nice back roll. With, technical, very weird feeling, that one, when you go around, send it down. It's, kind of don't know what's going on. It's a strange feeling.
And it is going to be Francesca with the win, 17.47.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε Κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει.
Wow, what an incredible day. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us here for your Capital.com GKA Big Air Kite World Cup. Action left, right, and centre, Lewis.
Yeah, it almost seems a shame to go. Aaron Hadlow about to head out on the water. I'm sure Ruben's going to join. There'll be a bit of a big session going on now. But it's been a pleasure to have you join us for what has been an epic day. I mean, how long have we been down here? Over 12 hours. I think we've been broadcasting for maybe 10 of those. Incredible first day, but it's really set the scene for day 2 taking place tomorrow, Joe.
Absolutely. We've already had big scores, big heights. It's only going to get bigger. And there are surprises coming up tomorrow. The biggest prize purse to date. Who are going to be our champions? We will find out. Who are going to be our world champions? We will find out. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm Josie Ashler. We will see you tomorrow.
I'm Lewis Crathen. See you tomorrow.
Πάμε να προλάβουμε την Βασίλεμα.
Όλο το χρόνο, μία είναι η σταθερά στο ταξίδι. Blue Star Ferries. Και αυτό το καλοκαίρι σας ταξιδεύουμε γρήγορα και άνετα σε Κυκλάδες, Δωδεκάνησα και Βόρειο Αιγαίο. Blue Star Ferries. Κανείς δεν μας ταξιδεύει καλύτερα.
All right, what's up everyone? My name is Giel Vlut. I'm competing in the Mykonos event here, and we just created an incredible Patagonia video together with capital.com. So if you have a minute, definitely check out that video. The link will be in the description below.
Καλώς ήρθατε στη νέα εποχή του ΟΠΑΠ, την εποχή της Allwin. Περισσότερη διασκέδαση, συγκινήσεις και εμπειρίες σας περιμένουν στα καταστήματα Allwin, στο allwin.gr και στο Allwin App. Allwin.